I thought I had blown the job by arriving late to the interview, but the interviewer handed me a lucrative contract instead. I asked her, why? She put on her gold-rimmed glasses, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, because your talent is worth the Orient Group going to any lengths to secure. Before I could even feel happy, I realized this company was far more mysterious than I had imagined. My name is Lin Yunlou, a freshly graduated university student. Ring, ding ding ding, a series of urgent alarm sounds went off. I lazily stretched out my hand to bring my phone before my eyes. Oh crap, it's 8 o'clock, I'm gonna be late. Grumbling to myself, I quickly dressed and bolted out of the rundown apartment I rented for $400. Yunlou, morning, where are you off to so early? Just as I reached the street corner, Uncle Wu, the breakfast vendor, greeted me. Uncle Wu, good morning. I'm on my way to an interview at Dongfang Group. I don't know if I'll make it, I said while running. Time's almost up, I gotta go. Take care. Wait, Uncle Wu called out, take a few buns to eat. You'll have the strength to work with a full stomach. I've already eaten, Uncle Wu, please don't worry about me, I said before turning and running off. At the street corner not far from the Oriental Group, I stopped to catch my breath, completely out of energy to keep running. At that moment, a red sports car zoomed past me with a deafening roar. Stop, stop, I yelled urgently as I saw the sports car running the red light. Unfortunately, an old lady carrying a vegetable basket was about to cross the street, and without a second thought, I hurriedly ran after her. The sports car owner also spotted the old man and immediately slammed on the brakes while swerving the steering wheel. The tires screeched loudly against the road with a piercing screech, and the car narrowly missed the elderly man by a hair's breadth. The old man fell to the ground in terror, scattering vegetables everywhere. I rushed forward to help him up and, seeing that he was merely frightened but unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the rage in my chest still burned uncontrollably. The sports car's window rolled down, revealing a pale-faced girl who peeked out. Seeing the old man was fine, she restarted the engine and prepared to leave. My anger could no longer be contained. I strode to the front of the car, blocking her path. What are you doing? Move aside, I'm in a hurry, the girl shouted. I slammed both hands on the hood and roared, in a hurry? In a goddamn hurry for what? What could be more urgent than a human life? Apologize first, then you can go. You, how dare you curse? Even if I were to apologize, it would be to that old woman. What business is it of yours to meddle? The girl, frightened by my ferocious expression, was also angered by the pride in her heart. I'm just worrying for nothing, I laughed angrily. Look at my clothes, covered in dirty water and mud, all thanks to you. Now I demand an apology from you. That's not unreasonable, is it? The girl pushed open the car door and got out, glancing at my cheap clothes before pulling 10 100 yuan bills from her wallet. With a cold laugh, she said, this 1,000 yuan is enough for you to buy 10 outfits from a street vendor. Since childhood, I was shunned and even bullied due to my family's poverty. Upon hearing the girl's words, I grew livid with anger and scolded. Don't think you're so great just because you have a bit of dirty money. Your dignity is not something you can belittle. I demand an apology from you right now. Good, well said, young man. This kind of person deserves to be taught a lesson, the bystanders chimed in, pointing fingers at the girl. Young man, forget it. I'm fine, let's not escalate things. People like her are best left alone. The elderly woman who was almost hit nervously tried to dissuade me. Granny, I just want an apology from her. People like her need to be taken down a peg, I said, helping her to the roadside to rest. The girl might have really been in a hurry, constantly glancing at her Casio watch. Seeing me approach, she snapped, hurry up and move aside. I don't have time to waste with you. Not enough money, huh? I'll give you 10 grand, then you vanish from my sight. Ha, 10,000 yuan, what a rich guy, I chuckled. Humph, you know better. 10,000 yuan isn't even enough to buy a single car hood. If you know what's good for you, take the money and leave quickly. Fine, I agree, but I don't want your money. I just want your car's hood, I said, picking up a rock from the roadside and smashing it against the vehicle's hood with all my might. Bang! The girl's mind went blank, and the onlookers were stunned. No one had expected me to actually dare to smash the car. I clapped my hands, a charming curve forming at the corner of my lips, and said with a smile, pretty girl, we're even now. You can leave. The girl finally snapped out of it, her face flushed crimson. Stamping her foot in frustration, she hailed a taxi and left in a cloud of dust, thoroughly embarrassed. Ha, never thought I'd get to play the big spender. Feels absolutely fantastic. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. But the next second, I was on the verge of tears, because I was a whole hour late. I hurried to the Orient Group and walked up to the reception desk, asking a tall, beautiful woman, excuse me, miss, I'm here for an interview. Could you tell me where to go? Sir, may I ask if you are Lin Yunlou? The beautiful woman inquired after making a phone call. Yes, it's me. I wondered. I didn't think I was that famous. Oh my, why are you so late? The interview is almost over. Hurry up and take the elevator to the 3rd floor, turn left, and you'll be there. If you're any later, you'll miss your chance. I didn't expect this beauty to be so kind-hearted. As I walked, I couldn't help but fantasize. On the 3rd floor, I first found a restroom to wipe off the dirty water and mud from my body. In my view, being poor is not a big deal, but if one can't even maintain minimal tidiness, then it's a matter of attitude towards life. After smoothing out my clothes, I walked to the interview room door and gave it 2 light knocks. "Come in," a commanding male voice came from inside the door. I pushed open the door and saw 3 people seated by the window, 2 men in their early 40s, dressed in gray-black suits with slicked-back hair, exuding an air of meticulous professionalism. Sandwiched between them was a strikingly beautiful woman in her mid-20s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Without even asking, I knew the decision-maker here was the beauty seated in the center. First, I nodded politely to the 2 men on either side, then turned to the woman in the middle and said, "Hello, my name is Lin Yunlou, and I'm here to interview for the position of Business Department Manager." "You're late. I'll give you a chance to explain," the glamorous woman said, glancing at the resume in her hand. I smiled faintly. "I don't need any chance to explain. I believe Dongfang Group seeks someone who can bring maximum benefits to the corporation, not a storyteller. If you really want an explanation, then I must have come to the wrong place." I immediately seized the initiative, throwing the choice back at them. The glamorous woman closed the resume and looked at me, saying, "Lin Yunlou, 23 years old, double PhD in biology and economics from Peking University, former dean of the Life Sciences Research Center at the Royal College of Medicine in the UK, resigned after 1 year in the position. I'm really curious, why did you leave that place where anyone studying medicine would dream of going? This is just a personal question, unrelated to the company's interview. You don't have to answer." "I simply don't want the world seen through my black eyes to appear blue in theirs," I replied calmly. "Hee, you're very clever," the gorgeous woman said with a smile. "Alright, back to business. We just need you to answer 2 questions. If you get them right, we'll be colleagues tomorrow." "Okay, go ahead." I remained calm as ever, devoid of the nervousness typical of other job applicants. The first question, how deep is the sea? The glamorous woman slowly recited the question. After a brief moment of reflection, I replied, "Just a stone's throw away." "Good, well answered," said the middle-aged executive on the left of the glamorous woman, speaking for the first time, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at me. "Good. Although the answer is ambiguous, it's better than no answer at all," the glamorous woman agreed. Next, the second question, if you were the president of Dongfang Group and had to personally assign positions to 2 people, one a top graduate from Harvard who has won many international awards, and the other a recent graduate from a first-tier university, both highly capable, how would you arrange their positions? I pondered the first question for a while, but this time I answered without hesitation. The Harvard graduate starts from the bottom, and the other takes a senior position. "Hee, congratulations, you answered both questions very well. Starting tomorrow, we'll be colleagues. My name is Ning Shi, PR department head. Feel free to approach me if you have any questions in the future." The glamorous woman was the first to stand up and congratulate me, followed by the 2 middle-aged men who shook my hand one after another. I briskly walked away from the Oriental Group building. Little did I know, as I walked out the gate, a pair of eyes glared at me with hatred. I had just reached my doorstep when my phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After answering, a pleasant female voice came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yunlou?" "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" I inquired in confusion. "My name is Nangon Yenran. The agency called and said you're looking for tutoring work, and your qualifications fit my requirements. Do you have time this afternoon? I'd like to discuss my 2 children's situation with you." "Yes, I'm available. Just name the place, and I'll come over," I replied calmly, though inside I was already overjoyed. Good things come in pairs. I just secured a job this morning, and now a side gig is knocking on my door. "How about this then? Come to Xiangshan Villa at 4 o'clock this afternoon. When you arrive, give me a call and I'll send someone to pick you up." "Alright, I'll be there on time. Goodbye." Goodbye. Xiangshan Villas, that's arguably the best villa area in Kyoto aside from the Central Villa District. Seems like the employer is quite wealthy. I let my mind wander aimlessly. Whoever it was, no matter how wealthy, it's none of my business. I just need to focus on doing my own job well. At 4 in the afternoon, I took a taxi to the entrance of Xiangshan Villa. As I looked around, the red leaves shimmered with a vibrant autumn glow under the sunlight, and the mountains and rivers were also dyed crimson. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin?" A pleasant voice interrupted my thoughts. I snapped back to reality and saw a woman dressed entirely in black standing before me, professional black business suit, black high heels, her legs appearing slender and fair against the dark backdrop. Her long black hair was coiled atop her head, and a pair of black-framed glasses perched on her nose. In short, this woman gave me an icy impression. "Sir, are you listening to me?" The cold beauty frowned. "Oh, sorry, my surname is Lin. Did Ms. Nangon send you here?" I tried my best to put on a righteous appearance. "Yes, follow me," she said coldly, then turned and walked away. I pouted and hurriedly followed along. "Here we are, go in by yourself," she said, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. I pressed the doorbell, and the door opened quickly. A woman in home clothes, without makeup, looked at me and said, "You must be Mr. Lin." "No, I should call you Teacher Lin." "Please come in, Teacher Lin." The woman with the bare face, aka Nangon Yenran, warmly welcomed me inside. "Hello, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me." I showed the courtesy expected. "Don't say that. I'll have to ask Teacher Lin to take good care of my 2 children in the future," Nangon Yenran said, pulling me to sit on the sofa. "Would Teacher Lin like tea or coffee?" Give me a cup of tea, I'm not used to coffee, I politely replied. Seeing Nangong Yenran leave, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, her enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming for me. I always thought rich people were arrogant, but she turned out to be completely different. The Italian modern art-style design avoids excessive material accumulation and chaotic combinations, blending rigor with simplicity and ease, perfectly expressing the owner's taste and personality. Nice, very nice. Seeing no one around, I freely passed judgment. I didn't realize the tutor mom hired had some skills, but don't you think you're being a bit arrogant? Master Impei's designs are merely not bad in your eyes? A mocking voice came from behind. I turned around to find the source of the voice, and upon seeing clearly, a few words popped into my mind. The neighbor's daughter has grown into a lovely young woman. Chapter 4, Home Tutoring 2. Lin Yunlou spoke, and the girl recited like a script. Impei, born in Guangzhou in 1917, graduated from Harvard University. He led the design of the Bank of China Tower in Hong Kong, the Shangshan Hotel in Beijing, and the Museum of Islamic Art. He received the Pritzker Prize in 1983 and is hailed as the last master of modern architecture. He was the first Chinese to win the Nobel Prize of Architecture, a source of pride for every Chinese person. His designs are not something someone like you can critique. For Nangong Muyu, who loved architectural design and viewed Impei as her goal and idol, she couldn't tolerate anyone trampling on her idol. Faced with the young girl's inexplicable righteous indignation, Lin Yunlou gave a wry smile, habitually rubbing his nose. He silently wondered, who did I offend? Why did a few casual remarks provoke such strong resistance from this girl? Did I offend the stars today? Should I not have left the house? But adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, especially since this was his employer's daughter and potentially his future student, Lin Yunlou let it go, silently turning away. Got nothing to say now, huh? Remember this, pretending to be something you're not when you lack the substance is just plain stupid. Don't mistake your ignorance for wisdom, it only makes you look ridiculous. Lin Yunlou had conceded, but that didn't mean she would follow suit. The girl stepped right up to him, her mocking sneer sharp and accusatory. Lin Yunlou now felt an overwhelming urge to slap the girl unconscious. He could guarantee this feeling had never been stronger. No. I must win them over with virtue. Pulling at his sleeve, Lin Yunlou said solemnly, "Little sister, I can tell you with full responsibility that not bad is the highest praise I can give this design." Indeed, even when faced with Hadid's design, he had only ever remarked that it was passable. Yet our master Hadid, far from taking offense, had looked genuinely embarrassed and asked Lin Yunlou to help him improve upon it. "Little sister? What part of me is little?" "Open your eyes and look properly," she retorted, thrusting her chest forward for emphasis. At the sound of little sister, Nangong Muruyu bristled like a wounded lioness, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. "Where am I small? Those two tiny beans on your chest? You'd need a microscope to see their grandeur." But Lin Yunlou dared not voice this thought aloud, saying it might just land him a lifelong disability. "Don't misunderstand. I meant you're much younger than me. Calling you little sister isn't too much, is it? No other meaning intended. Muyu, what are you doing? How rude to teacher Lin." Hearing Nangong Muyu's roar from the kitchen, Nangong Yaran knew trouble was brewing. Oh dear, this was someone she'd worked so hard to find. Please don't scare them away again. With that thought, she hurried to the living room, tea tray in hand, and scolded Nangong Muyu. "Oh my, Mom. How did you get even prettier in just a few hours? Someone might mistake you for my older sister, hee." The Nangong Muyu, who had been as fierce as a lion moments ago, instantly turned as docile as a kitten the moment her mother arrived. What the hell? Singing Sichuan opera, playing with face-changing masks? Lin Yunlou stared speechless. "Don't try to butter me up with sweet talk. Let me tell you, I'm not falling for that. I heard you screaming like a banshee in the kitchen. Explain yourself. Why are you being so rude to teacher Lin? Look at you, you're practically laughing out loud. And you say you don't buy it? This clumsy flattery has you wrapped around her finger? I despise you. Come on, everyone, despise her with me. It's fine. Despising her is every citizen's civic duty." Lin Yunlou finally reached a conclusion. Everyone loves beauty. Whether it's an 80-year-old granny or an 11-year-old girl, just shout beauty on the street and they'll all turn around. Nothing much. I was just discussing a profound academic question with teacher Lin. I got a little carried away and lost control, right, teacher Lin? Nangong Muruyu said, shooting Lin Yunlou a knowing glance. Lin Yunlou was sweating buckets. What did she mean by lost control? It sounded like I'd done something indecent to her. Was she trying to drag me into lying with her? She'd better not regret this. Yes, Muyu isn't just bright, she's incredibly inquisitive. The moment she learned I was her tutor, she bombarded me with questions. Then she expressed hope I'd continue teaching her. Right, Muyu? Lin Yunlou shot Nangong Muruyu a defiant look, making her teeth itch with frustration. Yes, Mom, teacher Lin is so amazing. Nangong Muyu managed a forced smile, her mind already plotting. The war has only just begun, just you wait until I get you back. No, I can't handle this alone. I need to bring my brother in. That's wonderful. Teacher Lin, how about starting formal lessons next week? 3,000 yuan a month, does that sound good? Nangong Yenran said cheerfully. Well, I don't mind, but there's still one student who hasn't met me yet. I think I should ask his opinion first. No need. I've accepted on my brother's behalf. Just get ready to cross the threshold when the time comes. Chapter 5, If Only Life Were Like First Sight. By the time Lin Yunlou left the Nangong residence, night had fallen. Strolling alone beneath the star-studded sky, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. The solitary moon embraced the heavens, countless stars twinkling brightly. Occasional breezes rippled the autumn waters, and he forgot his sorrows, his girlfriend's finality, and countless other joys and sorrows. In the night's utter stillness, it seemed he stood alone, detached from the world. Fireflies, fireflies, drifting slow, summer nights, gentle breeze blows. A melodious song, its origin unknown, suddenly stirred Lin Yunlou's spirit. He moved toward the sound, his steps light, afraid to disturb anyone. As he drew nearer, he glimpsed a faint, dancing silhouette surrounded by flickering points of light. Lin Yunlou crept closer still, crouching in a concealed spot. Now he could clearly see the singer's features, brows like distant mountain ridges, eyes like autumn dawn stars, a nose as smooth as goose fat, and lips like ruby red paint. Miraculously, a swarm of fireflies danced around her, their flickering light blooming in the darkness with each movement of her dance. Their light and shadow created a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Some people spend their entire lives together before discovering their love. Others need only one glance to know it's the love they've always wanted. Lin Yunlou didn't know what love at first sight felt like, but he felt his heart pounding fiercely. He longed to walk over to the girl, to listen quietly and watch intently. But, sigh. Lin Yunlou let out a low sigh and quietly retreated along the path he had come. Halfway there, Lin Yunlou heard a cry of pain. His heart skipped a beat, and he sprinted back toward the girl. Rushing to her side, he saw her clutching her leg and crying, looking utterly helpless. A wave of unexplained pain washed over Lin Yunlou. Forgetting any awkwardness, he gently moved her hand away. Seeing no poison on the crimson wound, he relaxed. Only then did he realize something was off about the situation. Blushing, he reassured her, "It's okay. The wound isn't poisoned. Just apply some medicine when we get back." "But it hurts," the girl said, looking at Lin Yunlou pitifully. Even wounded, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Yunlou thought, his heart fluttering. "I know you're the Titanic, destined to sink eventually, but you're going down a bit too fast, aren't you? Did you turn on the accelerator?" "Sir, do you know me?" the girl suddenly asked a question that struck Lin Yunlou as odd. "I didn't know you before, and now, I still don't." Our dear brother Lin clearly had a trigeminal nerve issue. His speech was starting to get all jumbled. You're funny. My name is Mu Shuega. Now you know me, but I don't know you yet?" The girl named Mu Shuega asked with a mischievous smile, her leg seemingly less painful than before. So her name was Mu Shuega. "I'm Lin Yunlou. Pleased to meet you. Can you still walk?" Mu Shuega replied bitterly, "No, it still hurts. I'm sorry, but could you carry me part of the way?" "No problem. Hop on." Lin Yunlou crouched down, facing away from Mu Shuega. And so, the girl climbed onto the boy's back. Mukshuage, perched on his back, thought, "His shoulders are so broad, giving me an indescribable sense of security." Meanwhile, Lin Yunlou thought to himself, "Her chest feels so soft. I won't wash my clothes for 3 months when I get back." On the way, Mu Shuega broke the awkward silence first. "Brother Lin, where do you live? Is it in the capital? What do you usually like to do? Watch movies or listen to music?" Mukshuage's use of Brother Lin instantly closed the distance between them. Lin Yunlou's heart warmed, and he replied, "You're asking so many questions, how am I supposed to answer them all?" Brother Lin, you're so silly." "Of course, one at a time," Mu Shuega teased with a playful laugh, feeling as lighthearted as a sprite. I'm staying in Kyoto for now. I don't really have any hobbies, maybe reading counts as one?" "Ah. Then your life must be so boring. You're not telling me you don't even watch TV, are you?" Mu Shuega gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. She hadn't expected anyone nowadays to not watch TV or listen to music. "TV? I've never watched it since childhood. Back then, I didn't have the means. Now that I do, I still don't want to buy one." He felt wasting time watching TV wasn't worth it. Reading a couple more books was far more practical. Lin Yunlou scratched his nose and replied to Mu Shuega on his back, "No. Reading keeps my days full and fulfilling." "Oh, no wonder you don't recognize me." "What?" "Nothing. I just meant, Brother Lin, are you feeling cold?" "Cold?" Mu Shuega hadn't mentioned it, but now he actually felt a chill. "Brother Lin! Brother Lin! Look, it's snowing! It's snowing!" Mu Shuega exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the sky. "How strange! It's only early autumn, how could it be snowing? But this snow is truly beautiful." The two stopped under a streetlight, quietly watching the snowflakes dance through the sky before settling on their shadows beneath the lamppost. Brother Lin, wrap this around. Noticing Lin Yunlou's thin clothing, Mu Shuega pulled a scarf from her bag and wrapped it around his neck before he could speak. In the night, beneath the autumn snow, their figures grew distant, fading into the distance. Stories in the night are the snowflakes that settle on strands of hair. Stories in the night are the stars playing hide and seek across the sky. Starlight is the moon's postage stamp, snowflakes are the moon's messengers. Chapter 6, Framing. Within a certain estate, a handsome young man with a dark expression barked at the middle-aged man standing respectfully before him. Who is that person? Lin Yunlou, a graduate of Peking University. A poor boy from the countryside with no connections whatsoever. Currently the manager of the business department at the Oriental Group, though he hasn't started work yet. The middle-aged man did not look up, answering obediently with his back bent. No connections whatsoever? Then let him die. I trust one don't need to instruct you, Chief of Police, on the specifics. Ha! The handsome man suddenly burst into laughter, his expression turning savage as he declared, Shuega is mine. Any man who dares approach her besides me must die. The police chief, still standing in the doorway, shuddered involuntarily at these words. Madman. This madman. As far as he knew, over 30 lives had fallen to the handsome young man's hands, some killed merely for accidentally brushing against the woman he called Shuega, others slain for telling her a joke. Who cares who he kills? As long as his madness doesn't land on me. If it weren't for your grandfather being the deputy head of the Central Military and Political Affairs, and my hopes of climbing the ladder through you, I'd be the first to put a bullet in your worthless head. Lin Yunlou hailed a taxi for Mu Shuega in the city center and watched her depart. Sigh. He should have accepted her invitation to visit her home. Barely a minute had passed since she left, and already he found himself missing her. Returning to his own doorstep, Lin Yunlou reached for his keys only to find the door ajar. Burglars? That was everyone's first thought, and his was no different. Gently pushing the door open, he tiptoed inside. Just as he was about to search for a weapon, the light suddenly flashed on. After a moment of disorientation, he opened his eyes to find 6 people in police uniforms standing before him, 4 men and 2 women. 5 of them had guns pointed at him, while one held a camera recording the scene. Freeze, Mr. Lin Yunlou. We're arresting you on 4 charges: drug trafficking, smuggling, rape, and murder. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you. Knock him out and cuff him. The oldest-looking officer rattled off a long string of commands before ordering his men to knock him unconscious. Lin Yunlou slowly regained consciousness, finding his hands cuffed to the chair. He looked at the 2 police officers sitting across from him and said, I haven't broken any laws. What right do you have to arrest me? One officer sneered coldly, no crime? Let me tell you, we have both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. Do you really think you'll walk out of here? Given Lin Yunlou's intelligence, he couldn't help but realize someone was framing him, and the mastermind was likely the wealthy girl he'd berated that morning. But he hadn't anticipated such ruthlessness. They'd gathered both witnesses and evidence in such a short time. It seemed they truly intended to destroy him. Chief! Chief! 2 officers sprang to their feet as someone entered. You 2 step outside. I need to question this individual. Oh, and bring him a glass of water. The middle-aged chief instructed. Yes, sir. We'll step out so you can focus. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ren Songjun, chief of this district. Young man, your name is Lin Yunlou, isn't it? Quite a nice name. Lin Yunlou watched Ren Songjun greet him with apparent friendliness, utterly baffled by this charade. Do you know why we brought you in? Ren Songjun pressed. You offended those you shouldn't have and alienated those you should have curried favor with, Lin Yunlou replied calmly, his expression unruffled. You're clever, Ren Songjun said, shedding his facade and speaking with a cold, menacing tone. But clever people tend to die young, especially when they've crossed powerful figures. Is that so? Perhaps you believe you know everything about me, that stepping on someone like me is as easy as crushing an ant. But let me tell you plainly, no. You know far too little. Lin Yunlou remained as still as a well, knowing this composure drove others mad. Oh? Really? So what's your big secret? Some powerful connections? Some authority that makes me tremble? If you don't mind, spill it. See if you can scare me. Ren Songjun burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke, then turned to Lin Yunlou with a mocking tone, his contemptuous gaze utterly unguarded. Hearing this, Lin Yunlou felt a pang of panic. He knew the other side had thoroughly investigated him, they probably even knew he was still a virgin. Truthfully, he had no backup plan. This whole scheme was merely to coax a few more incriminating details out of that horse-faced chief, then secretly record his misconduct. That way, even if it went to court, he'd have evidence to overturn the verdict. I'm not wasting my breath on you anymore. Just stay put and await your fate's judgment. But rest assured, we won't lock you up. Not only that, I'll release you shortly. However, we'll announce to the public that you killed 2 guards and fled. The police will also issue a warrant for your arrest. The cat and mouse game should be quite thrilling. Chapter 7, Battle of Wits and Courage. After leaving the police station, Lu headed straight for Miaofeng Mountain. Miaofeng Mountain, one of the capital's renowned peaks, was famous for its ancient temples, peculiar pines, bizarre rocks, and exotic flora. Most crucially, it lay far from the city center, its rugged terrain offering ample hiding spots. If I survive this, I'll make sure every one of those who wronged me meets a miserable end. Lin Yunlou thought viciously. At the same time, he made up his mind, once he escaped this ordeal, he would leave the country immediately. He would return to seek revenge only after accumulating sufficient strength. Before leaving the city, Lin Yunlou bought a cheap set of new clothes and shoes to change into. He didn't discard the clothes he had taken off, but instead placed them in a black bag, hung it on a passing vehicle, and then continued on his way. Meanwhile, at the Daxing police station in the capital city. This individual is extremely vicious, having brutally murdered 2 of our colleagues. He has now fled and his whereabouts are unknown. Ren Songjun stood in the police station conference room, his face twisted with anger, pointing at Lin Yunlou's photo on the large screen. Contact the K9 unit, he ordered. Have them send police dogs to help track the suspect. Simultaneously, designate him as a Class A fugitive. Post his photo online and offer a nationwide reward for his capture. Class A fugitive? He doesn't look like a bad guy, murmured the officer seated below. Ren Songjuan's words exploded like a bomb in the conference room. A Class A wanted criminal? That designation was reserved for the most dangerous criminals capable of threatening national security, a title that hadn't been issued in years. Could this man truly be that dangerous? A huge question mark appeared in the minds of many officers. But the chief had given the order, what else could they say? Moreover, Lin Yunlou's murder of 2 officers had enraged them. Many had joined the force simply to make a living. To kill like that, in their eyes, was a blatant provocation against the people as police. So in the ensuing manhunt, they searched with particular zeal. An hour later, Ren Songjun personally led his team to Wangfujing. Chief Ren! Chief Ren! Officers from other precincts were astonished to see Ren Songjun leading the operation himself. Yet astonishment aside, they still offered the customary greetings. Where's the suspect? Ren Songjun, who had rushed over, scanned the area but saw no sign of Lin Yunlou. His expression darkened as he demanded. Reporting to the chief, the suspect hasn't been located. We found a bag containing clothes and shoes in that black SUV, likely left behind by the suspect, the criminal investigation team captain reported, his voice trembling with nerves. Damn it, that sly bastard. Ren Songjun muttered under his breath before continuing, has the owner of the SUV been located? Yes. He claims he just arrived from Tianjin today. We've verified it, he has no connection to the suspect. Where did the owner enter the city from? From the west. Damn it, we fell for that kid's trick. Send out the order, everyone rush to the western suburbs immediately and conduct a thorough search. Don't miss a single thing. Damn it, what are you still standing around for? Do I need to buy you a late-night snack? Ren Songjun was furious. So many police officers had been fooled by a greenhorn kid. If word got out, wouldn't the other precincts laugh him to death? Kid, you won't get away. The Daxing precinct team, joined by reinforcements from other relevant departments, finally arrived at the western suburbs after an hour. Ren Songjun's decision to deploy the K9 unit proved spot on. Shortly after the search began, a police dog picked up a scent and located someone's underwear. The K9 unit leader immediately reported to Ren Songjun, Chief, we found the suspect's underwear in the Miaofeng mountain area. Should we send people to search the mountains? Search the mountain? Search your ass. One mistake wasn't enough? You want to make another? This is clearly another trap set by that little bastard. He'd love to see more fools like you fall for it. No wonder people say there are too many idiots in this world, there just aren't enough con artists to go around. Ren Songjun bellowed, his mouth wide open. Get everyone in the vehicles and head straight for the Beijing-Tianjin expressway. This time, we're catching that little bastard. Also, notify traffic police to set up roadblocks ahead, don't let him slip away again. Ren Songjun issued his orders with characteristic wisdom. Run, run. I've mobilized every resource and officer available, weaving a net tight as a drum to catch you. If you manage to slip through again, damn it, you'll be my grandfather. That bastard Ren Songjun was destined for his downfall. Because our protagonist was currently leisurely admiring the night view atop Miaofeng Mountain. Chapter 8, Bloodline Awakening the Demon Clan's Grand Intergenerational Inheritance 1. Yunlou lay on his back atop the mountain, his gaze fixed intently upon the sky. The occasional mountain breeze, as if afraid to disturb him, swept cautiously past the edges of his hair. The pattern formed by the stars, the more he looked, the more it resembled a giant bird. Even Lin Yunlou, who had read extensively, had never seen a constellation pattern like this bird. The more curious Yunlou became, the more intently he studied it. And the more intently he studied it, the more he felt something welling up deep within his heart, threatening to erupt. This is unnerving. I must stop looking. After an internal struggle, Lin Yunlou resolutely closed his eyes. Yet the more he did so, the heavier his curiosity grew. Finally, he opened his eyes once more. The giant bird circling in the sky began to slowly rotate in place, spinning faster and faster until Lin Yunlou's eyes could only perceive a blur. His eyes ached, his head spun. Demon Lord, Demon Lord. Lin Yunlou had no idea how long he'd been asleep. Hearing voices, he slowly came to. Who's speaking? Where am I? Demon Lord, you've awakened. Your servant is deeply ashamed to have startled you. Demon Lord? Are they calling me? Who is speaking? Lin Yunlou felt much more awake now, his eyes darting around. He found himself in a silver-white world, roughly the size of a football field, stretching as far as the eye could see. Not a soul in sight. Had he encountered a ghost? No, it must be poor sleep. Yes, that must be it. Lin Yunlou tried to reassure himself. Demon Lord, I'm above you. A strange voice reached his ears once more. Lin Yunlou slowly lifted his head in slow motion. Ah, you're that giant bird in the sky. What are you doing here? And how can you speak? How is it possible for you to speak? And what the heck is a demon lord? You've been going on about it non-stop since earlier. Demon Lord. Demon Lord isn't a thing. Oh dear, what am I even saying? The great bird paused, then continued. Simply put, the Demon Lord is the successor who inherits the bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the most powerful being among the demonic race. He is the sole master of all demons, and upon reaching maturity, he will become the supreme being in all of creation. So you call me Demon Lord because I inherited that Domawan's bloodline? Yes. Damn it, another victim of fake formula milk. Calling me some Demon Lord? That'd make me a demon, wouldn't it? You damn bird, you're insulting me in a roundabout way. Hey, big bird, you really think I'm a fool? Fine, I admit I'm a fool. But if you can't produce proof that I'm this so-called Demon Lord, watch out, I'll beat you into a fool myself. Demon Lord, calm down. Your very presence here proves everything your bloodline has begun to awaken. With just a little guidance from me, I can fully unleash your bloodline power. The giant bird in the sky hurriedly explained. Guide? Why should I trust you? What if you harm me? Lin Yunlou had no intention of blindly handing his life over to someone else, especially someone who'd been feeding on fake milk powder for so long. I swear on my character, the giant bird declared solemnly, sensing Lin Yunlou's skepticism. Character? What's that? I don't know either, but I swear I have it. I just emerged and my mind's a bit foggy. Can't recall where I stashed it right now. I'll look for it later. Lin Yunlou thought he was already shameless enough, but looking at Big Bird before him, he realized for the first time that shamelessness had levels. His own rank clearly fell short. This was a mountain to look up to. Alright, I'll give it a shot. If you accidentally send me to the grave, remember to cash out my bank account. The password is blank. Also, I've stashed 3 rare editions of The Plum and the Golden Vase, plus photo books of Xiao Zhe and Sister Song under my bed. Burn them for me during Qingming Festival. If you don't follow my instructions, well, I can't really do anything to you anyway. Come on then, I'm ready to make my sacrifice. Lin Yunlou delivered a lengthy tirade of nonsense before flopping onto the ground in a sprawled-out position. Chapter 9, Bloodline Awakening, Generational Inheritance of the Demon Clan 2. Master, it's not that complicated. Just swallow this blood bead and fuse with it. Big Bird wiped sweat from his brow, producing a blood-red bead the size of a ping-pong ball from somewhere and handing it to Lin Yunlou. Hey, you should have said so earlier. Made me worry for nothing. Lin Yunlou stood up again, clapping his hands with a carefree grin. Well, if the fusion fails, you'll still die. What? Lin Yunlou nearly leapt 7 feet in the air, his urge to kick the bird's rear end hard nearly overwhelming him. How dare you bully me like this? I haven't even died from a failed fusion yet, and you've already scared the life out of me. Brother, old man, could you just say everything at once? My blood pressure's already sky high. That's all. Go to hell. Fusion failure means death. Fusion success means becoming a monster, a life worse than death. As the saying goes, some deaths are lighter than a feather, others heavier than a mountain. If I just died silently like this, how many beauties across the world would mourn me, weeping day and night? For the greater good, sigh, I'll choose a life worse than death. Besides, even if I wanted to die, the author wouldn't let me. Lin Yunlou sat cross-legged as instructed by the giant bird, lifting the blood bead to his mouth. Wait, what's your name, giant bird? I am Shirano Imai, the 5th-ranked demon god among the 10 great demon gods under the demon ancestor Donghuang Taishu. What's your ID number? Himiko? Demon Lord, if you must ask about demonic affairs. Why an ID number? What use is that? Ignorance is truly frightening. ID numbers serve countless purposes. Suppose you accidentally kill me. Knowing your ID number, I could petition the capital in my next life, accuse you of reckless endangerment, and have you locked up for 10 or 80 years. Of course, Lin Yunlou kept his true thoughts to himself. He pressed on. Do you have a wife or children? No, Huo Wu replied, looking bashful. No way. You're at least a few thousand years old, and you don't even have a wife? Are you impotent? No? No? Damn it, speak up. Why are you shaking your head? No, Demon Lord, Enough. I get it. Once we're out, I'll take you to the Oyin Andrology Clinic. The world's greatest suffering is a man unable to perform and a woman unable to conceive. Don't lose heart. With modern medicine so advanced, trust me, everything will be fine. Lin Yunlou patted Anohana's shoulder, offering heartfelt consolation. I'm a bit thirsty. Got any water? Unshu Fue extended her hand, and a glass of water appeared in her palm. Lin Yunlou's eyes lit up as he took the cup. Himika, after I fuse with the blood bead, will I be able to perform magic like you? This is a spell. After the Demon Lord fuses with the blood pearl, they can cultivate it. Demon Lord, what exactly is magic? Magic tricks. I'm not really sure. Look it up on Baidu when you have time. Himawari. Demon Lord, I'm not really male, you know. Uncertain, Huowu hesitated before whispering to Lin Yunlou, who was drinking. Oh, so you're female? I couldn't tell. Lin Yunlou narrowed one eye as he scanned the great bird's chest. I'm hermaphroditic, I can be either male or female. Lin Yunlou spit out his water with a puff. Cough, cough. He finally understood it wasn't the Thai kingdom that originated the hermaphrodite trend, but this damn bird that started the craze. You haven't touched this water, right? Lin Yunlou took a few steps back, watching the giant bird warily. No. I scooped this water from the toilet and gave it to the Demon Lord immediately. Good, good. Wait, you said toilet? You conjured this water from a toilet? Lin Yunlou's eyes widened in horror. Yeah, I don't know what a toilet is either, but the water looked clean, so I poured the Demon Lord a cup. Oh, and while I was filling it, the water kept swirling around this tiny hole in the toilet. I noticed it was getting less and less, so I quickly scooped a cup from that hole. Thank goodness I acted fast, otherwise the Demon Lord would have had nothing to drink. Then came the retching. Ugh, ugh. You bastard. I'll fight you to the death. 10 minutes later, Lin Yunlou lay panting on the ground. You dead bird. What species are you? I've been beating you this long, and you're not even scratched. Heh, Demon Lord, our demon clan prides itself on physical defense. Someone like me? You couldn't hurt me without triple heaven cultivation. Too bad I'm only at the peak of single heaven now. Who knows when I'll recover? With that, Unshu Fu lowered her head gloomily. Third heaven? First heaven? What are these? Why haven't you mentioned them before? My apologies, Demon Lord. I forgot in the heat of the moment. What the hell are you so excited about? Spit it out now. Yes. Our great world is divided into 4 layers from lowest to highest, the first heaven, second heaven, third heaven, and fourth heaven. Note that when I refer to the great world, I'm not just talking about the water blue star, it also includes the cultivation star, immortal origin star, and divine conception star along the same vertical axis. A single water blue star is merely one of countless small worlds within the cosmic great world. Only when the 4 planets along the same vertical axis are combined do they form a great world. Water blue star should correspond to Earth. But what exactly are the first heaven and fourth heaven? The heavenly realms denote cultivation levels, essentially, the hierarchy of power. Within the first heavenly realm, ordinary humans possess the lowest strength. Due to the limitations of planetary chi, even the most powerful beings within this realm can only reach the tribulation stage. To surpass this, one must leave water blue star for cultivation star during the tribulation stage. Beyond that, even the demon sovereign cannot say, lest you become overly ambitious. Last question? Lin Yunlou raised his hand like an eager elementary student competing to answer. What level is Dong Huang Tai? The demon ancestor was mid-4th heaven cultivation before, Unshu Wu answered proudly. And now, the demon ancestor has been obliterated in the cosmos. The great bird's mood suddenly turned gloomy. Dead? How did he die? I'll tell you what you should know. Asking about what you shouldn't won't help, Din Yao snapped irritably. How am I supposed to know what I should and shouldn't know without asking? Lin Yunlou argued logically, though his voice grew increasingly faint. Demon Lord, fuse the blood pearl. The barrier is about to dissipate. MHM. Surprisingly, Lin Yunlou said little else. After swallowing the blood pearl, he immediately sat cross-legged. Chapter 1, New York. A month later, at dusk, a giant bird materialized in the sky above Miaofeng Mountain's summit. Perched on its back stood the figure of a man who wasn't particularly tall. Fire dance, descend. I have questions for you, the man commanded the great bird beneath him with authority. The bird descended slowly, gently kneeling on the ground to allow the man on its back to dismount. This subordinate congratulates the young master on successfully fusing the blood pearl. What might the demon lord wish to inquire of this subordinate? The bird bowed its head respectfully, addressing the man standing before it, his back turned. How did demonic blood enter my veins? And where did the blood pearl I fused come from? Beyond its immense energy, what of the cultivation techniques within it? The man turned, his gaze burning as he fixed it upon the great bird. This man was actually Lin Yunlou? Yet the otherworldly nobility radiating from his every gesture made it hard to believe. Demon Lord, I too know little of the nature of the bloodline power within you. All I can say is that your sudden possession of demonic blood likely stems from the unique generational inheritance of the demonic race. This is something only those bearing the imperial bloodline of the demonic clan can awaken under specific times and circumstances. But to my knowledge, the demon ancestor had no offspring. Could it be, you are the demon ancestor? The great bird speculated. You're the demon ancestor. Your entire family is the demon ancestor. Even if I inherited this so-called bloodline power, it doesn't mean I'm not human. Continue. As for the blood pearl, it was forged by the demon ancestor, Lord Dongwang Tai, using his life essence and supreme divine prowess before his death. It contains not only the demon clan's most exalted body refining techniques but also cultivation methods for cultivating divinity and immortality that the demon ancestor gathered from countless great worlds. Most crucially, the blood pearl seals within it the demon ancestor's immense energy. If you, Demon Lord, can fully inherit this energy, you could become as formidable as the demon ancestor himself, roaming freely across the heavens and earth. Of course, all this hinges on you possessing demonic imperial bloodline. Moreover, within 1 month of awakening, I must fully channel the power of that bloodline within you. Should a month pass without you encountering me, or even if you meet me, then you forfeit your right to inherit the blood pearl. Your demonic bloodline will gradually fade into dormancy. Oh, I see. Though I only caught about one sentence of what you said, it doesn't matter much. Anyway, it's just really powerful, right? Yes. Big Bird hurriedly agreed, noticing Lin Yunlou's narrowed gaze fixed on him. Fire dance, let's go. Young master, where are we going? Hearing they'd leave this place that had sealed away his sorrow for years, Big Bird asked excitedly. America. New York. 20 minutes later, somewhere above the clouds within the celestial kingdom. Fire dance, why isn't there a safety belt on your back? Slow down. This is reckless flying. What if we hit someone? For the first time experiencing flight, Lin Yunlou flailed his arms and shouted wildly atop Big Bird's back. The giant bird abruptly halted mid-air, transitioning from extreme speed to complete stillness in less than a second. You bloody bird. What the hell was that? You nearly threw me off. Trying to kill me? Damn it, what the hell were you thinking? Why copy someone else's emergency stop? What if we'd rear-ended someone? Lin Yunlou patted his chest, still shaken, cursing angrily. Demon Lord, I didn't mean to. I got lost, the giant bird stammered. As the supreme power of the demon race, wherever he went, wasn't he worshipped and revered by all demons? Yet being hopelessly directionally challenged remained his eternal pain. You got lost? You didn't install GPS? GPS? What's that? Damn it. Sitting on the bird's back, Lin Yunlou racked his brain for solutions when suddenly an idea struck him. There's a plane over there. Fly over quickly. I'll ask for directions. Lin Yunlou pointed to the aircraft navigating through the clouds not far away. Hey, little girl, hello there. Lin Yunlou transmitted his voice to a delicate little girl sitting by the airplane window. Hello, big brother. Why are you sitting outside? Mommy says staying out here will give you a cold. Why don't you come inside? The little girl asked in a sweet, childish voice. Sure, little sister, keep your voice down. Big brother has a question for you. Okay, shh. Big brother, go ahead. Yaha will be very quiet. The little girl, adorably placed her little finger over her mouth, mimicking Lin Yunlou's shh gesture, and lowered her voice. How adorable. Lin Yunlou couldn't help but smile at the little girl's cute expression. Little sister, big brother has a question. Do you know how to get to New York? Lin Yunlou thought to himself that he was being a bit silly. How could such a young girl possibly know where New York was? Even if she did, she certainly couldn't explain it clearly. Sure enough, the little girl looked like she was about to cry and said, I'm sorry, big brother, I don't know. It's okay. Don't cry, you'll lose your pretty smile if you do. After all, every girl loves to look pretty. Hearing this, the little girl stopped crying. Okay, Yaha won't cry. Yaha will be very pretty. Yes, good girls listen well. Where are you going to play, little one? Lin Yunlou asked casually. Mommy said daddy has a second mommy now. We're going to America to find daddy and his second mommy. Lin Yunlou. Big Bird, follow that plane from behind. Spotting someone approaching, Lin Yunlou urgently called for Big Bird to halt before issuing his instructions. New York, America's largest city, lies in the southeastern part of New York State. As one of the world's economic hubs and home to the United Nations headquarters, it's hailed as the world's capital. New York hosts immigrants from over 180 countries and regions, making it a truly multicultural metropolis. The New York Times once reported crime statistics showing that 750 out of every 100,000 Americans were incarcerated, over 20 times higher than in China. This was only official data. The unreported darkness, corruption, and violence occurring daily far exceeded these figures. As America's largest city and home to the United Nations headquarters, why does New York still hold the dubious distinction of having the highest crime and mortality rates in the United States? In Lin Yunlou's view, there is only one reason, and it's precisely why he came here. The sheer number of immigrants from around the world is overwhelming. Differences in race, skin color, religion, and cultural beliefs inevitably lead to frequent conflicts, which in turn fuel countless clashes over interests and power. As the local power brokers, New York's native gangs and businesses would never tolerate outsiders running rampant on their turf. Without strength, connections, or money, establishing oneself here was an uphill battle. The gang wars and business rivalries between foreign groups, between foreigners and locals, and among the local factions themselves presented Lin Yunlou with immense opportunity. To rise up, to seek vengeance, this was the place to start, beginning with the underworld. Gazing at the Statue of Liberty growing larger in the distance, Lin Yunlou's thoughts churned. In an instant, his decision was made. Chapter 2, The First Battle. Fire dance carried Lin Yunlou directly over John F. Kennedy International Airport, landing in a secluded open area at his instruction. Due to the time difference, it was nearly noon when they arrived in New York. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they landed quietly. Huowu, you're at the great perfection stage now. Can you take on a human form? Lin Yunlou scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was coming before asking. I can, Demon Lord. Unknowing Huowu spoke, then transformed into a burly middle-aged man. Also, in public, try not to call me Demon Lord. Call me Young Master instead. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he hated it. Understood, Demon Lord. Sigh. Let's go. I know you won't be able to change that habit anytime soon. Confucius said, while parents are alive, one should not travel far. If one must travel, one must have a proper destination. Manhattan is New York's commercial, residential, cultural, shopping, and tourist hub. Walking along the bustling Central Avenue, one gazes at the gleaming glass-curtained skyscrapers lining both sides of the road. Men in suits and women in fashionable attire, briefcases in hand, flowed in and out of the towers. As he observed the constant stream of pedestrians of every skin tone passing by, Lin Yunlou's thoughts drifted far away, settling upon the brick and tile houses of his hometown. He seemed to see his aging parents, weary bodies toiling in the fields, beads of sweat as large as beans rolling down their weathered faces. No one could deny that Zhu Ziqing's essay The Back View had directly or indirectly influenced 2 or 3 generations. That image of a father's back, one young people could never fully grasp, gnawed at the hearts of every wanderer, often leaving them filled with guilt. And the lines from A Wanderer's Song, the loving mother's thread on the needle, the clothes on the child's back were ever present, tugging at the hearts of countless children far from home, leaving them restless day after day. As the saying goes, 100 years of raising a child brings 99 years of worry. No parent is untouched by concern for their child far from home. Lin Yunlou understood this all too well. Yet precisely because he understood it so deeply, he could not return. Branded a murderer, if he foolishly fled back to his hometown and was captured, it wouldn't just be his own downfall. What if his parents were implicated? Thus, Lin Yunlou had no choice but to flee abroad, and New York, that city of sin, proved the perfect hiding place. Young master, danger. Huowu, who had followed silently behind Lin Yunlou, suddenly spoke up. Oh? Hearing Huowu's warning, Lin Yunlou realized he had entered an alley. At the far end, a man and a woman, both foreigners, were slowly approaching them. 3 people? And a sniper too? Do they think too highly of me? Extending his senses, Lin Yunlou spotted a sniper perched on a nearby high rise, the cold barrel of the rifle fixed on him and Huowu behind him. Our Chinese friend, you're quite remarkable. Might you tell us how you managed to evade your country's police and assassins to reach this place? A middle-aged man with a head of blonde hair and a similarly blonde young woman came to a halt a meter in front of Lin Yunlou and Huowu. The man addressed them in English. No, Lin Yunlou refused outright, then countered with a question. Who are you? We're from the Tulip Mercenary Corps. My name is Jackoff. This is Miss Sally beside me. Normally, we mercenaries don't take assassin contracts, but your bounty was simply too high. Plus, the mission details specified you were an ordinary person. That's what tempted us. But now it seems you're not just an ordinary person, you're quite strong. And your friend beside you is even stronger. The middle-aged man declared with a fierce fighting spirit. You know I'm powerful, yet you still want to kill me? I want to try. The middle-aged man finished speaking and drew a military dagger. The blonde girl beside him, who had remained silent until now, also moved, a small, silver, exquisitely crafted pistol appearing in her palm. Young master, let me handle this. Anshu Fuwa stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Lin Yunlou. The blood of the demon clan flowed fiercely within her. After being sealed away for thousands of years, she now craved a fight even if the 2 opponents before her were pathetically weak. Leave these 2 to me. The one above is yours. A month ago, Lin Yunlou would have been thrilled to let Shiranui handle the fight while he sat back, eating popcorn and watching the show. But now, he knew he couldn't rely on others for everything. The only person he could depend on was himself. Moreover, this was the perfect opportunity to test his own strength. Yes, young master. Fire Dance acknowledged before vanishing from the spot. The middle-aged man and the blonde girl gaped at each other in astonishment. They couldn't fathom how someone could vanish into thin air. Magic? Or ninjutsu? Distraction during a duel could cost you your life, Lin Yunlou warned. His voice barely faded as he lunged toward them in a single, lightning-fast stride. The middle-aged man was the first to recover, showing no panic. He thrust his military dagger forward at an angle, not expecting to wound his opponent but merely aiming to halt his advance and re-establish distance between them. Lin Yunlou remained utterly unfazed. As the bayonet neared, he suddenly crouched low, freezing in place. The cold blade merely sliced off a few strands of hair. Instantly, he delivered a swift kick to the middle-aged man's midsection. The man flew into the shop window opposite with a speed rivaling Lin Yunlou's earlier strike, shattering the glass into a scattered mess. If you can't hit, don't swing wildly. You've messed up my hair, Lin Yunlou remarked with a hint of complaint. Demon! Satan! Don't come any closer, the blonde girl Sally screamed in terror. She knew Uncle Jacob's strength even among the elite of Tulip, he ranked in the top 10. Yet this Chinese man had defeated Jacob with a single move. Did that mean he possessed strength equal to, or even surpassing, her sister's? The thought filled Sally with dread, her body trembling uncontrollably. Miss Sally, right? Rest assured, I don't usually strike women. But if you continue pointing that gun at me, might I interpret that as a provocation? Lin Yunlou was elated, astonished by the sheer power he now wielded. Ah! The blonde girl dropped the gun to the ground the moment she heard this. Young master. At that moment, Huo Wu suddenly appeared beside Lin Yunlou, dragging a foreign man whose condition was unknown. Dead? Lin Yunlou asked, pointing at the blood-soaked foreigner. Not yet, but soon. As long as he still has a breath left, it's fine. Otherwise, things will get complicated. Lin Yunlou walked toward the blonde girl step by step, moving slowly. Yet Sally felt each of his steps pounding like a hammer on her heart, thudding loudly. What do you want? My sister is the captain of the Tulip mercenaries. If you kill me, she and the Tulip mercenaries will seek revenge. Can't we just make peace? The blonde girl first threatened Lin Yunlou with feigned bravado, then naively pleaded for reconciliation. Lin Yunlou's knees buckled, nearly causing him to stumble. Speechless, he thought, make peace? Do you think this is a child's quarrel? Though he hadn't intended to harm her, scaring her a bit wasn't too much to ask. Heh, Lin Yunlou chuckled darkly, his stride unbroken. Wait. The blonde girl's expression turned deadly serious. She closed her eyes briefly before slowly opening them again. She pulled something out of her bag, her gaze filled with unwavering resolve. What's this? Lin Yunlou asked, his tone tinged with surprise. A condom. Do I need you to tell me? I know it's a condom. What I'm asking is, why are you taking out a condom? Aren't you going to rape me? My sister said to be careful. Sally answered innocently. Damn it! Lin Yunlou jumped up and smacked the girl hard on the head. So you think I'm a rapist? Sis, even if you dared to give it to me, I wouldn't dare take it. Are you seriously trying to take advantage of a virgin? Women, you're all perverts. I just wanted to make a deal with you. A deal? Chapter 3, Four Seasons Hotel. Deal? Sally's brain couldn't process it immediately, and she muttered. Lin Yunlou smoothed his disheveled hair and said earnestly, yes, a deal that benefits both of us. What kind of deal? I want you to bring my head back. Lin Yunlou gazed at the fair-haired girl's pretty face, speaking slowly and deliberately. Of course, I won't actually cut off my own head to give you. Take it back? Where? Sally asked, puzzled. To turn in the bounty, of course. That way, I won't be hunted anymore, and you'll get a hefty commission. It's a win-win deal for both of us. But I get half the money. Lin Yunlou had just arrived in America with barely enough cash to buy a bowl of noodles. Now a free lunch was right in front of him, how could he not take it? Especially since this money belonged to his enemy. Guided by his principle of if it's free, why not take it? And if you take it, it's free anyway, Lin Yunlou calmly demanded half the bounty. Half? Why not just rob us outright? Do you have any idea how much that bounty is worth? $10 million. For that 10 million, the three of us raced from one end of the planet to the other and back again within a month, covering nearly the entire globe. Now you want 5 million? Dream on. Sally was weighing the pros and cons of the deal when Larry, who'd been lying on the ground barely conscious moments ago, suddenly bellowed. Larry, shut up. Clearly, Sally now realized this deal was incredibly favorable to their side. Under these circumstances, him letting them go was already generous enough. Trying to provoke him over a measly 5 million? That's suicide. Larry, is it? Lin Yunlou stepped before him. I never imagined you'd go to such lengths tracking me across half the globe. To show my regret, I've decided to waive the 5 million. Good for you. If you'd pissed off the tulip mercenaries, you'd be. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the deserted alley. Lin Yunlou delivered a vicious kick to Larry's ribs, the force perfectly measured. This time he didn't fly away. I don't want 5 million. I want 10 million. I knew it. What could I say to that ungrateful Larry? But we're still on the same team. I pleaded, Mr. Lin, I'll agree to your terms. Please spare Larry. Alright, you're the sensible one, beautiful. I don't want trouble with Tulip either, we've got no real beef, right? Ah, you just don't know me. I'm actually a kind soul. Sweeping the floor, I fear crushing ants shielding moths from the lamp that's my way. Just now was an accident. I was actually trying to help Mr. Larry swat a fly, heh. What? I never sweep? Well, bragging doesn't cost anything. What's wrong with embellishing my image a bit? Yes, Sally deeply appreciates Mr. Lin's kindness. Sally said awkwardly, don't books say Chinese people are refined and reserved? How come this guy is so violent? And shameless? Still, beauties love telling the truth. Fire dance, get Miss Sally a decapitated head, make it gruesome, dripping with blood, got it? Young master, you could do it yourself. I can't bring myself to do it. Alright, Miss Sally, I've delivered the head to you. The rest is up to you. Lin Yunlou handed the head wrapped in black cloth to Sally. What about Uncle Jake and Larry? Are you not going to spare them, Mr. Lin? Sally asked anxiously. Lin Yunlou replied, once you complete the task and I receive the payment, I'll naturally let them go. Alright, then I'll leave their care to you, Mr. Lin. Sally said, hugging the head as she turned to leave. Miss Sally, since you're entrusting their care to me, wouldn't you consider covering their living expenses? Lin Yunlou thought shamelessly. He had no money, and now he'd have to carry 2 deadweights? Food costs money, even a serving of fries at KFC was several bucks. Not asking her for wages meant he was still too kind. My apologies, Mr. Lin. It was my oversight. Sally apologized as she pulled a card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yunlou. Mr. Lin, there's 1 million yuan inside. The pin is 6 ones. Mr. Lin, is there anything else? No. You should go now. Lin Yunlou waved cheerfully. How could someone be so shameless? Taking someone hostage and then demanding living expenses? Sally felt increasingly annoyed the more she thought about it. The Four Seasons Hotel, located at 59th Street on New York's Fifth Avenue, was designed and renovated by IEM Pei at a total cost of $50 million, accommodating a full 364 guest rooms. As America's most expensive hotel, while offering meticulous 5-star service, its rates were exorbitant. A standard room alone cost $495 per night, while the presidential suite or 3-bedroom royal suite exceeded $10,000 per night. To ordinary people, this represents extravagance bordering on the absurd. Yet to a nouveau riche like Lin Yunlou, such luxury is merely passable. Lin Yunlou had heard of this world-class hotel group, which owned over 70 hotels and resorts globally, during his student days. Back then, he fantasized that if he could stay in one of its presidential suites for a night, he'd gladly trade a few years of his life for the experience. So he walked straight up to the front desk without hesitation. Young people always dream of the future, while the elderly live on memories. Was this luck? Or misfortune? Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? From a distance, the elegant receptionist curtsied and bowed politely toward Lin Yunlou. Beautiful lady, give me the most expensive presidential suite, Lin Yunlou said to the tall, elegant woman. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Yunlou noticed countless disdainful glances directed his way. Who is this guy? Having the money to stay in a presidential suite is your prerogative, but ignorance is your fault. Doesn't he know the price for the Four Seasons Hotel's presidential suite is standardized? Such thoughts were undoubtedly swirling among the many people in the lobby. Lin Yunlou scratched his nose. What was going on? Chapter 4, The Man with a Story. What is it? Happiness is riding on your father's shoulders to school as a child, singing Only Mom is the Best, the song your teacher just taught you. It's having your bowl piled high with food your parents carefully selected for you at mealtime. Happiness is the exhilaration after a basketball game, drenched in sweat. It's spotting a beautiful woman on the way to the supermarket, following her with your eyes until you realize you've walked right past the laundromat, then smiling foolishly. Happiness is seeing your once stern teachers shed tears at graduation, then quietly wiping your own tears away so no one notices. Happiness is taking a day-long train ride during vacation, dragging a mountain of luggage back to your building late at night, and looking up to see the living room light playfully smiling at you. Everyone has their own happiness. Some have already found theirs, mine has yet to appear. But Lin Yunlou's happiness is on its way. The night was painted as dark as ink. Perched in the opulent Taiwaner penthouse suite, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Manhattan, capturing the breathtaking nightscape of Central Park in its entirety. Once upon a time, I too struggled like an ant, toiling day and night just to survive. Lin Yunlou gazed at the endless stream of people below and sighed. Young master, they've awakened. Since arriving in this foreign land of New York, he had spoken little, remaining silently at Lin Yunlou's side. Himawari, do you dislike this place? Lin Yunlou didn't turn around, speaking only to the reflection in the glass. I don't like it. Shiranui Fu responded honestly. Oh? Why not? Lin Yunlou raised an eyebrow. Everyone here has blue eyes and blonde hair. Seeing them makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. I want to kill them all. We live in a society governed by law now. Killing people indiscriminately isn't allowed. Besides, brute force alone won't solve problems. You'll get used to these foreigners after seeing them enough. But since you dislike it here, how about I give you a task? Lin Yunlou chuckled. To take down the entire New York underworld, you need your own loyal forces. You can't expect him to wield a kitchen knife against hundreds alone. Leave now and proceed as follows. Lin Yunlou turned and whispered to Shiranui Mai. Really? Shiranui Mai asked, her voice filled with surprise and delight. Of course it's real. Go now. When you return in a month, that will mark the beginning of my conquest here. Did you two sleep well? Lin Yunlou entered the warmly lit study, smiling as he addressed the two Tulip members who had been awake for quite some time. Slept well? We were knocked unconscious by you, bound hand and foot, unable to move. How could we sleep well? The two couldn't help but roll their eyes. My friend from Huaxia, you are formidable. I was no match for you. Being captured by you leaves me with little to say. I only hope you will honor your promise, the middle-aged man, Jekov, said in a hoarse voice. Lin Yunlou knew he was referring to the deal between himself and Sally. He stepped forward, untied the ropes, and smiled as he spoke. Mr. Jekov, I told Miss Sally that I have no intention of offending your Tulip mercenary group. Moreover, we Chinese people place the utmost importance on keeping our word. Once we promise something, we never go back on our word. I believe you, Jekov said as he stood up. Ha, I also believe we can become friends with the Tulip mercenary group. Lin Yunlou said sincerely. Would you allow me to offer Mr. Jekov a drink? It would be my honor. Ignoring Larry's sullen expression, the two walked side by side out of the study. Mr. Lin, you have something to ask me, I presume? Jekov said with a smile after Lin Yunlou introduced himself. Lin Yunlou nodded with a smile, saying nothing. He retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, removed the cork, and poured the wine into a wide-bottomed decanter before turning away without another word. Lin Yunlou didn't stop beside Jekov but walked straight to the white grand piano in the center of the hall. Could he play the piano? Jake murmured to himself, rooted to the spot. Standing beside the piano, Lin Yunlou extended his slender right hand. His fingertips gently swept across the keys, producing a series of lively notes. Truly worthy of its reputation as the world's finest concert grand, the Bosendorfer piano produced a bright, crystalline tone. Ty Warner certainly spared no expense placing it here. Lin Yunlou tested the keys, then sat down at the piano, murmuring his admiration. Jakov stared in shock at Lin Yunlou seated at the piano. Jakov, a brute who knew only fighting and killing, understood nothing of piano. Yet even he could tell that those few notes Lin Yunlou had just played were far from random. Just to be safe, he'd scrutinized Lin Yunlou's dossier before accepting the assassination contract. Wasn't he supposed to be a struggling commoner? How could he play the piano, and with such masterful technique? But then again, the dossier hadn't mentioned martial arts either, yet he'd defeated him with a single strike. Truly a mysterious Oriental. Completely absorbed in his playing, Lin Yunlou remained unaware of Jekov's thoughts. The profoundly beautiful sonata in C-sharp minor filled the grand, majestic Ty Warner penthouse, its exquisite notes flowing ceaselessly from his dancing fingers. Suddenly, Lin Yunlou recalled the words he'd spoken while confessing his love to his ex-girlfriend through Fur-Elise. I like you. I like the feeling of being muddy with you. He also remembered her happy smile as she nestled in another man's arms. Some things aren't even worthy of being remembered. Some people aren't even worthy of being called passers-by. In this filthy world, who has the right to play sorrow? The piano abruptly fell silent, only to be replaced by the sorrowful, stagnant strains of Castle in the Sky. He, like a sorrowful angel with broken wings, poured out his faint melancholy. Like the sixth Dalai Lama, sang Yang Gyatso, expressing the essence of love. Like the gracefully lamenting Li Qingzhao, entrusting her longing to the music. In a foreign land, on a stifling night, tears forgotten by someone unknown. Chapter 5, May I Like You? Having never attended school nor understood music, he lacked the eloquent words to describe his current feelings. Listening to Lin Yunlou's music, he felt as if reading a short story filled with dramatic twists and tender emotions. For the first time, he experienced the same shock and excitement he had felt when he killed for the first time. Fortunately, Miss Sally wasn't here. If she were, she would surely be captivated by him in this moment. Jakov felt relieved about this, unaware that a slender figure stood by the door, covering her mouth and weeping. Many women had affairs with their children's piano teachers precisely because of that unique melancholy aura they carried. The piece ended. Lin Yunlou rose, his gaze slightly unfocused. Finally, he managed a faint smile and said, "Mr. Jekov, I'm terribly sorry to have made a spectacle of myself." "No, Mr. Lin, you mustn't say that. You played beautifully. You've helped me rediscover music. I should be thanking you." Jekov's prim and proper tone, perfectly matching his demeanor, made Lin Yunlou almost laugh, easing his sorrow slightly. "Thank you," Lin Yunlou replied modestly. He then poured the decanted wine into a stemmed glass, handed it to Jekov before him, and continued, "Mr. Jekov, I actually have some questions about mercenary groups I'd like your guidance on." You've come to the right person, Mr. Lin. I can't speak for other fields, but when it comes to the mercenary world, I know it inside out." Jekov patted his sturdy chest confidently. "Mr. Jakov, where does your mercenary group rank within the mercenary world?" Lin Yunlou cut straight to the point without further preamble. "Well, to be honest, our Tulip mercenary group is only a B-rank mercenary group. D-rank groups aren't even eligible for the official rankings. Only A-rank groups and the legendary S-rank groups are included in the official rankings." Jekov explained, his face flushing slightly, though inwardly he thought, why ask that? Although we're a B-rank mercenary group, our mission completion rate is 89%. So how does one advance to a rank or S rank? Lin Yunlou had previously lived a sheltered life, never exposed to the darker side of this world. Back then, he simply didn't have the means to engage with it. Jekov took a sip of wine before continuing. For a B-rank mercenary group to advance to a rank, two conditions must be met. First, the group's mission completion rate must reach 100%. Second, the B-rank group must possess 2 or more mercenaries ranked on the soldier list. The soldier rankings? Lin Yunlou asked, puzzled. What are those? I've never ranked on the soldier rankings, so I don't know much about them either. But I once heard the captain mention that someone like me could be taken down within 10 moves by the lowest ranked fighter on the list. That shows just how terrifying the power on the soldier rankings is, Jakov said wistfully. Who in this world has the authority to establish the soldier rankings? Do all mercenaries just obediently follow orders? Jekov didn't know the answer to that question either. After asking a few more questions, Lin Yunlou noticed Jakov across from him yawning repeatedly. Realizing it was already late, he ended the conversation and assigned Jakov a random room to sleep in. As for Larry? The study carpet was decent enough he could stay there. S-rank mercenary guild, unknown. A-rank mercenary guilds, Hellhound Mercenary Guild, 100,000 members, for top-ranked warriors. Sun Mercenary Group, 90,000 members, for top-ranked warriors. Bohemia Mercenary Group, 100,000 members, 5 top-tier fighters. B-rank mercenary groups, Tulip Mercenary Group, 17K Mercenary Group, Zonghung Mercenary Group, 0 Point Mercenary Group, Bosha Mercenary Group, each with only 1 top-ranked fighter. The mercenary world. At dawn, seated on the sofa before floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Yunlou gently closed the newly purchased suspected anthology of Love and Moonlight. Seeing sunlight playfully darting across the room, he smiled faintly. Lin Yunlou loved reading. To him, it was the most delightful thing in the world. When other children played house, he sat atop a cow's back reading. By high school, while other kids were busy falling in love, he would be curled up in a corner of the library, lost in his books. Lin Yunlou wasn't a genius. In fact, he wasn't particularly bright compared to his peers. Yet at 17, he received early admission to Peking University. By 20, with strong recommendations from multiple professors and mentors, he effortlessly earned dual doctoral degrees in biology and economics and management, graduating ahead of schedule. All this was thanks to books, but above all, his diligence. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. The door opened. Lin Yunlou addressed the person before him, coming. "M'chem," a girl's voice softly replied. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Without waiting for a response, she stepped inside. Lin Yunlou stood frozen in the doorway. What was wrong with Sally? Her face was flushed. Was she ill? "Mr. Lin, I've completed the task. No one should be hunting you down anymore." Sally spoke, then pulled 2 card-sized objects from her Hermes bag. "Also, here's the Swiss bank card and US green card I arranged for you this morning. The bank card holds the $10 million bounty from this mission, no password set." "Thank you, Miss Sally. You've been so thoughtful." Lin Yunlou praised casually. "You're most welcome. Miss Sally, are you all right? I noticed your face was flushed when you came in earlier. Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yunlou asked with concern, noticing Sally's face was as crimson as a sunset. "I'm fine," Sally replied softly. "Glad to hear it. If you have time, Miss Sally, you may take your 2 companions with you now. One is sleeping in the bedroom over there, and the other is in the study. You can find them yourselves." Lin Yunlou was clearly hinting for them to leave. Miss Sally, is there something else?" Lin Yunlou noticed Sally still standing there with her head bowed, showing no sign of leaving. "Mr. Lin, I have something I'd like to ask you." Sally lifted her head, meeting Lin Yunlou's eyes. What is it?" "Go ahead." That look in her eyes. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. May I, like you?" Chapter 6, Sally. To say Eastern women are reserved is like describing a pearl, its luster soft, its form smooth as jade, slowly releasing its charm. Western women, however, are sensual, direct, dazzling like diamonds. Even their beauty carries a hint of aggression, piercing your eyes. Of course, this is merely a broad generalization. One cannot make sweeping statements. Who would dare claim Audrey Hepburn lacked reserve or elegance? Lin Yunlou stared in astonishment at the Western beauty before him, her eyes brimming with affection, her entire being radiating the scent of seaweed. His heart felt like a herd of deer stampeding wildly. Black once said a woman's two greatest treasures were a joyful heart and eyes full of love. Lin Yunlou wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Miss Sally, you can't be serious. Lin Yunlou clearly didn't believe he possessed enough charm to captivate a woman he'd only met twice. Books always said Eastern women were graceful and elegant, while Western women were bold and sensual. He hadn't believed it before, but now with a living example before him, he reluctantly conceded. Lin, I'm not joking. I like you even though I don't know you well, and even though I disliked you until last night. Sally had changed how she addressed him. Though there was a hint of shyness, it was overshadowed by a stubbornness rarely seen in Eastern women. Sally's courage reminded Lin Yunlou of his own sophomore year in high school. A boy from another class had confessed to their class monitor. First, during break, he presented her with 99 roses, sincerely declaring his feelings to the girl sitting in front of Lin Yunlou. She declined, prioritizing her studies, but he didn't give up. Soon after, he returned again with 99 roses. Lin Yunlou suspected they were the same ones, this time kneeling on one knee. It must be said that women are creatures born for romance, yet also bound by vanity. The girls in our class shouted, "Accept him! Accept him!" The class monitor's expression softened slightly, perhaps considering it, but in the end, she gently shook her head. The boy hung his head in disappointment. I'm sorry. I won't bother you again. Watching him leave the classroom with a heavy heart, the class monitor stamped her foot lightly at her desk. Lin Yunlou clearly heard her mutter, "If you come back one more time, if you come back just one more time, I'll say yes." At that moment, Lin Yunlou couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Sally, why do you like me? I'm not handsome, Lin Yunlou asked jokingly. In truth, when he said this, he hoped she would refute him, and the more vehemently, the better. Who says you're not handsome? You're the most handsome and charming Eastern man I've ever seen. If anyone dares say you're not handsome, I'll jump off the roof of the Four Seasons Hotel and I promise my face will hit the ground first. But clearly, he was in for disappointment. Sally stared at his face for a moment before saying, yes, you don't have a tall, imposing figure, deep, brooding eyes, a gentle, charming aura, or a chiseled face. Among my suitors, you're the most ordinary one. Ordinary? You're the one who's ordinary. Your whole family is ordinary. Lin Yunlou desperately wanted to ask her, are you nearsighted? Did you forget your contacts today? No chiseled features? Can't you see how sharply defined my face is? Even if not handsome, it's at least clean cut. Gentle and charming demeanor? Haven't you noticed the two faint dimples when I smile? Isn't that charming? Tall, straight posture? I'm not a basketball player, why would I need to be that tall? Go dunk on someone? Deep, melancholic eyes? I wouldn't dare let you see those. What if you ended up falling for me? Of course, Lin Yunlou could only entertain these thoughts privately. As a man, he wouldn't stoop to arguing with a woman, especially since Sally truly had grounds to call herself ordinary. Her sensual allure rivaled Angelina Jolie, the sexiest woman of this century, and matched Marilyn Monroe's wild, irresistible charm. Her persistent passion and graceful elegance were qualities rarely found in Western women, traits unique to China, to the misty, rain-drenched landscapes of Jiangnan. Miss Sally, I already have someone I care for. Lin Yunlou hoped she would back down. Sally turned to gaze out the window, murmuring, I know. But what does that have to do with me liking you? You know? I don't even know, how could you possibly know? Lin Yunlou was on the verge of tears. Woman, can't you tell I'm rejecting you? Miss Sally, what exactly do you like about me? Tell me, and I'll change it. Lin Yunlou pressed her, steeled in his resolve. He had no desire to get entangled in emotional quagmires, especially when this affection felt so sudden, almost as if it were part of some scheme. Watch out. Sally seemed to ignore his words, suddenly letting out a shriek before lunging toward Lin Yunlou. Caught off guard, Lin Yunlou fell flat on his face. Coming to his senses, he felt a surge of irritation. Even if I rejected you, that doesn't mean you can take revenge on me. A thunderous bang reverberated, making Lin Yunlou's eardrums ache. He spun around to see a bullet hole the size of a bullet in the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Sally lay in a pool of blood, her wound gushing uncontrollably. The crimson plum blossoms splattered across the solid wood composite floor, each one a fragment of Sally's unfulfilled hopes. Gunshot? Lin Yunlou's gaze darted like lightning toward the window, catching a blurred silhouette atop the bell tower across the street. Clearly, the sniper had retreated in haste after missing his shot. Don't let me find you. If I do, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Yunlou rarely lost his temper. Even when framed and dragged into the police station, he'd maintained only an indifferent expression. But now, his handsome features twisted into a grimace of fury. He was furious. What the consequences of his rage might be, I couldn't say. Forgetting to chase the killer, Lin Yunlou rushed over to help Sally up, urgently asking, Sally, how are you? Lin, I like you, Sally, don't talk. Don't talk. Lin Yunlou roared in desperation. Sally coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ignoring Lin Yunlou's pleas, she strained to lift her head. Her slightly dim eyes fixed on him as she reached out her pale right hand to gently stroke his delicate cheek. Her face was deathly pale as she whispered, Lin, I like you. I like it when you violently hit my head. I like it when you shamelessly ask me for living expenses. I like, cough. Please don't play such sorrowful tunes anymore, okay? Hearing your sadness, back then, my heart, it hurt so much. Sally, I'm sorry. Lin Yunlou didn't know what to say, letting tears stream down his face. Lin, please don't speak. Just hold me like this, just for a little while longer. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Lin, did you know? I'm a Sagittarius. For you, I'd gladly break my wings and abandon my bow. Sally. Lin Yunlou cried out to the heavens, and the entire hotel seemed to tremble. Was it fear, unease, or something else? What is love in this world that it makes people pledge life and death? We often say this phrase. But how many can truly live up to it? Chapter 7, The Mafia. Chekhov, rushing from the bedroom, had missed Sally's final moments. His eyes bloodshot, he stood before her cold, lifeless body. After a long silence, he looked at Sally lying in a pool of blood and demanded, Who did this? I don't know. I only saw a blurred figure, probably a gunman. By now, Lin Yunlou had regained his composure. He knew anger would only cloud his judgment and rob him of his senses. What are you going to do? Jake asked in a low voice. Find him. Make him wish he were dead. Thyssen Mausoleum, one of New York's most opulent public cemeteries, housed 300,000 graves. Its exterior boasted exquisite ornamentation, while the interior chambers featured ornate staircases and bronze accents. The cemetery is the final resting place for many luminaries of American history, including publishing magnate Joseph Pulitzer, composer Irving Berlin, and jazz maestro Duke Ellington. Lin Yunlou interred Sally in the Tannenbaum Mausoleum, a structure that cost him a staggering $3.8 million, a sum he deemed insignificant compared to Sally. Lin Yunlou personally carved the words Sally's tomb in large characters on her headstone, then added the smaller inscription Husband, Lin Yunlou, beside it. How could a woman who gave her life for him not receive this recognition? He was making amends in another way. He hoped she wouldn't blame him for taking matters into his own hands. They had no physical union, yet they bore the title of husband and wife. Their marriage had entered the grave, one outside, one inside. The world bustles with people coming for profit. The world throngs with people going for profit. Where there are people, there is the underworld. Where there is the underworld, there is strife. Where there is strife, there is inevitably bloodshed. Thus the triads came into being. He was towering and imposing. He was illiterate and bloodthirsty. High-ranking local officials worshipped him. The finest restaurants considered it an honor to host him free of charge. Wherever he went, the highest administrative officials would wait to greet him far outside the city gates. His name was Vito Corleone, the former godfather who ruled Sicily and the founder of the American Mafia. The Mafia originated in Sicily, Italy, and Corsica, France, later spreading worldwide with Sicilian immigrants, particularly to the United States. Don Vito single-handedly established the American Mafia, whose initial core members comprised Italian immigrants and native-born Americans. After Don Vito left the United States, the American Mafia came under the control of the 5 families. The most powerful of these 5 families is the Gambino family, boasting 266 family members and nearly 50,000 associates. They dominate the U.S. shipping industry, control the New York Dockworkers Union, and own 5 shipping fleets, a major air transport company, and their own extensive trucking fleet. The Gambino family's primary sphere of influence lies in the most prosperous regions of the northeastern United States, making it the undisputed ruler of the entire state of New York. Even powerful groups like the New England Mafia dare not challenge its authority. The New England Mafia boasts a long history, predating even the formation of the United States of America. Before the American Mafia emerged, it dominated the entire nation's underworld, controlling arms, drugs, pornography, underground gambling, and illegal boxing matches. However, after Don Vito Corleone led a group of Italian immigrants to the United States and established the American Mafia, they joined forces with the U.S. government to relentlessly suppress the New England Mafia. As the saying goes, the people dare not fight the government not because they lack courage, but because they cannot bear the consequences of such a fight. The same holds true for organized crime. With its leaders either dead or imprisoned, the New England gang was forced to retreat, relinquishing control of arms, drugs, and most of its territory. Now, its only remaining operation was underground boxing. Lin Yunlou surveyed his surroundings, the crowd streaming by, snapping photos, the Bister fountain spouting water idly, then turned to the burly blond man behind him with a peculiar look. It can't be here, right? The blond giant roared with laughter. Ha! Mr. Lin, don't be surprised. It is here just underground. I was just as shocked the first time I came. But it really is a safe place. Lin Yunlou nodded in agreement. We have an old saying in China, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Hundreds of thousands of tourists pass through Central Park every day. Who would ever imagine that right beneath their feet, fierce fights are happening daily? Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I can't accompany you inside. Larry and I have been in New York for some time now, and the mercenary group has a mission requiring our return. Moreover, I must explain Miss Sally's murder to the group leader. At the mention of Sally, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. All right, have a safe trip. Thanks. Lin Yunlou entered the underground arena alone. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, the announcer's booming voice filled the air. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Underground Boxing Champion Challenge. Today, we welcome Mr. Hirakawa Ban, the champion from Tokyo, Japan. Fighters, what are you waiting for? Step up to the ring and challenge him. This is your chance to claim glory. The moment the announcer finished speaking, the stands erupted with countless screams and shouts, like the howls of wolves and the wails of ghosts. Lin Yunlou glanced up to see the stands packed with men and women of all ages and professions, office workers, corporate executives, wealthy ladies, assassins, and more. They were screaming and roaring like madmen, some even tearing off their bras and hurling them toward the ring. They were venting their pent-up frustrations and desires with abandon. For only here could these people be their true selves here. They needed no facades, faced no humiliation, endured no grievances. In this dark underground world, they might just find a shred of human dignity. Standing atop the stage, Nikola Goban swept the crowd with a contemptuous glance. Pointing at the fighters below with a sneer, he sneered, "You pathetic cowards. Go home and cry into your mother's skirts." Ha! Cowards! Nothing but cowards. A foreigner beside Lin Yunlou heard this and clenched his fists, ready to charge forward, but was pulled back by his companion. The companion urgently warned in English, "You want to die? That bastard Rikawa is a psychopath. Anyone who fights him ends up either tortured to death or crippled for life." Lin Yunlou gave a cold laugh. "Japanese psychopath? I'll handle it." A crisp voice echoed throughout the underground boxing arena. Chapter 8, Instant Kill. Lin Yunlou adopted a down-to-earth look, wearing a Maybang long-sleeved t-shirt and faded blue Yishin jeans. The only difference was the mask covering his face. The ringmaster, overjoyed that someone had finally stepped up to challenge, hurried to Lin Yunlou's side, microphone in hand. "Sir, what might we call you?" Lin Yunlou touched the mask on his face and replied, "Just call me Mask. And I'm from China." "Host, hurry up and get him in the ring with me. I don't have time for your nonsense." "Alright, I hereby announce the start of the match between China's masked fighter and Tokyo's boxing champion, Mr. Nishikawa Ban." With that, he vanished from the ring in a flash. Seeing the long-winded announcer finally clear off, the crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. "Mr. Nishikawa, finish him off. Mr. Nishikawa, show mercy. Save his asshole for me. Oh, that poor Chinese guy is about to be torn to shreds. Hear that? The entire crowd is chanting for me to kill you." Hikawa Okaban stepped before Lin Yunlou, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth and a smug grin. "My grandfather told me you Huaxia people are the sick men of East Asia. Well then, sick man, how would you like to die?" Lin Yunlou seemed oblivious to Mr. Nishikawa's mockery, bowing obsequiously as he said, "Mr. Nishikawa, I've long heard of your illustrious name. You are my idle object of vomit. Might I be permitted to say one thing to express my respect for you? Damn Chinese. Sick man of East Asia. Sick man of East Asia." A chorus of vulgar insults erupted once more. Nikola Goban grew even more smug. "Of course you may." Lin Yunlou steadied himself, his handsome face twisted in anger though no one else could see it, and shouted, "You ing bastard, I'll your ass to hell." Ha, finally relieved. After cursing, Lin Yunlou exhaled a breath of pent-up fury. Nikoa's face flushed crimson, his hair twitching nervously. "You Chinese pig, you dare insult me? What's there to be afraid of? If you want more, I can keep going, but it'll cost you." Lin Yunlou couldn't be bothered to look at Rikawa's face, ugly enough to ward off evil spirits. Japanese people really are just like the books describe, short and arrogant, ugly yet conceited, not the brightest but always acting like they're the best in the world. If I were a woman, seeing you would give me daily menstrual cramps and irregular periods. Luckily, I'm not a woman, unfortunately, I am a man, so I'm the one with the pain in the balls. "You Chinese pig, I'll kill you." "Damn it, that line again. Can't you change it up?" "Ah!" shouted Nikola in a rage, suddenly leaping high into the air. "Good heavens! Is Mr. Nishikawa about to unleash his clone technique? Ha! That Chinese kid is dead meat now." Many spectators leapt from their seats, shrieking in excitement. "Highly deceptive, but all just smoke and mirrors," Lin Yunlou remarked, watching the multiple sun rivers appearing in the sky. Hikawa gave a cold, sinister smile. "Is that so? Anyone can talk big, but more than 10 masters have fallen to this technique of mine. You, just wait to receive my punishment. Pfft, can't be bothered with your nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up. I haven't even had dinner yet." Lin Yunlou spat, then closed his eyes decisively. "You Chinese pig, die!" Rickwan bellowed, diving toward Lin Yunlou. Flashes of Rickwan's figure appeared from all directions. Lin Yunlou remained unmoved, eyes still closed. Had that Chinese bastard given up under Nikawa's overwhelming assault? Everyone thought the same thing. His answer came in the form of a single finger, the middle finger planted squarely against the fist of the incoming punch. In that instant, all of Nishikawa's clones vanished. Lin Yunlou opened his eyes to find Rickwan before him, his face frozen in astonishment. "Illusions remain illusions," Lin Yunlou declared. "Humans cannot truly split themselves, at least, you cannot. Your reliance must be your speed, I suppose. Yet before me, your speed is utterly insignificant." His words seemed half-muttered, half-spoken for the audience. Nichiwa sensed trouble and frantically tried to pull his fist back. Yet it seemed glued to the opponent's fingers. No matter how hard he tugged, it wouldn't budge an inch. Lin Yunlou ignored Rikawa's desperate struggle, leaping lightly as a willow catkin. With a graceful flick of his right foot, he aimed a kick straight for Rikawa's head. Hikawa desperately wanted to scream, to vent his terror, but as the foot closed in before his eyes, he found himself utterly speechless. He could only watch helplessly as that unremarkably built right foot connected with his skull. Bang! The head exploded with a thunderous crack, brain matter, and blood splattering everywhere. Instant kill. Absolute instant kill. Inside the New England-New York Underground Arena, the atmosphere on the boxing stage reached its peak for the night. Standing atop the ring was a man radiating imperial nobility. With a single strike, he had obliterated the 49th-ranked underground fighter, Nishikawa. Though Nishikawa occupied the penultimate position, he was still a champion. Fighters lacked the courage to even step onto the ring, yet this mysterious Chinese fighter known as Mask had instantly annihilated the champion. How could anyone else bear such humiliation? One thing was certain, the name Mask would reverberate throughout the entire underground boxing world tomorrow. Tonight, countless men would idolize him, while countless lonely, restless noblewomen would fantasize about him. Huaxia Mask made his first appearance on the dark stage of the underground world, and he made a stunning entrance by instantly defeating the 49th-ranked champion. Chapter 9, Tang Long. It was merely a minor interlude, soon to conclude. With his opponent dead, Lin Yunlou had no desire to stand on the boxing platform like a clown for others' amusement, entertaining the crowd. He turned and leaped off the ring, preparing to leave. Mr. Mask, please wait." As Lin Yunlou reached the doorway, he heard a voice calling out to the masked man. At first, he didn't register it. Then the voice called again, and he sensed it was getting closer. Mask? Wasn't that calling him? Out of habit, Lin Yunlou halted his stride. Turning his head, Lin Yunlou saw an American version of a pig. Probably from running too fast, the man was bent over, hands on knees, panting heavily. His thick cheeks jiggled comically with each breath. He wore an expensive casual suit, but the buttons couldn't close completely over his enormous belly, exposing a patch of white skin. He must weigh close to 400 pounds, Lin Yunlou thought. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Yunlou inquired, "Sir, may I ask what brings you here?" "Masked man, I'm Mark." The chubby man, the professional manager of the underground boxing ring, straightened his clothes and said, "Forgive my boldness, but does Masked Man currently have a manager?" "Manager? What's that?" Lin Yunlou's eyes filled with confusion. For a white-collar worker like him who woke up at 8 in the morning, went to bed at 10 at night, never frequented bars or KTVs, how could he possibly know what an underground boxing manager was? Mark inwardly rejoiced at Lin Yunlou's response. Mark didn't know how to respond. Saying it wasn't a thing would be an outright insult to himself. Saying it was a thing would still be insulting himself. Learning from past mistakes, Mark, who'd been burned by many Chinese fighters, carefully chose his words. "Mr. Mask, a black market boxing manager, specializes in arranging fights for fighters. I imagine this is your first time here, and you're unfamiliar with the rules of underground boxing." Mark spoke eloquently. In the underground boxing world, fighters couldn't step into the ring without a professional manager arranging their matches, though today's championship challenge was an exception. Truthfully, this championship challenge was merely to liven up the underground scene. The real draw was that any fighter who won a match could take 30% of the fight's earnings. 30% of the underground ring's revenue. Just the thought of it was tantalizing. 30%! Lin Yunlou was intrigued not by the fight earnings, but by the betting ring. The New England gang had set up wagers on the fighters' outcomes, open to everyone, including the boxers themselves. Considering the substantial funds needed to establish his own gang, the few million in his bank account proved woefully inadequate. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yunlou agreed to Mark's proposal. Returning to his hotel room that evening with nothing to do, Lin Yunlou had no choice but to climb into the comfortable bed and fall asleep early. Thump, thump. A series of urgent knocks echoed. Damn it, who the hell is disturbing my sweet dreams? My 13-card hand. Lin Yunlou sat up in bed at the sound, irritably scratching his hair as he cursed. Barefoot, Lin Yunlou walked to the door and saw a foreigner standing on the display screen beside it. It was that fat bastard. He shouldn't have agreed to meet him yesterday.
Disturbing someone's sleep first thing in the morning was utterly rude.
But he also felt relieved inwardly. Thank goodness he hadn't been having a wet dream just now, otherwise, the shock would have given him a permanent limp. Lin Yunlou donned his mask and opened the door. Mark's bulky frame squeezed through the doorway before he blurted out anxiously, "Masked man, we're screwed." Lin Yunlou rolled his eyes.
Is there anything worse than you interrupting my sleep? Mr. Mark, calm down. Sit down and explain slowly. You're practically inviting a heart attack.
Lin Yunlou said, handing him a glass of water. Gulp, gulp. Mark downed it in one go, set the glass down, and took several slow breaths to steady himself before speaking.
Mr. Mask, your opponent tonight is Tang Long.
Seeing Lin Yunlou sitting expressionless on the sofa, Mark continued, Mr. Mask, I know you're strong. But your opponent is Tang Long, the undisputed #1 champion in the underground boxing world. Forgive my bluntness, but you're absolutely no match for him. Mark had witnessed Lin Yunlou's instant knockout of Nishikawa firsthand and knew Lin Yunlou was formidable, absolutely deserving of a spot in the top 15 of the boxing rankings. Yet, facing Tang Long, who had reigned as the undisputed #1 for several consecutive years, he saw no chance of victory for Lin Yunlou.
Lin Yunlou asked curiously, is this Tang Long really that strong? Very strong. Extremely strong.
He's the strongest fighter I've seen in all my years as a manager.
Mark said solemnly. Ah, you should see for yourself. Here's all his information.
Mark sighed as he pulled a light blue folder from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Yunlou.
Lin Yunlou took the folder and flipped it open. Tang Long, 90 kilograms. Real name Frank Chen. Nickname, Big Axe. The boxer with the highest attack power and knockout rate in history.
High praise, Lin Yunlou remarked appreciatively before continuing. Tang Long is renowned for his fierce, lightning-fast big axe attacks. None of his victories have lasted longer than 4 minutes. Even former underground boxing champion Chris Lind only lasted 3 minutes and 48 seconds against him before being swept off the ring by a devastating leg sweep.
Tang Long's leg techniques lack any fixed patterns, yet every strike is lethal. Weakness, poor stamina.
Lin Yunlou saw no need to review Tang Long's background and biography. Closing the folder, he poured himself a glass of wine and said to Mark, Tang Long is a worthy opponent, but he will still lose.
Chapter 10, Another Instant Kill? A real world dark, cruel, and merciless. Once you start, there's no turning back no matter when you begin. And once you end it, no matter when you choose to quit, the crucial thing is to have no regrets afterward after losing your life. That's how the underground bare-knuckle world operates. Once fighters step into the ring, they face only 2 choices, kill or be killed. This isn't a sparring match, it's a real duel, a life or death struggle where the fight continues until one side is finished. The clock had barely struck 6 when Mark dragged Lin Yunlou out of the hotel, rushing toward the underground arena. Lin Yunlou sat alone in the fighter's lounge, eyes closed, gathering his strength. Click. Lin Yunlou opened his eyes to see Mark entering. Been gone so long, you should know my odds by now, right? Mr. Mask, your odds are 3-1. Tang Long's are 1-1. Mark looked into Lin Yunlou's bright eyes and asked, Mr. Mask, are you truly confident you can defeat Tang Long? Lin Yunlou studied Mark's bulky frame and remarked with a hint of amusement, Mark, how much stronger do you think Tang Long is compared to that freak from Japan? Tang Long is at least 20 times stronger than Nishikawa. No, 30 times stronger, Mark answered with certainty. I'm at least 100 times stronger than Hikawa. If you don't believe me, go ahead and bet on Tang Long to win. Mark froze in shock. 6:55 p.m. The underground boxing arena was packed to capacity. Even before the fighters entered the ring, spectators in the stands had already started trading verbal jabs, cheering their favorites with all their might. Though crude language like N echoed throughout the venue, there was no denying their restless hearts were boiling over. The arena's atmosphere had reached an invisible climax. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed ring announcer stepped to the center of the ring, microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I know you're all itching to see the fight, truth be told, I am too. But first, let me introduce tonight's combatants as tradition dictates. First, from China, the masked fighter. Last night in the championship challenge, Mr. Mask delivered a decisive knockout blow to champion Nishikawa. The former champion, since Nishikawa has gone to meet his maker. Mask! Mask! The moment the host's words faded, a wave of heart-wrenching shouts erupted from the crowd. It seems masked fighter's prowess has already earned everyone's respect. The host continued, tonight, masked fighter faces Tang Long from the Russian training camp. Tang Long's strength and record are well known to all. Indeed, Tang Long boasts an undefeated record of 200 wins, sweeping every opponent in under 4 minutes on average. With unrivaled prowess, he has reigned as the undisputed champion of the underground boxing circuit for 3 consecutive terms. As he spoke, a towering Russian giant, nearly 2 meters tall and bare-chested, strode onto the stage. His gaze fixed on Lin Yunlou nearby, sharp as a hunter eyeing its perfect prey. Tang Long's entrance once again electrified the crowd. Ignoring the roaring crowd, Tang Long fixed his gaze on Lin Yunlou and declared, You're strong, but you will lose. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Tang Long, surging directly toward Lin Yunlou. Tang Long's formidable aura vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, never to return. Lin Yunlou calmly met Tang Long's gaze. On my path to the pinnacle, there is no room for defeat. Oh, stronger than I imagined. Though surprised that Lin Yunlou remained unshaken by his formidable aura, Tang Long wasn't shocked. It had nearly been a test. If my left foot causes me to stumble, I'll chop it off and cast it aside. If my right eye clouds my vision, I'll gouge it out and discard it. Nothing can halt my advance. In this, I am no different from you. Any obstacle will be ruthlessly cleared. Damn it, how long are you two going to keep talking? My beer's almost gone. Why haven't you started yet? Tang Long, kill him already. Kick his balls to smithereens with that big axe of yours. Seems we really have been talking for a while. Let's begin. Show me what you've got. Tang Long flexed his legs on the boxing platform, speaking casually. Lin Yunlou replied calmly, alright, let's begin, without moving a muscle. Seeing Lin Yunlou hadn't made a move, Tang Long asked, aren't you going to strike first? Are you sure you want me to go first? Lin Yunlou smiled. I am. Alright then. Don't regret this. Arrogant brat. Tang Long exclaimed. Ha? Where is he? Above? No, then behind. Tang Long spun abruptly. A smiling face appeared right before his eyes. Tang Long's heart sank. He crossed his arms, urgently shielding his head. It must be said that Tang Long possessed formidable strength and exceptional combat adaptability. The moment Lin Yunlou assumed his kicking stance, Tang Long had already erected a defensive wall. Had his opponent not been Lin Yunlou, Tang Long could have blocked the attack effortlessly, even finding an opening for a counter. Thud! Like metal clashing violently, Lin Yunlou's right foot struck Tang Long's crossed arms exactly as he'd anticipated. Ha! Tang Long never disappoints. Blocked it with ease. Looks like I'm in for a big payday tonight. Of course. Who is Tang Long? Dealing with a greenhorn is as easy as snapping his fingers. Spectators outside the ring cheered and shouted as Tang Long casually parried Lin Yunlou's fierce attack. But then something astonishing happened. The instant Lin Yunlou withdrew his right foot, Tang Long's body shot backward toward the spectator stands. The scene fell instantly silent, teeth dropping from many mouths. Seems my skills still aren't up to par. If I hadn't cultivated and mastered hidden force, I'd probably be the one flying out there. Lin Yunlou, having regained his footing, frowned inwardly. After an unknown duration, thunderous applause erupted in the pin-drop quiet underground boxing arena. Some ladies of means exclaimed, oh my goodness! So powerful! So dashing! I'm going to faint! Mark excitedly counted on his fingers. 1 7 makes 7, 2 7s make 48. March 8th Women's Day. Chapter 11, Tang Long, his underling. Too tender and romantic. Xia Tai Rong's praise was overly expressive. Autumn, with its golden leaves, had an exceptionally soft tone and intensely rich colors. This autumn was a season of harvest, at least for Lin Yunlou. With $24 million in his pocket, Lin Yunlou couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement no matter how composed he'd appeared before. That was over 100 million yuan, after all. As the saying goes, one man's joy is another man's sorrow. Tang Long staggered to his feet from the spectator seats. Seeing that the cheers that had once been his were now completely gone, he left the underground boxing arena alone, his face dark with disappointment. Lin Yunlou saw this and hurried after him. Central Park under the night sky was exceptionally tranquil. The occasional chirping of insects and birds brought a touch of vitality to the bleak, desolate autumn. Here, there was no bloodshed or violence. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful, wasn't it? Tang Long sat upright on a bench before the Bissell fountain, gazing up at the starless sky, muttering to himself. Perhaps the only thing humans can do is cause trouble. It's not innate, it's beyond our control. Lin Yunlou leaned against Tang Long's side and said, true. This place is beautiful and serene. There's none of the city center's clamor and glitz, none of the deceit and scheming. Nor is there the bloodshed and ruthlessness of the underground boxing ring, the darkness and unstoppable frenzy of killing. But don't you find such a life utterly dull? Lin Yunlou paused before continuing. Nietzsche said a true man craves two things, danger and play. For those of us trapped by circumstance, survival means struggling in the narrow gap between life and death. Tang Long withdrew his gaze from the sky and instinctively studied the Chinese man beside him who had just defeated him. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he was nearly half a head shorter than Tang Long. His chest bore no bulging muscles, nor did he possess strong, well-defined arms. Could such a seemingly frail man have left him utterly defenseless? The thought struck Tang Long as utterly unbelievable. You win, Tang Long said, his voice heavy with defeat. Yeah, you lost, Lin Yunlou replied with a smile. I won't claim my victory was luck or fluke. Winning is winning. No pretense, no affectation, just a straightforward I won. No anger, only a cheerful smile. Tang Long said, losing is losing. It's no big deal. I've come to terms with it. You don't need to console me, but thank you anyway. Lin Yunlou shook his head. No, Mr. Tang Long, you misunderstand. I didn't say that to console you, but to invite you to join me in doing something incredibly thrilling. Ha! Mask, you know how many families have offered me fortunes and promises of fame and fortune, and I've turned them all down. Do you really think I'd accept your invitation? Tang Long laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke, his boisterous laughter echoing through the quiet Central Park. You would. Lin Yunlou smiled confidently. With your record and reputation in the underground fighting circuit, you lack neither money nor fame. But there's one thing you lack. What am I lacking? Tang Long's curiosity was piqued, his question dripping with anticipation. You lack even greater strength, Lin Yunlou stated with certainty, leaving no room for Tang Long's doubt. And I happen to possess the ability to make you stronger. Why should I believe you? Because you can kill me in seconds? That alone won't sway me. Tang Long fired off 2 questions impatiently, his heart racing with both suspicion and anticipation. Lin Yunlou knew that without demonstrating his power, he couldn't win over this Russian giant. Pointing to a large tree nearby, he said, "See that tree over there?" "Yeah, I see it clearly," Tang Long replied. Lin Yunlou rose from the bench, took 2 steps forward, and stretched out both hands, palms facing the tree 10 meters away. "Ha!" he shouted, simultaneously moving his hands forward 2 inches. Boom! The tree instantly split clean in 2. How is that possible? Tang Long stared in disbelief as the tree snapped clean in 2. Lin Yunlou felt drained. It was his first time using the Demon Clan space capturing technique, and with his low cultivation level, it took a tremendous toll. How was that? Lin Yunlou asked, his face flushed and his voice weary. Incredible! Unimaginable! China truly is a magical place, Tang Ling exclaimed. Masked gentleman, is that Chinese martial arts you're using? Tang Long stepped back to stand behind Lin Yunlou, asking with utmost respect. Yes. Then can I learn it? I mean, I'll serve under you. Help me strengthen my abilities. Tang Long said shyly, his eyes filled with affection as he stared at Lin Yunlou. Please, stop giving me that suggestive look, okay? I'm not. Lin Yunlou shuddered, then adopted a mysterious tone. That move isn't easy to learn. It took me 30 years of training just to barely master that level of power. And you're over 30 now, right? Mastering it won't be simple. This little fox hasn't even finished growing yet, and you say you trained for 30 years? I'd hand over my head for you to kick around. Tang Long cursed inwardly, knowing Lin Yunlou was forcing him to commit. As long as Masked Man can boost my strength, my life belongs to you. Lin Yunlou chuckled, patting Tang Long's sturdy shoulder. Not necessary. I'll still need your help to conquer the world. With that, he removed his mask. Mr. Mask, Tang Long admitted frankly, I knew you were young the moment I saw you. Though your face was hidden, I couldn't guess your exact age, but I never imagined you'd be even younger than I thought. He felt a surge of injustice. Here he was, having endured over a decade of brutal, inhuman training in Russia just to achieve his current strength, while this masked man, how old could he be? Had effortlessly outclassed him? I've already removed my mask, yet you still call me Mr. Mask? Lin Yunlou continued. Tang Long, from now on, address me as young master. I don't want others to know I fought in the underground boxing ring. I won't be returning there either. Yes, young master, Tang Long bowed in response. That bow signaled the official beginning of Lin Yunlou's conquest of the American underworld. As Lin Yunlou's first subordinate, Tang Long would later earn glorious military achievements fighting battles and expanding territories for him, earning the underground world's title of Emperor's Axe. But that's another story. This is an urban fiction novel. I'll keep the demonic race and cultivation elements to a minimum. Chapter 12, All Preparations Complete 1. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Lin Yunlou immediately sensed several overwhelming auras permeating the entire Four Seasons Hotel. These were tangible auras emanating from true masters. Glancing at Tang Long standing there as if nothing were amiss, Lin Yunlou's heart pounded, hoping the pressure wasn't directed at him. As the elevator ascended to the top floor, Lin Yunlou's unease deepened. The auras grew sharper and more piercing, pressing down on him until he could barely breathe. Hesitantly opening the door, a sudden warning bell rang in his mind. Just as he prepared to act, Tang Long also sensed something amiss. With a flash, he stepped in front of Lin Yunlou, assuming a defensive stance. Lin Yunlou silently acknowledged Tang Long's instinct. A person's loyalty was revealed by where they stood in danger, whether friend, brother, or subordinate. Tang Long hadn't anticipated that his instinctive action would earn Lin Yunlou's genuine trust. Now, his entire body was taut, his eyes darting sharply around the room. Young master, the intruder is formidable, Tang Long stated gravely. Tang Long, stand down. It's fine. Lin Yunlou detected Shiranui Mai's aura and felt a stir within. He stepped into the living room. Lin Yunlou called out, Himawari, come out with your guests. Ha! I knew I couldn't scare the Demon Lord. I told you all, but you wouldn't believe me. Demon Lord, don't glare at me like that, I'm just as much a victim here. The sound of footsteps preceded the arrival of Unshu Fu's booming laughter. His imposing figure soon filled the living room, followed by 9 middle-aged men of varied appearances. Tang Long gaped in shock. Who were these people? Each seemed more bizarre than the last. Lin Yunlou watched the laughing Huowu and asked in a deep voice, Huowu, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Though Anshu had spent little time with Lin Yunlou, she knew this young master who usually loved to tease and joke with her became utterly serious when focused. She reined in her laughter and replied respectfully, yes, young master. With the full cooperation of the demon clan, 10,000 orphans have been located. The assassin who framed you has also been identified. His name is Song Meeting. His grandfather is the deputy head of China's military and political affairs, and his father is the leader of the Green Gang. His background is no small matter. Furthermore, your parents are safe and sound, having suffered no harm from the assassin. Furthermore, your father asked me to convey a message to you, Anshu Fu continued. What message? Your father said, return when you turn 25. Return. Return. Return? Return to do what? Spit it out clearly, don't stammer around. Lin Yunlou snapped angrily. To get married. What? Get married? Could it be that thing? Lin Yunlou wondered. But whatever it is, as long as my parents don't find out I'm wanted, that's fine. I don't want them worrying. The demon lord sure puts on airs. A mocking voice came from behind Shiranui Mai. Lin Yunlou hated being interrupted while deep in thought. Narrowing his eyes, he demanded, who are you? I am Ghost Chariot, one of the 10 great demon gods under the demon ancestor. A slender, sharp-featured man in a suit stepped forward and declared in a clear voice. Who am I? You are the demon lord, of course. Then who's greater, you or me? Lin Yunlou retorted with equal sarcasm. You are greater. Lin Yunlou stepped before Ghost Chariot, smacked him across the face, and snapped angrily, humph. Don't you demons know your place? How dare you speak when the Lord addresses you? Forgive me, demon lord. I know my place. Ghost Chariot knelt on the ground, hastily admitting his fault as he saw Lin Yunlou's anger. Lin Yunlou ignored him, his eyes like sharpened blades as he swept his gaze over the 8 figures beside him. And you? Am I greater than you? The 8 men knelt on one knee, their voices unison, Demon Lord. Lin Yunlou smiled, helping Ghost Chariot up from the ground. Don't take it personally, he said. I was just establishing my authority. Though spoken softly, all except Tang Long heard Lin Yunlou's words. The 9 nodded silently to themselves. This was how one commanded subordinates. Demon Lord, I don't mind, Ghost Chariot chuckled. It's my own fault for being unlucky I lost at landlord with them. Ha, enough. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Save the rest for afterward. Young master, Anshu Fu glanced at Tang Long, should we ask him to leave? Lin Yunlou glanced at Tang Long, who stood there shifting uneasily. No need. Tang Long is one of us. Tang Long offered a grateful smile but said nothing. Demon Lord, I heard from Huowu that you founded this gang solely to seek revenge? Ghost Chariot is a demon who holds no grudges. The earlier unpleasantness is already forgotten. Why not let Ghost Chariot go and bring back that bastard's head as an offering to the Demon Lord? No, Lin Yunlou shook his head, uttering 2 light words before continuing. Huowu, have you settled those 10,000 orphans yet? Hee, young master, rest assured. I, Huowu, handle matters with utmost rigor and diligence, no mistakes. There's nothing beyond my capabilities, only what you haven't imagined. Huowu kept patting herself on the back. The others shot her disdainful glances in condemnation. Indeed, Lin Yunlou remarked, glancing sideways at the smug-faced Anshu Huowu. Who would have thought a venerable ancient divine beast could actually get lost? That truly took me by surprise. Ha ha. The group burst into laughter. Alright, after the laughter subsided, Lin Yunlou spoke again. You all know I intend to establish a gang, but now we face several critical issues. What problems could possibly stump us? Just give the word, Demon Lord, and Xiongqi will handle them all. A man with a shaved head stepped forward, his voice brimming with confidence. Xiongqi, you warmonger. Can't you just chill? Can't you see the Demon Lord is speaking? The voice of complaint belonged to Yuing, the sole female among the 10 great demon gods. Heh, no need to be so formal. I'm just laying out the problems so we can figure out solutions together, Lin Yunlou chuckled, addressing Yuing, who wore a cheongsam. Demon Lord, what is the problem? Currently, I lack funds, manpower, and territory. Ha! I thought it was something serious. Demon Lord, I have 100 billion USD here. If that's not enough, I'll find more. Bai Zhe, the renowned divine beast of Kunlun Mountain, is an auspicious creature that can turn misfortune into good luck. As for manpower, though our demon clan isn't as mighty as before, we still have hundreds of thousands. Even after subtracting those unfit for battle, we've got over 100,000 left. That's nothing to worry about. With money and manpower, we can just seize territory outright. Young master, Bai Zhe, and his kind are ancient monsters who've lived in China for millennia. When bored, they seek out mischief. With their abilities, making money is child's play, right? Anshu Wu chuckled. You dumb bird, who are you calling ancient monsters? You're the ancient monster, your whole family are ancient monsters. Damn it, I'm a gentleman, I won't stoop to your level. Bifong, with his fiery temper, erupted in curses. Bifong, you've been in China too long, drinking too much fake milk powder. You call yourself a gentleman? Anshu Fu sneered contemptuously. Enough. Stop arguing. Lin Yunlou bellowed, silencing Bifong just as he was about to launch into a tirade. Fu Wu, where exactly did you place those 10,000 orphans? Young master, here, Anshu Fu pointed to a square object in her hand. Lin Yunlou eyed him skeptically. Are you sure you're not joking? This thing can hold 10,000 people? Young master, this is a time acceleration artifact. Not only can it hold 10,000 people, but even 100,000 would fit inside. The most incredible part is that 10 years pass within it while only 1 month passes outside. That's why it's called a time acceleration artifact. Shiranui Mai introduced it with great pride. That's incredible. Doesn't that mean I could have 10,000 subordinates in just 1 month? Lin Yunlou's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab it. Shiranui Mai quickly shielded it, exclaiming, Young master, what are you doing? This is my precious treasure. No one gets it. I just want to take a look, Lin Yunlou said, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Demon Lord, the time acceleration device is a life-bound artifact for Hu Wu. Others cannot use it unless they kill her, Ji Meng, who had remained silent, suddenly explained. I just wanted to take a look. With Hu Wu's artifact secured, I needn't worry. But we can't let those orphans grow up inside, wasting a decade in emptiness. You 10, plus Tang Long 11 in total each take command of 1,000 men. Firearms and explosives, hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship, assassination and espionage, cyber technology, commercial speculation, corporate operations, stock market manipulation, whatever I'll need in the future, they must learn it all. Furthermore, every single one of you must possess unwavering loyalty. 10 years is ample time for them to mature. They will become my elite force for conquering the world. Demon Lord, there are only 10,000 orphans. You want us 11 to each oversee 1,000 orphans? That seems like one too many? Ying Zhao timidly asked. I need training too. Who among you has the strongest combat skills? Lin Yunlou inquired. Him. Everyone pointed at Ying Zhao in unison. Chapter 13, all preparations complete too. Arriving at the train station, unaware of how many people there were in the Celestial Kingdom, they dismantled all the railways and distributed them to the people of the Celestial Kingdom. Each person could only receive a piece 55 centimeters long. Standing high above, Lin Yunlou gazed down at the dense, disorganized crowd of ragged, emaciated 7- or 8-year-old orphans. His heart ached. The Celestial Kingdom had many people, but even more homeless souls. Compared to them, he was truly fortunate. He had loving parents who sent him to school. Though his meals weren't fancy, he had 3 warm meals a day. But they struggled daily at society's lowest rung, subjected to ridicule, contempt, and abuse. Most orphans lived by begging, never knowing if their next meal would come. In bitter cold, they huddled in corners, frantically blowing warm breath onto their frostbitten hands. The fortunate might survive, the unfortunate left behind only cold, unclaimed corpses. Lin Yunlou's eyes welled up as his voice cracked. I know you're all homeless children without parents, without kin. You've been spat upon, shunned, and despised. But believe this, true compassion exists in this world. The fact you stand here alive proves society hasn't abandoned you. Only those irresponsible parents have forsaken you, those who sought pleasure and climax without a thought for your survival, callously casting you aside. In my heart, though your plight is pitiable, I do not pity you. Nor do I have the right to pity you. Children, let me be your family, your father. Let me care for you, shield you from harm, buy you toys, tell you stories, and give you the love only a father can provide. As Lin Yunlou spoke, tears broke through like a burst dam, falling uncontrollably. Pat, pat, clear and sharp. The orphans below were already sobbing uncontrollably. Care, a father's love, these were words they heard often, words they had long grown accustomed to. Yet to them, these concepts were both unfamiliar and beautiful, things that existed only in dreams. For these homeless orphans, even dreaming was a luxury. Without experiencing it firsthand, how could we truly understand the warmth and coldness of human relationships? Can I trust you? A pale, emaciated girl approached Lin Yunlou, her eyes brimming with hope. Lin Yunlou looked at this little girl who should have been sitting on a sofa at home, hugging a doll and reading comics. His heart ached with pity. With tears welling in his eyes, he smiled and said, Of course. Daddy, the girl cried out, throwing herself into Lin Yunlou's arms. Lin Yunlou hurriedly caught her, finding the child sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. He gently smoothed her dirty, tangled hair and spoke softly, Cry. Cry it out. But you mustn't cry anymore. Because Daddy is here. Daddy won't let anyone hurt you, not even Daddy himself. The little girl lifted her head, gazing dreamily at Lin Yunlou's sharply defined features, as if etching his face into the deepest recesses of her heart. If the Demon Lord ever became an actor, I'm sure he'd win an Oscar for Best Actor, Bifong mused, stroking his chin. Agreed Shiranui Mai, who was always at odds with Bifong, nodding in agreement. I disagree, Jimin remarked coolly with his usual composure. This is the demon lord's genuine emotion. While there's an element of winning people over, it's minimal. The others nodded in deep agreement. As Lin Yunlou would say, we're porcelain, our enemies are earthenware. There's no need to wield weapons and fight them to the death. In this filthy, dark world, fighting is the most foolish and counterproductive thing you can do. Money can make the other side switch sides at the last moment. Don't talk to me about loyalty. Your loyalty is just because the stakes for betrayal aren't high enough yet. 10 million not enough? Then 20 million, 30 million. Keep throwing money at them until they nod. Intelligence is our eyes, letting us uncover enemy secrets one step ahead or several. Then a single call to the police sends them plummeting into an abyss, maybe even netting us a reward. No need to waste a single soldier. What if their leader suddenly meets an untimely end? Assassination is indispensable. The enemy may call me despicable, but their screams and curses won't alter their predetermined fate. Demon Lord, remember this, in combat, aim for a single, lethal strike. The longer you prolong the fight, the more disadvantageous it becomes for you. Target the most vulnerable parts of the human body. These were the first words Xing Zhao spoke to Lin Yunlou before training began. Thus, through endless cycles of falling, and rising again, Lin Yunlou's combat skills grew increasingly formidable. Every strike targeted the armpits, the back of the head, the heart, the eyes. It had become instinctive, a terrifying instinct. Now, facing Tang Long again, he was certain the man couldn't block a single blow. Though Tang Long's strength had surged dramatically under Ji Meng's guidance, Lin Yunlou remained confident he could defeat him with ease. Over the past decade, not only had Lin Yunlou made tremendous progress through sparring with Xing Zhao, but the orphans too had achieved astonishing results under the brutal training of the 9 demon gods and Tang Long, the combat expert from the Russian training camp. They shed their youthful inexperience and truly matured. The only drawback was the severely limited firearms Tang Long could procure, far too few to arm every man. Lin Yunlou had no choice but to settle for the next best option, distributing all available weapons to the 4,000 with slightly weaker aptitudes. This group would become his elite strike force. The rest were organized into specialized units based on their final assessment results: a cyber intelligence unit, a commercial operations unit, an assassination squad, and his personal guard unit. The cyber intelligence unit primarily handled reconnaissance and information gathering. Should any enemy target these orphans who now ran intelligence operations through kidnapping or assassination, they would pay a heavy price. Each orphan possessed combat prowess rivaling that of Nichikawa, whom Lin Yunlou had once defeated in an instant, boasting formidable individual combat capabilities. Commercial unit, currently focused solely on laundering illicit funds. This unit will play a pivotal role in future business wars. Assassination unit, any individual deemed detrimental to Lin Yunlou's development or threatening his security will be eliminated without delay. Guard unit, also known as the personal guard unit, composed entirely of women. Primarily responsible for Lin Yunlou's safety, they eliminate threats while also barring any woman attempting to approach him regardless of her intentions. A decade of constant companionship has ingrained in them the conviction that Lin Yunlou belongs solely to them. Other women are strictly forbidden from approaching, even with sincere intentions. Chapter 14, The Imperial Gate is established, staging a proxy assassination. Emerging from the time acceleration artifact, Lin Yunlou immediately dispatched Tang Long to purchase several large estates. He needed to secure proper accommodations for 10,000 children before proceeding with his next plan, while he himself temporarily remained at the Four Seasons Hotel. That afternoon, Lin Yunlou welcomed a special guest, Das Green, the second in command of the New England gang. Known throughout the underworld as the strategist, he was the gang's mastermind. Mr. Das, welcome. Please take a seat, Lin Yunlou addressed the burly man clad in a gray suit, his face a mass of bulging muscles. Judging by his physique and features alone, one would never guess this was a man whose mind was a cauldron of scheming and intrigue. Well, Das Green chuckled in his thick British accent. I never imagined Mr. Mask would be so young. Heroes emerge in youth, I suppose. Guess us old fogies are past our prime. You flatter me, Mr. Das. I'm no longer masked man, please just call me Lin. What brings you here today? Lin Yunlou responded dismissively, noticing the man was skirting the main point. Youngsters are youngsters. Despite your considerable skill, you lack the composure and cunning. Everything shows on your face. Taking you down would be a breeze. Das Green pulled a check from his breast pocket and handed it to Lin Yunlou. Mr. Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from the New England gang. Please accept it. 10 million, quite a sum. Is this your attempt to buy me off? Lin Yunlou accepted it without a trace of hesitation, stealing a quick glance at the amount. His eyebrows arched, and he replied with a smile, we Chinese have an old saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Since Mr. Das is so generous, refusing it would seem like I'm looking down on him. To show my sincerity and maintain our good relationship, I can't very well turn it down. Yes, our relationship is excellent. Mr. Das actually came today precisely for this matter. To deepen the friendship between the New England gang and Mr. Lin, we wish to invite Mr. Lin to take up a key position within our New England gang. What are your thoughts on this? A key position? More like being your enforcer wherever you point, I must strike. Mr. Doss, I'm truly sorry, but I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request. Lin Yunlou said, his face clouding with regret. Doss's cheerful expression instantly froze, his face darkening as his triangular eyes narrowed at him. Are you joking with me, Mr. Lin? This joke isn't the least bit funny. Lin Yunlou replied sternly, Mr. Doss, I am not joking. I truly cannot accept a position of authority within your organization. I myself find this deeply regrettable. Doss's triangular eyes narrowed dangerously into slits. Mr. Lin, is this your final decision? Yes. Doss abruptly stood up. Ji Meng, standing behind Lin Yunlou, instantly moved to the front of him the moment Doss made his move. If Doss showed the slightest sign of aggression, Ji Meng would kill him in an instant. A master, an absolute master even stronger than Lin Yunlou, who took down Tang Long in seconds. If the New England gang had such powerhouses, we wouldn't be under the mafia's boot. Seeing Ji Meng materialize silently before him, Doss's heart sank. Mr. Lin, in the New England gang's dictionary, there are only two categories, friends and enemies. If we cannot be friends, then we will be enemies. You'd better think this through carefully. I've thought it through very clearly. If you have no further business, Mr. Doss, you may leave. I'm busy. You shameless Chinese bastard, you still owe me that check. 10 years to forge a blade, yet its frosted edge remains untested. Let the New England gang be our whetstone. Lin Yunlou sat deep in thought on the sofa, then suddenly called out, Tang Long, Ghost Car. Yes, young master. The two answered in unison. Ghost Car, take 100 men to attack the Gambino family's territory on Broadway. Remember, take a few prisoners. Tang Long, you lead them there, but you must not engage in combat. Once Ghost Car's men reach the target, you must leave immediately. Let me play a game of using others' blades to kill. Sometimes, conspiracy can be a powerful weapon. That night, Ghost Car led 100 assault troops following Tang Long to one of the Gambino family's branches. Broadway runs north-south through Manhattan Island, a 25-kilometer-long avenue. Their target was the Winter Garden Theater. Following Lin Yunlou's instructions, Ghost Car had everyone disguise themselves as foreigners. He himself transformed, appearing as none other than Doscreen from that morning. Ghost Car, don't forget the young master's orders, leave a few survivors, Tang Long reminded from the shadows. Ha! Rest assured, Ghost Car roared with laughter. With a wave of his hand, the 100 attack force members split into 4 directions, charging straight toward the Winter Garden Theater. Ghost Car led the charge, kicking the theater doors to shatter. He bellowed, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the disturbance. But now is slaughter time. Those who value their lives should leave immediately. Members of the Gambino family, however, will remain here forever. Doscreen, what do you think you're doing? This is Gambino territory. You dare cause trouble here, roared the Winter Garden Theater manager. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to kill. With that, a member of the assault squad raised his submachine gun and sprayed the manager with bullets, turning him into a honeycomb. Keep killing. Don't spare a single one. Meanwhile, at the Gambino family estate. Smash! Gambino Jonathan hurled his glass onto the floor. His face darkened as he addressed the core family members seated around him. Gentlemen, the New England gang attacked the Winter Garden Theater 10 minutes ago. Out of 92 people, only 3 survived and all 3 are critically wounded. This is the New England gang's provocation. No, it's a formal declaration of war. Smack! Willing delivered a hard slap across Doscreen's face, snarling, Doscreen, have you lost your ing mind? Attacking Gambino territory? Did you want to meet Satan early, you lunatic? Boss, I'm innocent, Doscreen protested. I stayed home all night, never left my room. How could I have attacked the Winter Garden Theater? But countless witnesses had seen him charging into the venue with a gun. There was no room for denial. Did he have multiple personalities? Shut your mouth. One more word and I'll kill you. Willing picked up the gun on the table, pointed it at Doscreen, sighed, and continued, the Gambino family won't let this slide. The cops will get involved investigating this mess. The New England gang is teetering on the edge of a cliff right now. One wrong move and we're finished. Chapter 15, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Young master, the Gambino family and the New England gang have officially clashed, but neither side suffered significant casualties. It seems like they're just testing each other out. Tang Long's voice came through the phone. Oh, really? But this was to be expected. Both sides are top-tier gangs in the US. It's unlikely they'd go all out just because a few dozen people died. Lin Yunlou's mind raced as he spoke. Tang Long, come to the hotel first. No need to monitor that location anymore. Nothing major will happen there anytime soon. Yes, young master. Haha, Demon Lord, shall we go add fuel to the fire? Ghost Chariot licked his lips, his voice sinister. Hearing Ghost Car's words, Lin Yunlou smiled. Exactly. Since neither side is willing to show their true strength and fight, why shouldn't I pour a bucket of oil on this spark to make the flames burn even brighter? Heh, Ghost Chariot speaks wisely. I have an idea. What do you think of this? Ghost Chariot grumbled, Demon Lord, this plan is too time consuming. Why not just let me wipe out the New England gang outright? Ghost Chariot, the Demon Lord's plan is the best choice. Currently, we're severely lacking in resources across the board, especially in arms. We can only outsmart them now, we can't match them head-on, Jimeng said solemnly. Weapons are one thing, but the main reason is I don't want the Imperial Gate exposed too early. That would draw suspicion and even suppression from other clans. We are powerful, I won't deny that. But strength alone doesn't guarantee victory. Take Lu Bu during the Three Kingdoms period. Mighty as he was captured alive by Cao Cao at the White Gate Tower and executed. Or think of the overlord of Chu, Xiang Yu, a man who could lift a tripod with his bare hands and possessed extraordinary talent, yet he was ultimately driven to slay himself at the Wu River. His strength could uproot mountains, his spirit overshadowed the world. Yet when fortune turned against him, his steed would not advance. My steed will not advance, what can I do? Oh you, what can be done? The Song of Geisha poured out his endless regret and helplessness. In the underworld's game of power, lies and schemes are indispensable. Well, having said all this, you should all understand my meaning now, shouldn't you? Lin Yunlou inquired. Understood, young master, Demon Lord. White's life had been anything but smooth lately. The violent clash between the New England gang and the Gambino family had left him overwhelmed. Yesterday, he'd arranged to meet his mistress at a hotel, only to be caught red-handed by his domineering wife and her friends. Back home, the harangue from his tiger wife had been relentless. He hadn't slept soundly in days. White dragged his exhausted body to the police station, hoping for some rest, when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is White. Who's this? He answered, his tone already sharp. If it wasn't someone he knew, it must be someone seeking his help, and he saw no need to be polite with that sort. Director White seems to be in a foul mood. Let me guess, is it the director's wife throwing a tantrum yesterday, or is Director White troubled by the inability to handle the Gambino family's turf war with the New England gang? A woman's voice slowly came through the phone. Who are you? Are you spying on me? White frowned, his expression stern. Who I am isn't important, Commissioner White. What matters is that I have intelligence of great significance to you. Would you be interested? Inside the Gambino family headquarters, Gambino Nathan sat on his Gucci sofa custom made in Italy for 20 million euros, his face ashen. Dawn, the weapons pre-ordered from Russia were seized by police in New York Harbor last night. Dawn, 3 of the family's drug processing plants were discovered by police yesterday evening. Everyone has been taken to the police station. Dawn, the bodyguards protecting the young lady just called to report they were ambushed en route to the Metropolitan Opera House. Her whereabouts are unknown. One piece of bad news after another assaulted Gambino Nathan's nerves. The arms and drugs were manageable, merely financial losses. But now his most precious daughter was missing. He had suspected rival gangs might deliberately provoke conflict between his organization and the New England gang for profit. That's why, after the attack on the Winter Garden Theater, he immediately dispatched agents to monitor all gang activities. Even the weakest Yunnan gang was thoroughly investigated. The results showed no anomalies. Of course, other possibilities remained, but those became irrelevant after Willing called to seek peace. Thus, last night's events and what just transpired could only lead to one conclusion. Wayland, New England gang. Boss, the third boss, he. Seeing his trembling subordinate stammering before him, Willen felt an ominous foreboding and urgently demanded, what about Gree? Gree, full name George Gree, was Willen's younger brother and the third boss of the New England gang. Third in command was killed by Nokai, boss. You must avenge him. The subordinate said tearfully, likely one of George's confidants, though it could be an act, or perhaps an attempt to sow discord. Nokai, the Gambino family's top enforcer. Tell me the exact details. Don't leave out a single thing. Willing forced down his grief and spoke calmly. Yes. Last night, third boss said he was going to the club for entertainment and didn't want us to follow. He told us to stand by near the club. It wasn't until the next morning that third boss called us to wait at the club entrance. But when we arrived, it was already too late. Third boss had been shot 3 times in the right chest. Seeing our numbers, the killer fled in a car. Then how did you determine the killer was Nokai? Willen's gaze fixed intensely on the subordinate. I saw the cross tattoo on the killer's hand. Most crucially, when the killer got into the car, the driver inside caught a clear side view of his face. That's how we know it was Nokai from the Gambino family. Wayland withdrew his gaze and turned to the strategist beside him, who was deep in thought. Dosgreen, what's your take? Boss, what he says is likely true. Dosgreen sighed and explained, I received intelligence that last night, the police raided a Gambino family operation worth 500 million in arms and drug processing facility. Their men were either arrested or fled, suffering heavy losses. All right, you may leave now, Wayland instructed the subordinate who had been standing there. Yes, sir. The subordinate responded before leaving the New England gang headquarters. Walking down the street, he suddenly stopped, chuckled, and vanished. That was the cops doing. What does it have to do with us? Willen asked suspiciously. You mean they suspect we tipped off the police? No. Setting aside that we don't know when the arms shipment arrives or where their drug processing plant is, even if we did, we'd never tip off the cops. Gambino must have considered that. So he's probably just suspicious, not certain. Gambino targeted the third boss because his daughter Jessica was kidnapped last night. You mean that time Grill kidnapped Jessica before? Willen snapped to attention. Dos Green nodded. Yes. If the Gambino family hadn't acted swiftly then to stop Grigori, our New England crew would have been wiped out by Nathan's wrath. Damn it, can't that bastard ever change his lecherous ways? Ah, it's too late for that now. Willen's eyes filled with sorrow as he said, do you think this might be Grigori's doing again? Boss, I fear we've plunged into a colossal crisis. Dos Green said gravely. You mean? Yes. It's highly likely Grill kidnapped Jessica. The only question is where he's hiding her. If we can find her in time, the New England gang might just avoid a catastrophe. If we don't, then. Chapter 16, Giving You a Ride. The Gambino family is utterly useless. 10 days and they still can't take down a single New England gang member. Shiranui muttered as she flew over New York Harbor with Lin Yunlou aboard. Lin Yunlou gazed down at the life and death struggle unfolding below and smiled. It's not that the Gambino family is useless. It's that the New England gang is stronger than we anticipated. Look down there, which group is more powerful, them or the kids you've trained? The kids are stronger, of course, Hanabi declared firmly. Even demons couldn't escape the human tendency to favor their own offspring. The children's strength was indeed beyond what those below could match. Yet Lin Yunlou raised his head to the sky and said solemnly, but what if the children possessed the same strength as them? What would the outcome be? Massacre. An absolute one-sided slaughter. The children haven't experienced life or death combat. They lack that fearless, unyielding spirit. Therefore, it was time for them to take the stage. People say the underworld is dark, but society is darker. Yet society's darkness pales beside politics. In politics, human lives are utterly insignificant when securing victory. Under Gambino's relentless assault, the New England gang began fortifying their defenses. All underground boxing rings were shut down. Every high-ranking member and elite was summoned to headquarters. The rest stood guard, heavy weapons at the ready. At the slightest disturbance, indiscriminate fire would erupt. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the New England gang's headquarters, a fortress as impregnable as a rock had been forged. Unless the Gambino family committed their entire clan, breaching it was utterly impossible. What to do? What to do? Had the New England gang truly reached its end? Many leaders now paced like ants on a hot pan, panic spreading like an invisible tide through the conference room. Don't panic. The Gambino family won't breach our defenses anytime soon. We're perfectly safe here, no need for unnecessary worry. Gathering you all together serves two purposes, to protect you and to hear your countermeasures. As the gang leader, Willing naturally sought to calm the group's unease. Countermeasures? Against the Gambino family, no countermeasures will work. Boss, I think we should seek peace. The high-ranking member seated below Dosgreen stood up, hands braced on the table, speaking with agitation. Bray, you've been scared out of your wits by the Gambino family, haven't you? Surrender? Only a pig-brained fool like you would suggest that. Do you really think the Gambinos would let you off easily? A burly, bearded man sitting across from Bray immediately pointed his finger at Bray's nose and shouted. At least I can save my own skin. Everything else is irrelevant to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, some in the meeting room fell into deep thought, while others sneered in disdain. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Bray's obese body fell straight backward. Waylon, gun in hand, swept his piercing gaze across every high-ranking face in the room. His voice was chilling. Anyone else want to make peace? No problem. Speak up. I'm a very easygoing person and quite happy to hear everyone's opinions. Damn it, Bori barely got 2 sentences out before you shot him. You really are quite accommodating. Many cursed inwardly, silently lamenting their fate. Boss, that bastard Bori deserves to die. He tried to push us into surrender. I, Larry, swear to follow you to the death. Seeing Larry's shamelessness, everyone in the conference room except for Dosgreen and the bearded man who had cursed Bori earlier followed Larry's lead and declared their loyalty. Alright, everyone, take your seats. Willing raised both hands to signal silence, then continued, we're all in the same boat now. We rise and fall together. So let's not mention surrender or peace talks again. Heh, Lord Willing, what command you wield? Truly worthy of a gang leader. That skill, well, nothing to say. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Waylon alertly gripped his gun, his mind racing. He quickly replied, I wonder which friend has come to visit the New England gang. Please step forward so I may extend my hospitality. His eyes signaled the guards at the doorway to move closer. No need for such tension, gang leader. We'll come out. As the words were spoken, a figure shifted in the corner of the conference room. All eyes turned to see a dark-haired, dark-eyed Asian man of medium build standing before them. It's you! Doss Green exclaimed in surprise. Doss, do you know him? Willin turned to ask, while the others also cast questioning glances his way. Boss, he's the masked fighter who defeated Nichikawa and Tang Long in seconds at the underground boxing ring. Half a month ago, I personally went to recruit him. Not only did he refuse, but he took the New England gang's money, right? Lin Yunlou grinned as he took over the conversation. Mr. Doss, you must understand 10 million for your life isn't a bargain at all. Doss Green's face turned pale with rage. Enough, Doss. The New England gang isn't that petty. 10 million is still within our means. Willing quietly silenced Doss Green, then turned to Lin Yunlou with a smile. Since 10 million has already been offered to Mr. Mask, what brings you here today? Lin Yunlou gave a shy smile, saying apologetically, I wouldn't dare call it business. Actually, my friends and I visited the New England gang just to deliver something to you. Hey, so you weren't here to cause trouble after all. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had my fragile little heart pounding like crazy. Hearing Lin Yunlou's words, combined with his harmless-looking face, many in the conference room secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But Wei Lin didn't think it would be that simple. While quietly pressing the alarm button under the conference table, he said to Lin Yunlou, I wonder what Mr. Mask intends to present to us. If it's something unpleasant, I'd suggest Mr. Mask take it back to avoid damaging our friendship. Your Excellency Wei Lin, you're being overly cautious. There was no need to press the alarm, it wouldn't have done any good anyway. Lin Yunlou's smile faded as he spoke. I've come here for one purpose only. See you off. Chapter 17, The Demise of the New England Gang. Mask, thinking you lot could see us off? That's nothing but a pipe dream. But to eliminate any potential danger, I'll be the one to see you off. With that, Wei Lin swiftly disengaged the safety on his pistol and unleashed a barrage of fire at Lin Yunlou and his companions. Lin Yunlou and his companions seemed frozen in terror, staring blankly as Wei Lin pulled the trigger. Bullets whirled through the air, tearing through the silence. Click! Witnessing this unbelievable spectacle, every member of the New England gang wore expressions of sheer terror, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Lin Yunlou extended his hands toward the equally stunned Wei Lin, slowly opening his palms before flipping them over. Silver bullets clattered to the ground, jolting his now fragile nerves. Wei Lin's gun-gripping hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He had actually caught the bullets with his bare hands. He was wielding an M500 revolver, a Smith Wesson model reputed to be the deadliest handgun in the world, capable of taking down an African elephant with a single shot. How could he possibly catch every bullet at such close range and remain completely unscathed? Was he a hunter? Had he come from that world? The thought made Willing's hands shake violently, and the pistol fell to the ground. Well, Lord Willing, Lin Yunlou drawed a nail clipper, filing his nails as he shot a wicked grin at Willing and Doss Green. What tricks do you have left? Take your time, I'll wait. You're a hunter, aren't you? Tell me, are you a hunter? Willing suddenly shouted, overcome with emotion. Hunter? What's that? Seeing Willin didn't seem to be deliberately lying, Lin Yunlou asked telepathically, Ji Meng, do you know what a hunter is? Oh my, young master, I know. I know. I meant to tell you ages ago, but I always forget at the last moment. Huo Wu slapped her chest in realization. Huo Wu, shut up. Now is not the time for the demon lord to know. Ji Meng abruptly turned to Huo Wu, cutting her off sharply. He continued, Demon lord, when the time is right, Ji Meng will explain. Speaking now would not benefit you. All right. If Ji Meng says I can't know, then I won't ask. Lin Yunlou smiled gently. Though he was intensely curious about the origins of the hunters Wei Lin had mentioned, since the most level-headed and wise Ji Meng said it wasn't the right time, then it definitely couldn't be revealed, at least not yet. He deeply understood how fortunate he was, having gained immense power and the loyalty and care of so many without lifting a finger. Therefore, Lin Yunlou harbored not a shred of doubt toward their words, only profound gratitude. Hearing Lin Yunlou's words, the other demon gods shared a knowing smile. Hey, look! Even cold-hearted Ji Meng is smiling, exclaimed Ghost Chariot, who always seemed to thrive on chaos. Yeah, the last time Ji Meng smiled was probably 1,000 years ago. What's the occasion today? The sun rising in the west? Or is a man about to lay an egg? Ha ha! The group was as excited as if they'd discovered a new continent, completely ignoring the New England gang and others nearby who were on high alert. Enough. Save the laughter for later. We've serious business to attend to first, dealing with these people. Lin Yunlou pointed at Wei Lin and continued, the Gambino family's main force will be storming in any moment. We can't afford to be discovered by them. Mask, don't think your strength gives you the right to be arrogant. My New England gang has tens of thousands of elite men, equipped with the finest weapons in the Americas. One bullet per man could turn you into Swiss cheese. Why would we fear you? Willin was furious. He'd been pressing the alarm for so long, yet not a single soul had come. These eating bastards. Just as Willin was about to explode, he noticed the conference room door slowly creaking inward. A flicker of relief crossed his face. The others heard the door creak open too. Their eyes followed the sound to see a young Eastern girl in a pink tracksuit leading the way. She was around 17 or 18, with thick, silky hair cascading to her waist. Her figure was tall and alluring, her face breathtakingly beautiful. Under normal circumstances, these New England gangsters would have swarmed her, eager to claim the stunning girl for themselves. But now, they could only retreat fearfully, taking a step back for every step she took forward. Her gaze swept the conference room, finally settling on a man shielding his face with his hand. A sweet smile blossomed across her lips, as radiant as a lily in full bloom. She skipped toward someone, the severed head she carried dangling with each swing of her arms. The moment Lin Yunlou saw the girl, he knew something was wrong. Anxiously, he said to the demon gods behind him, "Oh dear, I just remembered I left the stove on at home. I have to rush back immediately, or it'll cause a huge fire." "Heh, demon lord, you're avoiding that little brat Wanru, aren't you?" Ghost Chariot teased. "Nonsense, I'm not," Lin Yunlou retorted. "Wanru is about to spot me. I must leave now. Handle this here. Remember, act fast, don't let the Gambino family discover us. And tell Tang Long and Ing Zhao to take the children back." With that, he vanished from the conference room in a fluster. Witnessing Lin Yunlou's miraculous vanishing act, Wei Lin grew even more certain he was the hunter. As for whether Lin Yunlou truly was the hunter, he'd never get the chance to verify it. After tonight, not just him, but the entire New England gang would become a footnote in history. That young master is too cunning. Just like that, he hands that girl Wanru over to us? He fears her, and so do we. The demon gods inwardly lamented, though none dared voice it aloud. Uncle Ghost Chariot, where's Daddy? Wanru, the girl Ghost Chariot had mentioned, approached them and asked softly. Ghost Chariot replied, "Your father? I don't know. I haven't seen him. Have you?" The group shook their heads. Wanru's eyes narrowed sharply as she fixed them on Ghost Chariot. "Uncle Ghost Chariot," she said, "Daddy always said lying is a bad habit." With that, she tossed aside the severed head and drew a small, sharp dagger from her hair. Ghost Chariot felt like he was being stared down by a venomous snake. He hurriedly defended himself. "Wanru, Uncle Ghost Chariot was wrong earlier. Your father escaped the moment you entered. Don't say I told you that, okay? Demon Lord, for the sake of my life, I must defend you. May you find your own salvation. Amen." Humph. Dad really is something. Does he think I'm a tiger or something? That I'd eat him or what? Wanru stamped her foot, pouting as she grumbled. "What's a tiger? Compared to you, old man, a tiger is as cute as a tame kitten." Ji Mang stepped between them, his tone stern. "Enough. Don't delay the demon lord's business. Whoever intends to act, do so swiftly." Me. Three voices chimed in simultaneously. Same as always, rock, paper, scissors. Ghost Chariot proposed a compromise. "Wanru, what do you choose?" "I'll go with scissors." "What do you choose, Huowu?" "I'll go with scissors too." "Alright then, I'll go with rock. I win, so these people are mine. Ha ha." When Ghost Car returned triumphantly to the battlefield, he discovered that except for the spot where he and his companion stood, the entire conference room had turned into nickel dust. Wei Lin and the others who had been standing nearby moments ago were nowhere to be seen. "Boss Ji Meng, how could you do this? That's despicable." Ghost Car shouted, stomping his feet. "Can't be bothered with your nonsense." Ji Meng coldly dismissed them before flying straight out through the blast hole. "Fire dance, did you see Boss Ji Meng roll his eyes just now?" Ghost Car asked excitedly. "No, I only sensed that Boss Ji Meng's cultivation has grown even deeper. He destroyed the mast and oars with a laugh, without making a sound. The most astonishing part is that neither of us noticed a thing." Standing nearby, Wanru, finding the target's demise uninteresting, urged, "Uncle Ghost Chariot, Huowu, let's hurry up and leave. I need to go settle accounts with my father." Chapter 18, Untitled. Half an hour after Lin Yunlou and the others departed, Gambino Nathan, escorted by a group of family elite fighters, arrived at a villa not far from the New England gang's headquarters. This villa was the closest to the gang's base, and to facilitate deployment in combat, Gambino Nathan had used underhanded tactics to evict the original owner. "Erickson, any word on that bastard Willin?" Gambino Nathan, anxious about his daughter Jessica's safety, strode straight to Erickson, who stood bowing respectfully as soon as he entered the villa. Erickson, a direct member of the Gambino family, had served as commander of their assault unit since returning from Siberia's training camp 6 years prior. His prowess rivaled Nokai's, but what stood out most was Erickson's age, just 27, while Nokai approached 40. While Nokai was an assassin recruited from outside, Erickson was a core member of the family. Consequently, when it came to the family's esteem and trust, Erickson held the advantage. He might even become the next head of the Gambino family, as Jessica, being a woman, would never be approved by the family council to lead. Erickson lifted his head, his handsome face etched with gravity. Frowning, he reported, "Dawn, the entire New England gang has been wiped out." What? Gambino Nathan was clearly startled by Ericsson's report. Ericsson wouldn't have ordered an attack before his arrival, meaning another individual or organization had wiped out the New England gang without the family sensing a thing. Gambino knew the New England gang's strength was comparable to his own family's. In terms of raw combat power, the New England gang held an advantage over his family. His family's ability to push them back had relied solely on numerical superiority and superior weapons and resources funded by vast wealth. Yet, the New England gang had been wiped out silently, without a trace, without warning. What were these attackers? If the Gambino family was the target, would they suffer the same fate as the New England gang? The thought sent a wave of unease through Nathan's chest, his heart pounding violently. Ericsson, issue the order, everyone withdraw. Gambino Nathan weighed the risks and gave the command to Ericsson. Ericsson whispered, "Don't forget the young lady, Dawn. Jessica was abducted by them, and all the unusual events over the past fortnight were likely they're doing too." Gambino sighed. "Ah, come on, Ericsson. Those people are beyond our family's reach. Let's hope they spare Jessica." With that, he led the way out of the villa. Ring. Lin Yunlou had just returned to the hotel and hadn't even sat down when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he pressed the answer button. Director White, you're such a busy man, why are you calling me? Don't you need to be out shopping with your lover?" Lin Yunlou laughed heartily. "Oh, the marvelous Lin. Tell that damn lover to go to hell," White replied over the phone. "Lin, I must say, China truly is a mysterious and wondrous land. I honestly can't think of anything in this world that could stump you. The drug processing plant, that shipment of high-value arms in New York Harbor, and the recent takedown of the New England gang must be your doing too, right? I must say my choice was very wise. The higher-ups are considering promoting me, haha. Well then, congratulations are in order, Director White." "Ha! Dad. Commissioner White, I've got some business to attend to here. Next time I drop by, don't turn me away at the door, okay?" Lin Yunlou said jokingly. "Miraculous Lin, you're my friend. What you described won't happen. Alright, your business comes first. Bye." After hanging up, Lin Yunlou quickly put on a thoughtful expression. Lin Wanru barged through the door, storming up to Lin Yunlou. "Dad, how could you leave Wanru all alone?" Lin Yunlou seemed oblivious to the commotion until Lin Wanru's furious voice bellowed right into his ear. "Ah, Wanru, you're back." Lin Yunlou feigned sudden awareness, his eyes carrying a trace of bewilderment. Dad, don't pretend. Ghost Car Uncle confessed everything." Alright. This time, Daddy was wrong. I promise I won't run away again, okay?" Lin Yunlou glared at Ghost Car, who was hiding behind Lin Wanru, feigning hurt, before speaking. Then I'll let you off this time." Lin Wanru took 2 steps closer, wrapped her arms around Lin Yunlou's neck, and said with a trembling voice, "Actually, Wanru guessed why Daddy suddenly left." "Was it because Wanru clings to Daddy too much and annoys you?" "Oh, heavens above, have you finally answered my prayers? This little girl finally realizes she's a nuisance." Lin Yunlou shouted inwardly, yet his face softened as he gently patted Lin Wanru's hair. "Silly child," he said, "what father would ever find his own child bothersome? Daddy wishes you'd cling to me every single day. So please, never think that way again. Oh God, just kill me now. Why did I spout such a cheesy lie? That's totally not my style." "Whoa, I heard they installed a new elevator in the hotel. Want to give it a try?" Ghost Car couldn't stand it anymore and called out. Huo nodded busily. "I'm coming too," Ji Meng said, surprising both of them. "No one is allowed to leave. Wait here, I'll take you somewhere." "Demon Lord, where are we going?" "Chinatown." Chapter 19, Chinatown. Chinatown is the Chinese translation of the English term Chinatown. New York's Chinese community sometimes refers to it as Huabu or Tianqiao Street. It serves as a residential and commercial hub for Chinese immigrants. New York boasts 3 recognized Chinatowns: Manhattan's Chinatown, Flushing in Queens, and 8th Avenue in Brooklyn. New York's first Chinatown is located in Manhattan's Lower East Side, just steps away from the world-renowned financial hub of Wall Street and adjacent to Broadway, the global center of performing arts. Its prime location gives it significant influence in New York City. Established in the mid-19th century, Manhattan's Chinatown is characterized by a predominantly Chinese population. Chinese residents engage in commercial activities, primarily operating shops, restaurants, and gift stores. Most residents originate from Guangdong and Hong Kong, with Cantonese, Wenzhou dialect, and Fuzhou dialect being the primary languages spoken. Mandarin is rarely used. Lin Yunlou and his companions arrived by car at Chinatown. What met their eyes was a bustling throng of Chinese people with dark hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, moving to and fro. Shop fronts and restaurants displayed signs and store names in traditional Chinese characters. At street corners, Chinese newspapers were sold, and food vendors hawked their wares in Mandarin. Everything felt so familiar, so deeply nostalgic. "What do you think?" Lin Yunlou asked with a smile, surveying the surrounding buildings. A profound sense of homecoming enveloped his heart. Filthy, chaotic, and shabby, nothing like the capital. Ji Meng had lived hidden in the capital for thousands of years. It could be said that no one knew the capital better than him, nor could anyone understand his feelings for it. Garbage and spit stains littered every street, and alley shops spilled their wares onto the pavement, and the roads were perpetually shoulder to shoulder with people. Vegetables were piled by the roadside, and pedestrians simply squatted down to pick through them. Jaywalking was commonplace, regardless of traffic lights. Order and morality were lacking in Chinatown. People operated outside the rules, always seeking loopholes. Scams and fraud were frequent occurrences, with both perpetrators and victims being Chinese. Counterfeit goods were everywhere. Lin Yunlou also found Chinatown's environment truly deplorable, incomparable to Fifth Avenue where he currently resided. But what could he do? This was Chinatown. As the saying goes, children don't despise their mother's ugliness, nor dogs their family's poverty. True Chinese people wouldn't disdain this place, they would protect and cherish it like their own home. Lin Yunlou felt the same way. To him, Chinatown was not only a foothold for the Chinese people overseas, reflecting the historical footprints of Chinese immigrants abroad. It is also a sanctuary and breeding ground for Chinese culture abroad. The evolution of Chinatowns reveals how overseas Chinese, while pursuing their own development, contribute bit by bit to the prosperity of their host countries. When Chinatowns become a social and cultural phenomenon, their influence becomes profoundly far-reaching. A nation without heroes is pitiful. A nation that yearns for heroes is pitiful. A nation that possesses heroes yet fails to honor and cherish them is beyond redemption. Lin Yunlou was no hero. Though not inherently evil, he wasn't exactly virtuous either, merely a man of neither good nor bad. When he saw an elderly woman hesitating to cross the street, he would step forward and escort her across, whether she wanted it or not. Nor did Lin Yunlou aspire to heroism, for heroes' fates were invariably tragic. His purpose in coming here was simply to seize this place, claim it as his own, and unite all Chinese people, whether through establishing companies or engaging in criminal activities. Whatever it took to forge Chinese solidarity and strengthen them, so that when Americans saw those with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, they would no longer ask, "Are you Japanese?" Instead, they would ask, "Are you Chinese?" And the dreams of Chinese students studying in America would no longer be in English, but in the language of their homeland. What are you doing? Stop. No. As Lin Yunlou was lost in these wild thoughts, an angry shout cut through the chaos, shattering his reverie. Lin Yunlou glanced toward the nearby street corner, where a dense crowd had gathered in layers. Some pointed and gossiped, others wore expressions of anger and sympathy, but most shared a common look of pity for the unfortunate victim. Yet no one stepped forward. As Lin Yunlou and Ji Meng pushed their way through the crowd, they witnessed a scene that made his teeth grind. Several men with Asian features surrounded a child of about 10, mercilessly beating him with steel pipes and baseball bats. The child's clothes were stained with bright red blood. Beside them, a woman around 30 wailed and pleaded desperately, "Stop. Stop. I beg you, he's just a child." Life often feels harsh, forcing us to witness countless times how existence twists and deforms under crushing pressures. So we see fathers, usually polite gentlemen who couldn't tolerate a graffiti on a kindergarten wall, driven by hardship to act like rabid dogs, refusing to pay taxi fares, turning on friends over 100 yuan, rudely cutting lines and spewing profanities. Struggling too long at society's bottom, the instinct for survival inadvertently castrates virtue. Lin Yunlou seethed with hatred not only for the scum bullying women and children, but even more so for the fellow Chinese standing by, watching the spectacle unfold without lifting a finger to help. Such compatriots were better off discarded. A pent-up rage swelled in Lin Yunlou's chest. If he didn't vent it now, he feared it would make him ill. He lifted his foot to step forward, only to feel his sleeve tugged. Turning his head, he saw an elderly man in his 60s. The old man said, "Young man, those are you South gang members. You can't take them on. Once they collect their protection money, they'll leave. Those two are Chinese, right?" Lin Yunlou pointed at the crying woman and the beaten child. "Since they're our own people, why not help? Afraid of getting beaten? Worried about retaliation? But isn't this worse than humiliation and cowardice? You're an old man, yet you don't even understand this simple truth? Weakness isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is accepting your weakness as fact, then constantly reinforcing that belief. To grow strong, you must learn to lie to your weakness." With that, he ignored the stunned old man and lunged toward Yunnan, who held the baseball bat. Before Yunnan could react, Lin Yunlou landed an uppercut that knocked him unconscious. Then, moving with the swiftness of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, he swiftly disposed of several of Yunnan's henchmen. The beaten boy lay on the ground, stars dancing before his eyes as he watched Lin Yunlou approach. The child opened his mouth to speak, but words turned into violent coughs. His injuries were severe. Lin Yunlou narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Can you still stand?" The boy shook his head. "Want me to help you up?" The boy hesitated, then shook his head again. Just then, the boy's mother ran over. Tears streaming down her face, she kept thanking Lin Yunlou repeatedly. As she spoke, she tried to kneel down. Lin Yunlou couldn't bear to see her do that and quickly stopped her. Sister, you're shortening my lifespan here. Helping you was just a small favor. There's no need for this. Sister, I think you should take your child and leave now. Don't come out to set up your stall again for at least 3 days. I'm worried the Yunnan gang might come looking for trouble again. The woman nodded. Yes, I'll listen to you, benefactor. She placed the boy in the cart and pushed it away. Benefactor. Is this the reward for doing good deeds? Chapter 20, Dignity and Brothers. Creatures like these exist not through trust or expectation, but through slaughter and lies. Society spins colossal deceptions, raising humans in deceit, forcing them to painfully seek rebirth amidst their own demise. Reality weaves an invisible net, imprisoning foolish humans, those accustomed to reality yet yearning to shatter it, those who deny reality yet must inevitably confront it. Sure enough, just as Lin Yunlou had anticipated, roughly 10 minutes later, dozens of Yunnan men dark-skinned, with deep-set eyes and high, prominent cheekbones rushed over, radiating murderous intent. Glancing at their comrade lying unconscious on the ground, 5 Yunnan gang henchmen let out a few shouts before swinging their machete-like knives at Lin Yunlou, who stood at the center of the incident. These Yunnan punks really don't know when to quit. Tomorrow, I'll wipe out your entire Yunnan gang, Lin Yunlou cursed inwardly, preparing to strike back. Stop! A loud shout pierced the air, causing the attackers to instinctively halt. Lin Yunlou didn't care who it was. He charged into the dazed Yunnan thugs, unleashing a flurry of sidekicks, hand strikes, and elbow strikes. With decisive precision, he took down several Yunnan gang members in a mere 5 seconds. Didn't you hear me say stop? A middle-aged man stepped before Lin Yunlou, questioning him in Cantonese with a hint of anger. Behind him trailed a large group of burly, thick-necked thugs. Lin Yunlou estimated there must be over 100 of them. The collars of their shirts displayed an emblem of a compass and straight edge. He recalled Tang Long mentioning this symbol. It belonged to the Chinese Hongmen, also known as the Red Gang. With nearly 200,000 members, their influence spanned the entire country. On July 28, 1992, they held their third General Assembly in the United States. After 2 days of discussions among over 100 representatives from around the world, they adopted the association's constitution and formally established the headquarters. Li Jipeng became the first president, with headquarters set up in Honolulu. From then on, their center of gravity shifted to the United States. Judging by the insignia, you must be members of the Hongmen Zhigong Hall. Hey, I was just wondering where to find you guys. You couldn't have shown up at a better time. Lin Yunlou picked his ear with his finger and said, I heard you, but hearing doesn't mean I have to follow your orders. If I stop just because you tell me to, wouldn't that make me look like a fool? The onlookers from Chinatown sucked in their breath. Who was this man? He was the deputy head of the Hongmen Anlian Hall. Didn't you see how those arrogant scoundrels from the Yunnan gang didn't dare to act? And here you are, defying him? What an arrogant little brat. Seeing the deputy leader flustered, the group of dimwits behind him covered their mouths, snickering. The middle-aged man heard Lin Yunlou's words and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but forced himself to suppress it. Feigning anger, he snapped, Kid, do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Just scum who feed on the blood of the common folk. What's there to brag about? Lin Yunlou stared straight at the middle-aged man, his voice cold. Damn it! That brat really doesn't know when to shut up. Deputy head, let me teach him a lesson. How dare he insult us? The thugs behind the middle-aged man protested, clamoring to deal with Lin Yunlou. Kid, my brothers here are pretty pissed you disrespected them. Now, if you take back what you just said, I can pretend I never heard a thing. The middle-aged man frowned. Lin Yunlou smiled indifferently. I never take back what I say. Kid, you brought this on yourself. Brothers, go give him a taste of our fists. With that, the middle-aged man stepped back into the crowd, his eyes signaling his thugs to teach Lin Yunlou a lesson. Ji Meng, Ghost Chariot, and the others abandoned their spectator stance, stepping before Lin Yunlou. Ji Meng whispered telepathically, Demon Lord, leave these minions to us. Fire Dance, Wanru, want to race to see who's faster? Ghost Chariot asked. Uncle Ghost Chariot, why didn't you invite Uncle Ji Meng to join us? Lin Wanru teased playfully. Huo Wu, never missing an opportunity to needle Ghost Chariot, sneered, would he dare? What's there to be afraid of? Wanru, be careful. Lin Yunlou suddenly shouted. A sneak attack? Lin Wanru instantly reacted. As the iron rod swung toward her head, she planted her heels, toes pointing upward, and fell backward. Mid-fall, her body suddenly tensed, freezing in mid-air. The thug wielding the iron rod was startled by the sudden loss of his target. Lin Wanru paid him no mind, pushing off the ground with one hand to prop herself up. She delivered a kick to his jaw, using the momentum to flip herself upright. Ouch, what a tragedy. Even if he doesn't die, his jaw's done for. Why pick on anyone else? Had to sneak attack this little witch. Ghost Chariot remarked nonchalantly from the sidelines. Ghost Chariot, Fire Dance, didn't you two say you wanted to compete? Don't let that little brat Wanru beat you to it. Losing would be a blow to our demon god's reputation. Wanru, you're too cunning. Wait, save one for me. Ghost Chariot bellowed as he joined the fray. Soon after, Wu and Ji Meng joined in one after another, instantly turning the scene into chaos. The crowd of onlookers scattered in a panic, scrambling to find places to take cover. Seeing the Hongmen take action against the bastard who'd injured their brother, the Yunnan gang who'd already been contemplating retreat jumped into the fray to take advantage of the chaos. The police? Those bastards were only too happy to see more Chinese die. Why would they intervene? Besides, with the meager police force in Chinatown, they couldn't possibly stop 100 people fighting. Chinatown now resembled a hellish battlefield. Splattered blood and desperate screams wove a mournful dirge. Bang, bang. The middle-aged man fired 2 shots into the air, then pointed his gun at Lin Yunlou. "Kid," he said, "tell your men to stop, or I'll kill you." Ji Meng and the others turned to Lin Yunlou upon hearing the commotion, seeking his command. The Hongmen henchmen stared at him with a mix of terror and desperate hope. How they wished he would nod and call a halt. Just minutes ago, they had arrived in a mighty force of over 100 men. Now, fewer than 30 remained. What terrifying power was this? The Yunnan gang members had been utterly annihilated. Lin Yunlou shook his head slightly at Ji Meng, signaling for the slaughter to continue. He intended to plant fear, darkness, and despair in the hearts of every Hongmen member. The slaughter continued. The middle-aged man's hand trembled on the gun's grip as bloodshot eyes watched comrades who had been bragging and joking together just yesterday fall one by one into pools of blood. He hesitated, consumed by fear. He hesitated over whether he should span-style color FF0000 pull the trigger. Would firing his gun save his brothers? He feared that since the enemy stood there so brazenly, ignoring his gun, it meant they were certain he wouldn't die or even get hurt. So would span-style color FF0000 firing his gun span backfire? Would all his remaining brothers die? There was only one solution. The middle-aged man tossed aside his gun, dropped to his knees, and pleaded, "Spare them, I beg you. This is all my fault. They were merely following my orders. Please, have mercy on them." His voice carried a wretched, desperate entreaty. "Deputy head, don't kneel. Don't kneel before this bloodthirsty demon." The dozen or so surviving Hongmen members wept as they pleaded loudly. "Ji Meng, Ghost Chariot, fire dance stop." Lin Yunlou smiled, stepping before the kneeling middle-aged man. "What good is strength to a man who's lost his dignity?" he said. "Is this worth it?" The man's eyes held not a ripple of emotion, no anger, no resentment. He didn't understand why. He should hate him, yet why did he? "Between dignity and brothers, I chose the latter." "So yes, it was worth it," the man stated firmly. "Ha! Well said. Rise." Lin Yunlou helped the man to his feet and continued, "None of your brothers died, they merely fainted. No need to grieve too deeply. You..." The middle-aged man was utterly speechless. The emotional rollercoaster from profound grief to overwhelming joy was something only he could truly feel. And deep within his heart, something Lin Yunlou had deliberately planted took root: gratitude. Plant fear, darkness, and despair within a person's heart, then offer them hope or even rebirth. Naturally, their soul will cultivate something new: dependence, gratitude, hatred, faith, or more. Without brothers, what meaning does dignity hold? Chapter 21, The Method of Salvation. "What?" Lin Yunlou asked, his back still turned to the middle-aged man. "Wolf," the middle-aged man answered. "The sect master named me. He said I was found in a wolf's den, so he named me Wolf." "Wolf?" Lin Yunlou murmured. "Wolves are warriors who fear neither life nor death. To survive, they will attack enemies many times their strength. Even if they fall in battle, they create opportunities for their pack. In the law of survival of the fittest, wolves are admirable, yet misunderstood and despised by people. So, Wolf, you'll follow me from now on?" Lin Yunlou forcibly recruited the wolf, his tone resolute. "Impossible. I was raised by the sect leader. He gave me a second life, how could I betray him? Besides, the Hongmen is facing its greatest crisis now. Leaving is out of the question." Lin Yunlou studied the wolf and said, "Ha! Betrayal? I never asked you to betray the Hongmen. Then what is following you if not betrayal?" Wolf couldn't fathom what this young man was playing, at one moment flippant, the next dead serious. "Heh, you'll understand in 3 days." Lin Yunlou left him hanging, then added, "As for the crisis you mentioned, it too will be resolved within 3 days. By then, a brand new Hongmen will emerge before the world." With that, Lin Yunlou departed Chinatown with Ji Meng and the others. The Lu Kai's family, with nearly 40,000 members, dominated the American arms industry. As a major supplier to global organized crime syndicates and the largest arms exporter in the United States, it maintained exceptionally close ties with the DuPont family, America's oldest, wealthiest, most eccentric, and most powerful clan. Many members of the Lucchese family are veterans, possessing formidable strength that commands respect. Their primary sphere of influence is centered in Washington, D.C., where they now fully control Chinatown. Lin Yunlou closed the file in his hands and rubbed his nose. This was truly a headache. He had initially thought dealing with just the Lucchese family would suffice, but now the DuPont family's shadow loomed over the situation. This made things far more complicated. Were the remaining three major mafia families, the Colaspo, Genovese, and Bonanno clans, also involved? And why had they suddenly targeted Chinatowns across the United States and the Hongmen? Ji Meng, what's your take on this Hongmen business? Lin Yunlou asked in a low voice. Demon Lord, the instigator might be the military-industrial complex. The Lu Kaisi family dared to operate on multiple fronts because they likely have the military-industrial complex backing them. The military-industrial complex? More powerful than the mafia? Lin Yunlou asked innocently. Demon Lord, the military-industrial complex is the most powerful and mysterious entity in all of America. The mafia, jointly controlled by the five families, may appear formidable as the rulers of the American underworld, but in reality, they are merely pawns of the military-industrial complex, kept alive when needed, discarded when no longer useful. The military-industrial complex mass produces arms exported worldwide, generating annual profits measured in trillions. Money is secondary. The primary gain lies in the support the conglomerate secures from countless nations, organizations, and mercenaries during arms negotiations. Its influence is so vast it can sway elections. Whether Republican, Democrat, or minor parties, no matter how much corporate backing they receive, cannot become president without the conglomerate's endorsement. At this point, Ji Meng's expression turned grave. The military-industrial complex's power is something we can't shake right now. Shouldn't we put the Hongmen matter on hold for now? Brother Ji Meng, you're wrong to think that way, Ghost Car retorted indignantly. Sure, the military-industrial complex has money, power, and influence, but that doesn't mean we have no chance. If all else fails, I can assassinate their leader. Problem solved. As a demon god, his innate pride wouldn't allow him to retreat before the fight even began. Assassination? No one even knows where the military-industrial complex's headquarters is or who their leader is. How exactly would you carry it out? Ji Meng retorted. Ji Meng, I think Ghost Car has a point. We're not without a chance at all. On the contrary, if I'm not mistaken, our odds might even be better than the military-industrial complexes. Lin Yunlou gestured for Ghost Car to be quiet, then addressed Ji Meng. Ji Meng, let me ask you a few questions first. After I'm done, you should understand. Why did the military-industrial consortium order the Lu Kaisi family to declare war on the Hongmen? Rumors say the current Hongmen leader killed the son of a high-ranking member within the military-industrial complex. Do you believe this incident reflects the collective will of the entire military-industrial complex? Impossible. If the military-industrial complex had unanimously agreed to declare war on the Hongmen wouldn't have lasted half a day. It couldn't have dragged on this long. Just as he suspected. Lin Yunlou continued, second question, what is the relationship between the military-industrial complex and the 10 major conglomerates? The military-industrial consortium significantly impacts the profits of the 10 major financial groups. While their relationship isn't quite a matter of life and death, it's not far off. Ji Meng was sharp. He gradually grasped the thread from Lin Yunlou's questions. These were the keys to dismantling the military-industrial consortium. Ji Meng, I'm sure you've guessed part of it. Now, my final question, do you think the US government would want an entity like the military-industrial complex to exist? No. Power has granted the military-industrial complex everything, but that very power will destroy it when the right opportunity arises, and we are precisely the opportunity the US government needs. Lin Yunlou answered his own question. The Demon Lord has considered so many issues, it shows how much you've grown, Ji Meng praised with satisfaction. But Demon Lord, these things are easy to say. Putting them into action, however, is truly difficult. Truly difficult? Lin Yunlou sneered coldly. Ji Meng, go capture the head of the Lu Kaisi family. Once you have him, use soul searching to find the high-ranking members of that military-industrial complex. Daddy, what about me? All my sisters get to be mercenaries, but I never do. Am I getting no mission this time? Daddy's playing favorites. Lin Yunlou crossed her arms, complaining. Once Uncle Ji Meng uncovers that man's background, you'll have plenty to keep you busy, Lin Yunlou replied gently. Chapter 22, Critical Intelligence. The way of the warrior is one of deception, truth and falsehood, substance and illusion. No one can dictate what one should or should not do, can they? On the black battlefield, only victory or defeat matters. Lu Kai's Leo was an ambitious schemer. As the current patriarch of the Lu Kai's clan and the sworn enemy of Gambino Nathan, he resented his family's subordinate position beneath Gambino Nathan and his Gambino clan. After assuming leadership, he bolstered his clan with wealth, resources, and arms, determined to break free from this second-rate fate. Everything was meticulously prepared, awaiting the perfect moment to strike against the Gambino family. But then the military-industrial complex intervened, ordering him to halt his plans. In that moment, Lucchese cursed every member of the military-industrial complex's family in his mind, yet he had no choice but to obey. After all, they were the true titans of America. Before them, he was little more than a high-ranking enforcer. But now everything had changed. With the tacit approval and backing of the military-industrial complex's upper echelons, he could not only easily replace the Gambino family as the top mafia house but also gained an unexpected windfall. If he crushed the Hongmen, he stood to control all of America's Chinatowns. What a colossal prize. The very thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Who was that? Luo Kai was reading in his study when a sudden alarm rang in his mind. He bellowed to distract the intruder, then swiftly drew a pistol from beneath his desk. He fired 3 shots into the shadowy northeast corner of the room. Not a single shot hit its mark. Though he couldn't see, the bullet striking a human body wouldn't produce such a crisp, hollow sound. Leo tensed every nerve, his eyes darting around as he shifted his body slightly, silently moving away from his original position. In that instant, a massive hand clamped down on Leo's neck. His reflexes kicked in, and he spun the gun around, firing rapidly at the spot behind him. Without fail, the bullet flew out. Yet the hand gripping his neck showed no sign of loosening. Damn it, I clearly hit him. Why isn't he dead? Is this gun a knockoff? Luo Kaicilio, sharp judgment, quick reflexes, yet against such overwhelming power, your attacks are futile. The figure behind him spoke. Enough tricks. Now lend me your head. Raising the other hand, it simply rested on Luo Kaicilio's skull. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Leo acutely felt death approaching. He tried to scream for help, but despite the thunderous gunshot earlier, no one outside had heard. This place must have been sealed off by some method employed by the intruder. Ah! A bone-piercing agony made Leo scream in agony. His consciousness gradually blurred, his eyes becoming vacant and lifeless. Oh, so it was him? This was going to make things truly interesting in America. Ji Meng extracted a wealth of useful information from Lu Kai's mind, though the filthy, sordid details needn't be mentioned. Bang, bang. A rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Ji Meng had only isolated the sounds within this study. Noises from outside remained audible. Upon hearing the knocking, he swiftly moved Lu Kai's Leo to a chair, letting his head droop to create the illusion of sleep before slipping away. Outside, the visitor, growing impatient at the lack of response, pushed open the study door and stepped inside. Seeing the clan chief seemingly asleep, they hesitated for a moment before finally calling out, Chief! Chief! HM? How did I fall asleep? Lu Kai's Leo mumbled indistinctly, having no recollection of what had just transpired. After leaving the Lu Kai's estate, Ji Meng headed straight for New York. Within 20 minutes, he arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel. True to the Demon Clan's usual style, Ji Meng intended to teleport directly to the top floor. However, Lin Yunlou had instructed them not to leave any traces for the security cameras, so he had no choice but to take the elevator up. Chess is an ideal game that seamlessly blends strategy, tactics, and pure technique. As a popular intellectual sport in Europe and America, regular chess play effectively hones logical reasoning and deductive thinking, significantly enhancing attention, observation, memory, imagination, and cognitive abilities. Compared to chess, Lin Yunlou preferred Chinese chess and Go. After being dragged into a 2-hour Western chess match by Lin Yunlou, Lin Yunlou spotted Ji Meng's return and hurried over, exclaiming happily, Ji Meng, you're back. I've been waiting for you. Come, let's discuss this in the study. Eager to escape Lin Yunlou's clutches, he led the way toward the study. Lin Yunlou had played for 2 hours and lost for 2 hours. Seeing victory within reach, she naturally refused to let Lin Yunlou off the hook. With displeasure, she protested, no way. Dad's too sneaky. You can't leave until we finish this game. Fine, but this is the last game, okay? I need to discuss something with Uncle Ji Meng, Lin Yunlou conceded. The last game. Seeing Lin Yunlou agree, Lin Yunlou picked up the Black King and moved it straight forward 1 space on the board, placing it directly in front of the White King. Lin Yunlou seethed inwardly. Wasn't this move a blatant sign of Dad looking down on her? She'd never accept a victory gained by the opponent's concession. Ignoring the Black King before her, Lin Yunlou picked up the White King and diagonally retreated 1 space to the edge of the board. She then glared defiantly at Lin Yunlou. Heh, I knew this girl would make that move. Lin Yunlou smirked, picked up the Black Queen, and declared, checkmate. You lose. Lin Yunlou was dumbfounded. She was on the verge of winning. Why did she suddenly lose? She didn't even get a chance to respond to the check. Young lady, Lin Yunlou continued, your tactical execution, deployment of forces, and piece positioning were all excellent. Yet you still lost. Do you know why? You lost because of your mindset. You thought I was letting you win. But in truth, I was psychologically provoking you. You backed down, so you lost. On the battlefield, if you hesitate or retreat, what you lose won't be just a game of chess, it will be the lives of tens of thousands of comrades. Lin Yunlou sternly admonished Lin Yunlou. He didn't want her to regret it only after losing something truly important. Father, I'll remember. I won't make this mistake again. Lin Yunlou nodded firmly in agreement. Lin Yunlou nodded, then turned and entered the study, followed by Ji Meng. Both men took their seats. Lin Yunlou spoke first, what have you uncovered? Ji Meng replied with a smile, Demon Lord, we've made significant progress. That man is named Abigail. He is indeed a high-ranking member of the military-industrial consortium. It was he who orchestrated the Liu Kai's family's attack on the Hongmen from behind the scenes. Moreover, never thought Ji Meng would learn to build suspense. Seems the gains were substantial this time. Lin Yunlou quipped. Yes, Demon Lord. I extracted 2 highly valuable pieces of information from the memories of the Liu Kai's family patriarch. Just spit it out. This whole suspense thing really isn't your style. From Leo's memories, I learned that Abigail once casually mentioned the military-industrial complex has planted spies within all 10 major conglomerates, seemingly gathering significant intelligence. The second piece of intelligence is that Abigail and Leo of the Liu Kai's family reached an agreement. If the Liu Kai's family destroys the Hongmen, Abigail will allow the Liu Kai's family to replace the Gambino family's position. Ha! I was just fretting over how to persuade these 2 powerhouses, and now you bring such crucial news. Looks like the heavens are aiding us. Lin Yunlou laughed heartily. Ji Meng, head straight to the Hongmen, the 10 major conglomerates, and the Gambino family. Visit the government to leak a hint about the military-industrial complex's shady dealings. They're probably still in the dark about this. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 23, Bar Encounter. There's no need to handle everything personally. Some matters must be delegated to subordinates, otherwise, they'll assume you don't trust them and harbor resentment. The decisive day was fast approaching, yet Lin Yunlou showed no awareness of the impending storm. Abandoning Lin Yunlou and the others, he slipped out of the Four Seasons Hotel in casual attire and blended into the flow of people. As night fell and the city lights came on, a kaleidoscope of people began their evening routines, white-collar workers gathering friends for drinks at bars, glamorously dressed bunny girls flirtatiously swaying their hips, and street punks mingling restlessly among the crowd. Lin Yunlou, wandering aimlessly, had no idea where to go. He casually entered a bar called Waiting Bar. Bars always carried an air of ambiguity, a melody of desire, the perfect place for men and women seeking one-night stands. Standing near the entrance, Lin Yunlou covered his nose as he surveyed the bar's environment. The stench of vomit and unidentifiable filth assaulted his sensitive nose. Young people raised their glasses in celebration of something enviable youth indeed. Couples lost themselves in passionate kisses in the corners. The bar was a melting pot of all sorts of people, every walk of life imaginable. Lin Yunlou frowned, feeling distinctly out of place. Under the dim lighting, he settled onto a bar stool at the counter. The female bartender, clad in a white shirt and black vest, spotted him and offered a professional smile. "First time here, sir? What can I get you?" Behind her, the liquor cabinet was stacked with bottles of every kind, none of which he could name. He simply ordered a Coke. The bartender covered her mouth and giggled softly. This was the first time she'd seen a customer come to a bar for a soft drink. Handing him the Coke, she chatted briefly before leaving to attend to other patrons. "Sir, would you mind buying me a drink?" A sultry female voice sounded behind him. Without turning his head, Lin Yunlou replied, "Sorry, I can't." Lin Yunlou had only come to the bar to sit casually. He had no interest in chatting up women, nor did he respond to their advances. Especially not from women in a bar. What if he lost control and carelessly gave up his precious virginity? Especially with these bar women who knew how many men they'd entertained with their bodies just for pleasure? In this cold city, both men and women had sexual needs, and one-night stands were their best option. The woman seemed oblivious to Lin Yunlou's refusal. She walked over, sat beside him, and snapped her fingers to summon the bartender. "What would you like to drink, beautiful?" the bartender asked, approaching the woman. "Blue Note, please." The bartender couldn't help glancing at Lin Yunlou, who sat drinking his Coke obliviously. Has the world changed? Does a man drinking Coke now attract women's attention more easily? But why didn't she feel that way? The woman lifted her glass, sipped lightly, and parted her sensual red lips. "Sir, refusing to buy a woman a drink is rather rude, you know." Lin Yunlou turned to glance at this overly familiar woman. Her full, pert arms were tightly hugged by jeans, and her chest was a veritable sea of waves at least a 36D. She wore a large baseball cap, her golden hair lazily draped over her shoulders. Though the cap obscured most of her face, Lin Yunlou sensed a beautiful face hidden beneath it. "What, you're finally willing to look at me?" The woman shot Lin Yunlou a flirtatious glance. "Have we met before?" Lin Yunlou felt an uncanny familiarity with her and asked hesitantly. Sir, that kind of small talk went out of style 10 years ago," the woman giggled, her laughter as pleasant as wind chimes, while the magnificent curves beneath her top bounced restlessly. Lin Yunlou swallowed nervously and stammered, "Miss, I didn't mean to." The woman took a sip of wine, set her glass down, and ran her delicate tongue lightly around her sensual lips. Such a simple gesture stirred the most primal desires in a man. Though still a virgin, Lin Yunlou was undeniably a normal man. He couldn't deny it, couldn't question the voice in his mind demanding to possess her, to claim her. Yes, his heart had skipped a beat. The theory of physical induction suggests certain sounds can accelerate our heartbeats, and certain provocative actions can awaken desires hidden deep within humanity. The woman didn't seem bothered by Lin Yunlou's unrestrained, impolite gaze. She removed the baseball cap from her head, her two bright, luminous eyes fixed on him as she said, "Do you think you're so charming and attractive to women that I'd ask you to buy me a drink?" Lin Yunlou shook his head. "I never thought that. I've been watching you for a while. Among all the men in this bar, you're the only one who hasn't once looked my way since I walked in. And here's a man who comes to a bar not to drink alcohol, but to drink Coke. I thought you were different from the rest, a decent guy. That's why I gave you this chance to buy me a drink. Who knew you'd be so lacking in manners? I didn't see you earlier, how could I have looked at you?" Lin Yunlou shook his head and chuckled softly. He finally understood, his refusal to drink alcohol and his choice of cola had piqued this woman's curiosity, leading her to think he was a decent man. If she knew his hands were stained with the blood of hundreds, who knows what she'd think? Chivalry? Chivalry is just a set of hypocritical excuses men invent to mask their true intentions. Ultimately, isn't it all about getting into bed with women? I don't want any connection or one-night stand with anyone here, so I have no need for such false pretenses. So may I interpret this as, when you want to sleep with a woman, you suddenly exhibit proper gentlemanly manners? The woman retorted sharply. Maybe. But who knows what might happen? Lin Yunlou shrugged non-committally. How about this then? The woman stood up, then sat down in Lin Yunlou's lap. Her hands formed a ring behind his head, and her moist, tender lips gently pecked his. Would this make you show your gentlemanly manners? Lin Yunlou froze, staring blankly at the woman throwing herself at him, unable to respond. Seeing his silence, her sensual lips pressed against his. This time, she forced her way past his teeth, slipping her tongue inside. She licked his upper and lower lips, awkwardly and clumsily trying to suck on his tongue. Wow, they're kissing and it's a wet one. The bartender watched the passionate scene unfolding live in astonishment. She resolved to keep a close eye on her boyfriend when she got home. She absolutely couldn't let him drink Coke anymore. Lin Yunlou finally snapped back to reality, wanting to scream but his mouth was firmly sealed. He could only cry out in his mind, "My first kiss. How could this happen? The plot shouldn't be unfolding like this. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." Adopting a no-holds-barred attitude, Lin Yunlou cupped both sides of her face with his hands, sliding his tongue into her mouth and greedily demanding more. The woman tiptoed to meet his advance, their tongues finally intertwining, sparking the flames of desire. Chapter 24, Passion. Under the night lamp, my soul melts away. May my beloved grow accustomed to tasting, sharing both bitterness and sweetness. Though they say sweet saliva rivals jade nectar, mingling with my lover's tongue is silk soft embrace. No wonder he loves playing with his tongue. How many times has he deeply? Font size 20 importante Helm 17306804969957. King Solomon once composed a poem describing his lover's lips, a small mouth exhaling the fragrance of orchids and lilies. Your lips are tender and crimson, dripping with honey, waiting for me. You span style color 00B050 a Helgem 17306804969957 data mark Stru style background color FFFF00FF important. Font size 20 important you hurt me Helgem 17306804969957 span. The woman suddenly took 2 steps back, gazing at Lin Yunlou with a look of reproach. Lin Yunlou blushed, flustered, and stammered, "I'm sorry, that was my first kiss." The woman giggled softly, her eyes fluttering at Lin Yunlou as she wrapped her arms around his waist. "Tonight," she murmured, "shall we go to your place or mine? Mom says I can't just bring random women home, so you go to yours, I'll go to mine." Lin Yunlou had already snapped out of his daze. He suddenly stepped back to break free from her embrace and replied coolly, I just. Font size 20 importante Helm 17306804969957 span. He stepped back 2 paces without a trace, breaking free from her embrace, and said calmly, "That was just an accident. I'm sorry, but we can't continue this." "All right then," the woman replied, her voice tinged with unmistakable disappointment. She sat back down on the bar stool, pulled her baseball cap down over her face, covering it completely. In the dim light, Lin Yunlou couldn't make out her expression. She ordered another drink, bringing it to the table. Font size 20 important she glanced at the glass, seemingly admiring the swirling liquid within, then gently placed it on the bar in front of Lin Yunlou. "This is for you," she said. Seeing Lin Yunlou's hesitation, the woman's delicate eyebrow beneath her hat brim arched slightly. With a hint of a sob in her voice, she said, "You won't even drink a glass of wine? That's really hurtful, you know." "Ugh, don't do that. I'll drink it." Lin Yunlou hastily lifted the glass, ignoring whether it tasted good or was too strong, and downed it in one gulp. As soon as he finished, the woman eagerly asked, "Well, are you drunk? You must be drunk now." Her voice seemed to echo directly from within his mind, hollow and distant. His head felt heavy and dizzy, the wineglass before him blurring. His voice raspy, he managed, "Sorry, I'm just tired." Before he could finish, his entire body slumped onto the bar counter, his eyes drooping as if he'd fallen asleep. Seeing him collapse, the woman feigned concern. "What's wrong? Are you drunk? I'll take you home." She placed the payment on the bar, then gently lifted Lin Yunlou, draping one of his arms over her shoulder while wrapping her left arm around his waist. Slowly, she guided him out of the bar. Once outside, the woman breathed a silent sigh of relief. Truthfully, her heart had been in her throat the entire time she'd been slipping the sedative into Lin Yunlou's drink. She'd been constantly worried, what if he noticed? What if the drug didn't work? She hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to head straight for the Hilton Hotel. With the help of a hotel attendant, she carried Lin Yunlou into the large bed of the hotel suite. After tipping the attendant to leave, she returned to Lin Yunlou's sleeping quarters. Leaning against the doorway, her beautiful pale blue eyes fixed intently on the unconscious man. He was ordinary looking, the kind you'd never spot in a crowd. Yet, inexplicably, she had drawn near him, initiated conversation, not only kissed him forcefully but also dared to drug him. At this thought, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Approaching the bed, she leaned over Lin Yunlou, gently brushing aside his messy bangs with her delicate hand. Pressing her red lips to his forehead, she exhaled a faint, sweet fragrance and murmured, "I'm still a virgin, so you haven't been cheated. But I won't let you know that." At that moment, Lin Yunlou's eyebrows Aheljum 17306804969557 Datamark JStrueStyle background color FFFF00F important. Font size 20 ps important Lin Yunlou span style color 00B050 Aheljum 17306804969557 Datamark JStrueStyle background color FFFF00FF important. Font size 20 ps important Desiria Aheljum 17306804969557 span had already burned to its peak. Aheljum 17306804969557 Datamark JStrueStyle background color FFFF00F important. Font size 20px important. Aheljum 17306804969557 If he can't span style color 00B050 vent it out, he might end up bottling it up until it makes him sick. Chapter 25, I'll take responsibility for you. Lu gazed intently at the woman nestled in his arms, her eyes closed like a small bird seeking comfort. She had given him her first time, yet he didn't even know her name. Hesitating for a moment, he asked softly, "Do you regret doing this?" "Regret? Regret what?" The woman didn't open her eyes, her tone stiff as she asked. "Do you realize how irresponsible this is to yourself?" Lin Yunlou averted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the large clock hanging on the wall directly opposite him. "Oof. That's just how you men are. Why didn't you say this when we were doing it? Oh, you climaxed, you came, and now you're lecturing me?" The woman opened her eyes and sneered coldly at Lin Yunlou. Lin Yunlou awkwardly averted his gaze from the woman's stare. He knew she was absolutely right. Though he had indeed been unconscious at first, he hadn't stopped her actions when he came to. His mind had recognized it was wrong, yet his body had surged with uncontrollable arousal. Recalling the passion of moments ago, Lin Yunlou's body responded once more. "Brother, take it easy. Now's not the time for you to step forward." Lin Yunlou silently recited the calm mind mantra, yet his hands disobeyed him, caressing the woman's body as smooth as silk brocade. "See? I told you men are creatures ruled by their lower halves. Wanting more already?" The woman said dismissively. "You filthy hands, can't you slow down?" Lin Yunlou swept her into his arms, lifting her to his waist. He spoke with solemn seriousness, "Regardless of your thoughts, as a man, I must take responsibility for my actions." A chord struck deep within her. Lin Yunlou's resolute tone and earnest gaze shattered her resentment. "Yet, responsibility? How laughable. We were merely one-night lovers. You expect to take responsibility for me? How delusional. I sought you out in that bar precisely to avoid commitment. Besides, you lack the means to hold me accountable. You don't look like a wealthy man. What I spend in a day could probably cover your monthly expenses. If my father found out you slept with me, you wouldn't even keep your life. And you still want to take responsibility?" Lin Yunlou scratched his nose. This woman's background must be no simple matter. But how exactly did the author plan this plot? According to typical TV drama tropes, shouldn't she be clutching the bedsheets and sobbing? Then the woman lights a cigarette and whispers wickedly, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you." In this world where skies no longer blue, waters no longer green, chickens and ducks constantly carry avian flu, infant formula laced with melamine. People pose naked for photos, debts go unpaid, mothers-in-law marry off daughters just for your house, and children's fathers remain unidentified. In such times, why is it so hard to find someone to take responsibility? I don't care how rich you are or how powerful your father is. Since you gave me your first time, you're my woman even if we have no feelings for each other. Sigh, are all men as shameless as you? The woman sighed, her heart wavering. No, we're just strangers who crossed paths by chance. I can't harm him. The woman suddenly began furiously pounding Lin Yunlou. Get out. Who do you think you are? Get out. Lin Yunlou let her strike him, his heart sinking with frustration. Is a woman's only constant truly her fickleness? She was perfectly fine just moments ago, now she's acting like a shrew. Smack, smack. Lin Yunlou lightly tapped her full buttocks twice and said, "Stop hitting me. I won't force you. If you don't want to, then forget it." He didn't want to do this, but when he saw tears welling up in her eyes as she struck him, pity welled up inside him, and he couldn't help but speak softly. Her hands stopped pounding him. She stared fixedly at Lin Yunlou, then collapsed onto him, overcome with anguish. Lin Yunlou wrapped his arms tightly around her, as if trying to merge her into his own body. "Sleep well," he murmured. "When you wake, everything will be as it was before. I'll pretend nothing happened and won't bother you." The woman curled up in his embrace and slowly drifted off. Lin Yunlou gazed intently at her delicate features. 1 hour, 2 hours passed. He lost track of time until he too drifted into a drowsy sleep. Early the next morning, the woman awoke first. Through sleepy eyes, she gazed at the man who had taken her virginity, her smile brimming with tenderness. That smile, like the goddess Luo caressing the water, illuminated the entire gloomy autumn day. "Goodbye, my man." She kissed Lin Yunlou's long lashes, rose to her feet, and left without a backward glance. His lashes fluttered lightly. Lin Yunlou opened his eyes to find himself alone in the vast, empty room. Watching the door still swaying, a wave of reluctance washed over him. "You left after all, woman." Returning to the Four Seasons Hotel in a foul mood, Lin Yunlou pounced the moment he entered his room. Hands on her hips, she shouted, "Daddy, where did you run off to? Why didn't you come back last night? Were you chasing women? Ha? You're still wearing perfume. Daddy, you really went looking for those loose women. How could you do that?" Lin Yunlou was already in a foul mood, and Lin Yunlou's incessant accusations only made him more irritable. What did she mean by shady women? He snapped, "Enough. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? I'm your father, not your son." Ignoring Lin Yunlou, whose eyes welled with tears, he slammed the door and stormed into his room. Ji Meng and the others watched silently, not daring to utter a word. Once Lin Yunlou was inside, the quick-witted Huowu walked over and patted Lin Yunlou's shoulder. "Yunlou," she said, "the demon lord must be troubled by something to act this way. You're such a sensible girl, you should understand and be considerate of him." Tears finally spilled over as Lin Yunlou nodded silently. Chapter 26, The Five Great Powers Meet. January, a new beginning. In the afternoon, torrential rain poured down on New York City. Yet this did little to dampen the intense curiosity of passers-by, who stared intently at the motorcades constantly passing by. Representatives from the Hongmen, the Gambino family, the 10 major financial groups, and the government-appointed negotiators, these four factions arrived at the Hilton Hotel as if by mutual arrangement. Reminded by Ji Meng, Lin Yunlou arrived at a large conference room in what had once been the New England Gang's underground boxing arena. He had instructed the four major factions to meet at the Hilton first, rather than heading directly to the underground arena, precisely to keep them guessing about his intentions. The Four Seasons Hotel served as his temporary operational base, with Ji Meng and others a location he would never risk exposing. "Ji Meng, did you send Ghost Chariot?" Lin Yunlou surveyed the conference room, noting Ji Meng, Fire Dance, and Lin Yunlou were present, but Ghost Chariot was conspicuously absent. He surmised Ghost Chariot had likely gone off on his own to greet the major factions. "Demon Lord, I failed in my duties. Please punish me," Ji Meng answered fearfully. These matters were originally his responsibility, but Ghost Chariot had insisted on going to witness the skills of the major factions' bodyguards. Before Ji Meng could seek Lin Yunlou's approval, Ghost Chariot had vanished. Ji Meng, don't you know Ghost Chariot by now? He never misses a chance to get into a fight. Let him be. Let's just hope the four great factions people don't get too badly hurt. And stop with this talk of punishment. Though you're nominally my subordinate, I've always regarded you as my seniors. So please, no more of that in the future. I understand, Demon Lord. Having lived for millennia, Ji Meng knew Lin Yunlou's words were meant to win favor, yet his heart still warmed. Ignored? Bullied? Unloved? No matter. Even if the whole world shuns you, disregards you, or deems you worthless, my doors remain open. New York City Psychiatric Hospital, your 5-star home. Outside the Hilton Hotel, bodies lay scattered haphazardly. Some screamed in agony, others wailed pitifully, but most wore vacant stares, their expressions shifting between terror and vacant grins, indistinguishable from madness. Onlookers watched from a distance. Kind souls pulled out phones to call for help, but one carelessly dialed the psychiatric hospital instead. Alas, good intentions gone awry. Meanwhile, the representatives of the four major factions trailed behind a lean, wiry man, their faces as sullen as frost-bitten eggplants. When demons thump against your windowpane, toads burrow into your bedding, venomous snakes slither above your head, earthworms crawl between your toes, and centipedes crawl into your nostrils, the representatives of the factions felt that same, perfectly synchronized dread. Yes, even now, the fear remained uncontrollable when that short, wiry man appeared before them. First, he materialized out of thin air right in front of them, surrounded by their bodyguards. Then, he brutally beat their guards without mercy. These were leaders of America's top factions, and their bodyguards were naturally elite warriors. Many hail from the world's top special forces SEAL Team 6, Delta Force, while others were Russian-trained solo combat specialists or Green Berets renowned for their tactical prowess. Yet this man had dispatched them all with nothing more than a simple handstrike. Could it be that this mysterious D-Men faction had truly annihilated the entire New England gang in just half an hour, as the rumors claimed? Representatives from the major factions made up their minds. They absolutely must not provoke the Emperor's Gate. It would be best to befriend them, but if friendship was impossible, they must never become enemies. Otherwise, their fate might mirror that of the New England gang, consigned to the annals of history. At the conference room door, Ghost Car turned and addressed the representatives. "Gentlemen, my master is inside. I have business to attend to and cannot accompany you further. Please proceed on your own." If Wu Wu were here, she'd scoff, "What the hell do you care? You're just scared of the young master's wrath." Watching Ghost Car ignore them and walk away picking his nose, the representatives of the major factions exchanged glances. None dared to be the first to push open the massive doors blocking their path. Finally, Onassis Abital, head of the Onassis family, couldn't hold back. He bellowed, "You call yourselves leaders of major clans? What grand occasion haven't you seen? Yet now you lack the courage to even step through a door? Damn it, I think you've truly been intimidated into stupidity by this Emperor's Gate master's show of force. He summoned us to discuss uniting against the military-industrial complex. If that's the case, I see no reason to be afraid." Though Abital had reigned as the shipping magnate for decades, his fiery, forthright temperament remained unchanged over the years. Yet it was precisely this trait that earned him many genuine friends. With that, his calloused hands pushed open the conference room doors. Abital snorted disdainfully and strode in first. The others inwardly gloated, glad to have a fool as their test subject. Seeing Abital enter the room, they followed suit. Lin Yunlou heard the door open and turned his back to the entrance, spinning around to appraise the newcomers. As he sized up the representatives of the major factions, they, in turn, scrutinized him. "Where's the Emperor Gates Master? Didn't he summon us? Why isn't he coming out now? Not only that, but he sends some kid instead? Does he look down on us?" Abital bellowed in his booming voice. "Damn it, your shrill voice will get us killed someday. You should pick your spots for outbursts, old man. This is the Emperor's Gates territory. If you piss them off and they get upset, we'll all be finished here. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Many within the other factions silently cursed Abital's foolishness. "Heh, I've long heard the Onassis family patriarch is famously blunt, now I see it's true." Lin Yunlou chuckled. "Kid, tell your old man to come out and talk. You're not even fully grown yet, and you're already trying to act tough." Abital bellowed, his voice booming. Lin Wanru nearly choked on her laughter, while Ji Meng and Hua Wu also struggled to suppress their amusement. Lin Yunlou was furious. "I just shed my virgin title yesterday, and you dare call me a wet behind the ears kid? If you don't believe me, bring your daughter over to test it. I guarantee she won't be able to get out of bed afterward. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lin. I am Lin Yunlou, head of the Emperor's Gate." He stood and delivered a sullen yet concise introduction. Chapter 27, Alliance 1. "No way, you little brat are the head of the Imperial Gate?" Not only was Abital stunned, but the others were also inwardly questioning. Common sense told them the head of the Imperial Gate must be around their own age, otherwise, how could he have built a force capable of easily wiping out the New England gang? "Does anyone dare impersonate me as the head of the Imperial Gate?" Lin Yunlou addressed Onassis, the clan chief, and the others. "The underworld isn't a senior citizens club. One's qualifications as a leader aren't determined by age. The underworld has always followed the iron rule of survival of the fittest, hasn't it?" Facing the elite gathered at the pinnacle of American society, Lin Yunlou showed no trace of youthful awkwardness. He spoke with confidence, "Gentlemen, please don't just stand there. If you don't take a seat, word will spread that the Imperial Gate lacks hospitality." Once everyone was seated, Lin Yunlou continued, "You all know why I invited you here. Yes, we cannot allow the military-industrial complex to continue its arrogance. Though my Imperial Gate is newly established, I've long heard of the complex's tyranny. Mr. Rockefeller," he addressed the patriarch, "your family's McDonnell Douglas Corporation, along with Martin Marietta, Sperry Rand, and Westinghouse Electric, all jointly controlled with the Mellon Financial Group, have suffered significant losses under the military-industrial consortium's suppression these past years, haven't they? As far as I know, several arms manufacturers within the 10 major cartels are teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Some have effectively ceased operations, merely clinging to life. Then there was the financial storm a few months ago, where the U.S. stock market plummeted by about 6%, wiping out all gains from the second round of quantitative easing. Among the big four banks, Bank of America plunged 20%, while Citigroup dropped 16%. With such consecutive steep declines, I truly wonder how the government and the 10 major financial groups can stomach this, watching helplessly as the military-industrial complex reaps the benefits." Moreover, U.S. long-term Treasury yields have surged persistently, climbing over 10% within a month, nearly matching gold's gains during this period. The VIX, also known as the Fear Index, skyrocketed 32% last Monday to 42. This level rivals the VIX during the 1987 stock market crash, the 1998 financial crisis, the 2002 tech bubble burst, and the 2008 financial crisis. How many people have lost their jobs? How many companies went bankrupt? How many families shattered? How many became homeless and displaced? The entire United States has nearly become a city of crime, with crime rates climbing daily. Could the government truly be unaware that someone is orchestrating all this behind the scenes? And who possesses the capability to drive this storm? Master of the Imperial Gate, we are all well aware of these matters, DuPont Vito, patriarch of the first consortium, stated gravely. But this knowledge alone is insufficient to justify the immense risk of joining forces with you against the colossal military-industrial complex. DuPont Vito, head of the first financial group, spoke in a deep voice. Vito was notoriously cautious, never making a move without certainty. If Lin Yunlou couldn't present something compelling enough, Vito would turn and leave immediately. And if Vito left, the other financial groups would follow him. They were all in the same boat, and the DuPont group was undoubtedly the helmsman steering it. Chairman DuPont, Lin Yunlou chuckled, I invited the 10 major financial groups precisely to address the hidden dangers within your own ranks. Threats? Our 10 major cartels have always been united as one. Outsiders couldn't possibly infiltrate our ranks. What threats are you speaking of? Dupang Weitua clearly didn't believe Lin Yunlou's words, and the other cartel heads nodded in agreement. If I were to say that the military-industrial complex has long planted spies within the core of your 10 conglomerates, would you clan leaders choose to believe it or not? Oof. The first Citibank consortium has never detected any such infiltrators. Could it be that the Emperor's Gate Master is fabricating this to unite us? Questioned Gantry, the Citibank consortium's representative. Oh, never had any infiltrators? How can you be so certain, Mr. Gantry? Lin Yunlou took the documents handed by Ji Meng and read aloud. The 1987 stock market crash caused immense socio-economic turmoil and immeasurable losses. The Dow Jones Index plummeted continuously, with Citibank on Wall Street suffering the most severe losses. Coincidentally, just 3 days before the crash erupted, Citibank's then CEO vanished without a trace. In 1999, the first Citibank consortium saw its massive holdings in military industries, rockets, missiles, aircraft, etc., and civilian industries, electronics, chemicals, petroleum, non-ferrous metallurgy, etc., go bankrupt one after another. The person in charge at the time also vanished without a trace. In 2007. With each revelation from Lin Yunlou, Gantry's expression shifted. Finally, he slumped dejectedly, head bowed, until Lin finished speaking. Only then did he lift his head and ask, are you saying the military-industrial complex has uncovered all our consortium's moves and hidden cards? No, not entirely. It's not that the military-industrial complex lacks the capability, but they dare not act too ruthlessly for now. Otherwise, it would provoke suspicion and backlash from the 10 major conglomerates. Thus, the 10 major conglomerates still hold secrets unknown to the military-industrial complex. I have a set of documents here. You may review them before deciding whether to unite against the military-industrial consortium. Lin Yunlou finished speaking and nodded to Ji Meng and Huo Wu to distribute the materials. Master of the Imperial Gate, may I ask you a question? The current head of the Hongmen, Sutoming Jing, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, spoke up as the meeting room atmosphere grew tense. Lin Yunlou already knew what Sutoming Jing would ask. Looking at the man's nearly 60-year-old face, remarkably free of wrinkles, he smiled confidently, Elder Situ, you are our senior. To say you seek my advice would be presumptuous. Whatever concerns you have, please speak freely. We can discuss them together. This young man has risen to lead a faction without the arrogance or restlessness of youth. He is destined for greatness. Situming-Jing's gaze toward Lin Yunlou grew increasingly admiring. If the major factions present here unite against the military-industrial consortium, what are our chances of success? Only a 1 in 10 chance. Lin Yunlou stated firmly. Chapter 28, Alliance 2. Onassis Abidal slammed the documents on the table. This is outrageous. So many infiltrators? Damn it, the military-industrial consortium has gone too far. Master Lin, Onassis, agree to form an alliance with you. Together, we'll crush that bastard military-industrial complex. Abidal's face flushed crimson, clearly seething with rage. Onassis, sit down. This is no time for you to lose your temper, DuPont Vito snapped sternly. After Abidal reluctantly sat back down, DuPont turned to Lin Yunlou and said gravely, Master Lin, this is no trivial matter. If you cannot verify the authenticity of these documents for us, I can only say I'm sorry. That sly old fox playing retreat as advance. Lin Yunlou felt irritated, his stubborn temper flaring. Narrowing his eyes at DuPont Vito, he said, Chief DuPont clearly distrusts us. But that's only human nature. If I were in your shoes, I'd demand proof too. However, I have no intention of explaining this document further, as it concerns the secrets of our Imperial Gate. If clan leader DuPont insists on leaving regardless of your consortium's safety, the door is over there. Please help yourself. With that, he ignored DuPont veto and turned his gaze to Situ Mingjing, speaking with solemn gravity. Mr. Situ, if we confront the military-industrial consortium in our current state, our chances of victory are less than 10%.
Oh, less than a 10% chance? Stu Mingjing uttered disappointedly.
Before arriving, he had mentally assessed both sides' strengths. If united, his faction would hold at least a 30 to 40% advantage.
Why would the D-Men leader claim less than a 10% chance? Was it indeed due to his youth and lack of thorough consideration?
Indeed, Lin Yunlou replied pointedly. Given the current distrust, suspicion, and mistrust among certain individuals, forget about winning. We should be thinking about how to save our own lives. Situ Mingjing stroked his long beard, smiled, and said nothing.
Haha, you little rascal doesn't know the first thing about respecting your elders. DuPont Vito's deadpan expression vanished instantly as he burst into laughter. If I hadn't agreed to the alliance just now, you'd probably have called me an old fossil or a senile fool right to my face, wouldn't you?
Not a chance, Lin Yunlou chuckled back.
What are your intentions? Will you join forces against the military-industrial complex?
DuPont Vito fixed his burning gaze upon the clan heads and representatives of the other 9 major conglomerates, his voice ringing out.
I'm in. Onassis raised his right hand and declared first.
Seeing even DuPont Vito had agreed, the others had no objections and naturally followed suit. Since all 10 conglomerates agree to unite, only the Hongmen, the Gambino family, and the government remain. What are your thoughts?
Lin Yunlou understood perfectly well.
The fact that these major factions had agreed to the meeting signaled their willingness to unite. Whether they ultimately joined the alliance would depend on how much he could offer to make the risk worthwhile. I support the alliance, said Stu Mingjing with a sigh, his voice heavy with emotion. I hope Master Lin can lead us through this crisis. The Hongmen has already lost many members.
I don't want any more deaths.
Old Master Situ, there's no need for such deep sorrow.
Once we've eliminated the military-industrial consortium, the Hongmen will emerge even stronger than before. Lin Yunlou offered his consolation in an equally somber tone. Damn, life really is like a stage all about the performance. If you're so good at putting on an act, why not become an actor?
The government has agreed to join this alliance, but won't be directly involved. If we fail to destroy the military-industrial complex, the government will act as if this alliance never existed. The US government's representative was a big, fat man. His small eyes blinked constantly as he spoke, giving off a shrewd and sinister vibe.
Damn it, I never expected you fence-sitters in the US government to be of any help.
Lin Yunlou replied indifferently.
Master Lin, did the military-industrial complex truly agree to let the Lucchese family replace the Gambino family?
Gambino Nathan, who had remained silent since entering the conference room, spoke for the first time. According to my intelligence, that is indeed the case, Lin Yunlou nodded to Nathan. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal that this wasn't the entire military-industrial complex's decision, but rather an unauthorized promise made by someone seeking revenge.
Then, I agree to the alliance, Gambino Nathan said after a long hesitation. Deep down, he was utterly unwilling to join forces. But if Lucchese Leo replaced him, backed by the military-industrial consortium, wouldn't eliminating the Gambino family become child's play?
Thus, he had no choice but to risk betraying the consortium and join the alliance. Seeing no opposition to the alliance, Lin Yunlou's mood lifted considerably. He declared, since everyone is in agreement, I now announce our first mission after forming this alliance, eliminate all small and medium-sized gangs within New York.
Master Lin, isn't this putting the cart before the horse?
Our top priority should be helping the Hongmen weather tomorrow's crisis.
What good will eliminating those minor players do?
Abidal, more anxious than the directly involved Stu Mingjing, voiced his objection the moment Lin Yunlou finished speaking.
This Onassis really has a temper.
Chief Onassis, my request to eliminate those smaller gangs is precisely the first step in confronting the Lucchese family, or rather, dismantling the military-industrial complex.
There's no need for your impatience. I believe Elder Situ will understand. Right, Elder Situ?
Lin Yunlou spoke, his eyes meeting Situ Mingjing's with profound meaning.
Situ Mingjing smiled silently, nodding to himself. Alright, everyone return to your preparations for tomorrow's battle.
After making his arrangements, Lin Yunlou waved his hand warily.
With a heavy heart, Situ Mingjing left the underground boxing arena.
No sooner had he gotten into his car than his phone rang.
Hello, Master Lin? Situ Mingjing was taken aback. Hadn't he just left? Is old Master Situ wondering why I'm calling?
Lin Yunlou's laughter came through the phone.
Master Lin must be doing this to guard against someone in the alliance tipping off the Lucchese family.
Stu Mingjing, a seasoned veteran himself, quickly grasped Lin Yunlou's intent.
Yes. What I'm about to say is of utmost importance to the Hongmen. I cannot afford any mishaps.
Lin Yunlou paused, then continued in a grave tone, I need head of the Sito clan to relocate the majority of Hongmen members out of Chinatown. Why? Stu Mingjing frowned as he held the phone. Because I intend to play a game of trapping the turtle in the jar. But won't those left behind be sacrificed for nothing? Situ Mingjing's frown deepened. Mr. Situ, I know you value loyalty and righteousness, but to achieve great things, some sacrifices are unavoidable, Lin Yunlou urged. Absolutely not. Lin, the Hongman has already lost many lives this time. I refuse to see any more needless sacrifices. Stu Mingjing's voice carried unwavering resolve. If you disagree, then so be it. I'll find another way. Chapter 29, Weeding Out the Backyard. With the backing of the US government, killing in America is legal sanctioned by the state. With the support of the 10 major conglomerates, my ImperialGate is a commercialized, technologically advanced crime syndicate. Add to that the backing of 2 established crime families, the Gambinos and the Hongmen, and I've secured the pinnacle of power across the underworld, the legitimate world, and the business world. If this still can't defeat the military-industrial complex, I'll castrate myself. Night fell. Perhaps because an afternoon autumn rain had washed over New York's streets, Queens felt unusually chilly tonight. Far fewer people strolled or shopped along the avenues. If you tell anyone you've lived in New York, they'll automatically assume you mean Manhattan. And for most tourists visiting New York, their journey ends right here. That's because all the so-called famous landmarks, the Empire State Building, the former World Trade Center, Central Park, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Wall Street, Times Square, the luxury-filled Fifth Avenue, and the world-renowned Broadway shows are concentrated on this narrow island. Even a trip to Liberty Island requires taking a ferry from Manhattan. Yet New York extends far beyond this island. Queens, where Lin Yunlou now stood, is another renowned borough. Queens is home to Flushing Meadows Core Park, New York's third-largest park. Tonight, the target of the ImperialGate lies within this Asian alliance. Queens boasts the most diverse ethnic makeup in the entire United States. 48% of its residents are immigrants, predominantly Chinese, Korean, and Japanese, with a significant Indian population as well. To resist the bullying and violence perpetrated by local gangs, these Asian immigrants spontaneously formed the Asian Alliance. Since its establishment, it has attracted a flood of supporters and now boasts 2,400 members. While insignificant to major crime syndicates like the Mafia, it is sufficient for self-defense. However, as the Asian Alliance grew in strength, its members became increasingly aggressive in oppressing and humiliating locals. They committed numerous crimes: rape, murder, robbery, and this group had become thoroughly corrupted to the core. If you hadn't forgotten your founding purpose to protect fellow Asians from bullying, I might have spared you. But now, I'll destroy you in the name of justice. Lin Yunlou, observing the Asian Alliance headquarters building from the shadows, suddenly grinned sinisterly. The war unit members standing behind him, who had just returned, felt a chill run down their spines. Snipers, take your positions. Lin Yunlou glanced at the time on his phone before barking the order. Before departure, he had instructed Ji Meng, Ying Zhao, Yu Ying, and others carrying out the eradication plan across Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Staten Island, at 9 o'clock sharp, launch the assault. Make it loud. Make it louder. You might think it unnecessary, but in my plan, this is an indispensable step. Lin Yunlou turned to face the 2,000 members of the War Corps standing rigidly in the darkness. Pride swelled within him. Just months ago, they had been defenseless orphans, now they stood as sharp as drawn blades. Haven't seen you in nearly a month. Did you little rascals miss me? Lin Yunlou's stern expression suddenly softened, and he burst into laughter. Yes. The 2,000 voices answered in perfect unison. Ha! Seeing how you're all nearly taller than me now, I suppose the trials of this battlefield have truly forged you. His words held satisfaction, but more deeply, a profound sense of guilt. Was it truly right to lead them down this path for his own selfish reasons? Seeing the clock finally strike 9, Lin Yunlou waved his hand and bellowed, "Finish them off quickly. We can still make it back in time for a late-night snack." Whoosh! The battle-weary troops, previously lacking motivation, roared with renewed fervor. Swift and disciplined, they charged toward the Asian Alliance. Their excitement wasn't merely about missing dinner, it was the chance to spend one more moment with Lin Yunlou over that late-night meal. How could one truly grasp the helplessness and loneliness of losing loved ones without experiencing it firsthand? Those of us sheltered in ivory towers should cherish those around us all the more. What's happening? Kim Jae-woo, the Asian Alliance leader, was jolted awake by the intense gunfire while sleeping in his bed. He hurriedly threw on clothes and rushed out of the bedroom. "Leader, the Hongmen are attacking. What should we do?" The Asian Alliance members standing guard outside found their anchor the moment Kim Jae-woo emerged. But wasn't the Hongmen already overwhelmed by the Liu Kei's family? Why would they attack us? We never provoked them. Has that old bastard Sito Mingking lost his mind? Does he want to drag us down with him before he dies? Kim Jae-woo felt frantic yet helpless. Finally, he ordered, "You few, escort me out. As long as I'm alive, the Asian Alliance will rise again." Trying to run? I've been waiting here for quite some time. Kim Jae-woo and his men made it unimpeded to the back alley of the Asian Alliance headquarters building. Suddenly, a ghostly voice seemed to echo from hell, sending shivers down their spines. They froze in place, unable to move another step. Kim Jae-woo watched uneasily as an Asian man emerged from the darkness, bellowing with feigned ferocity. "Are you Hongmen seeking death? Daring to attack our Asian alliance? Don't you fear our retribution? Don't you fear the Liu Kei's family? Behind vast fortunes always lurk crimes. The Asian alliance has made a fortune these years, but who knows what filth hides behind it? And when you report to the King of Hell, don't forget to say the Emperor's Gate killed you." The words had barely left his mouth when gunshots rang out. Jin Zio and several men behind him each had a small, clearly visible hole in the same spot on their chests. Someone had fired 4 shots in 2 seconds, and every bullet had struck Jin Zio and his men directly in the heart. "Why finish us off?" Kim Jae-woo gasped, clutching his chest in agony. "Because no one sleeps soundly beside my bed." The Asian alliance was dismantled within 20 minutes, with not a single member surviving. 20 minutes, neither long nor short, yet not a single police officer arrived. It was truly baffling. Queens was no slum or Chinatown. While homicide cases in those areas might see police arrive within half an hour at best, Queens was different. As a former World's Fair site, the government treated it with utmost importance. Any illegal activity demanded police presence within 10 minutes regardless of whether suspects were apprehended. Yet today, no officers appeared. Could it be the Lucchese family's New York branch? At that moment, Leo Lucchese was enthusiastically sketching out the family's bright future. The phone rang abruptly. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me?" Leo picked up the receiver and launched into a tirade, only stopping when he was too exhausted to continue. He then reached for the coffee on the table, took a sip, and said, "Speak. What is it?" "Donner, just now, Sita Mingjing led the entire Hongmen to attack gangs within New York. Currently, the Asian Alliance in Queens, the Ku Klux Klan in Brooklyn, the Yamaguchi Gumi in the Bronx, the skinhead gangs on Staten Island, and the Yunnan gang in Chinatown have all suffered fierce attacks from the Hongmen, with countless casualties. What the hell is that old bastard Stu Mingjing up to?" Lu Kaizero raised his eyebrows, a telltale sign of his deep contemplation. He didn't share the caller's naive belief that Stu Mingjing had genuinely lost his mind. Anyone who truly thought that would end up losing their own sanity. "Stu Mingjing, have you run out of tricks, or are you just saving the best for last? I hope tomorrow brings me a little surprise." Chapter 30, Politics and the Underworld. Life is like a marathon boxing match full of dodging and punching. If you're lucky enough, all it takes is one chance, one powerful punch. Lin Yunlou refused to entrust his life to luck. Every step he took was meticulously calculated and rigorously considered. After returning to the hotel with everyone following their late-night snack, he found Lin Yunlou sitting alone in the lobby, her small head buried between her knees. Lin Yunlou walked over and said, "Yunlou, if you're tired, go back to your room and sleep." Lin Yunlou lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened as she looked at Lin Yunlou, saying nothing. "Who's upset our Princess Yunlou?" Lin Yunlou sat beside her, feigning ignorance. Lin Yunlou wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Does my face look unhappy?" "Yes, you've practically written upset all over your face. Only someone illiterate wouldn't notice," Lin Yunlou said humorously. Seeing Lin Yunlou didn't smile, he awkwardly retracted his forced grin. "Still upset about Dad scolding you this morning?" "No, Dad was right to scold me. I shouldn't have meddled in his personal affairs. But when I caught the scent of another woman's perfume on him, it made me feel so uneasy." Her voice trailed off abruptly as Lin Yunlou began to sniffle softly. "This girl's possessiveness is too strong." That's not a good sign, Lin Yunlou thought. "Dad, if you can't resist in the future, you can come find Yunlou." Lin Yunlou stopped crying, suddenly lifting her head as if remembering something. Her eyes locked with Lin Yunlou's, her cheeks flushed as she stammered. "Ah!" Lin Yunlou was stunned by her words. "Yunlou, what kind of nonsense is running through your head? Daddy didn't go looking for any shady women. Daddy was at a bar drinking when a woman drugged me." So? Lin Yunlou couldn't continue. He didn't want to lie to Lin Yunlou. Besides, telling one lie would inevitably lead to another to cover it up, and that feeling was truly unbearable. But when it came to certain crucial matters, he couldn't admit them even if his life depended on it. That's why there was a stranger's perfume on Dad, not what Yunlou imagined, right? Lin Yunlou's eyes lit up instantly as she cleverly picked up on Lin Yunlou's words. "I knew it. I knew Daddy wasn't like those other men out there." In Yunlou's eyes, Daddy was the best, the most perfect man. With this knot untangled, her words now carried a lightness and sparkle. Lin Yunlou stroked his chin, wondering to himself, am I really that good? That perfect? They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Lin Yunlou now wondered if what she sure saw was just eye gunk. He finally concluded, while he was decent, he was far from perfect. At best, he was dashing and distinguished, charming and elegant, a man who could outshine the most beautiful flowers, heal the sick, benefit the masses, and save the nation from collapse. Yet despite years of trying, he hadn't managed to fix those flaws. Ugh. Lin Yunlou didn't know how to respond, sitting there awkwardly. If he said yes, Lin Yunlou would be happy, but he'd feel uncomfortable. If he said no, he'd feel better, but Lin Yunlou's mood might worsen. Why did she always force him to choose between two equally bad options? Young master, word from the government says. Hold on, I'll be right there. Lin Yunlou immediately cut off Huowu's words. After exchanging a few sentences with Lin Yunlou, he left the hall. Great compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, our savior has finally arrived. Young master, word from the government says 3,000 members of the Lu Kai's family will arrive at New York Harbor tonight. Should we send men to ambush them near the harbor and catch them off guard? Inside the elevator, Huowu's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yunlou's mind. He must have feared the surveillance cameras recording their conversation. This Huowu not long in this world, yet she'd already learned so much. It seemed the environment could change not only humans, but even demons. Lin Yunlou pondered for a moment, then shook his head and replied telepathically, no need. Even if we ambushed and wiped out all 3,000 of the Lu Kai's clan, what would it accomplish? Not only would it yield no significant advantage, but it would also alert them and arouse suspicion. If they suspect or discover external forces secretly aiding the Hongmen, our entire plan could collapse. The government's kindness in sharing this intelligence likely aims to lure us into ambushing the Lucchese family. Such a move would inevitably trigger their suspicions, forcing our factions into direct confrontation. A head-on clash would inflict devastating losses on all sides: Gambino, the Hongmen, the 10 major conglomerates, and the Luccheses alike. These political players are actually better suited to the underworld than we are, for they are far more ruthless and devious. Ultimately, politics and crime are one and the same. Hasn't the US government already allied with us? Why would they do this? If we lose, they won't fare well either. Beyond her formidable strength and experience, Huowu remains only superficially knowledgeable about other matters, politics being something she hasn't even scratched the surface of. In the world of the Yao clan, only the strong by force hold sway. Scheming and intrigue are deemed beneath contempt. Precisely because the US government is allied with us, it hasn't disclosed our plans to Lu Kai's Leo or the military-industrial complex, even though the government knows very little about our plans. But this doesn't mean they want us to win this war without lifting a finger. Balance is what the US government seeks. If our factions start slaughtering each other, our personnel, finances, and influence will inevitably dwindle. At that point, no faction would have the standing to challenge them. They don't want another power like the military-industrial complex emerging that could sway the government. Who knew there were so many twists and turns? Politics really is complicated. Huowu spoke with a look of half-understanding. So what should we do next? We'll certainly make trouble for those 3,000 people. His smile brimmed with scheming. Ha! Huowu gasped, her mouth agape. So all that talk earlier was just nonsense? Not us. We'll send the US government. They'll go? Someone will. Call White now and tell him a large group of illegal immigrants, around 3,000 people, will be landing in New York Harbor tonight. If he wants to earn his stripes, he won't pass up this chance. Small fry have their uses, but knowing how and when to deploy them, making it both reasonable and justified, that's where personal skill comes in. It's time to sound the alarm for those Americans. Otherwise, they'll truly believe the Chinese are fools. Chapter 31, The Great Battle. The rising sun, its dazzling, shifting hues, turned a fresh page for the new day. What makes the desert beautiful is where it hides a well. What lifts the spirit is a cloudless sky stretching for miles. Lin Yunlou slept in lazily, not because the weather was too pleasant, but because he'd exhausted his brain cells last night strategizing for today's battle. A storm always brings a deceptive calm before it hits. Lu Kai's family, New York branch. Lu Kai's Leo stood in the hall, stirring up the core members of the family with spirited enthusiasm. You are all key talents cultivated by the family. Tell me, do you fear death? Fighting for the family, even death is honorable. We fear nothing. The dark mass roared in unison. Excellent. This is the spirit of the Lucchese family. With such courage and resolve, nothing in this world can stand in your way. Now, march forth. Use your unstoppable momentum to sever the enemy's heads. Today marks the beginning of our conquest of American organized crime. Demon Lord, the Lu Kai's family is stirring. Ying Zhao, now head of intelligence, received word the moment they left the branch office. He rushed to the Four Seasons Hotel to inform Lin Yunlou. Lin Yunlou was intently studying a map spread across the crystal table, a meticulously detailed map of New York City, marking every major district, Chinatown, the Empire State Building, the slums, and more with pinpoint accuracy. Upon hearing Ying Zhao's report, Lin Yunlou pointed at the map. Chinatown is at the southern tip of Manhattan. The Luo family must pass through Manhattan when leaving their branch office. Therefore, their departure time won't affect my plan. Turning to Ying Zhao, he said, have the intelligence unit ceased surveillance? Tell them to return to the estate and get some rest. They've been monitoring for a day and night straight. They're exhausted. Understood, Demon Lord. Ying Zhao bowed respectfully. Go. You should rest too. No need to come here. Lin Yunlou waved his hand and said no more, lowering his gaze back to the map. Strange. Not a single Hongmen member in sight? A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Kai's Liu.
10 minutes earlier, he had led the Lu Kai's family's elite forces into Chinatown without encountering the slightest resistance. Now, the Hongmen headquarters building before him stood wide open. He had sent men inside to investigate, yet found not a single soul. What kind of scheme was that old fox, Ming Jing, cooking up? Liu's eyebrows shot up. Could it be that the Hongmen had already chosen mutual destruction with those gangs last night? He couldn't help but consider it. For the Hongmen, with their current strength, to dare attack every small and medium-sized gang in New York in waves, wasn't that suicide? Even his own family wouldn't claim certainty in wiping out those gangs overnight, let alone the Hongmen, already suffering heavy losses. He couldn't have imagined that last night's assault wasn't solely the Hongmen's doing. They had backing from the Gambino family, the Imperial clan, and the 10 major conglomerates. The government was also quietly aiding by sealing off the news. The outside world only knew about the Hongmen attacking the smaller gangs. Regardless, I'll wipe out your headquarters first. Liu was deeply reluctant to leave this place without at least venting his fury. He wouldn't rest until the Hongmen headquarters was reduced to rubble, nothing but scattered debris. Just then, a heavily wounded man, supported by several others, limped before Liu. His voice was low and sorrowful. "Chief," he said, "the family's branch office was destroyed by the Gambino family. Everyone is dead." Everyone is dead? Liu's eyes narrowed to slits, his face darkening to the point of dripping with menace. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Everyone is dead? Then why are you still alive?" With that, he snatched the submachine gun from a nearby guard and unleashed a hail of bullets upon the man. "Gambino Nathan, 30 years ago you stole the woman I loved most. Now you dare destroy my branch while I'm away? I swear I won't rest until I settle this score with you. Everyone, follow me. Today, I'm going to tear down every inch of that old bastard Nathan's turf." Liu's rage was boiling over. Unless he could quell the fury burning within him, he would never rest. "You want to wreck my turf? We'll see if you live to leave today." A resentful voice echoed from afar. Gambino Nathan. Liu could never forget that voice. He scanned the surroundings and saw the surrounding high-rises packed with people, all armed and aimed at him. Gambino Nathan and Stu Mingjing were among them. "Gambino Nathan, what do you think you're doing? Betraying the mafia? How dare you aid the Hongmen against me?" Though he despised Nathan intensely, Liu was now clearly surrounded. Circumstances forced him to lower his tone. "Humph. Liu, you bastard. Your wolfish ambitions are plain as day. Don't think I'm unaware of your dealings with the military-industrial consortium. You actually think you can replace our Gambino family with their backing? You're delusional." Gambino Nathan shouted. "Gambino Nathan, don't you dare slander me. I've never made any deals with the military-industrial consortium. Have you been deceived?" Liu tried to bluff his way out, loudly protesting his innocence. "Mr. Liu, if you believe Patriarch Nathan is unaware of the truth, you insult my intelligence." Lin Yunlou appeared before the crowd, accompanied by the Demon Clan. "Who are you?" Liu recognized none of the features of this man before him, nor did any memory of him surface in his mind. "Me?" Lin Yunlou pointed at his own nose and chuckled. "I'm the head of the Imperial Gate. By the way, it was I who informed Chief Nathan about your secret dealings with the military-industrial complex's Sharad." "You believe him?" Liu shifted his gaze back to Nathan, who was still attempting a final struggle. "I believe in facts," Nathan replied calmly. "Ha!" Liu suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, then declared, "Very well. I did secretly deal with the military-industrial consortium. Now that you've discovered it, I'll settle all our old and new grudges with you." Bang! Before Liu could exact his revenge, a gaping hole appeared in his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the figure on the nearby rooftop. Was he dying? How laughable after dominating for half a lifetime, to perish like this. That old man Nathan isn't dead yet. I refuse to accept this fate. A person has only one destiny. When fate no longer favors you, you have no choice but to accept your inevitable end. Everyone followed Liu's gaze. It was a woman, or more accurately, a girl, judging by her age of around 17 or 18. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a small ponytail. Her eyebrows arched high, her nose bridge was prominent, and a spirited aura radiated from her brow. Noticing all eyes on her, the girl flushed slightly and said, "Aren't you going to do anything? Why are you all just staring at me?" Lin Yunlou glanced at the girl, rubbing his nose with a wry smile. "Who sent this brat here?" "Ah! They killed our clan chief." "Brothers, slaughter them all to avenge our chief," shouted numerous members of the Lu Kai's clan, their eyes bloodshot. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of snipers from the Imperial Gate, concealed atop the high rises, unleashed a volley of shots, each one a headshot. The barrage instantly silenced the frenzied Lu Kai's clan members. Lin Yunlou cleared his throat and addressed the Lu Kai's clan members in a clear voice. "Everyone, the secret alliance with the military-industrial complex was Liu's idea alone. It had nothing to do with the rest of us.
Now that Leo is dead, we have no desire to exterminate you all. If you value your lives, drop your weapons. I guarantee no one will lay a finger on you. Surrender is not an option. Whoever surrenders, I'll be the first to take them out. A senior Liu Kai's family officer, growing desperate, raised his gun and shouted. Bang! Another headshot. The shouting officer collapsed in a pool of blood. Perfect. This will surely enrage them. Seeing the sniper take out their officer, Lin Yunlou inwardly cursed. Damn it, the Gambino family is utterly foolish firing at a time like this. What an idiot. The Lucchese members, enraged, shouted let's fight them, as they raised their guns and charged toward Lin Yunlou and his men. Lin Yunlou knew it was impossible to stop them now. With no other choice, he reluctantly gave the order to engage. Cold steel clashed, hot metal swept back and forth. The place resembled a hellish battlefield, blood splattering the streets as corpses piled up, eventually hindering both sides' advance. Demon Lord, let me go and wipe them out. Ghost Chariot, seeing some of the Emperor's Gate children severely wounded, couldn't bear it and pleaded. No. This battle is something they must endure. Only through the crucible of life and death can they truly grow. Lin Yunlou's words carried a hint of resignation. However, if any child cannot hold on, you few must go in and rescue them. Demon Lord, the situation is dire. The Kalab, Genovese, and Banano families are mobilizing massive reinforcements. Ying Zhao suddenly appeared beside Lin Yunlou, his voice urgent. Chapter 32, Subjugation. An individual might foresee certain events, but they could never possibly know everything, for unexpected twists could arise at any moment. After hearing Ying Zhao's report, Lin Yunlou paled visibly. His eyes, usually sharp and perceptive, now looked bewildered and flustered. His thoughts became chaotic, and he felt a surge of frustration and anxiety. He had planned every step meticulously. How could this have gone wrong? Why would the three great families strike at this moment, and in such overwhelming numbers? Clearly, this force couldn't be drawn from their regional garrisons. How had they infiltrated New York without any faction detecting them? Was there a mole within the alliance, or had the three great families planned this all along? Thoughts swirled chaotically through his mind. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't untangle the threads. Eventually, his thoughts became increasingly muddled, everything blending together like a sticky paste. Demon Lord, you must stay calm now. Remember, tens of thousands of lives rest in your hands. Seeing Lin Yunlou's distracted and disoriented state, Ji Meng knew he'd lost his composure. He had to shout to snap him back to reality. Startled awake by Ji Meng's sudden roar, Lin Yunlou's ears rang from the proximity. Fortunately, his thoughts had cleared. And this was largely thanks to Ji Meng's swift and accurate judgment and decisive action. A veteran who had lived for thousands of years proved invaluable both in his insight into the world and his unflappable composure in crisis, qualities far beyond the reach of a young upstart like Lin Yunlou. Thank you, Ji Meng, Lin Yunlou said sincerely, turning to face him. If not for Ji Meng's timely shout clearing his mind, he might have remained trapped in a quagmire of self-blame and doubt. But next time, keep it down a notch. You nearly ruptured my eardrums. Understood, Demon Lord. Ji Meng watched Lin Yunlou, his gaze clear and unclouded, fully recovered. His tone carried relief. Then, Lin Yunlou shifted his gaze to Ying Zhao and asked in a deep voice, Ying Zhao, where are the forces of the three major families now? One group has reached Manhattan, while the others are rushing in from Queens, Brooklyn, and Staten Island. Ying Zhao replied without hesitation. Oh, so they're coming in waves to encircle Chinatown? Lin Yunlou mused, rubbing his chin. They want to wrap us up like dumplings and boil us? Well, that depends on whether your skin is thick enough. Fire dance. Lin Yunlou shouted, his decision made. Young master, are you assigning me a task? Hua Wu dashed out from the battlefield, practically skipping over 3 steps at a time to reach Lin Yunlou. She grinned broadly. MHM. Lin Yunlou responded. Grab your artifact and follow Ying Zhao. Take care of every last enemy for me. Ha ha. I was just complaining my artifact was missing some living creatures. Now it's perfect. But Demon Lord, how many enemies are there? Will they be enough for me to devour? Tens of thousands. You tell me if that's enough? Lin Yunlou replied with a sigh. This fire dance, despite being thousands of years old, still hadn't grown out of her mischievous ways. Enough, enough. Hua Wu beamed at Lin Yunlou's reply. Enough already, hurry up and go. Do you want me to invite you for tea? Ying Zhao, Lin Yunlou suddenly called out, halting Ying Zhao as he was about to leap up. His tone was gentle, this was an unforeseen emergency. No one could have predicted it, so you needn't blame yourself. Ying Zhao smiled, said nothing, nodded, and departed. The Demon Lord must have sensed Ying Zhao's unease and anticipated his guilt over abandoning his post, hence the words of reassurance and attempt to quell his self-reproach. When the Demon Lord fully matures, the world will stir for him. Ji Meng stood behind, watching Lin Yunlou. He observed the battle calmly, his stern middle-aged face radiating a gentle light. Greatness is not born, but grown. 10 minutes later. Master Lin, why the urgency in summoning us? Has something happened? Sita Mingjing and Gambino Jonathan had hurried over after Ewing notified them that Lin Yunlou sought their counsel. Lin Yunlou was their most cherished asset. Without him, the Hongmen would likely have been crushed under Lu Kai's iron fist, and the Gambino family would surely face replacement or even annihilation by Lu Kai's. Beyond their gratitude, they harbored an inexpressible admiration for Lin Yunlou. I have some unfortunate news to share with you both, Lin Yunlou stated calmly. Bad news? Their hearts skipped a beat. What news could warrant such solemnity from the Lin family head? Stu Mingjing asked first. Seeing Sito Mingjing had spoken up, Nathan stood quietly by, waiting for Lin Yunlou's response. The heads of the Kalab, Genovese, and Banano families are heading toward Chinatown with a combined force of 40,000 elite troops. I doubt they're here to offer us aid, would you agree? What? Nathan exclaimed in shock. Realizing his outburst, he quickly silenced himself and asked Lin Yunlou with feigned composure, what solution does the Lin sect leader propose? A solution? Not exactly. Lin Yunlou gave a mysterious smile. Oh. Both pairs of eyes lit up, awaiting his next words. Currently, our elite forces number only 30,000. The three major families, combined with the remnants of the Lu Kai's family here, possess at least 45,000 elite troops. This battle won't be easy, Lin Yunlou sighed. Just moments ago he claimed to have a solution, yet now he looked utterly defeated. The two wisely remained silent. However, Lin Yunlou finally stated his purpose after beating around the bush. I have devised a strategy to resist them. Now, it depends on whether you two will support me. Why should I be the one to provide the manpower and effort, only to expose half my trump cards by using the divine artifact? Do you expect to reap the rewards without lifting a finger? Dream on. Maximizing the use of existing resources is sometimes more crucial than developing new ones. Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't leverage your value to the fullest? Waste is shameful. Hongmen follows Lin sect leader's lead in all matters. Sita Mingjing was the first to declare his allegiance, speaking with sincere conviction. The Gambino family stands ready to follow Lin Yunlou's commands at any time. Nathan sighed inwardly. This meant the Gambino family had effectively placed their fate in Lin Yunlou's hands. Chapter 33, Intimidation. The expected answer was nonetheless reasonable. Taking in their expressions, Lin Yunlou smiled and said, since both of you esteemed elders hold me in such high regard, I shall not disappoint you. Yes. We have complete faith in your abilities and the might of the Imperial Gate, the two replied with forced smiles. Yet inwardly, they bitterly acknowledged that while they hadn't quite become vassals of the Imperial Gate, they were likely not far off. Lin Yunlou's eyebrows knitted together. He waved his hand to cut off Nathan's words and sneered coldly, Gentlemen, the guests from the three great families have arrived. You two will accompany me to receive them. Lin Yunlou's words sent a jolt through Nathan and Sita Mingjing. Yet when they saw the disdainful sneer on Lin Yunlou's lips as he mentioned the three great families, their hearts inexplicably settled. It was as if Lin Yunlou's face itself could ward off evil, causing demons to flee. A group of heavily armed, disciplined individuals entered Chinatown, dust swirling in their wake. The rhythmic clatter of their footsteps echoed across the ground, causing the clashing combatants to momentarily halt their attacks. Lin Ying, who are these newcomers? At the battle center, a man who just slit his opponent's throat with a dagger turned to ask a nearby comrade. Who cares who they are? You don't stop until the old man calls it off. Got it, replied the man called Lin Ying, his tone irritated. He then muttered under his breath, barely audible, you ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? Everyone, cease fire. The large contingent of the three great families halted 100 meters from the battlefield. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man dressed in an impeccable light gray suit, his short hair neatly trimmed, fair skin, and slightly gaunt features. He bellowed the order. The Lucchese family halted, the Gambino family ceased their assault, but the men loyal to the Imperial Gate paid no heed to the overaged pretty boy. Within mere seconds, over 100 more Lucchese family members fell, their voices hoarse with defiance, collapsing in despair onto the cold ground. In the minds of the Imperial Gate members, only Lin Yunlou mattered. Gambino Nathan, won't you order them to stop? Do you truly intend to sever ties with the Mafia? Standing upright at the front center beside the overaged pretty boy was a man roughly Nathan's age, yet radiating an air of superiority. Every gesture exuded an aura that commanded respect. Kalabo, your threats hold no sway over me. My actions against the Lucchese family have made my stance clear. From this day forward, the Gambino family draws a line with the Mafia. We refuse to be treated like dogs by the military-industrial complex any longer. Besides, I'm not the one in charge here. Shouting at me accomplishes nothing. Nathan shot Kalobo a glance before leaning close to Lin Yunlou's ear. Master Lin, this is the Kalobo family patriarch, a notorious combat maniac of formidable strength. Do not underestimate him. I don't care who's in charge here. I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I, Kalab, won't hesitate to use force to make you cease. But if anyone dies, don't say I didn't warn you. Cease hostilities immediately, Lin Yunlou commanded the Imperial Gate members. He intended to see what tricks this Kalab had up his sleeve. Kolobo nodded with satisfaction. In his eyes, even the one in charge feared him otherwise. Why would he listen so readily? Kolo's smug expression grated on Lin Yunlou. Kolo, my men have ceased hostilities. I imagine you have much to say. Now is your chance to speak freely. I have a proposal that can end this relentless battle and benefit both our sides, a win-win solution. Oh? Care to share? Lin Yunlou replied coolly, inwardly scoffing. A win-win solution. You're pulling my leg. Let's see what you've got. The solution is simple, surrender now. That would benefit us both. Am I not right? Kalab's treacherous nature was now fully exposed. You can't expect pearls from a dog's mouth. If you ever did, I question whether you're even human. Lin Yunlou shouted without restraint. In his view, since the mask had already been torn off, there was no need to spare the enemy a hypocritical smile. Kalab, surrender is something best left to your three great clans. Humph. You wet behind the ears brat, it seems you'd rather drink the punishment wine than the complimentary wine. Everyone, prepare for battle. Kalab barked the order, his voice booming like thunder. Ah, why won't you accept my kind offer? Lin Yunlou cast a pitying glance at the members of the three major crime syndicates before his voice turned stern. Huo Wu. Ha! Young master, I've been waiting impatiently for this moment. Huo Wu roared with laughter before soaring skyward, his body suspending eerily in mid-air. Everyone raised their weapons, aiming at Huo Wu in the sky. Yet upon closer inspection, most gun-wielding hands trembled. A shared, inexplicable thought flashed through their minds. Is this guy Superman? If he is, can I even hit him? Fire Dance paid no heed to their thoughts. Muttering a few incantations under her breath, a small, exquisite artifact materialized in her palm, invisible to others, of course. With her right hand holding the artifact, she gave a slight wave toward all three members of the Black Hand Gang. Spotting movement from the aerial adversary, Corbeau urgently ordered his men to fire. Yet before the bullets could leave their barrels, the figures vanished. Yes, they vanished right before the eyes of Gambino, Nathan, and Ming Jing. 40,000 men, mind you, not 40,000 ants. This time, Nathan and Ming Jing were truly, utterly convinced. Previously, they had admired Lin Yunlou's strategic brilliance, but now they were completely awed by Huo Wu's methods. They had always believed that even the finest strategy crumbled before overwhelming, absolute power. The Imperial Gate disciples gazed upward in awe at Huo Wu, still showing off his prowess high in the sky. They had always known this Uncle Huo Wu, the one who taught them reconnaissance and cultivation, the disheveled, joke-loving, irreverent old man, was powerful. But they never imagined he was so powerful that even gazing upward couldn't begin to grasp his true extent. Some were thrilled, some were overjoyed, and naturally, some were terrified. Yes, the fragile, tender hearts of the Lu Kai's family members drew in sharp breaths. They truly dared not imagine that someone could annihilate a massive force of 40,000 with a single wave of their hand, leaving not a trace behind. If only they dared to imagine, what if that person turned their attention to them? The thought made them feel uneasy, and they stole glances at Huo Wu. Seeing that he showed no immediate interest in them, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yunlou gave Ji Meng a tight-lipped smile. He knew Ji Meng had just sent a telepathic message to Huo Wu, though he didn't know the exact words. Yet the meaning was self-evident. He understood clearly that Ji Meng feared he might resent Huo Wu for stealing his thunder, leading to blame or even a desire to deal with him swiftly. After all, those whose achievements overshadowed their superiors never ended well. While Huo Wu hadn't exactly achieved more than him, he had certainly intimidated everyone. Was he really that petty? Besides, he never viewed his relationship with Huo Wu and the others as lord and vassal. In his heart, their bond was like brothers who could brag and joke with each other, who would shield each other from danger, yet also like elders and juniors. They constantly cared for and protected his youthful self. Watching Huo Wu descend slowly from the heights beside him, Lin Yunlou raised a hand to stop her from speaking. He spoke first, just follow your heart. There's no need to deliberately change things just to please me. One must give others opportunities to shine and satisfy their vanity. Even the strongest bonds, including those between family, require effort to cultivate, don't they? Do you still wish to continue fighting? Lin Yunlou's gaze swept over the members of the Lu Kaisai family, knowing their will to fight had been shattered by Huo Wu's tactics. Such a golden opportunity to expand his influence, how could he let it slip away? You must now understand the gap between the Imperial Gate and yourselves. I hope you'll abandon feudal resistance and make a wise choice. But can we not join you? A murmur rippled through the crowd before a timid voice finally asked. Of course, Lin Yunlou replied with a smile that was eerily unsettling. However, once you leave this place, you must immediately sever all ties with the Lu Kai's family and refrain from joining any other factions. Why? That seems rather tyrannical of your Imperial Gate. The man asked again, his tone distinctly displeased. Why? Ha! Excellent question, Lin Yunlou roared with laughter. Because after today, America can only have 3 gangs, my D-men, the Hongmen, and the Gambino family. No other gangs will be permitted to exist without my approval. Do you think I'd let you run off to join my future enemies? Of course, you still have the right to refuse. But I can forgive anyone's refusal, they just have to pay the price. Lin Yunlou's words were a blatant threat. I'm willing to leave the Lucchese family and join the Imperial Gate. I'm willing to. Under the combined pressure of Lin Yunlou's formidable power and his verbal threats, members of the Lucchese family began defecting en masse. Forget joining rival gangs to oppose the Imperial Gate. The mere prospect of joining this coveted organization was enough to tempt them into betrayal. Their loyalty persisted not because the stakes for defection were insufficient, but because the threat level hadn't yet reached its peak. Chapter 34, The Power of the Imperial Gate. Sicily. Under starlight, lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, skin as fine as porcelain. Seated in a rocking chair, he or she gazed serenely at a stack of white papers, like the Greek myth's beautiful youth or maiden who died gazing at the Narcissus. One of the 5 elders of the American Mafia. With the American underworld currently in a power vacuum, should they seek an audience with this mysterious and formidable Imperial Gate? The beautiful youth murmured softly, parting their pearly lips. In the capital of Huaxia, within a large, spacious conference room, a middle-aged man clad in a long robe surveyed the assembly seated around the circular table. Tapping the surface lightly with 2 fingers, he spoke in a deep voice. The current situation in America is chaotic. Until the Imperial Gate and the military-industrial complex have settled their rivalry, we must refrain from rash actions. The plan to establish a branch in the United States must also be put on hold. We'll reassess once the situation becomes clearer. Tokyo, Japan. Black Dragon Society Headquarters. Gentlemen, the United States now has only 2 major gangs, the Gambino family and the Hongmen. Their combined strength is insufficient to dominate the entire country. This presents an opportunity for our Black Dragon Society, an opportunity for the greater Japanese Empire to expand its influence. Should we defeat both the Gambino family and the Hongmen, we could rule all of America. The Emperor would surely bestow his favor upon us. Lord Jibei, you seem to have forgotten that the United States also harbors the extremely dangerous T-men. The Gambino family and the Hongmen are merely its subsidiaries. A shrill voice rang out from the corner. Within a vast estate in Mexico. My great master, Korob, these 3 families have been utterly annihilated. Members of the Lucchese family surrendered shortly after their patriarch Leo's death. In the dimly lit hall, a man crawling on the floor spoke with reverent devotion. Smith, this entire affair was instigated by Sharud. Go and kill him and every last member of his family. But first, make him surrender his Middle Eastern oil holdings before sending him to meet the Almighty. Yes, my great master. The man prostrated himself and departed. Within 6 months to a year, genetically modified humans will be mass-produced. Then we'll use this Imperial Gate as our litmus test. I'll show the world that my military-industrial complex hasn't ruled America all these years just through arms deals. I possess real power stronger than any other force. In the vast, dimly lit hall, only a maniacal laugh echoed. Time passed swiftly. A year had elapsed since the last gang war. To ordinary people, it might have been nothing more than an anti-terrorism drill as the US government had officially declared it. But for the Imperial Gate, it was the pivotal moment for its true rise and emergence as America's foremost power. To Lin Yunlou's surprise, the military-industrial complex not only refrained from attacking the Imperial Gate but vanished entirely from the American landscape. Despite the Imperial Gate's spies now permeating every street and alley in the United States, no trace of the military-industrial complex could be found. It seemed to have evaporated from the country. The military-industrial complex's retreat unsettled Lin Yunlou while granting the Imperial Gate genuine breathing room. Over the course of a year, Ji Meng, Huo Wu, and others relentlessly sought out orphans, sending them into the divine artifact for cultivation. Today, the Imperial Gate's true membership had surged from 10,000 to 60,000, all of them ethnic Chinese. Of course, there were also over 50,000 individuals, 40,000 captives from the 3 mafia families and members of the Lucchese family who had surrendered to the Imperial Gate. However, these people could not enter the core of the Imperial Gate, at least not yet. While turning enemies into allies was cause for celebration, forgiving them, letting bygones be bygones, trust could not be granted lightly. Their future was at stake, they must prove their transformation. Trust is built gradually. In just 1 short year, the 3 major powers, the Imperial Gate, the Gambino family, and the Hongmen, radiated out from New York to cities like Washington, Los Angeles, and Chicago. With lightning speed, they eliminated all major, minor, and intermediate factions, reigning supreme over the entire American underworld. No one dared to cross them. Half a year ago, the Imperial Gate hosted a massive nationwide martial arts tournament, aiming to recruit the world's strongest fighters. The news sent martial arts and free fighting enthusiasts worldwide into a frenzy. Why? The first place prize was a staggering $10 billion, yet that wasn't the primary reason for the frenzy. The Imperial Gate promised that if the winner declined the prize money, they would personally enhance the champion's combat prowess. As long as you remained human, the Imperial Gate could elevate your abilities to a whole new level. The announcement instantly set the world ablaze. Some scoffed and questioned, others anticipated, but the undeniable allure of the emperor's offer was immense. Those near New York boarded buses that very afternoon, rushing to register and gather intelligence. For those far from New York, the Imperial Gate dispatched private jets to transport them. Naturally, the wealthy could only take commercial flights themselves. The private jets were reserved for those powerful individuals lacking travel funds. This gesture from the Imperial Gate earned them considerable goodwill. Throughout the tournament, the Imperial Gate provided dedicated personnel and vehicles for all 10,000 participants, operating on around-the-clock, on-call basis. However, any contestant needing to relieve themselves would have to visit the red light district or handle it themselves. Should the Imperial Gate discover any participant attempting to molest service personnel, many of whom were female, the only outcome would be death. Every nation has its reckless individuals. A British martial artist who had advanced to the quarterfinals, relying on his formidable strength and the prestige of his British Earl title, arrogantly assumed that even if he raped the beautiful woman assigned to serve him, the Emperor's Gate would not dare to punish him. Yet, after knocking the woman unconscious, before he could even close the door, he was instantly killed by an Emperor's Gate security guard without even a moment to cry out. Witnessing this, the other fighters fell silent as death, vowing to treat the service staff with utmost respect or risk losing their own lives. Simultaneously, their conviction deepened, the Imperial Gate truly possessed the power to elevate their combat prowess. $10 billion? For those who truly lived for combat, mixing fighting with money was a sacrilege against the art itself. They were devout practitioners of combat, akin to ascetics of the church. As for the territories, companies, and assets of the four mafia families, these naturally fell under the control of the Imperial Gate. However, Lin Yunlou did not keep them all for himself. He granted the Gambino family control over the lucrative industries of smuggling, transportation, and aviation, but the Gambino family was required to remit 50% of their earnings to the Imperial Gate. He handed over territories he had no interest in managing, along with the underground boxing rings originally belonging to the New England gang, entirely to the Hongmen for administration. Similarly, the Hongmen must remit 50% of their monthly income to the Imperial Gate. Since the 10 major conglomerates had no involvement in the underworld or only a minimal portion of it, Lin Yunlou placed all enterprises and companies belonging to the four great families under their management. He simply sat back and collected the profits. What did the US government get? Lin Yunlou still had a score to settle with them. They wanted a piece of the pie? Bull. Chapter 35. For decades, tumors have remained an intractable challenge in global medicine. Conventional oncology approaches surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation therapy have served as primary methods for rapid tumor removal and cell destruction, forming the backbone of modern cancer treatment. According to leading biological therapy expert Lauren, none of these three methods can eradicate tumor cells, leading to cancer recurrence or metastasis. Moreover, chemotherapy and radiation damage healthy cells, intensifying patient suffering. Experts label them tumor-focused, patient-blind treatments, essentially cutting the leaks exploitative. Surgery struggles to eliminate micrometastases, and many patients discover their tumors too late for optimal surgical intervention. The drawbacks and limitations of surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy during treatment, coupled with patients' agonizing struggles and relatives' helplessness in facing life and death decisions between hope and despair, often impose heavy financial burdens and emotional trauma on patients and their families. So, is there truly an effective, safe, and low side effect method for treating tumors? Good afternoon, viewers. I'm Aaron. At this moment, journalists from multiple countries stationed in the US have gathered at the entrance of the Lin Group headquarters building. As you can see behind me, cameras, news vans, and a massive press corps have completely blocked the area. Stylishly dressed Aaron, microphone in hand, asks, what has drawn so many international reporters to this location? Just yesterday the Lin Group announced its establishment and simultaneously revealed that its affiliated Lin Hospital has developed a drug capable of effectively curing tumors and leukemia. This news sent shockwaves through the world, like a boulder dropped into calm waters. If the Lin Group's claims are true, they have not only conquered a monumental challenge in medical history but also brought hope to cancer and leukemia patients worldwide. Eileen's voice grew increasingly excited. Now, everyone, let's go find the head of the Lin Group to verify the authenticity of this news. With that, she turned and squeezed her way through the already crowded crowd, swaying her hips like a water snake. At that moment, a group of people poured out from inside the Lin Group building, blocking the entrance and preventing journalists and media from entering. An Asian-looking man stepped forward, scanning the hungry-looking reporters, and announced loudly, "Journalists, you cannot enter. If you have any questions, you may ask me now. Move it, hey, move it." Oh, someone dropped their money. After pushing her way through the crowd, the stylish female anchor finally reached the front and asked first, "Sir, are you an employee of the Lin Group?" "No," the man replied calmly. "Is he just messing with us? If he's not from Lin Group, why is he here?" Many reporters had been waiting over 2 hours and were naturally annoyed at being toyed with. "Then you're a Lin Group executive? Right? I knew I was right. The stylish woman felt a little smug when the man nodded in agreement. The reporter who had complained earlier now hung his head in frustration. I know you're all here to verify whether yesterday's announcement from our group is true, right? The man smiled, wiggled his index finger, and said, fellow journalists, yesterday's announcement from our group contained absolutely no sensationalism. Every piece of information we release is factual and verifiable. The drugs for treating tumors and leukemia are the result of 10 years? Who are they trying to fool? Of persistent research, experimentation, and material collection by multiple experts at our group's subsidiary, Lin's Hospital. They have already applied for patents. Sir, may I ask your surname? A reporter inquired. My surname is Lin. Mr. Lin, you share the same surname as the Lin Group's president. What is your relationship to him? No comment. Mr. Lin, may I ask which country the Lin Group president hails from? The identity of the Lin Group president remains a mystery to the outside world. Yet the greater the attention, the more it signifies the group's value worth exploring. As journalists, they naturally wouldn't overlook this question. Chinese, the man surnamed Lin replied succinctly, then added, all right, that concludes today's questions. Detailed information will be provided at our press conference in a couple of days. Mr. Lin, may I ask one final question? A fashionable woman rushed forward, but her bodyguard quickly intercepted her. She sensibly stood her ground, though her voice carried as she called out, Mr. Lin. What is the name of your group's medication? And when do you plan to bring it to market? As far as I know, countless patients worldwide are waiting for your group's drug. It's named after the first two letters of China. I can't disclose any further details at this time. Goodbye. With that, he strode into the building. Journalists are the uncrowned kings, never offend them, but don't indulge them either. It's all about striking the right balance. Once media confirmed CH's existence, nations scrambled to report on it, propelling Lin Group to unprecedented prominence. Within an hour, Lin Group topped China's Baidu search rankings, with CH becoming the dominant search term. In 2011, it was an era where people watched ads but not TV dramas or news. Yet now, tuning into any TV channel guaranteed coverage of the Lin Group's CH. There was no escaping it. Flipping through over 100 channels yielded identical content. Even the 7 p.m. news broadcast likely didn't air on as many stations. The world's attention was fixed on the Lin Group and its president. Governments worldwide urgently instructed their New York embassy officials to immediately contact any Lin Group executive with knowledge of CH. Securing an audience with the group itself was naturally the ultimate goal. Master Lin, when you act, you shake the entire world. Your boldness and skill have earned DuPont's deepest admiration. If only the younger generation in my family possessed half your caliber, I could truly step back with peace of mind. In the penthouse suite of the Four Seasons Hotel where Lin Yunlou resided, the heads of the 10 major conglomerates Nathan, Sito Mingjing, and others were present. Mr. Lin, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? DuPont asked, sipping his red wine. Then, as if discovering a new continent, he exclaimed, I have a granddaughter who just turned 20. She's quite the looker, a face to die for, legs to die for. She and you, Mr. Lin, would be a match made in heaven. Lin Yunlou was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected DuPont to start playing matchmaker. You old fool, didn't you just say that if your family's younger generation were half as capable as me, you could die in peace? Now you're saying your granddaughter and I are a perfect match? How shameless. Du Bang, I'm not ready to consider a girlfriend yet, Lin Yunlou declined politely. Hearing Lin Yunlou's response, the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yunlou became the Du Bang family's son-in-law, the Du Bang family would inevitably rise in status, shattering the current delicate balance. Master Lin, is your CH truly that effective? Gambino Nathan deliberately steered the conversation, inwardly regretting that if his daughter weren't already engaged, her beauty would surely have captivated the Lin family head. Then, many others shared his thoughts, though none voiced them as openly as Du Bang. Thus, an invisible battle for the son-in-law was destined to unfold behind the scenes. Of course. Whatever ailment you suffer, one pill guarantees results, no deception, young or old. Lin Yunlou chuckled. Master Lin, might I purchase one, requested Melon Crow, patriarch of the Melon Consortium. His son suffered from a terminal illness. For years, they'd consulted countless physicians, yet no cure was found. Only exorbitantly priced, precious medicines kept him alive. Watching his son waste away day by day felt like needles piercing his heart. Ah, the heartache of parents everywhere. Even with all the wealth in the world, some things remain beyond purchase, like life itself. Hearing that Lin Yunlou's CH medicine could cure any incurable disease, he decided to try it, clinging to the hope that it might just work. Chief Melon, I won't sell you CH. Lin Yunlou's flat refusal dashed Melon's newly kindled hopes. But I can give it to you as a gift, Lin Yunlou said with a smile. Thank you. Why not? It would win him favor and get free advertising from the Melon conglomerate. Chapter 36, Showing Off. It was Lin Yunlou's 24th birthday, though he'd never celebrated before. To him, birthdays were simply the day mothers suffered. The idea of throwing parties to mark the occasion was utterly foreign. Without informing anyone from the Imperial Gate, he slipped out of the hotel at 6 a.m. Having lived in New York for over a year, Lin Yunlou had never properly explored the city. He planned to wander its streets and alleys. The 102-story Empire State Building. Central Park, New York's premier tourist attraction and one of the world's most beautiful urban parks. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, one of the world's 4 great art museums alongside London's British Museum, Paris's Louvre, and St. Petersburg's Hermitage Museum, also known as the Winter Palace, housing a collection of 3 million exhibits. Wall Street, the financial heart of America. Times Square, named after the New York Times' early headquarters there. The world-renowned Broadway shows. Today, he visited many of New York's famous landmarks, exploring until the sun set and car lights began to twinkle before finally heading home. It's truly easy to pollute a place. All it takes is 2 things, trash or money. To return to the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Yunlou must pass through the red light district, a place that compels one to pause, especially for men. Skin-bearing, heavily made-up prostitutes stood waiting, striking alluring poses to lure men in. "Hey handsome, wanna have some fun? Just $50 a night, a real bargain." A woman in her 30s, her lips coated in matte lipstick and her face caked in makeup, stood before Lin Yunlou. She fluttered her eyelashes, offering him a suggestive glance. Lin Yunlou fought back a wave of nausea, pinching his nose to block the pungent, cheap perfume. "Miss, you've got the wrong idea. I'm not that kind of guy. If you were easy, you wouldn't treat us like human beings. I don't know what men think in their heads, but I know what their dicks think when they come here." The prostitute breathed heavily into Lin Yunlou's ear, her husky voice sending shivers down his spine. Lin Yunlou took 2 steps back, evading the prostitute who tried to draw closer. Frowning, he said, "I'm just passing through. Please move aside." With that, he walked past her. The prostitute tried to say more, but was cut off by a commotion. A woman hurried over and shouted, "Hurry up, they're coming again." The newcomer looked flustered. "Ha! Think you can leave without satisfying us?" A young man with a long scar across his face sneered, surrounded by about 50 men. His words prompted his henchmen to swiftly encircle the group. Once his men had everyone blocked, the scarred man declared smugly, "The men can leave if they hand over their money. As for the women, well, they'll have to satisfy us first." Lin Yunlou glared at the scarred man, inwardly fuming. Hadn't he ordered Kalab and the others to clear out the trash? Why were these still here? He immediately pulled out his phone and called Kalab. "What are you doing? Trying to call the cops? Drop that phone, you bastard." A henchman standing beside the scarred man roared the moment he saw Lin Yunlou making the call. Lin Yunlou didn't even bother acknowledging him, putting his phone away only after finishing his call. You dare disobey my orders?" The henchman, wielding a long machete, stepped forward and pointed it threateningly at Lin Yunlou's face. "What did you just say?" The icy tone made the surrounding air plummet, sending shivers down the henchman's spine. He stood frozen, unable to utter another word. Lin Yunlou loathed anyone insulting his parents more than anything. Already irritated, he now resembled a volcano ready to erupt. Daring to show off in front of him and insult his mother? That was pure suicide. His face darkened, almost dripping with menace. The scarred man frowned as he sized up Lin Yunlou. His former boss had taught him that in the underworld, one must not only be able to fight but also learn to read the situation. You had to know who you could provoke and who you absolutely couldn't. Otherwise, you'd risk inviting death. That advice had saved him countless times, yet now, no matter how he scrutinized the Eastern youth, he couldn't discern anything extraordinary about him. Reassured, he walked up to Lin Yunlou with a cold sneer, his triangular eyes glaring at the kid. "This place belongs to me after midnight. Now, hand over everything of value you're carrying and kneel down to kowtow. I might consider letting you off. Pretending to be tough when you've got nothing to back it up makes you look like a fool. Who do you think you are?" Lin Yunlou recalled the words spoken to him by that spirited little girl at the Fragrant Hills Villa. He now echoed them back to the scarred man. The scarred man roared with rage, his face twisted into a savage grin. "Guys, let's give him a little bone-crunching session. Who dares touch my master?" Kalab's figure had barely reached the street corner when his voice, seemingly untethered by distance, reached everyone's ears. The scarred man whipped his head around to witness a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Thousands of people surged from the street corner, each wielding identical firearms. Kalab was both terrified and furious. Terrified that Lin Yunlou would blame him for incompetence? Furious that someone dared to confront his master and it looked like they intended to gang up on him. How could he not be furious? Was this an army? The prostitutes trapped in the red light district and the patrons seeking pleasure held their breath, frozen in place, not daring to move. Scarface and his men stared at Lin Yunlou in terror. Kalab was approaching him. Could this Eastern man be the master he had spoken of? Kalab bowed deeply, stopping a meter away from Lin Yunlou. He addressed him respectfully, "Master." Smack! A crisp sound echoed. A vivid red handprint appeared on Kalab's face. Yet he showed no sign of anger, his expression growing even more terrified. He hastily knelt on the ground and cried out, "Master!" Then, thousands of people knelt down with reverence and respect, shouting "Master" in unison toward Lin Yunlou. Their clear and resounding cries echoed far and wide. What overwhelming presence! What breathtaking spectacle! It was truly awe-inspiring. To have risen this high in the underworld, it was all worth it. After tonight, I don't want to see these small fry in America anymore. Lin Yunlou pointed at the scarred man and his crew, his voice cold. This place is under my control 24 hours a day. Chapter 37, Engagement Banquet 1. What does the century need most? Some say opportunities, others say talent, while the most absurd claim it's scum. Posing is an art form trendy, mysteriously elegant, and steeped in postmodern critical style. Scum who can't pull off a pose aren't even proper scum. Talent who can't fake it are only half talent, useless trash. Dare to show off in front of me, and I'll make you regret it until you're ruined. Lin Yunlou stormed out of the red light district, cursing under his breath. Kalab followed cautiously, step by step, keeping a careful distance behind him. As for trivial matters like murder, those were naturally left to his underlings. Journey to the West taught us, demons with powerful backers always got rescued, while those without were smashed to death by the golden monkey staff. This is a dog-eat-dog world, and the underworld makes that brutally clear. When Lin Yunlou returned to the hotel, he found Nathan standing at his room door. Nathan's hand reached out, then quickly withdrew. Lin Yunlou was puzzled. Nathan's brow furrowed one moment, then he began muttering to himself the next. It was impossible to tell what play Nathan was performing. Lin Yunlou simply walked up and asked, "Chief Nathan, what are you doing standing at the door? Need something?" Nathan turned and saw Lin Yunlou standing beside him with a smile. He visibly flustered, stammering as if searching for words. Lin Yunlou remained silent, arms crossed over his chest, staring intently at Nathan. Under the gaze, Nathan grew uneasy. Finally gathering his courage, he said, "Master Lin, the day after tomorrow is my daughter's engagement. I plan to host an engagement party and would be honored if you would grace us with your presence." Lin Yunlou asked suspiciously, "That's it?" Lin Yunlou desperately wanted to slam his size 41 slipper right into Nathan's size 38 face so hard he couldn't even pick it up. All that posing at the doorway was for nothing. "Your daughter's getting engaged? Just say it straight out. You had me on pins and needles, only to drop a total dud." Nathan felt uneasy under Lin Yunlou's suspicious gaze. He had actually intended to extend the invitation during yesterday's meeting with the major factions, but stomach cramps struck as the session ended, causing him to forget. Invitations had already been sent to all other factions, yet the most crucial one, Lin Yunlou's, had been overlooked. He had intended to personally extend the invitation, believing only that would demonstrate the Gambino family's sincerity and respect for Lin Yunlou. But now, with this mishap, how could he not panic? Who was Lin Yunlou? He was the undisputed kingpin of American organized crime. If this oversight caused him to harbor resentment or dissatisfaction toward the Gambino family, his own clan would be unable to maintain a foothold in the United States. It could even spell their ruin. Invitations were neither trivial nor insignificant. In the eyes of old-school powerhouses like Nathan, being overlooked or forgotten signaled deliberate disrespect and unforgivable offense. To Lin Yunlou, however, this was hardly an issue. Though the imperial clan ruled American organized crime, he himself possessed none of the trappings of a king. He was perpetually affable toward everyone in layman's terms, he simply couldn't pull off the act. Seeing Nathan standing there tense and frowning, Lin Yunlou understood immediately. He took Nathan's hand and led him into the hall. Kalab followed suit upon Lin Yunlou's nod. Once seated, Lin Yunlou smiled and changed the subject, saying to Nathan, "Chief Nathan, your daughter doesn't resemble you, does she?" Lin Yunlou's smile eased much of Nathan's unease. Hearing his daughter mentioned, pride flashed across his brow as he replied with a smile, "My daughter doesn't resemble me. She's as beautiful as her mother, just like that, she's sure from your huaxia." "But why does the Lin sect leader ask?" Nothing much." Lin Yunlou replied with a dry chuckle. Nathan's gaunt face held little flesh. His nose was neither straight nor high, drooping in a slovenly fashion. His eyes were narrow and lifeless. He wasn't handsome, yet he tried to emulate others by wearing tailored suits like a gentleman. He wasn't particularly clever, yet he mimicked others by going bald. Though Lin Yunlou didn't entirely believe Nathan's words, the proud gleam in Nathan's eyes when he spoke of his daughter convinced him she couldn't be unattractive. This thought brought a pang of envy. Was it a genetic mutation? Why hadn't such luck found him? His parents had saddled him with a face that couldn't charm even middle-aged women. Why hadn't the mutation struck him instead? "Chief Nathan, I'll attend your daughter's engagement party." Lin Yunlou's response brought Nathan immense relief. That day, the Gambino family's parking lot held no fewer than 70 luxury vehicles: Bugattis, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Aston Martins, Bentleys, BMWs, Cadillacs, even the long-discontinued Mercedes 300 SLR. Mercedes-Benz, the pinnacle of luxury from Germany's Daimler Chrysler and Spyker sports cars, of which the Dutch royal family produces only 50 annually. Then there was the Rolls-Royce, often called the Häagen-Dazs of sedans. Any one of these vehicles easily exceeded 10 million. Collectively, they could host a world-class auto exhibition. Today marks the engagement ceremony for Gambino Nathan's beloved daughter. Those invited by this venerable American family are either government officials or business luminaries, and naturally, underworld figures are present too. Among them are representatives from the Hongmen, one of America's 3 major crime syndicates, and the Daimen, who reign supreme over the American underworld. Lin Yunlou freshened up casually and left the hotel with his date for the evening, Lin Yunlou. They hailed a cab and headed straight for the western suburbs, where the Gambino family's party was being held at their estate. Salzberg, owner of the New York Times, appeared outwardly as a kind, benevolent elder. His silver hair was meticulously combed back, exposing his forehead to the air. Those large, blue eyes radiated goodwill, instantly endearing him to others. Unlike most seniors, he showed no stoop. His impeccably tailored suit held his frame upright, projecting an air of rigor and focus. As the engagement ceremony was about to commence, the head of the Gambino family stood at the estate's entrance, his expression tense as he gazed into the distance. He seemed to be waiting for someone, but who could be worthy of Nathan's such solemn anticipation? Professional instincts made Salzberg wonder if there was a major story to uncover here, but speculation remained just that, unverified. It could never become fact. With that thought, he paced behind Erickson and asked tentatively, "Erickson, the engagement ceremony is about to start. Why aren't you going in? What are you doing standing here? Please don't speak. Don't disturb me." Erickson glanced back at Salzberg, murmuring quietly before quickly turning away again. "I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of big shot shows up today." Salzberg curled his lip and stood quietly by, waiting. A taxi? Nike sneakers? A jacket? After sizing up the man who'd stepped out of the cab and been warmly received by Gambino family members, Salzberg was dumbfounded. He glanced down at his own suit, a custom-made, $100,000 masterpiece crafted by a master tailor flown in from Italy specifically for this Gambino gathering. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Both were guests of the Gambino family, and he was, after all, a newspaper magnate. Yet the difference in treatment was staggering. Comparing goods makes you lose, comparing people makes you die. Salzberg felt like dying. Chapter 38, The Engagement Party 2. The greatest advantage his success, that is, societal recognition, or fame afforded him, was a relative detachment from his environment and its mundane concerns. He no longer needed to engage in petty struggles over numerous reasonable yet trivial rights. Such things would be granted to him willingly or unwillingly by virtue of his success. Their absence mattered little. His achievements already elevated him to a position where he could look down upon success itself, let alone these trivialities. Lin Yunlou hadn't anticipated the fervor of Nathan and his family members. He felt distinctly uncomfortable with the hypocritical smiles behind their masks. Lin Yunlou forced a smile before leaning close to Nathan's ear and murmuring, "Chief Nathan, dismiss them. This feels unnatural to me. Treat me as a friend, no need for such pomp." "A friend?" Nathan chuckled inwardly, delighted. He beckoned to Erickson and instructed him to dismiss everyone to attend to the guest. Then he turned to Lin Yunlou, head of the Lin clan. "Is this satisfactory?" Lin Yunlou nodded, thinking to himself that Nathan was quite reasonable after all. Whoever spread rumors about him being an unreasonable jerk must have been slandering him. He then said sincerely, "Thank you for your understanding, Chief Nathan." "Haha, if you're being polite like this, Lin, you're not treating Nathan as a friend, you know." Nathan persisted, hoping to further earn Lin Yunlou's favor. Seeing Nathan depart tactfully after speaking, even feigning unfamiliarity, Lin Yunlou inwardly cheered, "Long live understanding." Lin Yunlou's creed was to keep a low profile in life while making a high impact in action. Yet he didn't realize there was another saying: the low profile of those in power is actually the greatest display of arrogance. The more you try to hide your identity and who you truly are, the more curious others become, the more they crave to uncover what lies hidden in your heart. This was especially true under the watchful eye of certain individuals like Salzberg at this very moment. Salzberg's gaze never left Lin Yunlou. When Lin Yunlou reached the steps before the doorway, Salzberg stepped forward, greeting them warmly, "Good day, sir and miss." Lin Yunlou regarded the man with puzzlement. He didn't recognize him. Why was he blocking their path? Could it be that this fellow was a homosexual, captivated by this young master's beauty? The thought sent a shiver down Lin Yunlou's spine. He gave a nervous chuckle before politely inquiring, "And you are, sir?" "Ha, forgive my presumption." Salzberg tapped his forehead lightly, then extended his hand solemnly to Lin Yunlou. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Arthur O.T.S. Salzberg, though friends simply call me Salzberg." Arthur O.T.S. Salzberg, the head of the New York Times, America's newspaper magnate? A flurry of information flashed through Lin Yunlou's mind. After ascertaining the visitor's identity, he extended his hand in a friendly gesture, shook Salzberg's, gave a brief introduction, and then inquired, "Mr. Salzberg, what brings you here?" "Well, I'm quite curious about your relationship with Chief Nathan. I'd appreciate your insights on the matter. Please forgive any impertinence." Salzberg asked bluntly. He knew the question was abrupt and hardly befitting his gentlemanly demeanor, but his role as owner of the New York Times demanded prioritizing interests above all else. Thus, he steeled his resolve and pressed on. My relationship with Chief Nathan? Lin Yunlou smiled meaningfully. Why do you ask, Mr. Salzberg? Seeing Salzberg staring at him without speaking, he touched his nose and said, Chief Nathan and I are friends. Otherwise, why would I attend the engagement party? Oh dear, the party is about to begin. Lin Yunlou glanced at his watch. He didn't actually have one and exclaimed in feigned surprise before slipping away. Lin Yunlou pulled Lin Yunlou into the villa's grand hall. Dozens of eyes instantly focused on the pair, followed by a flurry of chattering whispers. Could these two be guests of the Gambino family? Absolutely impossible. Just look at what they're wearing. How could Patriarch Nathan possibly invite such people to his precious daughter's engagement party? Mockery and sarcastic remarks filled the air. The usually fierce and headstrong Lin Yunlou flushed uncharacteristically, while Lin Yunlou merely smiled indifferently, utterly dismissive of such petty mockery. Noticing Wanru's discomfort, Lin Yunlou whispered softly, Wanru, they're jealous. Jealous that we can wear clothes like this, that we can dress like this for the party. They can't, or rather, they dare not because of their vanity and need to keep up appearances. So they resort to putting us down to elevate themselves, to project their so-called high society superiority. People like that are actually deeply insecure inside. Parties with such individuals are utterly boring. Look at the true nobles in high society in the hall. None of them gave us a single disdainful glance. At their level, they don't judge by appearances. Sigh, I should ve just stayed with you watching Korean dramas at the hotel. The group who had earlier looked down on Lin Yunlou and his companion turned beet red, their faces darkening. Some averted their eyes, desperately trying to maintain the composure expected of gentlemen and ladies. Lin Yunlou murmured just as softly, Dad, these people really are so hypocritical. Seeing no one dared to give her another contemptuous look or utter those hurtful, sarcastic remarks, Lin Yunlou felt a quiet admiration for Lin Yunlou. Forget about them. Come on, let's find a place to sit. With that, Lin Yunlou took Lin Wanru's hand and led her to an unoccupied corner where they sat down. Taking the glass of red wine Lin Wanru offered, Lin Yunlou held it without drinking. He examined the hall's decor, the golden chandelier overhead, the Van Gogh oil painting worth millions of euros on the wall, and the solitary thinker sculpture posed in the right corner. Lin Yunlou wondered why these wealthy people always used antique vases, famous paintings, and Rodin sculptures for decoration. Placed in the hall like this, no one would ever appreciate them. Get lost. Lin Wanru's sharp command snapped Lin Yunlou's attention. Turning his head, he saw three sleazy men. Lin Yunlou guessed they were Japanese surrounding Lin Wanru. Their lecherous grins made him deeply uncomfortable. He didn't need to ask. Lin Wanru, unable to sit still, had wandered around the hall and was now being harassed by these three perverts, drawn by her beauty. What was Lin Wanru's temperament? She was the sort who wouldn't back down even before the demonic deities Guiche and Huowu, let alone these three dwarves. I don't care how you snuck into the Gambino estate, but if you don't apologize to me properly, I guarantee you'll suffer a miserable fate. The dwarf in the center, his face dark, spat out the words in broken English. Typical Japanese, even their English pronunciation reeks of scum. Lin Yunlou sneered coldly. Clearly, the two of them had walked in openly, yet he dared call it sneaking in. These Japanese sure were skilled at twisting facts. But then, that seemed to be their usual modus operandi. Thinking about it, he felt a bit more at ease. However, feeling at ease didn't mean he'd let those three sleazy Japanese off the hook. I'll see how you stop us from walking right out that door. Lin Yunlou was just about to rise when he spotted Sita Mingjing approaching from the main entrance toward his corner. He decided against acting. The fewer times he showed his face, the better he could maintain his air of mystery. He was determined to have Sita Mingjing serve as his enforcer. Chapter 39, Engagement Banquet 3. A cold smile curved her lips. Your mouth stinks. Do Japanese people never brush their teeth? She drew a dagger from her hair. If the dwarf uttered another insult, she would slit his throat without hesitation. The two bodyguards standing silently behind the dwarf immediately stepped forward in long strides the moment Lin Wanru drew her dagger, shielding the dwarf behind them. This woman brought a weapon inside. Clearly she means harm to the Gambino family, the dwarf sneered. But as a guest of the Gambinos, I ought to lend a hand. You two take her down. Eliminate this threat for the family. His treacherous intent was plain, his excuse flimsy. Yes, young master. The two bodyguards responded in unison, flanking Lin Wanru and surrounding her. Tan Kazuo, today is the engagement ceremony for Chief Nathan's daughter. If you cause a disturbance here and alarm the other guests, Chief Nathan will be most displeased. Should Mitsubishi Heavy Industries lose its foothold in America, how would you explain that to your father? Having watched the scene unfold for a moment, Sito Mingjing saw the two sides about to clash and swiftly interposed himself between them. Suta Mingjing, are you threatening me? The dwarf's brow furrowed slightly as he asked Suta Mingjing in an irritated tone. This isn't a threat, but advice. Stu Mingjing's tone turned cold. After all, your father and I share some history. As your elder, it's my duty to warn you to prevent you from provoking those you can't handle, which could bring catastrophic trouble upon your father's Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. If it weren't for the debt your father owes me, I wouldn't bother with you. Elder? I see you're just flexing your seniority, Situ Mingjing. Tan Kazuhisa snorted coldly. Don't think just because the Hong men got lucky, you can lecture me now. Compared to my godfather's Black Dragon Society, the Chinese Hong men isn't even a fart. Very well. Since you insist on this stubborn course, I, Situ Mingjing, won't stand in the way of you, the esteemed young master of the Black Dragon Society. Situ Mingjing was seething. Acting superior because of your age? Lucky break? Oof. I hope you're still so cocky in a moment. The quarrel in the corner had long since drawn the attention of the important guests in the hall. Nathan, of course, had learned the whole story. He'd thought Situ Mingjing could resolve the matter, but instead, the old man had simply walked away, leaving the conflict between Lin Yunlou and the dwarf completely unresolved. That old man Situ was a complete waste of emotion. Left with no choice, Nathan had to step in himself. On one side stood Suda Kazuo, the young master of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Japan's largest military contractor and the armed backer of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, who was also the adopted son of the Black Dragon Society's leader, Japan's largest Yakuza group affiliated with the imperial household. On the other stood Lin Yunlou, princess of the American underworld's dominant faction, the Imperial Gate. Both were immensely powerful figures. If forced to choose sides, he would naturally favor Lin Yunlou. Firstly, she was the princess of the Imperial Gate, the leading American crime syndicate. The Black Dragon Society had no foothold in the United States. Even if it did, it couldn't rival the Imperial Gate. A mighty dragon struggles to subdue a local snake, and the Imperial Gate wasn't a snake, but a colossal dragon entrenched across North America. Therefore, he addressed Tan Kazuhisa thus: Tan Kazuhisa, both you and Miss Lin are friends I invited here. I wish to avoid any unpleasantness between you. I've heard the details of the incident. You were in the wrong. Apologize to Miss Lin, consider it doing Uncle Nathan a favor. Besides, quarrels between men and women are unbecoming of a gentleman. Upon hearing Nathan's words, Lin Yunlou appraised Tan Kazuo with a dismissive glance before sneering. Him? Not only does he have the face of a pig, but he's inherited a pig's brain too. Does his species even deserve to be called gentleman? Lin Yunlou was thoroughly unimpressed by Nathan's suggestion to save face for her uncle. She didn't need anyone's favor to make that dwarf apologize, nor did she care about his apology. Ha! That girl Yunlou hit the nail on the head. Lin Yunlou chuckled as he approached her, then addressed Nathan. Chief Nathan, if you insist on calling that gentleman over there a gentleman, I fear the word gentleman might soon lose its positive connotation and become a term of derision. Lin Yunlou would stake his honor on speaking his absolute truth, and this was the first time he'd ever genuinely despised someone, or rather, a pig. Uncle Nathan, it's not that Tan Kazuhisa refuses to give you face, it's that someone else won't give him face. Let's handle this minor matter ourselves, you shouldn't meddle. Tan Kazuhisa's face alternated between crimson and pallid, though whether from rage or kidney deficiency remained unclear. While he seethed at Lin Yunlou and Lin Yunlou's scathing insults, what truly gnawed at him was Nathan's demand that he apologize to that lowly Chinese woman. What was his status? In Japan, whether it was wildly popular actresses or powerful family heiresses, any woman who laid eyes on him would willingly strip and climb into bed for his pleasure. Which man wouldn't fawn over him? Yet here, within an hour, he had suffered humiliations he hadn't endured in over 2 decades. This gnawed at him, fueling a raging fury. He resolved to make those 2 Chinese vanish, to wash away his shame. But Tan Kazuo forgot one crucial thing: he wasn't standing on the soil of an island nation where the Black Dragon Society and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries could run rampant. He was in the United States, where Lin Yunlou held sway. Very well. Since both sides insist on this course, I see no reason to intervene, Nathan sighed. Inwardly, he prayed that Lin, the head of the Lin family, would show mercy and allow him to leave the United States with his life intact. Gentlemen, this is Gambino territory. Shall we take this outside? Tadao glared at Lin Yunlou, ostensibly seeking his opinion but offering no real choice. If you two are afraid, you can still kneel and beg for mercy now. Mr. Midget, are you certain it's just the 3 of you? You could call for backup. No problem, I can wait. Lin Yunlou brushed off Tan Kazuhisa's polite suggestion with arrogant disdain. Oomph, unnecessary. 3 of us are more than enough to handle you. I'll be waiting outside for your arrival. With that, Tan Kazuhisa flicked his wrist and strode out of the hall. 10 minutes later, in a small park near the Gambino family estate, a place for leisurely strolls, a short man knelt before a fair-featured man. Within a meter of them lay numerous bullet casings, clear evidence of a fierce gunfight that had just erupted here. 2 Asian men lay motionless in the grass, each with a gaping hole in their chest. The size suggested it wasn't a bullet wound, but rather the imprint of a human fist. I heard you tell her what would happen if she didn't apologize. Pretty grim, huh? Lin Yunlou narrowed his eyes, looking down with contempt at the man lying on the ground like a dead dog, speaking in a mild tone. Tianhafu crawled on his knees and palms toward Lin Yunlou, who was trimming her nails beneath a large tree. Bowing repeatedly, he wailed in a mournful tone, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I'm sorry. Lin Yunlou couldn't be bothered with Tada Kazuhisa. She told Lin Yunlou, I'll wait outside, and left. Sir, I have apologized to Miss Lin. Tan Kazuo raised his head, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. I hope you can forgive my ignorance. If you spare me, I'll accept any condition you set. Forgive you? Forgiving you is God's business. My responsibility is to send you to meet God. Lin Yunlou's fingertip lightly tapped Tan Kazuhisa's forehead. Tan Kazuhisa's body flew backward as if struck by a speeding bullet train, his small frame hurtling uncontrollably until it slammed into a large tree and came to a halt. Lin Yunlou was neither superstitious nor religious. Yet he believed in the Buddhist principle that all things in this world are bound by cause and effect. Though he was powerful now, able to look down on most people, if he let Tan Kazuhisa live and leave this place, who knew when perhaps tomorrow, perhaps a month, a year Tan Kazuhisa might return to seek revenge, stronger than ever. He absolutely could not allow that to happen. Therefore, he would nip any potential threat in the bud. In the underworld, if you don't be ruthless toward your enemies, they will be ruthless toward you. Chapter 40, The Final Stranger. Why did that woman look so familiar at first glance? Lin Yunlou returned to the Gambino family banquet hall, his eyes inadvertently catching sight of a woman in a white strapless, pale pink evening gown. Beneath the sheer chiffon fabric, dazzling sequins glimmered intermittently, reflecting the luminous sparkle of pearls. The pale pink gown perfectly accentuated the woman's fashionable and noble aura. Yet Lin Yunlou's attention wasn't drawn to the gown itself, but to the woman wearing it. Unfortunately, the hall had grown crowded, and the woman vanished just as Lin Yunlou became lost in thought. It couldn't have been her, right? Yes, it must have been just a fleeting glance. Lin Yunlou's emotions were complex. He longed to see that woman again after a year apart, yet he feared the encounter. This conflicting state of mind was difficult to comprehend without experiencing it firsthand. What truly proved irresistible, beyond teeth, was a one-night stand. For a man steeped in traditional Chinese values like Lin Yunlou, this sensation held a particularly potent allure. The hall was noticeably more crowded than when Lin Yunlou had left. Candlelight flickered across the dining tables, soft music drifted through the air, and waiters in formal attire moved gracefully between tables, refilling glasses. Men and women mingled in small groups, glasses clinking, laughter flowing, though how much of it was genuine was anyone's guess. Lin Yunlou walked toward the corner where he had been seated earlier, a hint of disappointment visible. Along the way, many eyes followed him with curiosity. The guests who had just arrived were struck by his attire. They hadn't expected anyone to dress so casually for a Gambino family party. Those who witnessed his altercation with Tan Kazuhisa were intrigued by Nathan's attitude toward both Lin Yunlou and Lin Yunlou. During the earlier dispute, they had expected Nathan to side with Tan Kazuhisa, yet he had instead demanded Tan Kazuhisa apologize. Who exactly was this man? As for Suda Kazuo, they couldn't bring themselves to believe he was already in hell. They assumed that in America, aside from the Gambino family and that mysterious T-Men organization, no other power would dare target Suda Kazuo, both the heir apparent of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and the adopted son of the Black Dragon Society's chairman. But Lin Yunlou dared. Not only dared, but had already done it. Men's conversations were 70% business and 30% women. Women's were the exact opposite, 30% men and 70% clothes and cosmetics. The heads of the 10 major conglomerates Nathan, Sito Mingking, and several others Lin Yunlou didn't recognize had settled into their preferred corners. He overheard them discussing the Dow Jones Index and the Hang Seng Index. Finding it tedious, he rubbed his nose and prepared to seek a better seat. Mr. Lin, we've been waiting here for quite some time. Why come only to leave again? Could it be you find us old folks distasteful? Dupont sat facing the entrance, and with a slight glance upward, he spotted Lin Yunlou. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin has arrived. The others in the corner also spotted Lin Yunlou and stood up, smiling and greeting him. A few individuals in the corner whom Lin Yunlou didn't recognize remained seated. Instead, they exchanged glances and raised their eyebrows in surprise. Though this corner was far from the hall's center, those seated here were figures at the pinnacle of American society. Naturally, they were the focal point of everyone's attention. Yet now, the center of their attention was proactively greeting a Chinese man dressed in casual attire. The attitude and tone of those greetings stirred both envy and admiration among the others, instantly elevating Lin Yunlou's standing in their minds. Lin Yunlou greeted each person in turn, then sat down with a sigh. The DuPont patriarch is joking, he said. I wouldn't dare look down on you all, otherwise, your admirers might cause me trouble. And you know how much I hate trouble. Lin Yunlou glanced around, noticing all eyes fixed on him. Forget it, he thought, any hope of staying low-key was gone. How could this Dubang, at his age, be so clueless about social etiquette? Mr. Lin, where is Tan Kazuhisa? Nathan slid beside Lin Yunlou and whispered the question. After all, Tan Kazuhisa was a guest favored by the Gambino family. Nathan needed to understand exactly what had happened to him. Du Bang and Stu Mingjing appeared to be conversing quietly, but in truth, they were straining to eavesdrop on Lin Yunlou and Nathan's conversation. Chief Nathan, Lin Yunlou said, his face etched with regret, God summoned Tan Kazuhisa. He left me behind and ascended to heaven alone. What a pity, I was just about to befriend him. Alas, time was not on his side. Du Bang and the others sucked in a sharp breath. Chief Nathan, unsure if he'd misheard, stammered, Mr. Lin, you killed him? Chief Nathan, Lin Yunlou replied, I didn't kill him. God punished him. You must understand, my grief over Mr. Tan Kazuo's departure is no less than his father's. Alas, such a young life cut short. Lin Yunlou sighed deeply, his expression so sorrowful that if tears had welled in his eyes, one might have thought the deceased was his own son. Chief Nathan, today is your daughter's joyous wedding day. Let's not dwell on such sorrowful matters, shall we? Nathan nodded, inwardly sighing. This was going to be trouble. Exactly. Let's talk about something else. Onassis smiled. Mr. Lin, my daughter wishes to be your friend. What do you think? Everyone shot Onassis a look of contempt. Friendship was the pretext. Onassis was really trying to set up a match for his daughter. Upon hearing Onassis's words, Stu Mingjing scoffed. Onassis, your daughter has been divorced for over 3 years. Her child is already 6 months old. You want to introduce her to Mr. Lin? Divorced for over 3 years, child half a year old, how could I possibly miscalculate that? Lin Yunlou muttered, counting on his fingers. Mr. Lin, don't listen to that nonsense from Onassis, Nathan said with a curled lip. Mr. Lin, everyone, I must excuse myself for a moment. Chief DuPont, who are these gentlemen? Lin Yunlou glanced at the men seated to DuPont's right. They sat there with calm composure, showing no sign of being slighted despite their prolonged absence from the conversation, at least not visibly. And those who could sit here were surely no ordinary figures. These individuals were clearly no ordinary guests. Mr. Lin, you don't recognize them? DuPont's expression turned peculiar. He couldn't fathom how Lin Yunlou could be unaware of the identities of those seated beside him. The others also looked at him with puzzled expressions. Lin Yunlou smiled calmly and replied, Chief Du Bang, if I knew them, I wouldn't have asked you. Many people went to great lengths to conceal their ignorance. In their eyes, not knowing was a sign of stupidity, a matter of pride. If exposed, they would be deeply displeased, even furious. Lin Yunlou was not like that. He believed that those who dared not admit their ignorance were precisely the group with the weakest self-esteem, for they had lost the courage to seek knowledge and the desire to explore a profound manifestation of deep-seated inferiority within the soul. My oversight, Du Bang chuckled, then gestured towards several figures. This is Buffett, this is the head of the Rothschild family, and this is... Lin Yunlou didn't watch TV or surf the internet. Since arriving in America, he'd been consumed by expanding the Diamond Empire, leaving him no time to familiarize himself with the titans of American finance. Even so, he had seen financial interviews with these figures in newspapers. How could he not have heard the names DuPont mentioned? Yet his understanding remained superficial, so he merely exchanged polite handshakes without deep conversation. Mr. Lin. Moments later, Nathan returned, bringing someone with him. Lin Yunlou turned with a smile, but his expression froze upon seeing the person beside Nathan. A whirlwind of emotion surged through him. Could it really be her? Was she getting engaged? Mr. Lin, Nathan asked, noticing Lin Yunlou's fixed gaze on his daughter. Do you know Jessica? I know her, Lin Yunlou almost said. The woman replied coldly, no, I don't. Seems I was just imagining things. She clearly doesn't remember me at all. This feeling made Lin Yunlou feel very uncomfortable, a bitter taste in her mouth. She forced a smile and said, yes, we've never met. I thought you two knew each other. But it's never too late to meet now. Nathan smiled as he introduced Lin Yunlou. Mr. Lin, this is my daughter, Jessica. Then he added, Jessica, this is Mr. Lin, a good friend of Dad's. Nathan was pleased his daughter wasn't acting as willfully as last time, staging another princess escape to avoid marriage. Hello. The two nodded to each other and exchanged a perfunctory handshake. All right, you two youngsters chat amongst yourselves. This old man won't intrude. Nathan said, taking his leave. After Nathan left, the atmosphere grew noticeably awkward. After a moment, Jessica spoke first, long time no see. What was this woman playing at? Just moments ago she'd acted as if she'd never seen him before, and now she was saying this? No matter how clever Lin Yunlou was, he couldn't fathom what was going on in a woman's mind. To be precise, it's been 1 year, 1 month, 23 days, and 12 hours, Lin Yunlou said, gazing into Jessica's beautiful eyes. You remember so precisely. Could it be you've fallen for me? Jessica said with a smile, narrowing her eyes. She thought to herself, the stinky man looks so dull, yet his words are utterly touching. Lin Yunlou nodded, then shook his head. Jessica grew impatient. So do you love me or not? Not quite love yet. More like liking, I suppose. His tone was light, yet sincere. If you casually say love to me, I might regret ever giving myself to you. Once? Lin Yunlou murmured, his voice barely audible to himself. He stared at Jessica for a moment before speaking coldly, "You're getting engaged." Coldness isn't always heartlessness, sometimes it's just a tool to escape feelings. "Yes, I'm getting engaged. You're here for my engagement party." A pair of delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, then she smiled a radiant smile. "Don't you find it ironic? You're attending your lover's wedding, yet the one getting engaged isn't you." Then Jessica changed the subject. "You're not planning to crash the wedding, are you? That's something out of a soap opera. You haven't been influenced by those dramas to do something foolish, have you?" "I never watch TV," Lin Yunlou replied sternly. "If you're unhappy, I can take you away. No one would dare stop us. I know you're a big shot. I can tell from how my father treats you, he's never been this attentive to anyone else." Jessica locked eyes with Lin Yunlou, 1,000 words unsaid in her heart. "Even so, even though I deeply resent becoming the fiancé of a man I've never met, a man whose character I can't judge, I still won't let you take me away. Because I don't love you," Jessica declared earnestly and resolutely. "Are you being sincere?" Lin Yunlou felt his heart sink. This scene felt eerily familiar, like when his ex-girlfriend had rejected him. It twisted his heart with pain, making him realize this was all just his own delusion. When he had no money, his girlfriend leaned into the arms of a wealthy man. When he had money, he thought it could buy anything except the words "I love you" from the woman he cherished. "Yes. I wish you happiness." Lin Yunlou forced a smile, gave Jessica a blessing-filled hug, then turned and walked to the drinks table. He picked up a glass and downed it in one gulp. Watching Lin Yunlou down glass after glass as if it were water, Jessica's heart wept. "If I were to leave with you now, I would become a stain on my family. And I would make you a laughingstock. Though I don't love you, I truly care for you. Because no one has ever counted down the time until my departure. So I don't want to put you in a difficult position, you fool. When we gave up, we thought we were only abandoning a relationship. But later we realized it was actually a lifetime. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin." Nathan's anxious voice suddenly cut through the air, snapping everyone's attention including Lin Yunlou's, mid-drink back to the present. Lin Yunlou belched into his wineglass and asked, "Chief Nathan, what's happened?" "Mr. Lin, I just received word that the Genovese and Bonanno families have been attacked by unknown forces. Because they refused to surrender, their entire operations have been wiped out. Moreover, a large group of mysterious individuals is heading toward this estate right now. I fear they come with ill intent." "Oh." Lin Yunlou let out a soft gasp, his brows furrowing into a deep frown as he pondered inwardly, who could they be? Chapter 1, Kyoto Private Academy. Once there were imperial clans and royal families, now we have officials' offspring, wealthy heirs, family dynasties, and so-called aristocratic schools. Can a school without actual nobility truly be called aristocratic? Yes. Because we've lied so often we've convinced ourselves. Yet true nobility remains absent. Of course, the online kneeling tribe and QQ's red brick yellow brick nobility are nothing but a joke. How is it that China's 5,000-year-old civilization never produced true nobility? Whether in the East or West, nobility originally possessed three defining traits: state office, hereditary succession, and the power to exploit. Later, as human civilization evolved, nobility retained at least two of these traits: state office and the power to exploit. China should have been the nation with the most nobility, yet any nascent aristocracy was swiftly eradicated by political strife and foreign wars. China's 5,000-year cultural history is also a chronicle of warfare. The only nobility remaining today consists of Qing imperial family members who fled overseas after the Qing dynasty. However, even their title of nobility must be prefixed with self-proclaimed. Though they possess imperial bloodlines, they hold no official state positions or rights to exploit power. Some struggle even to make ends meet. Such nobility is better off non-existent. Some might argue that China's mysterious clans or the red second-generation children of revolutionary elites qualify as nobility, albeit unofficial. Yet if they cannot be publicly acknowledged, they cannot be considered nobility. China lacks nobility, yet after the establishment of Kyoto Private Academy, the term nobility rapidly gained popularity online. However, this nobility is merely a euphemism for that affluent class. Kyoto Private High School arguably represents the pinnacle of elite education in China in recent years. If we focus solely on admission rates and the prestige of the institutions they secure, the term elite is well deserved. Its only shortcoming lies in its lack of established pedigree. Among the 300 graduates from Kyoto Private High School each year, over 100 gain admission to world-renowned universities like Oxford, Harvard, and MIT, while another 100 enter top domestic institutions such as Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Zhejiang University. In short, its college acceptance rate is 100%. Kyoto Private High School is a private institution, primarily funded by student tuition and support from major corporations and conglomerates. Thus, while it accepts applications from the public, admission requires meeting both financial and academic criteria. Even influential individuals who fail to satisfy either requirement are denied entry without exception. For those lacking talent, the annual tuition of 200,000 yuan including accommodation fees, though the dormitories are practically deserted except at lunchtime, resembling a ghostly, chilly place the rest of the time, is enough to deter many families. Yet in China, who doesn't want their child to receive the best education? Even if they don't become elite talents, parents refuse to let their children lose at the starting line. Parents who believe their child is a prodigy invariably take a shot at the entrance exams for Kyoto Private High School. Consequently, the average annual applicant pool swells to 2,000 students, yet after rigorous testing and interviews, only about 150 are admitted. It can be said that Kyoto Private High School is both a gathering place for the gifted and a crucible for the talented. Kyoto Private High School has a total enrollment of 1,500 students, with gifted individuals and wealthy families, though it's unfair to say the wealthy are uneducated. Many earned admission through genuine merit, each making up roughly half the student body. Each grade level, freshman, sophomore, and senior, comprises 10 classes. Every class blends academically gifted students and the financially privileged into mixed groups of 50. There are no preparatory classes, remedial classes, elite classes, or intensive classes here. Every class is taught by scholars and master teachers renowned worldwide. The facilities provided and the student management teams are truly world-class. The school's honorary principal is personally appointed by the Deputy Minister of Education. Originally funded by 7 tycoon trustees, the institution is now wholly controlled by the Lin Group through an astronomical sum. As this takeover occurred entirely behind closed doors, neither faculty nor students nor the public are aware of it. Hey, stop! What are you doing? The security guard on duty at Kyoto Private High School's entrance shouted when he saw a man dressed in old-fashioned clothes, pushing an old bicycle, walk straight through the gate without acknowledging him. The man, dressed in a uniform and appearing to be around 30, walked toward the guard. He offered a gentle smile and said, "Sir, I'm here for an interview. The school should have notified you." As he spoke, his eyes darted around the campus. It was class time, so the campus was deserted and eerily quiet. Fountain gardens dotted the grounds. To the left, a small lake flowed, surrounded by lush green lawns. A red arched bridge spanned the lake. Occasionally, someone would walk onto the bridge, looking down into the water, seemingly lost in thought. "Sir, what is your name?" The security guard's tone softened considerably upon hearing the man was there for an interview. The man didn't answer the security guard's question. Instead, he fumbled in his pants pocket for a moment before pulling out an ID card and handing it to the guard, who was staring at him with a puzzled look. The guard took the ID, studied the photo carefully, and after confirming it was the man, returned the ID and ran to the guardhouse to make a call. Moments later, the guard returned and said, "You can go in now. The principal's office is on the 3rd floor of the office building on the right." There was a strange note in the guard's voice. Who he had called remained unclear, but it was likely due to his surprise that this young man, dressed so plainly, was being interviewed by the principal himself. "Thanks, buddy," the man said politely. "Bro, you should park your bike here before the interview." "No random parking allowed on campus," the guard suddenly remarked after watching the man push his bicycle a few steps. "Doesn't this school have a parking lot?" The man rested his hand on the bicycle and turned to look at the security guard with puzzled eyes. "Isn't this supposed to be an elite school? How come there's not even a parking lot?" "The school parking lot is for students and faculty. You're not yet a teacher here, so you can't use it," the security guard patiently explained. He had his own thoughts too. The lot was filled with $1,000,000 Mercedes and BMWs. What would it look like with your bike parked there? Plus, yours seems secondhand. If the discipline director saw it, I'd definitely get in trouble. The man finally left his bicycle in the security office. After thanking the guard, he picked up a briefcase-like bag and headed straight for the office building the guard had mentioned. After asking a few people for directions, he arrived at the principal's office door. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock. "Knock, knock. Come in." A young woman's voice called from inside. "Chapter 2, Amnesia? Please have a seat," the woman said, gesturing toward the chair in front of the desk. A woman, or more accurately, a stunningly beautiful woman around his age. Her enchanting face was breathtakingly beautiful, almost suffocating, making one hesitate to look directly at her. Her arched brows, large eyes, and delicate yet full lips resembled a perfectly ripe peach, tempting anyone who saw them to take a bite. But these weren't her most captivating features. What truly mesmerized men was the mature allure radiating from her every gesture. The man's steady gaze didn't make her uncomfortable or uneasy. She'd seen too many such looks to be fazed. If any man truly remained indifferent to her beauty, she'd suspect him of being physically abnormal. Besides, the woman herself was sizing up the newcomer. Medium build, well-proportioned features, not exactly handsome, but certainly handsome enough. The casually worn plaid t-shirt and gray-white jeans gave him an indescribable air of languid charm. Fenghua's temporary husband wasn't he half bad? The woman silently scored him in her mind. "My name is Qiu Xingxue." Qiu Xingxue giggled at the sight of the man sitting stiffly in his office chair, his gaze fixed straight ahead. She then slid off the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose and said, "Why are you so tense?" "I'm not going to eat you." Since you're Fenghua's husband, I won't give you a hard time. But, Xiao Xingxue paused before continuing, I heard you were once a wanted criminal. Her tone turned stern, her eyes the size of checkers staring straight at the man. It was a frame-up, the man replied calmly. The police issued a statement and revoked the warrant. He had been pondering this matter constantly. He couldn't fathom how someone who had always obeyed the law could suddenly become a wanted criminal for no apparent reason. Although it was ultimately determined to be a frame-up, who would frame him? The police station hadn't disclosed any information to him. His gut feeling told him there must be some unknown inside story behind this incident. I know it's a setup. I mean, why isn't this mentioned on your resume? Xiao Xingxue said, waving the folder in his hand. If it was a setup, why would I put it on there? The man retorted. Being framed as a wanted criminal was infuriating enough. If he included that on his resume, who would dare hire him? Actually, that's not the point. Xiao Xingxue flashed a faint smile, then casually tossed the resume onto the desk. She shifted back in her chair, settling into a comfortable position. The important thing is, Fenghua told me you have a 2-year memory gap. That means you've lost your memory, Lin Yunlou. The man called Lin Yunlou, now suffering from amnesia, muttered dazedly in his chair. His thoughts drifted back to a month earlier. August. A clear blue sky hung a sun like a fiery ball. The clouds seemed to have been scorched by the sun, vanishing without a trace. The first affiliated hospital of the capital. Ugh, my head hurts. Lin Yunlou struggled to sit up from the hospital bed, surveyed his surroundings, and asked, Nurse, how did I end up here? Ah, you're awake. The nurse turned and saw Lin Yunlou sitting up, exclaiming with delight. Wait a moment, I'll go get the doctor. Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Lin Yunlou thought with frustration. Isn't there a call button on this bed? Why does she have to come in person? He propped the pillow bearing the 6 large characters Kyoto first affiliated against the headboard and turned to rest his head upon it. What the hell is going on? No matter how hard Lin Yunlou racked his brain, he couldn't figure out why he was lying in a hospital bed. He should be at the interview for the Oriental group right now. Oh no, the interview. Lin Yunlou suddenly yelped, jumping up from the bed ready to leave. Ouch. The sudden movement caused the needle in his vein to slip out. Just then, a doctor in a white coat entered the room. Approaching Lin Yunlou's bedside, he first tended to the needle before asking, You can move? His voice brimmed with surprise and excitement. I'm not crippled, of course I can move, Lin Yunlou replied irritably. The initial silence and oppression upon waking had vanished, replaced by restlessness and unease. This was the fear anyone would feel facing an unknown past and a confusing present. A miracle. Truly a miracle, the doctor exclaimed, visibly moved. To be thrown from a speeding sports car and regain full mobility in less than 4 hours and crucially, with no damage to vital functions. Sir, I believe I need to conduct a thorough examination, the doctor said, his eyes sparkling. You say I was hit by a car? Lin Yunlou stammered. I don't remember any of it. All he remembered was leaving his residence that morning and running toward the Oriental Group building. Exhausted from running, he leaned against the roadside to rest for a moment. Then, Lin Yunlou gave his head a sharp tap. Beyond that, his memory was blank. Mr. Lin, you say you don't recall being in a car accident, the doctor frowned, his expression turning serious. But do you remember what day it is today? I remember. Lin Yunlou usually couldn't recall dates, but since today was his interview day, he checked the date on his phone over and over. He said, Today is September 27, 2011. Why is it so hot today? Isn't it already autumn? Lin Yunlou irritably tossed the thin white quilt aside. It's 2013? Lin Yunlou's voice shot up an octave. After tossing the quilt aside, he caught sight of the calendar on the bedside table holding the fruit basket. It displayed not 2011, but August 2013. Yes, Mr. Lin. I suspect you have amnesia, the doctor nodded gravely. I recommend you undergo a detailed brain scan. Amnesia? Lin Yunlou murmured in a daze. Was I hit in the head by a car and suffered a concussion? No, your brain shows no damage. We performed scans before you regained consciousness and found nothing abnormal. Then how did I suddenly get this damn amnesia? Lin Yunlou eyed the doctor suspiciously, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He couldn't help but wonder if the hospital was exaggerating his condition to inflate treatment costs. The extra treatment fees were secondary. The real issue was that he had no money. I'm done with this. I'm leaving the hospital now. Lin Yunlou yanked out the 4 needle, pulled on his clothes, and started to walk out. Mr. Lin, please calm down. You can't leave yet. The doctor anxiously blocked his path with both hands. What's going on? A woman's voice, as sweet as a lark's song, suddenly filled the ward. Mrs. Lin, thank goodness you're here. The doctor, as if seeing a savior, approached the woman and said, Mrs. Lin, please talk some sense into Mr. Lin. His condition truly doesn't allow him to be discharged. Mrs. Lin? This must be her. Lin Yunlou thought to himself, what a pity. Such an ethereal beauty, untouched by worldly concerns, yet she married so hastily. But who is your husband? Lin Yunlou scanned the room. He came to a conclusion: his husband must be himself. Besides the male doctor, he was the only other male in the room. So I'm her husband after all. Lin Yunlou stood there grinning smugly. Wait a minute, how did I become someone's husband? When did I get married? How come I don't know about this? Doctor, is she my wife? Lin Yunlou couldn't accept leaving behind a life where one person eating their fill meant the whole family was fed. Though the woman before him was undeniably beautiful. A beauty from the north, peerless and independent. One glance could topple a city, another, a nation. She resembled the sister of Li Yunlou, renowned for her captivating beauty. Her presence stirred the soul, so stunning it made one's breath catch involuntarily. She wore a white pencil skirt topped with a black fitted jacket, her high bun perfectly framing her snow-white neck. Silver high-heeled sandals added a splash of brightness and freshness to the pale, empty hospital room. Her skin was smooth and milky white, free of any chemical traces like foundation, making one want to touch it. Dr. Zhu, what's wrong with him? The woman's tone remained utterly flat, as if nothing in this world could stir the slightest emotional ripple within her. Not even the memory loss of Lin Yunlou, her nominal husband. Mr. Lin cannot recall events from September 2 years ago until the moment of his accident, the doctor explained. My preliminary assessment indicates he suffers from selective amnesia, one of the 4 major types of psychogenic amnesia. Amnesia patients lose short-term memory, struggle with verbal expression, and have difficulty understanding abstract concepts. They can think and speak about things but cannot perform them. They exhibit noticeable forgetfulness, repeated questioning, or repeated requests. I don't have any of those symptoms, Lin Yunlou said, puzzled. After all, he had trained at the Royal College of Physicians in the UK. How could he not know such basic medical knowledge? Well, I'm not entirely sure myself, Dr. Zhu replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. As a surgical consultant, he wasn't particularly familiar with the field of amnesia. If even you can't figure it out, and since I don't seem to have any issues, I think I'll just check myself out. Mr. Lin, you must take responsibility for your own health. I'm a doctor myself. I know my own condition. Enough. I'm leaving the hospital. But Mrs. Lin, what do you say? Dr. Zhu turned to the woman for support. He makes his own decisions. The woman uttered the words coldly. Chapter 3, Wife. A wife is like a kite tethered by a string, drifting farther and farther away as time passes and circumstances change. Eventually, memories fade, yet a wife suddenly appears. Lin Yunlou followed the woman step by step, his eyes darting up and down her exposed snow-white thighs, her full hips, her swaying waist. He thought to himself, how sudden this happiness is. When they reached the checkout counter in the first-floor lobby, the woman stopped. Lin Yunlou seized the moment to step in front of her. Hey, he said, are you really my wife? Morong Fenghua, not Hey. The woman pulled a red leather booklet from an exquisitely crafted blue handbag, tossed it coolly to Lin Yunlou, and said, I'm going to pick up the medicine. Remember to get the receipt. Receipt? Hey, you haven't paid yet, where would the receipt come from? Lin Yunlou hurriedly called out when he saw the woman leaving without settling the bill. He had intended to pay himself. But he didn't have any money. Lin Yunlou opened the red notebook with a sigh. Inside were 2 1-inch photos, his and the woman's. Hey, I look pretty good in photos, Lin Yunlou murmured admiringly. After admiring himself for a while, Lin Yunlou finally remembered the bill. He turned to a young man at the window and asked, how much is it? 2,182 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? The man checked the computer and said, bro, your wife is really beautiful. Pretty? Won't you give me a discount? Forget 2,000 yuan, I wouldn't pay 20 yuan if you begged me. Lin Yunlou couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a rip-off hospital. Just for lying on your bed, you want over 2,000 yuan? What? You charge for a physical exam? Give me a break. You guys wheeled me in while I was unconscious. I'm not even suing you for kidnapping a law-abiding citizen, and you still have the nerve to charge me? And such a hefty price at that. Bro, if this hospital were mine, I'd give you a discount. Too bad I'm just an intern. The young man said awkwardly, hand over your medical insurance card, that should get you a discount. Health insurance card? Lin Yunlou scratched his nose and said, how about a virginity certificate instead? Virginity certificate? The young man was dumbfounded. You're married and claiming to be a virgin? Do you actually believe that? Bro, you've got to be kidding me. Lin Yunlou replied with deadpan seriousness, I'm not joking. Ask your wife, ask my wife, and you'll know. Ask me what? A cold voice suddenly rang out behind Lin Yunlou. Well, obviously. Lin Yunlou turned to see his wife returning with a bag full of bottles and jars, her piercing gaze fixed on him. He swallowed hard and quickly amended his words. Nothing. This young man says you didn't pay, so he refuses to give you a receipt. I was arguing with him about why he demands payment before issuing a receipt. Sorry, I forgot. Morong Fengwa said no more, simply pulling out a bill and handing it to the young man inside the window who was staring at her with starry eyes. Hey, snap out of it. Time to clock out. Lin Yunlou leaned against the window, his sudden shout jolting the young man awake. Ha? Time to go? The young man snapped back to reality, flushing as he met the mocking gaze of the man before him. Sorry. After swiping her card, she collected the receipt and invoice. Morong Fengwa placed the bag in her hand into Lin Yunlou's arms. Leaving again? I am her husband, after all. Doesn't she know to wait for me? This woman clearly has no idea about the 3 bonds and 5 constants. Hey, wait for me. Seeing Morong Fengwa's figure about to disappear, Lin Yunlou hurried after her. During a university lecture, a student raised their hand and asked Yu Qiuyu, what is the most essential quality for a charming man? Yu Qiuyu replied, responsibility. Indeed. After hearing the woman explain the entire situation, Lin Yunlou felt a heavy weight of responsibility. This sense only intensified upon seeing her Maserati and the autumn maple villa, a property that ranked among the most prestigious even in the land-scarce capital. Though their marriage had been arranged by their parents, and though his understanding of Morong Fenghua remained superficial, affection could be cultivated gradually, and personalities could be understood over time. Especially with such a beautiful wife? Spending time on it was no big deal. It was a bit chilly, but thankfully it was summer perfect for cooling off. After sinking into the leather sofa and savoring the luxury of the wealthy, Lin Yunlou sincerely said to Morong Fenghua, "Thank you." Sitting on the opposite sofa, Morong Fenghua looked at him blankly and asked, "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for taking my parents home and not letting them know about my accident." "It's nothing. It's what I should do." After he finished speaking, the living room fell back into the quiet of an empty space, the atmosphere growing cold. The oppressive silence made Lin Yunlou feel utterly uncomfortable, more so than when he lived alone in that cramped rental apartment. He picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then asked, "Who hit me? Why didn't I see the person responsible at the hospital?" He'd intended to break the awkward silence between them, so he'd casually picked a question to ask. Little did he know, asking it only made the atmosphere even heavier. How irresponsible. Hit someone and then run away? No conscience whatsoever. Lin Yunlou complained indignantly, his face flushed with anger. "Don't let me find out who it was, or I'll beat him so badly his own parents won't recognize him." Morong Fenghua's face flushed bright red, whether from the heat or something else, it was unclear. "What?" Lin Yunlou looked at Morong Fenghua. "Why are you blushing? Is it too hot? I'll go turn on the AC." "No, I'm not hot." Morong Fenghua shot Lin Yunlou a guilty glance before admitting, "Actually, I was the one who caused the accident." "Ha? You hit me?" Lin Yunlou was dumbfounded, sitting on the sofa and stammering for a while before finally asking, "Why did you hit me?" If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he'd probably sleep with one eye open. Think about it, your wife hits you with her car, and you live under the same roof. If you didn't know why she did it, would you dare sleep soundly? Because you weren't watching where you were walking, I accidentally bumped into you. Perhaps feeling she was in the wrong, Morong Fenghua spoke in a very low voice. "Did I run a red light?" "No. If I didn't run a red light, then why did you hit me? I don't owe you any money, do I?" Anger made Lin Yunlou's tone grow sharp. "I'm sorry, I was the one who ran the red light. I didn't see you at first, and by the time I did, it was too late." Morong Fenghua now wore a tearful expression, like a wronged young wife waiting for her husband's scolding. Her pitiful expression instantly made Lin Yunlou forget his earlier vow to beat the driver so badly they wouldn't recognize their own parents. Forget beating her, he couldn't even bring himself to utter a harsh word. Lin Yunlou waved his hand weakly. "Forget it. It wasn't your fault." "Really?" Morong Fenghua's eyes lit up instantly as she lifted her head, her voice brimming with delight. That instant of enchantment left Lin Yunlou dizzy and utterly helpless. Chapter 4, Class 11, Second Year? "Lu? Mr. Lin?" Qiu Xingxue called out. Snapping back to reality from his recollections, Lin Yunlou noticed Qiu Xingxue staring intently at him. He scratched his nose and explained, "Principal Qiu, I only have a 2-year memory gap. So strictly speaking, I don't have amnesia." "Well, that's a relief. Otherwise, I'd be in a bit of a bind," Qiu Xingxue replied. "Your resume states you hold doctorates in economics and biology, yet there are no suitable subjects for you at the secondary level. But you worked in the UK, so your English must be excellent. Teaching high school English should be manageable for you, right?" "Yeah, I could," Lin Yunlou replied casually. He hadn't given any thought to what he could teach before coming here. His only reason for attending the interview was because of Morong Fenghua. One afternoon, he was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a TV drama called Men's Club. Morong Fenghua walked up behind him, blocking the TV, and said, "You've already watched 40 episodes of Where's My Mom, 80 episodes of Don't Cry After Divorce, and 160 episodes of From Daughter-in-Law to Mother-in-Law. You've lived through a woman's entire life. What, now you're going to start living through a man's life? Can't you be a little more ambitious?" Why not go out and find a job? Don't you find it boring just sitting around the house all day?
Lin Yunlou stared blankly at Morong Fenghua. He was surprised at how much she was talking today. It was like a piece of bound footcloth, stinky and long.
If you really can't find work, report to my company tomorrow.
It'll save you from sitting around doing nothing all day, Morong Fenghua declared with righteous indignation.
Lin Yunlou sighed. I'll look for work tomorrow.
He yielded to Morong Fenghua's stern pressure.
Why is he zoning out again? Could it be a lingering effect of his amnesia? What if he drifts off during class and no one notices?
Xiao Xingxue stared intently at Lin Yunlou's bright yet unfocused eyes, silently pondering.
Let him teach that class. Those students never listen to their teachers anyway. Yes, that's the solution.
Xiao Xingxue made an instant decision, one that would profoundly impact both Lin Yunlou and a group of students' futures.
Of course, Xiao Xingxue wasn't a prophet. She didn't know her decision would alter the course of so many lives.
She only knew that when Lin Yunlou and that class collided, it would either be a story or an accident.
Principal Qiu, which class should I teach?
Lin Yunlou had just regained his composure when Xiao Xingxue drifted off.
Lin Yunlou wondered, was it because of me?
Well, I originally planned to ease you into teaching by assigning you to a freshman class, Xiao Xingxue explained.
But for Fenghua's sake, I'll make an exception for you.
So, I've decided you'll teach English to class 11 of the second year. And since their homeroom teacher recently retired, you'll have to step in and take over.
Doesn't each grade only have 10 classes in this school? How did class 11 suddenly appear? Lin Yunlou wondered inwardly, but he didn't ask Xiao Xingxue for an explanation. He didn't realize he'd missed a crucial piece of information. Principal Qiu, is it really appropriate for me to be a homeroom teacher?
Lin Yunlou said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the honor. Being assigned to teach second-year high school students for his first teaching assignment was already a pleasant surprise. After all, he didn't possess a teaching certificate or any prior teaching experience.
Now being asked to be a homeroom teacher? He feared he wouldn't be up to the task.
If he couldn't manage it properly, he'd be failing his students. He also worried about criticism from other teachers that he lacked real ability and had only gotten into the school through connections. He wasn't afraid of trouble or what people might say behind his back. But he hated hassle. I actually think you're quite suitable, Xiao Xingxue remarked.
Though inwardly she thought, how could you not be?
A teacher who zones out during class and students who do other things instead of listening, it's a perfect match.
Are you worried about lacking experience? Or fearing criticism? Xiao Xingxue asked. Experience can be built gradually. As for the latter, you needn't worry at all.
Our school's teachers are of such high caliber that they wouldn't bother with others' affairs. If those teachers found out you became homeroom teacher for class 211, they'd be thanking you, not giving you trouble. Of course, Xiao Xingxue only thought this to herself.
All right then, Lin Yunlou said. When do I start? Tomorrow. Xiao Xingxue glanced at the schedule on her desk. Tomorrow is Monday.
Every class has a homeroom period in the afternoon. You can use that time to get acquainted with the students in class 211 and build rapport. Lin Yunlou stood up and said, I'll be there on time tomorrow.
All right. Here's the school profile and the teaching policy handbook.
You need to finish reading them before tomorrow.
I will.
Just then, a greasy, obese man burst into a noisy classroom, his excitement evident. He opened his thick, wide lips and announced, Class, I just got word we've got a homeroom teacher.
What? The school actually got us a homeroom teacher? Who's the unlucky one? Hope they didn't cross the principal. Heh, this should be fun.
The already noisy classroom now resembled a bustling market.
Occasionally, a faint voice could be heard from the podium, quiet down. No phones. No whispering. No kissing.
But the voice was so faint, that everyone simply ignored it. Back home, Lin Yunlou was starving. Rummaging through the fridge, he found only a slice of stale bread. He poured himself a glass of water, took a bite of the bread, and headed to the living room.
There, Morong Fenghua was engrossed in watching Divorce, Don't Cry.
Lin Yunlou rolled his eyes inwardly.
So she called him unambitious? Boring? Yet here she was watching the same TV show he had? Have you eaten? Lin Yunlou asked.
Had it at the office, Morong Fenghua replied without turning her head. The Buddha said, 500 glances in a past life can earn a single brush passed in this one. Lin Yunlou would trade a single brush in the next life for 500 glances in this one. No, not 500, just one glance from Morong Fenghua would suffice. So she'd know her husband was starving right now. Let's see if she still dares to watch TV. 20 minutes later, during a commercial break, Morong Fenghua turned her head to glance at Lin Yunlou, who was nearly asleep on the sofa.
Haven't you eaten yet? She asked.
Lin Yunlou smiled faintly.
Not yet. Then go out and eat yourself. Morong Fenghua dismissed him casually before returning her gaze to the TV. Because the commercial had ended. Heaven help me, is this emotionally detached woman really my wife?
She won't let me into bed, she won't cook dinner, and all she does all day is watch TV.
This life is unbearable. Lin Yunlou called Morong Fenghua cold-hearted because on the day he was discharged from the hospital. To be precise, it was the night he was discharged. By all rights, a husband and wife should sleep together. But when Lin Yunlou, dragging his weary body, followed Morong Fenghua to the bedroom door, she suddenly turned around, looked at him warily, and said, "Why are you following me?" Lin Yunlou yawned and replied, "To sleep with you, of course." "Who's sleeping with you?" Morong Fenghua pointed down the hallway. "Your room is over there." "What's over there?" Drowsy and not quite catching Morong Fenghua's words, he slumped his eyelids and mumbled, "Stop dawdling. Just go in and sleep. I'm about to pass out." You scoundrel." Morong Fenghua fumed, clenching her jade-like hand into a fist and landing a straight punch squarely on Lin Yunlou's right eye. After the blow, she dashed into her room, slamming the door shut with a loud snap. Such a cold-hearted. Lin Yunlou muttered curses as he entered another bedroom, groaning, "Ouch, that really stings. Damn, look at this huge black eye. That woman's got a dark heart, she hit way too hard." What was that saying again? A true man knows when to strike and when to retreat. I'll endure it. Chapter 5, Beating Up the Disciplined Director. December 21, 2012. The day before the Mayan predicted apocalypse marked the Lin Group's public announcement of relocating its headquarters to China's capital. The news sent shockwaves through the nation. The Huaxia government was thrilled. What did the relocation of Lin Group's headquarters to Huaxia signify? The Lin Group owned world-renowned subsidiaries including Lin Entertainment, Lin Real Estate, Lin Pharmaceuticals, and Lin Military Industries. Relocating its core operations to China would not only create numerous jobs but also propel the Chinese economy to new heights. Naturally, the US government would not allow the Lin Group's relocation to proceed smoothly. Yet, with the covert backing of certain mysterious forces, the move encountered no obstacles whatsoever. The Lin Group Tower in Kyoto, a 90-story office building funded by the group, features grand and magnificent interior design. Today, the tower stands as a commercial landmark for Kyoto and all of China, much like the Empire State Building symbolizes American commerce. At that moment, in the president's office on the top floor of the Lin Tower, a lean yet sharp-featured middle-aged man addressed the two individuals standing before him. "Xiaofu, what's the latest on the Demon Lord? Daddy's going to teach today at that prestigious school we just bought the land for not long ago." Xiaofu pouted, "Uncle Ghost Chariot, why did you make Daddy get married? The Holy See, the Dark Council, and the Black Dragon Society are hunting the Demon Lord across the world. Arranging his marriage was merely to help him conceal his identity." Ghost Chariot's face darkened as he spoke. "If that damned guardian hadn't intervened back then, our 10 brothers wouldn't have had our powers restrained. Wanru wouldn't have died, and the Demon Lord wouldn't have lost his memories. You are the Demon Lord's guard, you must protect his safety at all costs. Once his memories return and leader Jiming emerges from seclusion, that will be the moment for the Imperial Gate to exact its vengeance." As he spoke, Ghost Chariot's face twisted into a terrifying grimace. Lin Yunlou scrutinized himself in the full-length mirror for a long while, then suddenly uttered a flirtatious remark, "Who knew I'd look like a proper person in a suit?" He then strode out of the room with his chest puffed out. "You're going to work dressed like that?" Morong Fenghua, who was putting on her shoes at the entrance, gave Lin Yunlou a once-over and asked with a strange look. "Yes. What's wrong with wearing a suit to work? Doesn't it look good?" Lin Yunlou retorted. "But I think it looks pretty good. Wearing a suit is fine, but you can't tie your tie in a bow." Morong Fenghua rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You should retie your tie properly." "Want to borrow my car?" Morong Fenghua offered. The villa garage housed several vehicles of different types, each equally expensive. Morong Fenghua thought she didn't need that many anyway, and since Lin Yunlou was her husband, riding a bicycle to work at an elite school would be a bit embarrassing. "I have a car," Lin Yunlou said. "Though it never hits 100 miles per hour, the engine's still decent." "A bicycle? A used one? What? Is a used car not a car?" Lin Yunlou retorted indignantly. "Is a mistress not a woman? Sometimes mistresses even outdo the main wife. My bicycle might not necessarily lose to your Maserati." "Whatever." Morong Fenghua coldly tossed down a document. Slam! He stormed out. Lin Yunlou rubbed his nose. "This woman, is she angry? Good morning, Brother Zhang." Lin Yunlou pushed his bike through the school gate, completely ignoring the curious stares from passing students and staff, and greeted the security guard he'd met yesterday. "Good morning, Teacher Lin." The security guard turned around, recognized Lin Yunlou, and smiled. "Which class do you teach?" "I'm the homeroom teacher for class 211. "Ah." Not only did the security guard stare at Lin Yunlou with wide-eyed surprise, but some passing students and teachers also looked at him in astonishment. Their expressions were incredibly varied. Some showed sympathy, others pity. "What's going on?" Lin Yunlou scratched his nose and said, "Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with class 211? The security guard opened his mouth, his eyes darting around in their sockets before he replied, "Nothing, nothing." "Ha? What's happening over there?" Lin Yunlou looked over and saw students in school uniforms, both boys and girls, crawling all over the ground in front of a classroom building. One student had a sign hanging from their chest that read super. Nothing much. He was long accustomed to such scenes. That's the principal disciplining students who've misbehaved. Corporal punishment? Lin Yunlou hadn't expected any teacher to dare inflict physical punishment on students nowadays. If parents found out, wouldn't the school's reputation be ruined? That bald guy must be the principal. Lin Yunlou observed the middle-aged man pacing back and forth in front of the crawling students, a cane in hand, his sausage-like mouth opening and closing rhythmically. I have business with him. Lin Yunlou started walking toward the head of discipline. Several shrieks erupted from the crowd, cutting off what Lin Yunlou was about to say. 3 students in uniforms, wielding steel pipes and wooden sticks, stormed toward Lin Yunlou, shouting that they would teach him a lesson today, this damnable headmaster. Seeing this scene, the principal turned ashen-faced. He panicked and hid behind another teacher, revealing half of his bald head in a cowardly manner. He shouted at the 3 students, who were advancing with fierce momentum, "What do you scum want?" Scum? As a teacher, he actually called his students scum. Lin Yunlou frowned. Hold your horses. Lin Yunlou stepped forward to calm them. Who the hell are you? Get out of the way. If you assault the principal, you won't just get expelled, you'll be charged with intentional assault and sent to prison. That would ruin your entire future. Lin Yunlou reasoned patiently. We've already been expelled by the principal. What future do we have left? Sir, are you a teacher at our school? The principal, seeing someone standing up for his students, approached Lin Yunlou with a smile. Yes, I'm Lin. New here. Lin Yunlou replied coldly. Headmaster, what did these students do to deserve expulsion? Do you even know what they did? The principal opened his sausage-like mouth and declared with righteous indignation, they dared to take ecstasy on campus. Do you understand what a sacrilege this is? A desecration of our sacred campus. But we already received a major disciplinary record. We've repented, why must we be expelled? One student wailed. Besides, we didn't actually consume the ecstasy. Who would believe you? Scum like you claim to reflect, only to repeat the same mistakes soon after, the principal retorted. Trash like you belongs in the dumpster. Your presence on campus only corrupts other students and brings shame to the school. Scum like you only cause trouble for society. Kyoto Private High School has no place for students like you. Lin Yunlou relaxed his brow, half closing his eyes as he turned his entire body toward the bald discipline director, studying him intently. Mr. Lin, why are you staring at me like that? The principal asked uneasily. Lin Yunlou offered no reply. His right hand clenched into a fist and slammed into the principal's puffy, ugly face. The principal. Everyone stared at Lin Yunlou in horror. This man was too brutal. Others might strike after warning, but he launched a sneak attack without a word. You constantly call students scum and trash. Your verbal abuse is far more terrifying than physical violence. Lin Yunlou glared down at the discipline director, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, moaning in pain. It's precisely because of teachers like you that these students have become this way. People like you have no business being educators. If this is what you call education, then I'd rather not be this so-called teacher. Chapter 6, he's annoying. If this is what you call education, then I'd rather not be this damn teacher. How deafeningly true. Every teacher here is a nationally renowned educational scholar, yet how many still occasionally remember they are educators tasked with imparting knowledge and resolving doubts, not merely standing at the podium for a paycheck? How many still practice rectify the heart before rectifying others, cultivate virtue before cultivating knowledge? These 10 words? How many in China follow the principal's approach of discarding the dross? And how many have gone astray because of it? They never consider these things. They only know how to relentlessly cram complex and tedious material into students' minds, completely disregarding their feelings and thoughts. Compared to imparting knowledge, teaching students how to be good people is of paramount importance. The bell. The class bell has already rung. What are you all still doing standing around here? Xiao Xingxue, dressed in a black business suit, frowned and said, doesn't anyone have class anymore? Seeing Xiao Xingxue standing at the entrance of the teaching building, carrying a black briefcase and looking displeased, the gathered teachers and students instantly dispersed. It was clear that Xiao Xingxue held considerable authority and respect among the school's faculty and students. Teacher Li, please escort the discipline director to the infirmary, Xiao Qishuan instructed. Teacher Lin, come with me to the office. Fine, I'll come. Like I'm afraid of you? Lin Yunlou muttered under his breath. He had already made up his mind. If Xiao Xingxue pursued disciplinary action against him for the assault or demanded he apologize to that bald principal, he'd simply find another job. Once inside the office, both parties took their seats. Xiao Xingxue glanced at Lin Yunlou's sullen, sour expression and suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter was clear and pleasant, her smile radiant and beautiful. Lin Yunlou looked at Xiao Xingxue and asked, what are you laughing at? Why are you wearing that sour expression? I haven't done anything to you. Xiao Xingxue said, although the outside world believes that Kyoto Private High School is a top-tier institution with a free academic atmosphere, dedicated to cultivating social elites as its standard. But in reality, it hides mountains of complex problems. Not only among students, but even among the teachers, there are numerous issues. Xiao Xingxue retrieved a box of exquisitely packaged tea from her desk drawer and inquired, "Would you like some tea?" Lin Yunlou nodded. After a moment, Xiao Xingxue handed the brewed tea to Lin Yunlou. Taking a small sip herself, she continued, "The most severe faction is led by Discipline Director Zhu Guoliang. Since becoming head of discipline, Zhu has gathered a clique of teachers. Any educator who opposes them faces exclusion and suppression, ultimately forced to leave the school. This has caused the quality of the teaching staff to plummet dramatically. Not only that, but the principal frequently threatens students who make mistakes, exploiting their parents' money, influence, and even connections to underworld figures to serve his personal interests. It's safe to say he's turned the school into a complete mess." Lin Yunlou listened in stunned silence before stammering out a question, "Aren't you the principal? Why not just fire him?" "That's precisely my headache," Xiao Xingxue replied. Kyoto Private High was founded with funding from 7 board members, and the connections behind it are incredibly complex. She paused before continuing, "I'm merely the principal hired by those board members. I don't possess the authority you imagine to simply fire a faculty member. Besides, the discipline director's background isn't simple. He seems to be related to one of the school's trustees." Xiao Xingxue suddenly fixed Lin Yunlou with a piercing gaze. "I've been searching for a teacher who could help me stand up to the discipline director." Her words were laced with resignation. "When I saw you knock the discipline director to the ground, I thought you were just a rude, hot-headed brute," Xiao Xingxue admitted. "But after hearing your final words, I began to understand why you were so furious. You're different from others. You have your own set of values and principles, and you stand firm without wavering. You won't be swayed by external influences." Xiao Xingxue looked at Lin Yunlou with eager anticipation, her tone sincere. "I hope you can help me." "I refuse." Lin Yunlou replied indifferently. "I detest trouble. Scheming and intrigue aren't for me. I only wish to teach and nurture students in peace." Bang! The door was violently pushed open. Zhu Guoliang stormed to the desk, confronting Xiao Xingxue. "Principal, how could you hire someone like this to teach at our school?" His eyes fixed on Xiao Xingxue, but his finger pointed at Lin Yunlou. "If you point your filthy finger at me again, I won't hesitate to give your right cheek a taste of my fist," Lin Yunlou said, his gaze cold and indifferent. That icy expression bore a striking resemblance to Morong Fenghua's demeanor. Zhu Guoliang instinctively withdrew his finger and touched his left cheek, now swollen and high. He felt his dignity challenged, yet dared not vent his anger at Lin Yunlou. He slammed his hand on the table, towering over Xiao Xingxue as he declared, "He dares to use violence against me, the head of discipline. Imagine what would happen if he had students, he'd murder them. I vehemently oppose his admission to this school. By the way, which class did you assign him to teach?" "Mr. Zhu, mind your tone." Xiao Xingxue's fair face darkened as displeasure crept into her voice. "Are you accusing me? Don't forget I am the principal, and you are merely the head of discipline. I see no obligation to report to you which teachers I hire. As for Teacher Lin, I will definitely hire him." "Principal!" Zhu Guoliang exclaimed urgently. "I've assigned Teacher Lin to Class 211, Xiao Xingxue stated calmly. "You may leave now." "Principal!" "Ah!" Zhu Guoliang suddenly clamped his mouth shut, staring at Xiao Xingxue in astonishment. He hadn't expected her to shove Lin Yunlou into Class 211. He'd initially assumed Lin Yunlou had some connection to the principal, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. "Get out!" Xiao Xingxue grabbed the folder on the desk and slammed it down hard, growling. Yes. I'll go out right away." Zhu Guoliang hurriedly replied. Before stepping out, he couldn't help but glance back at Lin Yunlou. His eyes even held a hint of sympathy. "Dongting Bilyukun, not bad." Lin Yunlou, a tea leaf dangling from his lips, suddenly grinned wickedly. "About what you mentioned earlier I accept." Lin Yunlou's sly smile left Xiao Xingxue momentarily dazed. She thought to herself, this man's smile truly has a certain charm, a blend of melancholy, disdain, and recklessness that draws one in irresistibly. "Why the change of heart?" Xiao Xingxue asked curiously. Lin Yunlou's gaze shifted toward the entrance as he replied, "Don't you find that headmaster utterly detestable?" By now, Lin Yunlou had finally realized that Class 211 was definitely no ordinary class. Chapter 7, Behind the Smile. The office was on the 3rd floor of the administration building, but the second-year high school office Lin Yunlou needed to reach was on the 7th floor. What kind of elite school is this? They build such tall buildings but don't even have an elevator. If they can't afford it, they shouldn't copy others by making the staircases so long. Lin Yunlou couldn't help but grumble as he made his way up to the 7th floor. Seeing the 7 on the stairwell wall, Lin Yunlou breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the climb was over. "It's you," exclaimed a woman descending from the 8th floor. Lin Yunlou looked up, his gaze landing on the woman's prominently curved chest. She possessed a face of near-perfect oval proportions, where the length from hairline to chin matched the width between her ears akin to the Venus de Milo sculpture, approaching the golden ratio. Her long lashes framed eyes that, while not conventionally beautiful, were bright, clear, and utterly unclouded. Her left hand held a lesson plan resting against her right, while her lower body remained hidden from Lin Yunlou's view by the staircase. Lin Yunlou stepped onto the landing and turned sideways, flashing the woman a polite smile. "You know me? Hee, you confronted the Dean of Discipline at Building A this morning." The woman nodded with a smile. "Now many teachers know you. Oh, here are your lesson plans and schedule. The principal just called and said you're still unfamiliar with the school environment, so he asked me to guide you." "Ah, thanks." Lin Yunlou took the two thick, long English textbooks the woman held out before him. "With this lesson plan, I won't have to see that disciplinarian's sour face. By the way, I'm Wo Yue, the senior high music teacher," the woman said. "You're Lin Yunlou, right? I learned that when I helped you get your books earlier. Your office isn't here. The principal knows you and the discipline director have a history, so he assigned your office to our music department." That's even better," Lin Yunlou replied. "Does the school offer music classes in senior year?" "Not just music, art, dance, flower arrangement, fencing, gymnastics. We offer these weekly. Our school values students' academic achievements, but equally prioritizes their development in other areas," Wu Yu said enthusiastically. "That's precisely why I chose to come to Kyoto. The teaching equipment here is exceptionally well equipped. I wonder if Teacher Wu has time now. If she does, could she take me to class 211? Lin Yunlou waited until Wu Yu finished speaking before making his request. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm new here and not familiar with everything, so I was hoping you could help me out." Lin Yunlou scratched his head awkwardly when he saw Wu Yu staring at him. "I was just curious why you agreed to be homeroom teacher for class 211. "Nothing else," Wu Yu replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Why does everyone act so secretive whenever class 211 comes up?" Lin Yunlou decided to just ask outright. "What kind of class is class 211, Teacher Wo Yue? Are their grades really that bad?" "Not particularly poor. Compared to the average scores in the second year, they're average." "That's still decent," Lin Yunlou remarked. "I advise you not to get too excited." Wu Yu's expression turned stern. "Class 211 is the most problematic class in the school's history. Their average scores are average, but the wealth gap is enormous." After a pause, Wu Yu continued in a crisp yet low voice. "The previous homeroom teacher went insane. The one before that vanished without a trace and remains missing to this day. So you need to be extremely careful." "Is it really that bad?" Lin Yunlou asked skeptically. "It's only worse than you can imagine. One day, you'll fall into their trap, happily counting their money while you're at it." "Alright, it's about time. I'll take you to the academic building." Wu Yue changed the subject, seemingly unwilling to dwell further on class 211. "Thanks." At the entrance to class 211, Lin Yunlou nodded his thanks as he saw Wu Yu off. Standing at the doorway, he took a deep breath. Pushing open the classroom door, Lin Yunlou strode quickly to the lectern. He picked up the chalk from the desk and swiftly wrote his name. After writing his name, he set down the textbook in his hand, forced a warm smile, and announced, "Starting today, I'm your homeroom teacher and will be handling your English classes. My name is Lin Yunlou." Didn't Teacher Wu say class 211 was the most problematic class since Kyoto Private High School was founded? Lin Yunlou was puzzled. The scene before him didn't match what Wu Yu had described. Below the podium, the students sat perfectly straight and upright, their faces adorned with friendly smiles. Moreover, every single student was present. The entire class was accounted for. Lin Yunlou wondered if he had walked into the wrong classroom. Lin Yunlou stepped down from the podium and quietly asked a girl sitting in the front row, "Is this class 211? "Yes, teacher," the girl replied with a smile. "Teacher, have you finished your introduction?" asked a girl in the third row, her features exquisitely delicate and refined. "We'd all like to get to know you a little better." "Teacher Lin is so charming," exclaimed a freckled girl sitting next to her, clenching her fists like a starstruck fan. "His eyes remind me of Tony Leung, his brow has a touch of Takeshi Kaneshiro, and the way he holds chalk at first glance, he looks like Tony Wu." "Really? Xiao, I never noticed that before you mentioned it." "Wow, he really has a unique charm. His chalk writing is beautiful too." The classroom erupted into a buzz of excitement. Lin Yunlou's smile grew even brighter. He welcomed all honest compliments. "Alright, let's take attendance first." Lin Yunlou clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. He nodded and said, "Any questions can wait until after roll call, okay?" "Dongfang Meiyan." Lin Yunlou called out from the attendance book. Dongfang Meiyan, the girl who had just wanted to know more about Lin Yunlou, stood up and replied, "Present." "No need to stand. Just respond," Lin Yunlou said with a smile. "As class monitor, you'll have your work cut out for you." "No problem, teacher. We'll all be well behaved." Dongfang Meiyan addressed the class loudly, "Right?" "Yes." "All right." Lin Yunlou waved his hand. Let's continue taking attendance. His gaze returned to the roster. The instant Lin Yunlou lowered his head, Dongfang Meiyan's face previously adorned with an innocent smile suddenly darkened.
Her eyes narrowed with hatred as she glared at Lin Yunlou, as if he had done something to her. Meanwhile, some students were secretly taking photos of Lin Yunlou with their phones and posting them on the campus bulletin board. Some wrote Lin Yunlou's name on paper, then scrawled a large, menacing kill over it in red ink. Some made faces at him, while others played on their computers. But Lin Yunlou saw none of this. The battle had already begun, silently and without warning. Chapter 8, Teacher, I don't want to go home. Zay. Arrived. Deng Jiaxi. Present. Excellent. It seems everyone is present. Lin Yunlou turned and placed the attendance sheet on the lectern, saying, Today was originally scheduled for a class meeting, but since I'm new here both you don't know me and I don't know you, we can use this time to get acquainted by asking questions. Teacher, are you married? A female student raised her hand the moment Lin Yunlou finished speaking. Though he'd just taken attendance, Lin Yunlou had already forgotten most of the students' names. Yet this girl left a deep impression on him. She bore the poetic name Hua Shangrong, derived from the first line of Li Bai's King Pingdiao, clouds evoke thoughts of robes, flowers of beauty. The girl possessed an exceptionally sweet appearance, with a classic Chinese oval face, a shape long regarded as a symbol of beauty. Yet even such a beautiful oval face could look unflattering without a hairstyle that complemented it. Clearly, this girl had carefully designed her own hairstyle. An elegant, princess-style hairstyle, with hair gently gathered at the back, clean and fresh, radiating a youthful charm. The subtly curled ends not only added dimension to her face but also imparted an innocent, dreamy aura reminiscent of a young girl. The side-swept ponytail, with strands gently curling over her shoulder, paired with a neat, straight fringe, conveyed an image of a sweet, well-behaved child, radiating a faint, youthful charm. I'm not married, Lin Yunlou stated. He hadn't expected his first answer would require a lie to get him through. Deep down, he couldn't fathom what Morong Fenghuo was up to, forbidding him to tell outsiders he was married, yet also prohibiting him from wearing a wedding ring. Well then. Hua Shangrong, seemingly unsatisfied with the answer, raised her hand to ask another question. But a fat man with a double chin beat her to it. Teacher, I heard you beat up the headmaster at the entrance of Building A this morning. Is that true? As he spoke, the man's cheeks trembled uncontrollably. It made Lin Yunlou marvel at the superiority of socialism, how a 17 or 18-year-old high schooler could be so obese that the bench buckled under his weight. This wasn't Lin Yunlou discriminating against the overweight man. He respected anyone who respected him. His thought was simply the first impression anyone would have upon seeing this portly fellow, without a trace of malice or disgust. I did hit him, Lin Yunlou admitted frankly. Then, teacher, will you hit us too? The chubby boy asked, looking at Lin Yunlou with genuine concern. No, Lin Yunlou replied. I oppose corporal punishment in any form. Ah, that's a relief. The chubby boy patted his chest, which rivaled a woman's 36A, with reassured ease. You fatso, why are you asking all this nonsense? The teacher looks so kind and gentle. How could he possibly hit us? I think you're just wasting your questions and precious time. Immediately, murmurs of discontent rose from below. In their eyes, a mere 45 minutes was utterly insufficient. They needed to thoroughly understand Lin Yunlou so they could devise strategies to exploit his weaknesses. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best isn't yourself or your friends, but your future enemy. Teacher, you graduated from Peking University, right? Someone asked after the commotion died down. What did you major in? Was college fun? I studied economics and biology, Lin Yunlou replied. As for whether university is fun, I can only tell you it's not as wonderful as you imagine. You have to write specialized papers, conduct professional surveys, undertake research projects, submit term summaries, take exams, complete internships, and every day, a mountain of incomprehensible material awaits you. University is a microcosm of society, with competition so fierce you couldn't possibly imagine. A thick wall rises between people, built from the raw materials of self-interest and selfishness. In high school, you might have made a big group of friends, buddies. In college, if you can find a few true, heartfelt friends, you should count yourself lucky. Xiao Jun, how are you doing down there? Lin Yunlou suddenly recalled his best buddy from college, his only true friend during those years. Sadly, Xiao Jun was struck and killed by a truck before graduation. That's precisely why you should cherish this precious high school life even more, Lin Yunlou said in a low voice. Whoa, college sounds terrifying. Are you just trying to scare us, teacher? You've got me not wanting to go to college at all. It varies from person to person, Lin Yunlou replied. Don't be too pessimistic. College has its wonderful aspects, though that's still far off for you. Just focus on doing what you feel you should do. Seize your youth to accomplish what needs doing. You don't have many years left. After a long silence, a boy stood up and asked, Teacher Lin, you majored in economics and biology. Can you really teach us English well? His question was polite, yet tinged with doubt. You're the English class representative, right? Lin Yunlou said. Were you also the English class representative in middle school?
No. You weren't the English class representative in middle school?
Lin Yunlou narrowed his eyes slightly.
Then what qualifies you to be the class representative in a class at one of the top universities in the country? Do you even have the credentials? I didn't serve as English class representative in middle school because I didn't want to. That doesn't mean my English grades were poor, the boy argued.
Ha, well said, Lin Yunlou chuckled.
Though I don't hold a degree in foreign languages, that doesn't mean I can't handle being your English teacher, would you agree?
The boy sat down grudgingly, his small eyes narrowing to slits as he glared at Lin Yunlou. A cold, disdainful sneer tugged at his lips.
He thought, you got off easy this time.
If it weren't to lower your guard, I wouldn't have backed down so easily. Even if this was a deception, a scheme to deceive Lin Yunlou into believing in Class 211, his proud nature refused to accept it.
He resolved to reclaim his dignity.
The classroom atmosphere grew lively again as the students launched into a barrage of endless questions.
Teacher, what's your Weibo handle? Teacher, where do you live? Teacher. Ring.
The class meeting concluded amidst the back and forth questions.
Lin Yunlou announced, all right, that's all for today. Everyone left the classroom disappointed, carrying various expensive bags.
As Lin Yunlou packed his textbooks and prepared to leave, he noticed everyone else had gone except Hua Xiangrong, who was slumped over her desk, seemingly asleep.
He approached and asked, Hua Xiangrong, are you okay?
Teacher, Hua Xiangrong lifted her head and called softly.
Oh, don't cry.
Lin Yunlou's heart sank at the sight of tears glistening on Hua Xiangrong's charming face. He couldn't bear to see a woman cry, especially a beauty like her. It left him utterly at a loss.
What happened? Stop crying and tell me.
Hua Xiangrong slowly tilted her head, her face like a pear blossom bathed in rain, gazing up at Lin Yunlou.
In a soft, delicate voice, she said, Teacher, I don't want to go home. Chapter 9, Girl, you're too cruel. A teacher's duty isn't merely to impart knowledge, it's to teach one how to be human. A student's duty isn't merely to study books, it's to learn the ways of life. Scholarship doesn't equate to maturity.
Yet in our education, we often prioritize practicality and utility, placing excessive emphasis on mere intellectual cultivation.
This has directly undermined ethical education. A teacher's role is to guide students toward becoming fully realized individuals.
Lin Yunlou gazed at Hua Xiangrong, her pretty face streaked with tears, and thought, you don't want to go home? I don't even want to return to that cold, lifeless villa. The thought of going home to a place where he couldn't even get a decent meal made him want to lose his mind.
Teacher Lin, may I stay at your place tonight? Hua Xiangrong asked. As a teacher of the people, a sculptor of young minds, how could he possibly bring a female student home? What if it was a trap?
As the saying goes, one must never be too cautious.
Better safe than sorry.
From the very beginning, Lin Yunlou had never let down his guard against Class 211.
And if Morong Fenghua saw him bringing a female student home on his first day of teaching, would she mistake Hua Xiangrong for a mistress, beat her up, and throw her out of the villa?
Given her cold, ruthless nature, she was absolutely capable of such a thing. The more Lin Yunlou thought about it, the more terrifying it became.
Xiaorong, what's wrong? Did your parents have a fight?
Lin Yunlou whispered softly.
Tell me what happened first. Maybe I can help.
Hua Xiangrong opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, no words came out.
She lowered her head again, feigning gloom, and said, if the teacher won't help me, that's fine. I'll just go out and get a room to stay in. Ah, you can't go live outside. There are so many bad people out there.
Lin Yunlou was at a loss for words. Comforting people was something he was truly terrible at.
Better bad people than being ignored. Hua Xiangrong shot Lin Yunlou a resentful look.
Ugh. Lin Yunlou tapped his forehead. Being a homeroom teacher was truly difficult, responsible for students' academics while also monitoring their mental and physical well-being.
It was a headache. If he hadn't had the ability, he shouldn't have taken this job in the first place. How about I talk to your parents? Lin Yunlou fixed Hua Xiangrong with a questioning gaze, feigning anger. I'd like to see what kind of parents drive their child to the point of not wanting to go home. No, teacher. Hua Xiangrong cried out as she saw Lin Yunlou pull out his phone to make a call. High schoolers are just too naive, they give themselves away at the slightest bluff. Who knew it was actually a trap?
Lin Yunlou coldly observed Hua Xiangrong's expression. It was his first day teaching, and he didn't have any parents' numbers saved. He'd acted that way because Hua Xiangrong's demeanor had seemed off from the start.
It wasn't that her acting was unconvincing, quite the opposite.
It was so convincing that it made him suspicious. Why would Hua Xiangrong, who had been laughing and chatting with classmates during the morning meeting, suddenly become so heartbroken? Why would a female student ask a newly arrived teacher to visit her home? Did she have no guard against others, or was she up to something else? In truth, none of this alone convinced Lin Yunlou that Hua Xiangrong was lying. His certainty stemmed from the two shadowy figures lurking behind the classroom window, students from Class 211, one seated directly in front of Hua Xiangrong, the other beside her. Since Morong Fenghua had to work overtime today, I'll entertain you both.
Having made up his mind, Lin Yunlou smiled at Hua Shangrong. Miss Hua Shangrong, I can refrain from calling your parents and instead invite you to my home. Really, Teacher Lin? Hua Shangrong beamed at him, inwardly scoffing. Men are men, just play the victim card and they're as good as caught. Teachers never tell lies. Lin Yunlou smiled, patting Hua Shangrong's head affectionately. But once you're at my place, you must tell me why you didn't go home, okay? And you have to go shopping with me first. That pervert actually dared to touch my head? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Hua Shangrong replied, sure. I love shopping. Hope you still feel that way later. 3 hours later. Hua Shangrong sat on a street bench, massaging her delicate feet with both hands. Teacher Lin, she moaned, let's go back. I can't walk anymore. Ever since leaving school, Lin Yunlou had dragged her around the streets aimlessly. No shops, no purchases, just relentless walking without pause. They trudged back and forth for 3 tedious hours, all while Lin Yunlou insisted this was true shopping and claimed her lack of exercise made all this walking beneficial for her health. His words made Hua Shangrong want to cry. She'd never considered shopping a painful experience, hadn't every previous outing lasted well over 3 hours? Yet now, the very thought of shopping filled her with dread. Oh, already giving up? I've barely warmed up, Lin Yunlou thought. It was getting late, he needed to wrap things up soon. Those 2 tagalongs behind him must be getting impatient too. School let out at 5 p.m. After 3 hours of walking, the street lamps had just begun to glow. Lin Yunlou said, let's go. I'm hungry too. Teacher, come have dinner at my place. Lin Yunlou returned to school to retrieve his bicycle and rode Hua Shangrong to the gate of Autumn Maple Villa. Suddenly, Hua Shangrong jumped off the bike. Teacher, didn't you say you'd take me to your place? Hua Shangrong said with a displeased expression. Why are you bringing me back to my house? You live in Autumn Maple Villa too? Lin Yunlou asked suspiciously. Ah. Hua Shangrong realized this guy dressed in cheap clothes, pushing a second-hand bike, whom she dismissed as a country bumpkin, was actually a wealthy resident of Autumn Maple Villa. He was pretending to be poor. Quick-witted, she replied, no, I don't live around here. What I meant was, I could consider your home as my own too, right? Well, that's true, Lin Yunlou replied. Hop on. It's still a ways to my place. Once we get there, don't feel awkward. Like you said, just treat it like your own home. Okay, Hua Shangrong replied, climbing back onto the rear seat of the bicycle. Fearing she might run into someone she knew, she buried her small head completely into Lin Yunlou's back. After dinner, Lin Yunlou spoke up to Hua Shangrong, who was watching TV on the sofa. So, what happened? Seeing the TV volume completely drown out his voice, Lin Yunlou grabbed the remote and turned it off. Sitting across from Hua Shangrong, he said, tell your teacher. I don't want to go home, Hua Shangrong murmured, head bowed. The look of hurt and bitterness on her face made Lin Yunlou momentarily believe she was telling the truth, not just trying to mess with him. Shaking his head, Lin Yunlou blurted out, why? Did you fight with your dad? Seeing Hua Shangrong remain silent, Lin Yunlou chuckled to himself and said, just tell me honestly. Your teacher will figure something out for you. Hua Shangrong suddenly noticed the phone on the table light up. It was time. She slowly lifted her head, glanced at Lin Yunlou across the table, then stood up and walked to his side. Hua Shangrong, what are you doing? Lin Yunlou asked, his expression uncertain. Is it too hot? I can turn on the air conditioner. As he spoke, he stood up from the sofa and stepped aside. His mind had completely frozen. He never imagined Hua Shangrong would start undressing in front of him. This tactic was downright cruel and self-defeating. Girl, you're ruthless. Seeing Lin Yunlou frozen beside the sofa, Hua Shangrong unbuttoned her blouse as she approached him. She stared intently before suddenly grinning. Sorry about that, Teacher Lin. With that, she threw herself at him. Unable to withstand the sudden impact, Lin Yunlou tumbled backward onto the floor. Thud. The sound of both bodies hitting the floor. Click, click. The sound of camera shutters followed. Lying on the floor, Lin Yunlou caught sight of 2 girls at the doorway frantically snapping photos with their DSLRs. A wail of anguish rose in his heart. This was a disaster. Chapter 10, Can you come with me? Teacher, molesting female students, engaging in forbidden room tutoring. This will definitely be tomorrow's front page headline. No, we should send the photos to the school and expose him. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of him sooner? Ugh, what a shameless pervert preying on his own students. I can't fathom what that pervert teacher was thinking. He must be gloating inside, thinking a girl as beautiful as Xiang Rong would throw herself at him. Xiang Rong, your acting is truly impressive. It's a waste you're not in showbiz. The 2 girls who took the photos entered the living room, relentlessly taunting Lin Yunlou with sarcastic remarks. Lin Yunlou ignored their taunts, rising from the floor and turning his head toward Hua Shangrong, who was buttoning her coat. Hua Shangrong, did you plan this from the start? Her hand paused unconsciously as she buttoned her coat. Lin Yunlou pressed on, so all that talk about not wanting to go home and having troubles was just a lie? Under Lin Yunlou's piercing gaze, Hua Xiangrong turned her head away and sneered, I have no troubles whatsoever. This entire thing is just a carefully orchestrated deception. Even if I did have troubles, I wouldn't confide in a hypocritical teacher like you. Even if you were setting me up, you didn't need to take off your clothes. What if I really was some pervert and took advantage of you? How could you live with yourself after doing something like this? You're not that dumb, are you? I've got another t-shirt inside. You're just too scared to keep watching. Hua Xiangrong said. Even though I don't like you, I have to admit you're a good person. If you hadn't run into us, Class 211, you might have become a great teacher. Lin Yunlou gave a bitter smile. Was this her way of hitting him with a stick and then offering a piece of candy? Hua Xiangrong stepped between the two students, seemingly avoiding Lin Yunlou's gaze as she spoke with her back to him. You have only one choice now to leave the school and Class 211 on your own. Xiangrong, don't waste time with him. If he doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, we'll release the photos. A girl with fiery red hair and a curvaceous figure standing to Hua Xiangrong's right shot Lin Yunlou a disdainful glance. Mei Yan and the others have booked the Imperial Palace. They're waiting for us to celebrate. Hua Xiangrong nodded and, surrounded by her two companions, headed toward the door, ready to leave. Suddenly, the urgent wail of police sirens pierced the air, growing louder as they approached. Finally, Lin Yunlou and the others saw two police cars pull up outside the villa entrance. Yao Yao, did you call the police? Hua Xiangrong asked the girl on her right anxiously. No, I wouldn't call the police for something like this. The girl with fiery red hair, her face slightly pale, replied. Lingxi and I were following behind you the whole time. We wouldn't have had time to call the police anyway. Lingxi, a quiet girl, nodded in agreement upon hearing Yao Yao's words. Neither of us called the police. If not you two, then who? All three eyes turned to Lin Yunlou. Don't look at me, Lin Yunlou said. I didn't call the police. Lin Yunlou was on the verge of tears. What terrible karma had he incurred in a past life? Even the police had arrived. He was finished. Mr. Lin, we suspect you of indecent assault and attempted rape of a female student. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in court. Please come with us. A handsome, pale-faced man in his mid-20s, dressed in a crisp suit, strode straight to Lin Yunlou as soon as he entered, his tone icy. Oh. What are those in your hands? The handsome man noticed the cameras slung around Lingxi and Yao Yao's necks. Without a word, he snatched them, flipped through the cameras, then addressed Hua Xiangrong. You must be the victim. Hua Xiangrong stammered, unable to speak. She had only wanted to expel Lin Yunlou from the school, not send him to prison. With me here, you have nothing to fear. The handsome man flashed what he considered a charming smile. My name is Situ Lang, Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. May I ask your name, miss? Don't misunderstand, this is just routine questioning. Seeing Hua Xiangrong ignore him, Situ Lang waved awkwardly and continued, you can feel free to tell me all the despicable things this scoundrel did to you. I'll help you get justice. You guys search the place for any dangerous items. Ahem, Mr. Dung Beetle. Lin Yunlou retorted, do you realize I could sue you for this? Stu Lang had barged into the room and immediately labeled him a rapist without any investigation. His tone was so harsh and his attitude so vile that Lin Yunlou was thoroughly annoyed. But what rankled him most was that Stu Lang was actually better looking than he was. This gnawed his sense of fairness, making his own tone anything but pleasant. Ha! A rapist threatening to sue? Situ Lang burst into laughter as if hearing the funniest joke, his expression darkening as he fixed Lin Yunlou with a stare. What exactly do you intend to sue me for, Mr. Lin? From the moment you entered until now, you haven't shown any credentials proving you're a police officer. I suspect you're impersonating one. I can file a complaint against you with the Legal Affairs Department, Lin Yunlou said coldly. Stu Lang's handsome face stiffened. He hastily pulled out his police badge, waved it in front of Lin Yunlou, and asked, now what are you going to accuse me of? Mr. Dung Beetle, no need to get flustered. Lin Yunlou shot a dismissive glance at the smug Stu Lang and continued, you stormed into my home with a squad of officers without any investigation or evidence, then pinned the charge of rape on me. For that, I can sue you for false accusation and abuse of authority. That's one charge. Lin Yunlou held up a single finger and waved it in front of Situ Lang's face, deliberately provoking him. Second, according to Article 109 of the Criminal Procedure Law and Article 178 of the People's Procuratorate Criminal Procedure Rules, a search warrant is required when the People's Procuratorate searches the person, belongings, residence, workplace, or other relevant locations of a criminal suspect or individual suspected of harboring criminals or criminal evidence. You barged into my home without a warrant and turned it upside down. For that alone, I can charge you with trespassing and property damage. Even if you produce a warrant now, I can still petition the judge to order you compensate me for the losses. Everything in my house is imported and worth a fortune. Besides, I don't believe you have a warrant at all. Lin Yunlou's gaze bore into Situ Lang with piercing intensity. He didn't demand to see an arrest warrant because it was obvious Situ Lang had rushed to the scene without time to secure one. And since Lin Yunlou hadn't committed any indecent assault or rape, without any evidence, Situ Lang couldn't possibly have obtained an arrest warrant anyway. Situ Lang was sweating buckets. He wanted to deny it, but with so many people watching, he couldn't even try. He truly had no evidence. Legally, the photos from the two girls' cameras alone were clearly insufficient. Back in the day when he arrested people, he never bothered with search warrants, he just cuffed them and took them away. He never imagined this man before him knew so much. He was afraid he was about to fall into his trap. This is the search warrant. A female officer in uniform had appeared at the door unnoticed. She pointed to a woman beside her and stated, "This is the witness. She personally witnessed you luring a female student back to your residence, where you molested her and attempted to rape her. Would you mind coming with me?" Chapter 11, You're Here. Feng Hua worked overtime until 10 that night. Returning home, she found the living room in shambles. Her first thought was that the place had been burglarized. She pulled out her phone, ready to call the police, but it rang first. Feng Hua glanced at the caller ID, an unfamiliar number. Since she often received calls from strangers who might be potential clients discussing business, she hesitated briefly before answering. "Hello, who is this?" Feng Hua asked first. Who I am isn't really important, President Morong." A man's voice came through the phone. "What matters is that your husband has been arrested by the police." "Oh, apparently for indecent assault and attempted rape of a minor." Morong Feng Hua frowned but remained silent, knowing the man would continue. However, the voice continued, "I happen to have a video that proves your husband's innocence. Would President Morong be interested?" "How much?" Morong Feng Hua asked bluntly. She knew these types were only after money. "You're quick to the point." The man paused after speaking, then continued, "One price, 100,000 yuan. Give me the video, and I'll give you 100,000. Mr. Morong, that's not how deals are made. You must transfer the 100,000 yuan to my account first before I can give you the video." The man said mockingly over the phone, "If Mr. Morong isn't interested, I'm sure other entertainment magazines would be very keen on this footage. I can pay you, but if I discover the video you give me isn't the original copy, or if you sell it to someone else, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death." His words carried a suppressed chill. The man on the phone stiffened, his voice cautious. "I have a family to support. How could I dare offend you, President Morong? Rest assured, there's only one copy." He was shaken by Morong Feng Hua's unmasked threat. Initially, he genuinely considered duplicating the footage for Morong while selling the original to gossip magazines for extra profit. But now, he dared not. After all, Morong Feng Hua was the founder and CEO of Feng Hua Enterprises, a company ranked among the nation's top 20 conglomerates. If Morong Feng Hua wanted to make his life miserable, it would cost him nothing more than a few dollars. Moreover, he came from a military family, his grandfather was a general, his father a colonel. With just a squad of soldiers, they could tear him apart. The unknown always stirs unease and inexplicable dread. Yet Lin Yunlou felt none of that. Despite sitting in a police station interrogation room, despite being bound head to toe, despite the man before him grinning savagely while holding a small hammer, he was remarkably calm. His state of mind had undergone a profound shift from initial panic and anxiety to resignation when that spirited female officer led him to the police car, to this present serenity. He couldn't explain why, but this state of mind was undeniably good. "How does it feel, Mr. Lin?" Stu Lang grinned smugly at Lin Yunlou. If the captain hadn't rushed to the scene and saved him today, he might have ended up stripping off his own police uniform. Even so, he couldn't escape the fate of paying compensation. The thought made him wince inwardly. A square-headed, big-eared fellow held a thick phone book, grinning obsequiously at Situ Lang. "Captain Situ, how many pages should I pad? This sleazy bastard didn't deserve such kindness. A hammer blow would be too lenient." Stu Lang weighed the hammer in his hand. It wasn't heavy, but it would definitely inflict internal injuries on Lin Yunlou. "Hold him down," Stu Lang ordered with a sinister grin, advancing toward Lin Yunlou with the small hammer in hand. Seeing Lin Yunlou smiling back at him, he felt uneasy and repeated his warning, "Keep him pinned down tight. Don't let him move." "Don't worry, Captain. He's tied up tight as a drum. With me and Xiao Hei holding him down, he won't budge an inch." Situ Lang tilted his head slightly, then looked down at Lin Yunlou with contempt. "Kid, you were going to report me for trespassing, weren't you? Now I'm about to beat you up. Are you going to report me for vigilantism? Go ahead and hit me if you've got the guts. If I even blink, I'll be your grandfather," Lin Yunlou sneered contemptuously. "You!" Situ Lang bellowed, raising the small hammer in his hand and swinging it toward Lin Yunlou's chest. "Stop!" At that moment, the interrogation room door burst open. Seeing Situ Lang about to carry out vigilante justice, the newcomer urgently shouted to halt him. But it was too late. "Ah!" A piercing scream of agony echoed through the room. With the interrogation room door wide open, the officers working outside could clearly hear the agonized cry. "Ugh, Captain Situ's beating prisoners again. But this is a bit too brutal, isn't it? That scream was absolutely heart-wrenching. Did he castrate the prisoner? Hua Shangrong and the other two taking statements outside also heard the scream. Hua Shangrong asked anxiously, Lingxi, Yao Yao, did you hear that? We did. Yao Yao's expression was grim. She glanced at the officer writing and whispered to Shangrong, Shangrong, we can't show mercy now. If we say Teacher Lin didn't molest you, the police will definitely hold us accountable. If they find out we framed Teacher Lin, we could end up in jail. Yes, Shangrong. Yao Yao's right. Lingxi's pretty face turned ashen. She was naturally a quiet girl. Playing pranks on teachers was something she was good at, but framing her own teacher was something she'd never done before. At this moment, she felt fear and a faint twinge of guilt. Why don't we tell the police it was all a misunderstanding? Just us messing around? Lingxi suggested naively. Hua Xiangrong rolled her eyes inwardly. How could we retract our statements now that the police report had been filed? Besides, the photos you took have already been seized as evidence. And that woman, how dare she call the police? I won't let her off the hook. Shui Ruoyan's eyes, as serene as autumn water, widened in disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. Supported by Square Face and Little Black, Situ Lang sat down on a chair. Clutching his groin, he glared at Lin Yunlou with such venom it seemed he wanted to devour him alive. He never expected Lin Yunlou to possess such explosive strength, snapping the rope, binding his feet in an instant and then kicking him squarely in the groin. You dare assault an officer? Stu Lang growled. Lin Yunlou replied with a smirk, it was self-defense. You brought this on yourself. Lin Yunlou's mockery, combined with the throbbing pain in his groin, fueled a raging fire of fury within him. He felt his dignity had been profoundly insulted. Before Lin Yunlou could respond, he drew the gun from his waistband, pointed it at Lin Yunlou, and snarled, You think I won't shoot you dead? Sita Lang, what are you doing? Put that gun down immediately. Shui Ruoyan cried urgently. Captain, this isn't your concern. I won't rest until I've ended his life today. Stu Lang's words were harsh, yet his gun-wielding hand trembled. When a police officer's hand shakes while holding a gun, it signifies hesitation or fear. If you really dared to shoot, you wouldn't be threatening me. Lin Yunlou continued to pour fuel on the fire. Am I right, Mr. Dung Beetle? Pointing a gun at me is nothing more than an attempt to salvage what you think is left of your dignity, the dignity you've long since lost. Sita Lang, what are you doing? A commanding voice echoed from the doorway. Seeing the woman beside the speaking officer, Lin Yunlou's smile softened, his eyes quietly warming. You're here, Lin Yunlou murmured softly. Chapter 12, Parents Away. Director Ma, we're not doing anything. Shui Ruoyan urgently shot several glances at Situ Lang, signaling him not to act rashly. After all, he was her subordinate. The kind-hearted Shui Ruoyan naturally didn't want Situ Lang to get into trouble. Good to hear it. Director Ma snorted coldly before continuing, release him. This was a misunderstanding. Commissioner Ma stepped before Lin Yunlou, his smile warm and apologetic. Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. Lin Yunlou stared blankly at Director Ma, then shifted his gaze to Morong Fenghua. His eyes clearly asked, what's going on here? Chief, how can you just let this bastard go so easily? He's a rapist, for crying out loud. Sudolang's handsome face darkened as he spoke in a low, stern voice. You shut your mouth. Director Ma's expression darkened considerably. Though he didn't know exactly who Lin Yunlou was, Fengyun Corporation CEO, Morong Fenghua, had personally brought evidence to the police station to prove Lin Yunlou's innocence that he'd been framed. After meeting with Morong Fenghua, he received a call from the military compound. The moment he answered, a voice erupted in a torrent of curses, accusing him of indiscriminate arrests. He could only nod meekly in agreement. After all, the caller was his former superior. He dared not even think of retorting. If not for the crowd present, Director Ma would have kicked Situ Lang's balls to smithereens. Mr. Lin, Director Ma explained politely to Lin Yunlou, his words equally directed at Shui Ruoyan and Situ Lang, evidence provided by President Morong indicates you were framed by 3 of your students. He was careful not to give his subordinates ammunition to accuse him of abusing his authority. If you consent, Mr. Lin, I can formally charge them. No need. Though Lin Yunlou was still utterly bewildered, he could tell from Director Ma's demeanor that he was off the hook and that the man seemed to be currying favor with him. One doesn't strike a smiling face, so he couldn't very well give Director Ma a hard time. Smiling faintly, he said, Director Ma, those students were merely playing a prank. There's no need for prosecution. Smack. The moment Hua Shangrong stepped out of the police station, she spun around and slapped the so-called witness across the face. Her voice was dark and menacing. If you ever dare to meddle in my affairs again without permission, you can pack your bags and go home. How did you know I was arrested? And how did you manage to find evidence to save me? I'm curious, how did you pull that off? On the way back to the villa, Lin Yunlou finally couldn't hold back his questions. Someone was following you and secretly recorded that video of you with the student. Morong Fenghua's lips curled into a mocking smile. Who knew you were so charming? On your first day of class, you managed to take a female student out shopping and ended up bringing her home. That tone was so bitter. Could this woman possibly be jealous? Shaking his head, Lin Yunlou thought, this woman always seems so cold and indifferent to everything. How could she possibly be jealous of me, her cheap husband? This must be a delusion. Turning to glance at the night scenery rushing past the window, Lin Yunlou sighed wryly. I realized early on this was a setup. But I never imagined female students today would be so bold, just casually stripping in front of you like that. You didn't actually molest that student, did you? After a long silence, Morong Fenghua suddenly spoke up. You know the whole story inside out, don't you? Lin Yunlou finished, then suddenly turned his head toward Morong Fenghua, who was driving, and teased with a playful grin. Besides, I'm a man of integrity. How could I molest my own student? I've never even entertained the thought. And my wife is far prettier than her anyway. Morong Fenghua's hand on the steering wheel froze, his expression stiffening for a moment before he replied, cut the smooth talk. I'm not buying it. Though he claimed not to buy Lin Yunlou's act, the tone Morong Fenghua used when saying this was no longer icy cold. Instead, it carried a faint hint of delight. Seeing Morong Fenghua's disbelief, Lin Yunlou declared earnestly, I'm telling the truth. She's so young, not nearly as mature or curvaceous as you. What would I gain by molesting her? If I really wanted to molest someone, I'd rather molest you. Squeal. Morong Fenghua slammed on the brakes abruptly. Get out. Her voice carried a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to lower the temperature inside the car. What's wrong? Lin Yunlou asked, utterly bewildered. Get out. Seeing Morong Fenghua's displeased expression, Lin Yunlou reluctantly pushed open the door and stepped out. The moment he was out, Morong Fenghua slammed the accelerator and sped away. Sigh. This place is so far from the villa, and I don't have any money on me. Am I supposed to walk back? Lin Yunlou hung his head, his spirits low as he started walking toward the autumn maple villa. Get in the car. Just as Lin Yunlou rounded a corner, he heard Morong Fenghua's icy voice. That woman really is kind. But, you tell me to get out, I get out, you tell me to get in, I get in. Where does that leave my pride? Lin Yunlou thought resentfully. He replied with a forced smile, the night view is quite nice tonight. I'll stroll around a bit before heading back. Lin Yunlou was blatantly lying. It was already midnight. Where was the night view? More like a ghostly night. This showed that no matter what kind of man he was, Lin Yunlou had his own brand of machismo. It just wasn't as obvious. Take your sweet time gawking, Morong Fenghua snorted, rolling up the window before stepping on the gas and driving off. She really left? Lin Yunlou was stunned. Private high schools in the capital city send many students to top-tier universities like Oxford, Cambridge, and Harvard each year, so they place extraordinary emphasis on English. There are 2 to 3 English classes every day. Hey, Teacher Lin. After a full day of teaching that left him feeling like his body was about to fall apart, Lin Yunlou dragged his weary frame to his private parking lot to retrieve his car. Just as he was about to leave, Hua Shangrong's voice suddenly rang out. Ha! Give him a break. Lin Yunlou had no desire for another scandalous scene. Seeing the head suddenly pop up from behind the carport, he wished wings would sprout from his back so he could fly away instantly. What is it now, Hua Shangrong? Ignoring her ingratiating smile, Lin Yunlou resolved to wrap this up quickly. No way was he getting entangled with this bold little vixen again. Honestly, he could beat up the headmaster because he was a man, but he couldn't very well hit a woman. Lin Yunlou pouted in frustration, wishing Hua Shangrong would suddenly have a change of heart and stop tormenting him. Because of her prank last night, he de-walked 2 hours home, and Morong Fenghua was still upset, ignoring him completely. Why so cold? I just wanted to compliment you. He. Hua Shangrong completely ignored Lin Yunlou's aggrieved expression, grinning as she leaned in close. Seriously, just talk to me, don't get so close. And wearing so little. What is she thinking? Compliment me? Lin Yunlou narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Hua Shangrong gave her little head a firm nod. So far, the teachers have obediently listened to us and left the school. Teacher Lin really has a knack for this. That wasn't an exaggeration. Yesterday, you scared that lecherous cop so badly he couldn't even speak, just kept wiping sweat off his forehead. Teacher, you're not a lawyer, are you? Enough, stop arguing. I won't fall for your tricks again. Lin Yunlou waved his hand impatiently. He'd seen through Hua Shangrong's schemes before. Now it was time to get out of there fast. Hey! What are you doing? You! Are all students like this nowadays? Lin Yunlou watched helplessly as Hua Shangrong grabbed the back of his bike and nimbly hopped onto the rear seat. Teacher, wanna come to my place? Hua Shangrong leaned in suggestively, her body bent forward in a way that was either deliberate or not, revealing a hint of cleavage. Why would I go to your place? Lin Yunlou turned to toss Hua Shangrong off the bike when suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he froze, utterly dumbfounded. Here we go again. Another trap? Damn it, how come today's high schoolers are so well developed? Because my parents won't be back tonight. Her suggestive tone paired with Hua Shangrong's increasingly provocative gestures made Lin Yunlou sigh as he turned back to start the bike. He didn't catch the complex expression on Hua Shangrong's face behind him. Chapter 13, One Person, Two People. Hey, what are you doing so close? And stop moving your hands down there, just put them on my waist, that's enough. Oh, it's Principal Chiu. Standing beside her seems to be Fong Linza, one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs. Wow, Fong Linza is even more handsome in person than on TV. Hua Shangrong stared like a starstruck fan, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the dashing man holding flowers nearby. Fong Linza seemed to be pursuing Principal Chiu. Hua Shangrong's small hand, wrapped around Lin Yunlou's front, tugged incessantly at his sleeve. Teacher Lin, let's go take a look. Hey, what are you tugging at? Stop messing around, what if you tear it? I haven't even used it yet. Lin Yunlou freed one hand to give Hua Shangrong a firm pat on the head. Little girl, stop fidgeting. We'll crash if you keep this up. You want to die, but I don't. Lin Yunlou glanced distantly. What others do is none of your business. Hold on tight, I'm accelerating. What a bore. Hua Shangrong pouted in disappointment. Teacher Lin, you're just jealous that Fong Linza is better looking than you. This little vixen was already lying at such a young age. What would she be like when she grew up? Was that Fong Linza even as handsome as himself? Lin Yunlou clearly refused to accept this fact. He wouldn't believe it even if Fong Linza was beaten to death. Handsome? He's just a pretty boy. Lin Yunlou felt a little miffed, though he forgot his own complexion was equally fair. Didn't she say her family didn't live in Autumn Maple Villa? That little vixen lied to me. Whatever. Why am I even bothering with this? Lin Yunlou shook his head and surveyed the living room. This villa was designed in an elegant style, right? Neoclassicism was a movement that advanced alongside brutalism, yet its artistic effect was diametrically opposed. The villa Morong Fenghua had purchased was a prime example of brutalism seeking formal expression through the economical, unadorned roughness, heaviness, and raw texture of reinforced concrete or other materials. Lin Yunlou could instantly distinguish these two starkly different styles. I don't know. Hua Shangrong stared blankly at a note, which read, Dearest daughter, Mom and Dad won't be coming home tonight. You don't need to wait for us. Always like this. Ever since moving into this villa, they stopped caring about me. All they do is make money, money, money. Am I not as important as that? Shangrong, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lin Yunlou asked, noticing Hua Shangrong staring fixedly at the note in her hand. I wonder what it says to hold her attention like this. If only she paid this much focus in my classes. Teacher, no one's cooking at home. How about I treat you to a fancy dinner? Hua Shangrong suddenly flashed Lin Yunlou a sweet smile. She'd made up her mind she was running away from home. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yunlou rolled her eyes at Hua Shangrong in exasperation. If Morong Fenghua saw her walking with this female student again, what would she think? Call me unrepentant? Mock me for falling for the same trick again? Leaving Autumn Breeze Villa meant passing by Morong Fenghua's estate. Morong Fenghua had mentioned a major project at the company a few days ago, so she'd be returning late. What was there to fear? Let us go eat. Here? Lin Yunlou hadn't expected Hua Shangrong to lead him to a French restaurant for couples. He stood frozen at the entrance, refusing to step inside. Teacher Lin, come on. What's so special about a couple's restaurant? I changed out of my school uniform anyway. No one will know I'm a student, and they certainly won't know you're a teacher. What are you afraid of? No way. Lin Yunlou shook his head like a bobblehead. Just because others don't know doesn't mean I can do it. Come on, let's go. I just want to eat here. No way. Come on, I promise I won't bother you anymore. I'll pay attention in your classes and cooperate with everything you ask, okay? Not just my class, I'll pay attention in all your classes too. Fine. Finally, after Hua Shangrong made solemn promises and practically dragged him along, the two entered the cafeteria. She really couldn't figure out who was the teacher and who was the student. Why did she feel like she was coaxing a naughty child to eat? But honestly, it felt pretty nice. Hua Shangrong didn't realize this stemmed from her deep loneliness. With her parents perpetually absent, she always faced everything alone. That's why she'd grown accustomed to teasing her teachers away to mask her inner emptiness and unease. Being with Lin Yunlou felt so comforting. The lingering gloom in her heart began to gradually dissipate. Hua Shangrong smiled as she watched Lin Yunlou. She couldn't explain why, but seeing him converse with the waiter in such fluent, pure, and beautiful French while the women around them cast envious and jealous glances her way filled her with immense pride and satisfaction. What couldn't this man do? A top student in economics and biology, he'd just rattled off a string of architectural jargon at home, proving he knew a thing or two about construction. And now, he spoke French with an enviable fluency. Mr. Lin, what kind of person are you, really? Hua Shangrong found herself lost in thought. Sometimes gentle and refined, sometimes brutally rude, sometimes melancholy as smoke, sometimes mature and steady, yet at other times as mischievous as a child. She recalled Lin Yunlou's concern and anxiety for her. She remembered him confronting the principal to discipline a few troublemakers. She remembered the look of disappointment in his eyes when he stared at her. She remembered his eloquent words when facing the police. She remembered just now. These memories were destined to pull her into a quagmire. When a woman begins to feel curious about a man, she is not far from falling. Shangrong, what's wrong? Since this was a couple's restaurant, Lin Yunlou felt it inappropriate to address her as teacher and student, so he called her by her given name. Hua Shangrong snapped back to reality, meeting Lin Yunlou's concerned gaze. She stared at him blankly for a moment, then smiled thoughtfully. This teacher truly was different from others. He wasn't pretentious, didn't try to curry favor, and expressed his thoughts in the most direct way possible. He didn't treat them like children or unruly students. He simply wanted to integrate with everyone, simply wanted to be a good teacher, without any ulterior motives. How fortunate it was for her, for everyone in class 211 to have met him. She decided to take the plunge. Teacher, can I stay at your place tonight? What? Cough cough. Stay at his place? Lin Yunlou nearly choked on his drink. What was this little vixen up to now? Was she trying to trick him again? Lin Yunlou stared at Hua Shangrong in horror, his hands instinctively pulling back. Teacher, don't be scared. I won't harm you again. Hua Shangrong waved her hands frantically, wanting to explain but unsure how to convince Lin Yunlou. Lin Yunlou's expression hardened. Do you know what it means when a woman says she's going to stay at a man's place? You little vixen, do you realize how devastating that statement is to me? Yes. Hua Shangrong nodded firmly. I trust you, teacher. This statement completely extinguished any lingering thoughts Lin Yunlou might have had about pursuing something more intimate. Fine, Lin Yunlou conceded with a resigned nod. But your home is practically next door to mine. What difference is there between staying at mine and staying at your own? Anyway, I'm moving in with you. Hua Shangrong was surprisingly stubborn. Teacher, there's a difference. One person and two people are very different. Hua Shangrong's heart was crying. Chapter 14, This was an accident. Rong, did you bring money? Lin Yunlou had been so engrossed in eating that he'd completely forgotten he didn't have any cash on him. Hua Shangrong's eyes twinkled mischievously as she grinned. Teacher, you don't have any money? Her parents, who were often away and couldn't come home, regularly transferred money into her bank account each month. She didn't know exactly how much was in there, but it should be no less than 500,000 yuan. She claimed she had no money just to tease Lin Yunlou. She found it rather amusing. I don't have any money. Oh, you don't either? Lin Yunlou was dumbfounded. What to do now? Should they run away? Teacher Lin, what should we do now? Hua Shangrong's face showed genuine concern, though the mischievous glint in her eyes grew even brighter. You silly girl, how could you go out without any money? Lin Yunlou sighed in exasperation. Hey, have you ever skipped out on a bill? Hee hee, teacher, that's illegal. What if we get caught? Hua Shangrong chuckled, though she admitted it sounded thrilling. Stop laughing and be serious. Lin Yunlou frowned, lowering his voice to a whisper. I'll count to 3, then we run, got it? Hua Shangrong nodded excitedly. How could she miss out on something this thrilling? 1, 2, 3. The moment he finished counting 3, Lin Yunlou and Hua Shangrong sprang up, leaping over obstacles with speed rivaling Lu Xiang's hurdling, and finally escaped the restaurant. Dine and dash. Catch them, someone in the restaurant shouted urgently upon seeing Lin Yunlou and Hua Shangrong flee without paying. But it was too late, the pair had already vanished without a trace. Ha, we finally got away. No one's chasing us. Lin Yunlou leaned against the wall and exhaled deeply. Hee hee, Teacher Lin, look what I have. After catching her breath, Hua Shangrong pulled out a bank card and waved it in front of Lin Yunlou. You tricked me again. Lin Yunlou was flabbergasted. So this girl had money all along but didn't use it just to watch him make a fool of himself? Teacher Lin, I wasn't tricking you, Hua Shangrong exclaimed in surprise. I never said I didn't have money. You were the one who insisted on eating for free. I recorded what you said in the restaurant, you know. Lin Yunlou stammered, unable to respond. He recalled how he'd assumed Hua Shangrong was penniless and had taken her out on a whim. Wait, that didn't make sense. If she hadn't planned this, why hadn't she mentioned her money earlier? Damn it, played again. Ha, Mr. Lin, your expression is priceless. Hua Shangrong burst into hearty laughter. She couldn't recall the last time she'd laughed so genuinely. Right now, she felt utterly joyful. If only time could freeze in this moment. Wait here for a moment. Arriving at the entrance to his villa, Lin Yunlou peered furtively toward the garage. Seeing Morong Fenghua's Maserati wasn't parked there, he finally relaxed and led Hua Shangrong inside. Teacher, why are you acting like a thief? Hua Shangrong followed Lin Yunlou with a puzzled look. This is your own home, right? Deep down, Hua Shangrong refused to accept that Lin Yunlou was wealthy. She disliked rich people intensely as much as she disliked her own parents, to the point of running away from home. You guessed right, little girl. Lin Yunlou switched on the living room lights. He found himself increasingly fond of calling Hua Xiangrong little girl. It felt somehow intimate. Teacher Lin is actually quite poor. This villa belongs to a distant cousin of mine. She saw I had no place to stay while working in the capital, so she cleared out a room for me. Telling one lie apparently didn't just require another to cover it up, it demanded a whole web of lies. Lin Yunlou sighed in resignation, but with things having gone this far, he had no choice but to keep deceiving her. Go to your room and rest now. My cousin will be back soon, and she won't be pleased to find me bringing a female student home. She doesn't like strangers. Then at least let me take a shower, Hua Xiangrong pouted in protest. I haven't washed all day and I'm filthy. With that, she headed toward the bathroom. Hey, wait. Lin Yunlou hurriedly grabbed Hua Xiangrong's delicate hand. That's Morong Fenghua's private bathroom. I wouldn't dare use it myself. Lin Yunlou led Hua Xiangrong to the second floor washroom. You can bathe here. It's much more spacious. Fine. Hua Xiangrong pouted as she entered the washroom, then turned back to stare at Lin Yunlou as if remembering something. Lin Yunlou felt uncomfortable under her gaze. What's wrong? Teacher, you wouldn't peek, would you? I don't wear anything when I bathe, you know. And I never lock the door either. Whoa, her suggestive tone and flirtatious gaze challenged Lin Yunlou's self-control. He could swear he hadn't had any impure thoughts before, but now Hua Xiangrong's image flooded his mind. No matter how hard he shook his head, it wouldn't go away. He desperately wanted to transform into a midnight wolf and claim her right then and there. Enough. After much deliberation, Lin Yunlou couldn't think of a better solution. Finally, gritting his teeth, he sprinted upstairs. Testing the doorknob, he found the bathroom door unlocked. Without a second thought, he yanked it open and burst inside. Teacher Lin, what are you doing? Hua Xiangrong gasped, frozen in shock for a moment before letting out a startled scream. Lin Yunlou froze as if struck by lightning. Hua Xiangrong, pale with fright, had completely forgotten to cover herself. What a breathtaking sight, a beautiful woman bathing. Damn it, now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Lin Yunlou pushed his chaotic mind aside, sprinted to Hua Xiangrong, scooped her up in his arms, and rushed out of the bathroom. Teacher Lin, you're crazy. Stop. Hua Xiangrong screamed in terror, her hands furiously pounding at him while her legs kicked wildly in a daze. Stop screaming. Lin Yunlou swallowed hard, his face twisted in anguish. If Morong Fenghua saw this, he'd never be able to wash away the shame, no matter how many rivers he bathed in. Hua Xiangrong ignored him, continuing to scream loudly, perhaps trying to vent her inner anxiety and fear. Lin Yunlou sighed inwardly. You're forcing my hand, little girl. Lin Yunlou lowered his head and captured Hua Xiangrong's parted cherry lips with a kiss. Now see if you can scream anymore. Heh, I'm just too clever. Chapter 15, I don't want him as my teacher. Don't say a word, my cousin is back. Lin Yunlou carried Hua Xiangrong to the large bed in his bedroom, hastily pulling the blanket over her to conceal the revealing glimpse. Hua Xiangrong's face was streaked with tears of hurt and terror. Hearing Lin Yunlou's words, she nodded obediently, as docile as a tame kitten. She'd thought he was going to rape her, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Still, a wave of fear washed over her, and she resolved never to tease a man with her words again. Ha! Why was there a woman's voice? Morong Fenghua slipped on her slippers and entered the living room, her weary eyes lazily scanning the room. Must be exhaustion playing tricks on me. Shedding her short-sleeved jacket, Morong Fenghua sank onto the sofa, rubbing her temples wearily. Today had been exhausting, first showing clients from Taiwan around the company and production facilities, then touring Kyoto with them, finally finalizing a cooperation agreement late into the night. Even she, known as a powerhouse in the business world, felt drained by the end of the day. You're back. Lin Yunlou deliberately changed into pajamas before coming downstairs. Have you eaten? Lin Yunlou wanted to slap himself. Couldn't he find anything else to say? It was always the same few lines. How could this resemble a married couple? I have. Morong Fenghua replied indifferently, though her stomach protested loudly. Truthfully, she'd only shared a light lunch with the clients and had barely eaten. After finalizing the contract that evening, she'd rushed straight home, completely forgetting she hadn't eaten dinner. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Lin Yunlou smiled, narrowing his eyes. You're a grown woman, how can you not take better care of yourself? Come on, I'll take you out to eat. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Morong Fenghua's hand and started pulling her toward the door. Morong Fenghua coldly shook off Lin Yunlou's grasp. I can walk myself. Heh, now the little girl would have time to clean up the scene, Lin Yunlou chuckled smugly as he followed behind her. After dinner with Morong Fenghua, they returned to the villa past 10 p.m. Watching her enter her room, Lin Yunlou exhaled deeply before turning toward his own bedroom. The little girl must be bored to sleep already. I wonder if she is angry with me. Really asleep? Lin Yunlou entered the bedroom and saw Hua Xiangrong curled up under the blanket. Relieved, he turned to head to the study to crash for the night. Something felt off. Lin Yunlou placed his hand on the doorknob, then suddenly turned back. Why are her lips so pale? He walked to the bedside and placed his hand on Hua Shangrong's forehead. Ah! She's burning up. This girl has a fever. Right, her hair was still damp earlier. She must have been scared by me. It's still slightly wet now. She probably didn't even dare to put on clothes. That must be it. This is all my fault. How reckless of me. Lin Yunlou tapped his forehead, berating himself relentlessly. This could lead to pneumonia. He had to take her to the hospital. But no, the hospital was too far away. He couldn't very well ride his bicycle with her on the back. Better to buy some fever-reducing medicine first. If that didn't work, he'd have to swallow his pride and beg Manhwareccomendation for help. Thinking it, he did it. Lin Yunlou tiptoed out of the villa, only accelerating once he was outside, sprinting toward the private clinic within the autumn maple villa. Doctor! Doctor! The clinic was already closed. With no other options, Lin Yunlou resorted to banging on the door, hoping against hope. Sir, it's very late. If you need to see a doctor, please come back early tomorrow morning. A muffled voice came from inside. Doctor, open up. I need medicine. Hearing a response inside, Lin Yunlou's heart leapt with hope. Forget the late hour. Seeing the doctor didn't come out, he kept pounding. Are you annoying or what? I already said come back tomorrow. Stop yelling outside. Watch out for complaints. If you don't open up, I'll burn this clinic to the ground tonight. You believe me? Fine, fine, the sleepy-eyed middle-aged man muttered as he opened the door. What do you need? Give me a thermometer, fever reducers, and ice packs. Oh, and a few bottles of 4 fluids too. Lin Yunlou said. Once he got the medicine, he immediately turned and sprinted back toward the villa. Wait. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Damn it. You bastard. Don't let me catch you again. The middle-aged doctor cursed loudly when he realized Lin Yunlou had run off without paying. After giving Hua Shangrong the fever reducer, Lin Yunlou was about to place the ice pack on her forehead when he suddenly remembered her clothes were still in the bathroom. He tiptoed out, afraid of waking Manhwareccomendation, moving slowly and quietly toward the bathroom. Holy semi-transparent lace panties and a matching bra. How come girls these days are so open? Lin Yunlou muttered under his breath as he carried Hua Shangrong's pile of clothes back to the bedroom. Ignoring his embarrassment, Lin Yunlou lifted Hua Shangrong and swiftly dressed her in the panties and underwear. But you know how it is when dressing a woman, a man inevitably brushes against certain forbidden zones. Finally, after dressing Hua Shangrong, Lin Yunlou placed the ice pack firmly on her forehead. Unable to leave her unattended, he stayed to watch over her until dawn broke, when her fever finally subsided. When Hua Shangrong awoke in a daze, it was already noon. Removing the melted ice pack from her forehead, she glanced at Lin Yunlou, who was still fast asleep, slumped against the headboard. A smile spread across her face, a smile so radiant and beautiful. She remembered everything from the night before. Lin Yunlou's self-reproach and anxiety when she had the fever, his meticulous care and tenderness while tending to her, the smile on his face when her fever broke. She knew it all. Lin Yunlou hadn't slept a wink all night, and neither had she. She had struggled to pretend, every one of Lin Yunlou's actions moving her to tears. Seeing Lin Yunlou stir, Hua Shangrong quickly lay back down and pretended to sleep. Her fever broke ages ago. Why isn't she waking up? Should I take her to the hospital? Lin Yunlou murmured to himself. Hua Shangrong knew she couldn't keep pretending. Slowly opening her eyes, she asked in a pale, weak voice, Teacher Lin, what happened to me? Ah! You're awake! Lin Yunlou exclaimed with delight. Rest for now. I bought some kanji, I'll go warm it up for you. With that, he hurried out of the bedroom. Is this, my teacher? Tears of emotion finally spilled over at that moment. No, I don't want him as my teacher. Hua Shangrong shook her head. He's already taken my first kiss, he has to take responsibility. Chapter 16, Shangrong's Heart 1. Shangrong, last night was my fault. I shouldn't have. Watching Hua Shangrong finish her porridge, Lin Yunlou took the porcelain bowl and placed it on the bedside table. He apologized earnestly. You can call the police or report me to the school, I won't blame you at all. I don't blame you, teacher. What happened last night was an accident, right? Hua Shangrong flashed a smile across her slightly pale face. Now that I think about it, that accident wasn't so bad after all. Shangrong, you should rest properly. I've already arranged for your leave of absence at school, so don't worry. Unable to withstand Hua Shangrong's suggestive smile, Lin Yunlou hastily changed the subject. You're such a scaredy cat, teacher. Watching Lin Yunlou scramble away, Hua Shangrong giggled nervously from her spot on the bed. Why isn't this girl scared at all? Why isn't she blaming me? Arriving at his study, Lin Yunlou lay down helplessly. Seriously, how could he have been so reckless? Sigh, who knows what tomorrow will bring? Why does he have this ominous feeling? After a flurry of random thoughts, Lin Yunlou gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, as Lin Yunlou pushed his bicycle through the school gates, the school announcement blared so loudly it nearly shattered his eardrums. Hua Shangrong of Class 11, Grade 2, please report immediately to the Discipline Director's office. Hua Shangrong of Class 11, Grade 2, please report immediately to the Discipline Director's office.
Man, this Hua Shangrong sure is unlucky getting targeted by Zhu Guoliang.
Ha? Hua Shangrong?
Lin Yunlou rubbed his ears hard and shook his head.
Had he been so sleep-deprived he was hearing things? Only when the announcement repeated itself did he realize it wasn't an auditory hallucination. Could yesterday's ominous feeling really be coming true?
Hua Shangrong's parents must have come home to find her missing and called the school.
Seriously, what kind of parents are these? Their kid's been gone for a day and a night, and they only notice now?
Terrible.
Lin Yunlou raced toward Zhu Guoliang's office while thinking this.
He certainly didn't want his student being called a worthless piece of trash. Hua Shangrong, your father called this morning saying you didn't come home last night. Where were you? Lin Yunlou had barely reached the headmaster's office when he heard the headmaster delivering his usual lecture in that grating voice. Staying out all night at such a young age, you're quite the little star, just like your homeroom teacher.
The principal's laughter dripped with scorn. Your father claims this is the school's responsibility.
If you don't explain yourself, I'll hand this matter over to the police.
That bald-headed principal was actually threatening Hua Shangrong. Lin Yunlou couldn't stand it anymore. With a loud slam, Lin Yunlou forcefully pushed open the office door.
Hua Shangrong stayed at my place last night. Ignoring the principal entirely, he strode directly to Hua Shangrong.
Why did you hide it?
Teacher, I. Hua Shangrong lifted her head, looking at Lin Yunlou with hurt eyes. She tried to speak, but Lin Yunlou's furious gaze made her swallow her words. Recalling Hua Shangrong's meek, head-bowed demeanor as she endured the principal's scolding, Lin Yunlou's temper flared. He turned to glare at the principal. I wouldn't even bring myself to scold my own student.
What gives you the right? Under Lin Yunlou's glare, Zhu Guoliang took 2 frightened steps back. The bruises on his face hadn't even faded yet.
He feared Lin Yunlou might lash out again, but then he reminded himself he hadn't done anything wrong. Lin Yunlou wouldn't dare hit him. Besides, as the homeroom teacher, he had lured a female student home. His authority as the discipline director surged back, and he pointed at Lin Yunlou, shouting, Teacher Lin, what were you thinking?
Luring your own female student home? That's a crime. Do you understand? It's a crime. Because she said she didn't want to go home.
Lin Yunlou's lips twitched slightly as he uttered the words calmly. Hua Shangrong looked up in surprise, then curved her lips into a smile. She knew Lin Yunlou would return, but she hadn't expected him to state the truth so bluntly, without a moment's hesitation. He hadn't worried that this hypocritical head of discipline might misunderstand he'd simply spoken the truth.
Hua Shangrong felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Wasn't he doing this to spare her from injustice? Principal. Hua Shangrong called out. Return to class immediately.
I'll call your parents shortly to explain.
Until then, you say nothing.
Zhu Guoliang cut her off, his face darkening as he waved her away.
He's mad. How could someone like Lin Yunlou do such a thing to his own student? Scum like him has no place as a teacher. I'm not going back to that kind of home.
Hua Shangrong shouted at the principal.
She wasn't afraid of him at all.
She'd stayed quiet earlier only to protect Lin Yunlou. Now that he'd admitted everything, she saw no need to pretend to fear the principal.
I'm not going home. I'm going to Teacher Lin's house. What? You're going to his house again?
Lin Yunlou wished he could just faint on the spot.
Teacher Lin, you're back? Dinner will be ready soon, just wait a little longer.
As soon as he entered the doorway, Hua Shangrong came running up wearing a little apron she'd somehow gotten hold of. There was nothing in the house, so after school I ran to the supermarket and bought a whole bunch of ingredients.
You're in for a treat, Teacher Lin. How did you get in? Lin Yunlou was certain he hadn't shared the villa's access code with Hua Shangrong. Had he left the door unlocked when he left this morning? No, that couldn't be right. Could it be that Morong Fengwa had returned early?
I saw you enter the villa code once and just remembered it.
My memory's pretty good, huh?
Hua Shangrong beamed with pride and delight, stepping forward to hook her arm through Lin Yunlou's and pull him toward the dining room.
Phew. It's better than anything that Morong Fengwa isn't home.
Lin Yunlou resignedly followed Hua Shangrong to the dining table.
How is it? Tasty?
Hua Shangrong busily served Lin Yunlou dishes, her face brimming with anticipation for his praise.
Shangrong, did you make this yourself?
Lin Yunlou wore a pained expression, his gaze fixed on Hua Shangrong with a peculiar look.
Could this girl really be cooking for the first time?
Especially that plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The eggs were black and slick, covered in a thick layer of salt. One bite nearly killed him with saltiness.
Is it really that bad? I followed the recipe exactly. Hua Shangrong picked up her chopsticks, ready to serve herself. Oh, not bad at all. Shangrong, you're amazing.
Lin Yunlou ate while giving her a thumbs up, nearly crying inside for his poor stomach.
Why must you suffer so? But just hang in there a little longer. Really? Hua Shangrong's face lit up with a smile as she continued serving Lin Yunlou more food. If you like it, eat more.
Lin Yunlou shoveled rice and dishes into his mouth in big bites.
Teacher Lin, go watch TV. I'll handle the dishes.
After the meal, Hua Shangrong hurriedly stopped Lin Yunlou, who was about to wash the dishes.
Who knew Teacher Lin had such a hearty appetite? He ate nearly half of all these dishes. Hua Shangrong happily cleared the tableware. Could it really be that delicious? She picked up a leftover piece of egg from the plate with her fingers and popped it into her mouth. The moment she swallowed, Hua Shangrong's expression turned utterly bizarre. Pa! How could it be this salty? Is this even edible? Water! Why was it so awful? Yet Teacher Lin had eaten so much, looking thoroughly satisfied. Was he doing this on purpose?
Hua Shangrong glanced at Lin Yunlou, who was belching contentedly on the living room sofa.
An unnamed feeling churned within her. Chapter 17, Xiangrong's Heart 2. Hearing the doorbell chime, Lin Yunlou strolled leisurely to answer it. Sir, may I ask who you are?
Opening the door, he found a broad-cheeked, dark-skinned middle-aged man with a high-nose bridge and gray-rimmed glasses standing there, his expression stern. Behind him accompanied the very woman who had stood beside Shui Ruoyan days ago, accusing him of rape. The man's dark expression hardened as he scrutinized Lin Yunlou, his dissatisfaction growing with each passing moment. His brows knitted together as if Lin Yunlou had personally offended him. You are Lin Yunlou. The man's voice was deep, resonant, and commanding. My daughter is here with you. Have her come out. Hua Yonghong, CEO of the Hua Group, had a constant stream of projects demanding his attention. Out of 30 days in a month, he spent at least 20 on airplanes. His professional success had gradually caused him to neglect his family and his child. Today, he'd made time for a rare break. Feeling deeply indebted to his daughter, he'd risen early to buy breakfast, intending to share it with Hua Shangrong once she woke. By 8 o'clock, seeing her still not come downstairs, he went to her room only to find it empty. Suspicion immediately took root. He called the school demanding to know her whereabouts, only to be told by the damnable dean of discipline that he knew nothing. Cursing inwardly, he then contacted the bodyguard he de-hired for Hua Shangrong. The bodyguard finally revealed that Hua Shangrong had spent 2 nights at a male teacher's residence. Enraged, he stormed to Lin Yunlou's office with the bodyguard to demand her return.
Mr. Lin? Who is it? Hua Shangrong peered out from the kitchen.
Spotting Hua Yonghong, her smiling face instantly wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. She approached slowly.
What are you doing here?
Her tone was unfamiliar and cold.
What am I here for? Hua Yonghong snorted angrily.
You're coming home with me first.
He didn't want to handle family matters in front of outsiders. And you, a teacher, bringing a female student home to stay overnight? Shameless.
If it were my daughter.
He snorted.
Anyway, I'll call the school to file a complaint against you.
What about me? Hua Shangrong sneered coldly. Are you implying that if you'd defiled my daughter, I'd never let you off? Do you even remember you have a daughter? What kind of father are you? It took you 2 days to notice she wasn't home?
With that, she slammed the door shut, locking Hua Yonghong and the other person outside.
Teacher Lin. Hua Shangrong looked at Lin Yunlou with a face full of hurt. Am I being heartless? Disrespectful? This isn't me. I wasn't always like this. Neither were Mom and Dad.
Hua Shangrong buried her face in Lin Yunlou's shoulder and began to sob softly. Back when we had no money, Dad, Mom, and I lived in a tiny, dimly lit room. Though conditions were rough, I didn't mind at all. Every day after school, I'd see Mom bustling about in the kitchen, and Dad would always check on me, asking if I was cold or hungry. It was precisely because the house was so small that my parents and I could be so close together.
Back then, I felt so incredibly happy.
Lin Yunlou patted Hua Shangrong's head and sighed softly. Whose sorrow drapes my robes, whose loneliness weighs upon my shoulders. When our family gained wealth and moved into that villa, I believed I would be happier and more joyful than ever before.
Hua Shangrong sniffed hard, trying to hold back her tears.
Now that Mom and Dad live apart, there's a wall between their rooms in that villa. Every time I touch it, it feels so cold, so icy. I long to go back, to return to those days of long ago. Large tears fell onto the floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces.
Could I truly never go back?
To those carefree days when the three of us were together, happy and joyful, without barriers or worries. Lin Yunlou steadied Hua Shangrong's body and declared without room for argument.
You go back. What? Hua Shangrong stared at Lin Yunlou in disbelief. Was this his reaction?
She had treated him as her sole support, believing he was different, believing he was trustworthy. Yet, it turned out he was just like everyone else.
It was all a lie. All a lie. All illusions.
Hua Shangrong ripped off her apron and flung it at him. I shouldn't have expected anything from you in the first place. Covering her face, she bolted out the door, slamming it shut as if casting off some shackle. Silly girl, if you keep running away without fighting for it, time will forever remain something you can only yearn for but never grasp.
Happiness will always be something you can only dream of but never rely on. Looking at the room that had been so lively moments ago, Lin Yunlou suddenly felt the loneliness he'd grown accustomed to become overwhelmingly unsettling. Who secretly swapped the passing years? Burning away the faint traces, coming and going in haste. Casually transforming, the old stories fade into gray. Please support. Shangrong, what are you doing here? Wu Yu had her evening jogging habit, and today was no exception. Dressed in black workout gear, she had just finished her run and was on her way home when she happened to bump into Hua Shangrong coming out of Autumn Maple Villa. Why aren't you going home so late? Teacher Wu Yu. Hua Shangrong lifted her head and called out stiffly before continuing forward. Teacher Wu Yu, what do you think of Teacher Lin? After walking a few steps, Hua Shangrong suddenly turned around, her expression grave as she looked at Wu Yu. What? Wu Yu paused, taken aback. Teacher Lin seems like a decent person. Though she hadn't known Lin Yunlou for long, and their interactions in the office were limited to polite greetings, Wu Yu felt he was a good person. In this world, anything can be disguised, but one's character cannot be faked. She had seen Lin Yunlou assault the head of discipline with her own eyes and heard his impassioned words with her own ears. She trusted her judgment was correct. Is that so? Hua Shangrong suddenly smiled sadly. Without waiting for Wu Yu's reply, she turned and left. Miss Hua Shangrong, are you heading home now? Wu Yu suddenly recalled the headmaster's furious outburst earlier that morning over Hua Shangrong's absence and hurried after her. I recall your home as the renowned Autumn Maple Villa nearby. Where are you going? Are you here to urge me home too, teacher? Hua Shangrong turned gloomily, trying to smile, but no matter how she tugged at the corners of her mouth, no smile came. Let's go. I'm heading home. With that, she shuffled toward Autumn Maple Villa. Wu Yu noticed Hua Shangrong's unsettled expression. It was already so late, what if something happened? With that thought, she quickened her pace to catch up. Xiangrong. Hearing the door open, Hua Yangheng and Zhou Yuanhui, Hua Shangrong's mother, who had just returned home, rushed out. To their surprise, the bald discipline director was also there, lurking behind her parents like a creep. You finally deigned to come back? Hua Yangheng lunged at Hua Shangrong and slapped her across the face without a word. Making your parents worry, spending the night at some stranger's house, what do you think you're doing? Do you even know how to spell the word shame? You've brought utter disgrace upon us all. Zhou Yuanhui's stern face erupted in a torrent of angry scolding. Wu Yu frowned inwardly. How could a mother speak to her own daughter like this? No wonder Hua Shangrong didn't want to come home. Hua Shangrong covered her face with a bitter smile, her eyes blank as she glanced at her parents. What kind of parents are you? She muttered before turning and storming upstairs. Chapter 18, Shangrong's Heart 3. Yao, do you think Shangrong is home? At that moment, two girls peered anxiously through the iron gate of Hua Shangrong's house. They were her two best friends, Yao Yao and Ling Shi. Ugh, I have no idea. Yao Yao shot Ling Shi a pouty look. Shangrong is so inconsiderate. Running away from home is huge news, and she didn't even tell us? Her phone's off too. It's infuriating. Yao Yao, don't get so worked up. Xiangrong seems strong and happy on the surface, but I think her happiness is just a facade. It's like she's carrying some kind of emotional burden inside, though I don't know what it is. As her best friends, we should understand her. Sometimes she bears things alone, not because she doesn't want to tell us, but because she doesn't want us to worry. Pranks aside, Lingxi really is a girl who knows how to consider others. Hey, isn't that Teacher Lin? Under the streetlight, a figure flickered. Lingxi instinctively glanced over. What was he doing carrying a hammer? He seems to be heading this way. Yao Yao also spotted Lin Yunlou, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts. Lingxi, let's hide over there. Saying this, she pulled Lingxi, who was still wondering what Lin Yunlou was up to, into cover. Seeing his daughter run off, Hua Yangheng turned to Zhou Yuanhui beside him and complained angrily, it's all because you're never home. Your lack of supervision caused this mess. Now we don't even know if our daughter is safe or not. Me? Zhou Yuanhui flared up at Hua Yangheng's words, pointing an accusing finger at his nose. You're no better. Could you please stop bringing those dubious women home? She sneered coldly. The child must have run away because she couldn't stand you. Humph. Those women are all company clients. What do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for this family. Hua Yangheng snorted coldly, then turned his head toward Zhu Guoliang and Wu Yu. How on earth does your school teach students? It's all because of your poor management that my daughter has become like this. We sincerely apologize. This incident was actually triggered by Hua Shangrong's new homeroom teacher. Zhu Guoliang shifted all blame onto Lin Yunlou. That person is unfit to be a teacher. Rest assured, the school will expel such trash immediately. Selfish people always shift blame onto others. Wu Yue frowned silently as she listened. This head of discipline was clearly settling a personal score. Hoof. He struts around like a peacock in front of teachers, but turns into a timid little bird in front of parents, just fawning and sucking up. With a loud bang, the front door was kicked open. Xu Guoliang, standing at the entrance, jumped in surprise. Turning around, he saw Lin Yunlou standing there, a massive hammer slung over his shoulder. Lin Yunlou. What are you doing here? Xu Guoliang bellowed at him. Good heavens, this violent maniac carrying such a huge hammer, could he be here to kill me? I haven't even bought insurance yet. Wu Yue stared at Lin Yunlou in astonishment. This teacher Lin always did things so unexpectedly. Little girl. Ignoring Xu Guoliang's ranting, Lin Yunlou strode through the doorway. What are you doing here? Hua Yonghong shoved Xu Guoliang aside and stepped in front of Lin Yunlou, demanding loudly. My student said she wants to go back to the past. I'm here to fulfill her wish. Lin Yunlou stated, enunciating each word clearly. Spotting Hua Shangrong running out of the room, Lin Yunlou lifted his head to look at her, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Little girl, where is it? Back to the past? Did Kyoto Private High School hire a lunatic as a teacher? Hua Yonghong was about to speak. Teacher Lin. Hua Shangrong's mind went blank the moment she saw Lin Yunlou. She didn't understand what he was asking, but she knew he hadn't given up on her. A lump formed in her throat, her hands gripping the railing trembled slightly with emotion, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing Hua Shangrong's lack of response, Lin Yunlou ignored the villa's owner, who was hammer in hand, stomping up the stairs. He headed straight for the master bedroom. Hey! What are you doing? If you don't leave now, I'm calling the police. I really will call the police. Hua Yonghong and his wife, along with Xu Guoliang and the others, followed in a panic, shouting loudly. Xu Guoliang, in particular, was filled with dread, wondering what kind of trouble this scumbag Lin Yunlou would bring to the school. He was so anxious he wished Lin Yunlou would vanish from sight immediately. Lingxi, come on. Let's go inside and see. Hearing the commotion, Yao grabbed Lingxi's hand and slipped quietly into the villa. Upon entering the master bedroom, Lin Yunlou paused and glanced at Hua Shangrong. Is this the one? Your father's room? Ha? Yes. As Hua Shangrong gave a slight nod, Lin Yunlou swung the sledgehammer in his hand with a loud thud. Instantly, a hole the size of a head appeared in the wall. Good heavens! Wu Yue covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Lin Yunlou, you're not going to stop? Zhu Guoliang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Did this bastard even know what he was doing? Hua Yonghong's face darkened as he turned to the stunned Zhou Yuanhui and bellowed, What are you standing there for? Call the police immediately. Yes. Arrest him. Lock up this scum. Xu Guoliang no longer cared about the school. Nothing mattered more than getting this piece of trash behind bars. Bang! Lin Yunlou swung the sledgehammer, pounding relentlessly. Soon, half the wall collapsed. He couldn't care less about their screams. Living like this was no family life at all. No wonder the little girl was so heartbroken. With that thought, another powerful blow crashed down. Hua Shangrong was like someone possessed. She couldn't hear the others shouting. Her eyes were fixed only on the figure swinging the hammer. Tears welled up in her eyes. Teacher Lin was smashing the wall for her. Hua Shangrong stared at the hole now torn in the. She hated it, hated her parents, hated time for stealing her happiness. Yet she had never taken action to change the situation. Now, Teacher Lin had come. Teacher Lin was smashing down this emotionless, cold wall for her. The wall cracked open. Hua Shangrong slowly entered the other bedroom, stopping before the wall with its gaping hole. She turned around, her gaze meeting Lin Yunlou's delicate features. Lin Yunlou set down the hammer, raised an eyebrow, and peered through the hole at Nanako. Little girl, what you do next is entirely up to you. Hua Shangrong gazed at her, pressed her lips together, and tears began to fall. Yet, she suddenly broke into a smile. On the other side of the wall, Lin Yunlou also smiled. He playfully curved his lips at the corners, then shook his head. Shouldering the heavy hammer, he walked away. Throughout it all, Wu Yue had watched Lin Yunlou until he shouldered the hammer and left. Frankly, though they'd known each other less than a week, Lin Yunlou's actions had already left an indelible mark on her heart. From his righteous tirade when beating the headmaster to his current bizarre behavior smashing walls that astonished her yet captivated her in equal measure. This man was plain-looking, dressed without style, and clearly poor. Yet his actions were like a cup of fragrant, aged wine intoxicating and utterly captivating. Yao and Ling Shi, peering from outside the bedroom, watched Lin Yunlou stroll past them. They exchanged bewildered glances. Teacher Lin smashed the wall of the Xiang residence? This world was mad. Who gave him the nerve? Had they seen wrong? Chapter 19, False Alarm 1. The sky was a deep, cloudless blue, not a breath of wind stirring. The scorching sun hung overhead, while the trees stood listlessly along the roadside, watching the passing crowd with indifferent stares. Hey, why would I go smashing someone else's wall? Great, now I'm definitely getting expelled. Lin Yunlou walked through the gates of Kyoto Private High School with his head bowed, a deeply troubled look on his face. If only he'd used a brick to smash her window instead. Why had he been so impulsive, choosing to smash the wall? Sigh. This might be the last time he ever stepped through these gates. "Mr. Li, where's the principal today?" As he reached his private parking spot, a voice suddenly called out from behind the carport. What caught Lin Yunlou's attention wasn't the voice's pleasantness, but the fact it was asking about Zhu Guoliang. To hear better, he took 2 more steps forward. This bespectacled man was the teacher who had accompanied the principal on his first day of work. Lin Yunlou remembered his surname was Li, but he didn't recognize the person standing beside him. He heard Teacher Li snort disdainfully. That Lin Yunlou punched the principal on his very first day at school. He's been opposing the principal at every turn. Just yesterday, he barged into a student's home and smashed the bedroom wall to pieces. Do you think the principal would let him off? Early this morning, the principal went straight to the principal's office to wait. This time, he'll definitely get rid of that Lin Yunlou. Damn, Lin Yunlou was so ungrateful, not giving the principal any respect. He had to get rid of him. Lin Yunlou couldn't be bothered to listen to the rest, just more nasty insults. He curled his lip, slipped his hand into his pocket to touch the resignation letter, then headed straight for the principal's office. He'd rather quit himself than wait to be fired and endure the bald principal's sarcastic jabs. Why hadn't they fired him? He'd trespassed into private residences and destroyed personal property that was criminal. If he hadn't stopped Hua Shangrong's parents from calling the police, the school's reputation would be ruined by now. As he reached the principal's office door, Lin Yunlou raised his hand to knock, but the bald director's grating voice boomed out. What did I owe this bald-headed director in a past life? He just won't let me go. He tapped lightly on the door a few times. Before anyone inside could respond, Lin Yunlou pushed the door open, strode straight to Qiu Xingxue, and pulled his resignation letter from his pocket, placing it on the desk in front of him. "Here's my resignation letter," he said. At least you're smart enough to quit on your own." Seeing Lin Yunlou present the letter, the bald director let out a sarcastic chuckle. "Why are you resigning?" Qiu Xingxue casually picked up the letter and glanced at it absently. "If you don't state your reason, I won't accept your resignation." "Principal, just approve his resignation. Why all the questions? Do you really want to keep this violent maniac on campus, someone who randomly beats people and smashes others' walls with a hammer?" Director Zhu retorted indignantly. "Director Zhu, have you no concept of politeness?" Qiu Xingxue was thoroughly annoyed. This Zhu Guoliang was truly outrageous, utterly lacking in manners, showing her, the principal, no respect whatsoever. Are you that idle? Don't you have classes to monitor? Though furious, now was not the time to antagonize Zhu Guoliang. Qiu Xingxue gently but firmly dismissed him. Zhu Guoliang snorted coldly, shooting a venomous glance at Lin Yunlou before storming out of the office. "I have nothing to explain," Lin Yunlou said with a faint smile, his eyes fixed on Qiu Xingxue. "Though it was only a few short days, I still want to thank you for your care." "Heh, why the rush? Did I tell you to leave?" Qiu Xingxue regarded Lin Yunlou with a half-smile. "Hua Shangrong's father, Hua Yonghun, just called me." Qiu Xingxue pouted. On the call, Hua Shangrong's father angrily demanded why the school hired a violent teacher like you. I was speechless, just stammering as he vented his rage at me over the phone. How unfair is that? After a pause, Qiu Xingxue shot Lin Yunlou a resentful glance. She picked up the teacup on the table, sipped twice, and continued, "But in the end, he insisted I absolutely must not fire you, not even the slightest punishment. If the school dismissed you, it would be a huge loss for both the institution and the students. So I ended up being both the scapegoat and the messenger." At this, Qiu Xingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes before continuing. "Oh, and he asked me to thank you on his behalf." I could tell it was genuine gratitude. Qiu Xingxue's beautiful, watery eyes widened slightly with curiosity. Her upper eyelids drooped gently as she fixed her gaze squarely on teacher Lin Yunlou. "Can you tell me what magic you possess?" She was genuinely curious and astonished. Astonished that Lin Yunlou had managed to survive unscathed amidst the bizarre antics of those little devils in Class 211. Curious why Hua Yonghun, after Lin Yunlou smashed his family's wall, not only didn't hold him accountable but actually thanked him. It was absurd, really. Magic? Lin Yunlou chuckled wryly. He was just an ordinary person, where would he get any magic? She must be writing a fantasy novel. "I only did what any teacher should do," Lin Yunlou murmured, unable to suppress his joy. He was overjoyed not just because he could continue teaching at Kyoto Private High School, but more profoundly because of Hua Yonghun's gratitude. What could be more rewarding than earning a student's parents' genuine appreciation and heartfelt thanks as an educator? Though his actions and words were met with misunderstanding by outsiders, even teachers who secretly called him a fool, he paid them no mind. He could completely disregard such trivial gossip, not even bothering to acknowledge it. A person who cannot commit is a laggard, one who holds nothing steadfast is a drifting soul. The former evokes pity, the latter, contempt. What Lin Yunlou sought to embody was encapsulated in 2 words, steadfastness. Even if branded a fool. Yet wasn't this cold society precisely lacking such stubbornly foolish souls? Oh, really? Qiu Xingxue blinked, clearly unconvinced by Lin Yunlou's excuses. But if he didn't wish to elaborate, she wouldn't press him. She picked up the envelope from the table and handed it to him. Since Hua Yongheng isn't holding you accountable, there's no need for you to leave. Take this resignation letter back with you, I've no use for it here. Lin Yunlou took the letter, gave Qiao Xingxue a grateful nod, then turned to leave. Teacher Lin.
Hearing Qiao Xingxue call out, Lin Yunlou turned back in surprise to see her smiling at him.
Do you regret what happened last night? I didn't regret it while I was doing it.
But this morning, the moment I opened my eyes and realized I'd be dismissed, that's when I knew regret. Lin Yunlou smiled, pressed the door handle, and left. Staring at the closed door, Qiao Xingxue remained silent for a long while before suddenly smiling. Her smile was as radiant as a celestial being's touch, charming yet not ostentatious. Yes, if he had told her he never regretted it, she would have thought him insincere. Who would do such a foolish thing unless driven by a force within? Chapter 20, False Alarm 2. Guess who it is? Just as Lin Yunlou reached the first floor and was about to exit, a pair of hands suddenly covered his eyes. Quite fragrant.
Xiangrong, stop messing around.
Lin Yunlou removed the hands from his eyes and turned to look behind him, only to see two photographers, Yao Dao and Lingxi, following closely behind Xiangrong with their heads bowed.
What a bore. Hua Xiangrong pouted. Teacher Lin, how did you know it was me? How could I not recognize such a large silhouette?
Lin Yunlou pointed to a large glass panel 2 meters ahead.
What are you doing here? Isn't class already in session? Skipping again, are you? Hee, I came to thank you. You actually scolded me.
Hua Xiangrong put on a pouty, almost tearful expression.
But Lin Yunlou wasn't falling for it. Seriously, once wasn't enough? She was clearly faking it.
Sure enough, seeing Lin Yunlou ignore her, Hua Xiangrong flashed a mischievous grin and started chattering away.
After you left yesterday, our family was bustling until late into the night.
Hee, Dad and Mom were arguing like crazy. But not long after, when their gazes met through the gaping hole in the wall, both of them smiled, looking rather embarrassed. I haven't seen that look on their faces in ages.
Not since we escaped poverty, that's for sure.
Hua Xiangrong said, letting out a long sigh.
I'm fine now.
Though I'm not entirely sure why, it feels like a huge weight has been lifted off my chest.
Looks like it worked better than expected.
Hearing Hua Xiangrong say this, Lin Yunlou felt like his heart was bursting with joy. He almost had a tail wagging. But his face remained calm and composed, offering only a faint smile.
Now that your parents are getting along again, you mustn't cry anymore, okay? Like that would happen.
Hua Xiangrong retorted, pouting her little mouth. She certainly didn't want Lin Yunlou to expose her tearful mess in front of her best friend.
Oh my, how embarrassing. Alright, you didn't.
Seeing Hua Xiangrong's pout, Lin Yunlou quickly waved his hand to change the subject.
You've been out for a while. Hurry back to class now. Teacher Lin.
Just as Lin Yunlou turned to leave, he heard someone call his name. He turned back, puzzled, to look at Yao Yao and Lingxi. Besides Hua Xiangrong, only Yao Yao and Lingxi remained here. The voice hadn't belonged to Hua Xiangrong, so naturally, his gaze fell on the two of them.
Teacher Lin.
Seeing the two looking awkward and stiff, Lin Yunlou smiled gently.
I know what you want to say. Actually, it's unnecessary. Just don't play tricks on the teacher anymore.
Lin Yunlou put on a look of deep grievance, as if someone had done him a great wrong.
Yes, teacher. We won't do it again. Yao Yao and Lingxi nodded their little heads firmly. Alright, hurry back to class.
I need to return to my office to prepare my lesson plan.
My class is next period, and you're not skipping again or I'll get angry.
All the way back, Lin Yunlou hummed cheerfully under his breath. Arriving at the music department office, which also served as his temporary workspace, he picked up his lesson plan and stepped out. There, he encountered Wu Yu, who had just returned from her class. Noticing her distracted, troubled expression, Lin Yunlou asked with concern, Teacher Wu, what's wrong?
Ah, Teacher Lin.
Wu Yu looked up in surprise. She'd been deep in thought and hadn't noticed him standing right in front of her.
Ms. Wu, what's wrong? You seem distracted.
Lin Yunlou felt a bit miffed.
He wasn't invisible, was he? She hadn't even noticed him standing there for so long? Nothing.
Wu Yu shook her head.
Teacher Lin, I heard you resigned? Seeing Wu Yu's concerned expression, Lin Yunlou felt a flutter of excitement.
This was the first time he'd ever been cared for by a beauty like her.
Well, it's a long story. I'll make it short. I actually went to hand in my resignation earlier. You saw what happened yesterday. After causing such a huge mess, I thought the school would definitely fire me.
But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and I ended up staying.
Well, congratulations then.
Wu Yu offered her sincere congratulations to Lin Yunlou.
Thanks.
Lin Yunlou waved cheerfully.
Oh no, class is starting. I gotta run, Teacher Wu.
Hearing the bell ring, he hurried off toward the classroom with his lesson plan tucked under his arm. Pushing open the door to class 211, Lin Yunlou's lips twitched at the sight inside. Finally, he frowned and walked up to the podium.
Teacher Lin. Hua Xiangrong called out worriedly. Lin Yunlou gave Hua Xiangrong a gentle shake of his head, signaling her to remain silent. All right. Lin Yunlou clapped his hands, as if to reclaim the attention of the students seated below. Last time, I mentioned the Middle Ages, when printing presses were not yet commonplace. Knowledge was extremely precious back then. To preserve this valuable knowledge, a secret technique called the memory palace emerged as a method of recording information. Today, I will systematically introduce it to you all. This. Bang! The classroom door was shoved open roughly. The headmaster's bald head poked in first, his gaunt, ugly face flushed with fury, veins bulging. Lin Yunlou, what are you doing standing there? You are no longer a teacher at this school. Leave immediately. The moment he knew Lin Yunlou would definitely leave the school, a huge weight lifted from his heart. And the pent-up frustration that had built up in his heart over the past few days vanished instantly. He had come to check on the class with immense satisfaction and joy, but when he saw Lin Yunlou still standing at the podium of class 211, that vanished frustration and anger returned, rising like a rocket blasting off. Xu Guoliang, Director Zhu. Lin Yunlou's expression was equally grim as he glared darkly at the discipline director. Didn't the principal inform you that I would remain at the school? The principal let you stay? Zhu Guoliang froze at Lin Yunlou's words, then sneered coldly. Stop lying. The principal would never allow you to remain at this school. Deep down, he believed most of what Lin Yunlou said. Though he despised Lin Yunlou and wished he'd get hit by a car on his way out, he didn't doubt Lin Yunlou's words. His rebuttal was merely self-deception. He couldn't accept the reality that Lin Yunlou would remain. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. This is my class time. Please leave and don't disrupt my lesson. Lin Yunlou took deliberate steps toward Zhu Guoliang. If Xu refused to go, he wouldn't mind personally escorting him out. Fine, I'll assume you're still a teacher at this school. Seeing Lin Yunlou closing in, Zhu Guoliang hastily waved his hands. He then pointed at the empty classroom and sneered, "What's this situation, Teacher Lin? Care to explain why only 1,212 students are attending class? Oof. Even if you stay, that trash from class 211 won't let you off the hook." A cold laugh echoed in Zhu Guoliang's mind. "I'm the homeroom teacher for class 211. You don't need to meddle." Lin Yunlou pushed Zhu Guoliang out the door as he spoke, then slammed it shut. "Teacher, should I call them back?" Hua Xiangrong, noticing Lin Yunlou's troubled expression, asked cautiously. Truthfully, she wasn't confident she could retrieve the other students, but seeing Lin Yunlou's distress made her feel uneasy too. She wanted to lighten his burden. "No need. You two are enough." Lin Yunlou offered a faint smile, bitter and resigned. "My knowledge isn't that cheap. Those who choose to attend my lectures are welcome. I won't force those who don't. Truthfully, their absence might just be a blessing for both them and me." Chapter 21, Did your head get stuck in the door? As soon as class ended, Hua Xiangrong rushed to the door and stopped Lin Yunlou, who was about to leave. She teased, "Teacher Lin, my parents would like to invite you over for dinner?" "Sure, when?" Lin Yunlou agreed readily. "How about this Saturday?" "No problem." Lin Yunlou replied with a smile. He was actually looking for a free meal. It's settled then. I'll go tell mom and dad so they can prepare in advance." With that, Hua Xiangrong skipped away. A marriage without love is a tedious farce. Marriage is mundane, yet what Lin Yunlou felt every day upon returning home was cold indifference. Glancing at Morong Fenghua, who sat reading documents on the living room sofa, Lin Yunlou felt an unstoppable wave of disappointment wash over him. He truly sensed that they weren't husband and wife, but rather like unfamiliar roommates sharing the same house. Why was this woman in the living room reviewing documents instead of using the study? Seriously. Pouring himself a glass of water, Lin Yunlou shot a frustrated glance at the television. Well, watching TV was out of the question tonight. Ever since moving into this villa, he'd become hooked on dramas, enjoying primetime series every evening from his sofa. Seems I should learn to use a computer. Lin Yunlou exhaled a sigh, then walked into the kitchen to grab a box of instant noodles. He detossed everything Hua Xiangrong had put in the fridge, worried Morong Fenghua might notice. After a hasty dinner, he headed straight for the study. Before 6 the next morning, Lin Yunlou scrambled out of bed. Though Kyoto Private High didn't have evening study sessions, they scheduled daily morning English classes to boost students' speaking and listening skills. As both homeroom teacher and English instructor, he naturally had to attend even if no one from class 211 ever showed up. Stepping out of his bedroom, he noticed the living room light was on. Could this woman have stayed up all night reviewing documents? Lin Yunlou muttered under his breath, peering down suspiciously. There, slumped asleep on the sofa, was Morong Fenghua, clutching several sheets of white paper. This workaholic, does she even care about her health anymore? They say the poor trade their lives for money, but with a fortune of at least several billion, is this really necessary? Lin Yunlou sighed inwardly. He returned to his bedroom at just 9 last night and hadn't thought much of seeing Morong Fenghua still working. He assumed she'd retire once she finished the documents, so he hadn't bothered to remind her. Little did he know she'd spent the entire night and still hadn't finished. Though summer, the morning air in the capital still carried a faint chill. He worried she might catch a cold. Returning to the bedroom, he grabbed a blanket and tiptoed over to her like a thief, crouching down to cover her. "What are you doing?" Morong Fengwa suddenly awoke, casting a cold glance at Lin Yunlou before shifting her gaze to the hands resting on her shoulders. Lin Yunlou hastily withdrew his hands. Seeing the icy glare in Morong Fengwa's already cold eyes intensify, he stammered incoherently, well, don't be angry. It's like this: I saw you asleep and thought I'd take advantage of you. No. What's wrong with my mouth? It always screws up at the worst moments. Enough. Morong Fenghua uttered the word flatly before rising slowly. She approached Lin Yunlou step by step, halting only when she invaded his personal space. Then, thud. This cold-hearted, violent woman, what sin did I commit in a past life to deserve a wife like her? I kindly covered her with a blanket, and she hits me? Is there any justice in the world? If this were ancient times, she'd be dragged off to be drowned in a pig cage. Lin Yunlou touched the bruise on his left eye, which Morong Fenghua had struck. How could this woman be so strong? Ouch, it still hurts. Sigh. Never again would he do such thankless, foolish deeds. Not only did he suffer for nothing, but recalling Morong Fenghua's contemptuous gaze as she left made Lin Yunlou's blood boil. Teacher Lin. A sudden shout startled Lin Yunlou out of his reverie, making his heart skip a beat. This bike shed was usually deserted, eerily quiet, with occasional gusts of wind adding to the spooky atmosphere. He turned and glared at Hua Xiangrong, who had hooked her arm through his. Trying to scare the life out of me, he snapped. You walk like a ghost, no sound at all. And stop rubbing your chest against me like that. We're not that close. Hua Xiangrong completely ignored Lin Yunlou's deliberately sour expression, running her fingers through her hair as she asked, Teacher Lin, do I look nice? Much more pleasing to the eye now. Seeing Hua Xiangrong's naturally flowing, waterfall-like jet-black hair, Lin Yunlou smiled. He hadn't expected this little girl to dye her beloved yellow hair black and straighten her curls just because of his comment. Her 3,000 strands now fell straight to her waist, exuding a subtle, intellectual feminine charm. Ha! Teacher Lin, what happened to your eye? Hua Xiangrong suddenly noticed the bruise on Lin Yunlou's left eye. Her pretty face grew tense as she stared at him, her voice firm. Teacher Lin, which bastard did this? I'll go find him and settle this. The world must be upside down. Someone actually dared to hit her. Teacher Lin. She herself couldn't bring herself to say a harsh word, let alone lay a hand on him. Now someone had the audacity to strike him? That person absolutely couldn't be spared. I want to call her a fool too. I want to confront her myself. But she's my wife. Lin Yunlou's handsome face twisted slightly in bitterness. It's nothing. I brought this on myself. Please don't do anything rash. He knew all too well Hua Xiangrong's tricks. If she found out Morong Fenghua had hit him, it would be a disaster. Morong Fenghua would be driven mad if she got her hands on him. So what really happened? Tell me. Hua Xiangrong wrapped her arms around Lin Yunlou's waist and moved them up and down his chest in an unmistakably suggestive manner. Just tell me. I'll be good. I promise not to do anything that would tarnish a lady's image. You? Lin Yunlou eyed Hua Xiangrong with utter contempt, thinking, you tried to strip the first time we met, and you dare call yourself a lady? Seeing her shamelessness, he couldn't even be bothered to look down on her anymore. Teacher Lin, what's with that look? Nothing. Lin Yunlou smiled and turned away, making up an excuse. My eye got bumped by the door this morning when I left. Oh, come on. Hua Xiangrong looked genuinely shocked for a moment before fixing Lin Yunlou with a serious gaze. Teacher, did you hit your head on the door? Me? Your head got hit by a door. Your whole family's heads got hit by doors. Lin Yunlou trudged toward the classroom in frustration. Chapter 22, A World That Seems Familiar 1. After class, the knockoff phone in Lin Yunlou's pocket buzzed insistently. Hello, principal? Yes, what? Alright, I'll do my best. Hua Xiangrong, Yao Yao, and Lingxi had been trailing behind Lin Yunlou since school ended, though they couldn't explain why they followed him. Before Lin Yunlou arrived, they'd only known how to blend in with others, bullying teachers, and indulging in carefree fun. Yet after his arrival, they found themselves suddenly bored, even disgusted by activities they'd once relished. Seeing Lin Yunlou's face cloud over after taking a call, Hua Xiangrong walked up and affectionately hooked her arm through his. Teacher Lin, got into trouble, huh? Oh, heavens, why always this little brat? Lin Yunlou didn't know what to say. He gave a smile to Yao Yao and Lingxi behind him, then turned his head to Hua Xiangrong. Aren't you two going home? Your parents will worry. As he spoke, his gaze drifted involuntarily toward Hua Xiangrong's chest. Could friction really stimulate rapid growth? Otherwise, why did this girl always drape her arm over his fullness, practically deforming it? Didn't it hurt? Still, the sensation wasn't bad, soft and tender. It's still early, and mom and dad know I'm with you. They won't worry. Hua Xiangrong giggled coyly. Teacher Lin, did the principal just call urging you to find the rest of the class? And you really didn't want to do it, so that's why you're troubled, right? How did you know?
Lin Yunlou stared in surprise at Hua Shangrong, who was now smiling charmingly.
Could this girl read minds? Could she see everything he was thinking? Yao Yao tugged Lingxi over to Hua Shangrong's side and said with a smile, the three of us were following right behind teacher Lin the whole time.
Plus, your phone was really loud, and Shangrong was eavesdropping the whole time.
Of course she knew.
Yao Yao, Hua Shangrong turned slightly, glaring at the giggling Yao Yao before facing Lin Yunlou again.
Teacher Lin, if you want to find them, I can help you. You can help me?
Lin Yunlou halted, shooting Hua Shangrong a half smile, half sneer before resuming his pace.
Forget it. I'll just go home and watch TV. I'm not so desperate I'd beg students to attend class. He knew that if he went begging those rebellious students to return to class, they'd only grow more arrogant and look down on him. Conversely, if he ignored them completely, they'd become curious, bored, and even disappointed.
Lin Yunlou didn't realize his tactic was precisely the psychological phenomenon known as the contrast effect. The longer he delayed, the more control he gained. But as luck would have it, the education commissioner was scheduled to inspect the school next month.
Now, Lin Yunlou couldn't afford to drag things out any longer. Teacher Lin.
Hua Shangrong suddenly yanked her hand free from his grip, planting her feet firmly in place. Her lips curled into a pout, tears welling in her eyes as she glared at him with hurt.
How could you do this?
If you don't bring the other students back, you'll definitely get expelled.
That would make us so sad. Fine, I'm scared of you.
Hua Shangrong grew more agitated, tears spilling from her eyes. Lin Yunlou stepped before her, urgently wiping her tears with his sleeve.
I promise I'll find them, okay? I just don't get you 1 minute laughing, the next crying. Is this fun? I laugh because I know you like to laugh. I cry because I know you can't stand seeing a woman cry. Just this once. Next time, I won't cry in front of you. Hearing Lin Yunlou agree, Hua Shangrong instantly broke into a smile through her tears. Then let's go now. Right now? Isn't there still a month left? Let's talk about it next time. Lin Yunlou waved his hand dismissively, ready to leave.
No way, tonight was the finale of the drama he'd been binge-watching.
He couldn't miss it.
Though his students were important, there was still a month. Lin Yunlou was confident he could round up that entire group within that time.
Come on, stop dawdling.
Hua Shangrong gave a soft snort, taking Lin Yunlou's hand without further discussion.
I'll take you to deal with the easiest ones first. Lu Chen and his 3 buddies. Wait. Hey, my bike. Lin Yunlou shouted. Yao Yao has a car. Just leave your bike there. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Yao and Ling Shi. The two understood immediately, stepping forward to practically drag Lin Yunlou into the car. Yao Yao, this car must be really expensive, right? Lin Yunlou, sitting in the passenger seat, curiously ran his hands over the dashboard before turning to Yao Yao, who was focused on driving, with an envious look. Teacher Lin, please don't distract Yao Yao while she's driving.
She's a new driver, Hua Shangrong whispered from the back seat.
New driver? No wonder she's driving so slow.
Lin Yunlou turned nervously to look at Hua Shangrong and Ling Shi.
She doesn't have a license, does she? No.
Hua Shangrong and Ling Shi nodded in unison.
But we have this.
Hua Shangrong produced a small sign from somewhere, showed it to Lin Yunlou, then placed it above the driver's seat. Expelled from driving school, self-taught, novice driver, skilled at emergency stops? Lin Yunlou tightened her seatbelt and kept reminding Yao Yao. Just drive slower, I'm not in a hurry. Safety first, safety first. You think 30 miles per hour is too fast? Hua Shangrong rolled her eyes dramatically, nudging Lin Yunlou's arm. Teacher, relax. Your tension is distracting Yao Yao. Let's talk. It'll help you relax. What should I tell you? I'll fill you in on Lu Chen's background. Seeing Lin Yunlou turn his head, Hua Shangrong cleared her throat and said solemnly, Lu Chen himself isn't particularly remarkable except for being a skilled fighter. But his father, Lu Xiao, is one of the top gang bosses in Beijing. He commands thousands of underlings and holds immense influence in the underworld. That man has a violent temper and is ruthless and bloodthirsty. Teacher Lin, when you go to see Lu Xiao, you absolutely must not run into his father. Why? Lin Yunlou asked. I'm Lu Chen's homeroom teacher. It's only natural for me to communicate with his father. Because when Lu Xiao was young, he was expelled from school by a teacher. Ever since then, he's harbored an intense hatred for educators. If he finds out you're a teacher, you could easily end up dead. To emphasize her point, Hua Shangrong mimed slitting her throat. Underworld? Lin Yunlou narrowed his eyes at Hua Shangrong, a wicked smile curling his lips before erupting into loud laughter. Thump, thump. Hua Shangrong's heart pounded wildly. A blush spread across her charming face, her eyes seeming to be soaked in dye, painted with a beautiful hue. Teacher Lin's smile was so beautiful, so captivating. How had she never noticed it before? Seeing Lin Yunlou still staring at her, her heart pounding wildly, she hastily shifted her gaze to Ling Shi beside her. Ling Shi, however, looked even more flustered than she did. Her usually quiet little face was now flushed crimson, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Yunlou, filled with adoration. Humph.
That philandering Mr. Lin having me wasn't enough, now he wanted to lure Lingxi in too. Hua Shangrong felt a pang of jealousy, pouting angrily. If this kept up, Lingxi would fall for him too. No way. Mr. Lin was hers alone. She wouldn't let anyone steal him, not even her best friend. Ahem, ahem. Hua Shangrong cleared her throat twice, then turned her head and called out loudly, Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin. Ha! Lin Yunlou finally snapped back to reality. What was wrong with him? Why did the mere mention of the underworld send such excitement coursing through him, making his blood boil? The underworld was full of ruthless criminals. Shouldn't he be terrified at the thought of dealing with such people? Chapter 23, a world that seems familiar too. Unable to fathom why he felt this way, Lin Yunlou decided to stop overthinking it. He turned to Hua Shangrong, who was glaring at him with her wide, bell-like eyes, and asked, Hua Shangrong, what is it? Nothing. We're here. The car pulled up outside a bar. Yao Yao exhaled deeply and stepped out first. Driving really was a bit of a challenge for her. Lin Yunlou got out and surveyed the bar's exterior. Two burly men in suits stood at the entrance, likely security. Though it wasn't peak hours yet, the bar was bustling with well-dressed, affluent patrons. Rarely did he spot the usual briefcase-toting office workers. Can you guys get in? Of course we can. Hua Shangrong had intended to ignore Lin Yunlou and give him the cold shoulder, but seeing his puzzled expression, she couldn't help but speak up. This bar operates on a membership system. As long as you have a card, you can enter. They won't ask your age or scrutinize your attire, only the card matters. How do you know all this? Do you come here often? Lingxi told me all this. Hua Shangrong feared Lin Yunlou might misunderstand her and hurried to explain. This is my very first time here. Honestly, my first time. I was just asking. Why are you so nervous? Lin Yunlou gave a faint smile, his curious eyes shifting to Lingxi. Why does Lingxi know all this? Just as Hua Shangrong was about to speak, she felt her sleeve tugged. Turning her head suspiciously, she saw Lingxi shaking her head at her. Hua Shangrong was quick-witted. She instantly grasped Lingxi's meaning. The shake of her head was a signal not to tell Lin Yunlou about her affairs. Hua Shangrong thought it best for Lin Yunlou to know as little as possible about Lingxi's background, so she simply changed the subject. Oh, it's nothing. Teacher Lin, why are you being so gossipy, like a woman? Come on, let's go inside. With that, she strode ahead. Lin Yunlou followed Hua Shangrong and the others to the bar entrance. Watching Hua Shangrong pull out a card and hand it to the security guard checking IDs, he glanced at the shape of the membership card in the guard's hand. With a naive murmur, he remarked, so this is a membership card? It looks just like my old transit pass. Hua Shangrong heard his words and rolled her eyes. What do you mean, similar to a transit card? The difference is huge. Have you ever seen a transit card get you into a bar for free drinks, food, and entertainment? Look at you, acting like such a newbie. I'm embarrassed to even like you. After a thorough check and confirming everything was in order, the security guard returned the membership card to Hua Shangrong and the others. He bowed slightly and said professionally, Esteemed guests, you may now enter. Wishing you a most enjoyable evening. Welcome, distinguished guests, to this feast of wine and flesh. Before Lin Yunlou could even take in the bar's interior, a stunning woman in a cheongsam approached them, her voice sweet and alluring. How might I assist you? Lin Yunlou caught a glimpse of her snow-white thighs and swallowed hard. This lecherous teacher. Lin Yunlou's every move was under Hua Shangrong's watchful eye. Seeing him fixated on the flirtatious waitress's legs as if they were made of gold or diamonds, so engrossed he didn't even blink, she puffed out her lips in annoyance. Then, she quietly lifted her foot and stomped down hard, aiming precisely for Lin Yunlou's foot. Ow! Lin Yunlou yelped in pain. Thankfully, Hua Shangrong wasn't wearing high heels, otherwise, his right foot would have been crippled. Oh dear, Teacher Lin, are you alright? Hua Shangrong looked at him with concern, then leaned close to whisper in his ear, Teacher Lin, your eyes were practically devouring someone else's legs. As a human soul engineer, you really should mind your image at all times. You, me. Lin Yunlou clutched his foot, utterly speechless. With that lofty title of engineer of human souls weighing on him, he couldn't even bring himself to scold Hua Shangrong. Lingxi and Yao Yao exchanged a glance and giggled, covering their mouths. Ha! Isn't this Miss Lingxi? Accompanied by hearty laughter, a group streamed through the bar entrance. Leading them was a composed middle-aged man, around 40, with slightly receding temples, thick, neatly groomed eyebrows, and eyes that sparkled with vitality. His gaze toward Lin Yunlou and the others was polite, even carrying a hint of deference. When he laughed, a row of neatly aligned, slightly yellowed teeth showed. His fingers were thick, and a jade ring adorned the ring finger of his right hand. He wore a grayish-white, well-tailored suit. Though Lin Yunlou didn't know the brand, the fabric suggested it was undoubtedly expensive. Nike? Following the middle-aged man were precisely the individuals Lin Yunlou sought, Lu Chen and the other 3 students from Class 11, Year 2. Behind Lu Chen trailed several burly men clad in black suits. Didn't they feel the heat? And now, as dusk approached, they still wore sunglasses. Were they trying to look cool? The middle-aged man approached Lingxi and called softly, "Miss Lingxi, you." Lingxi raised her hand to cut him off, giving him a cool glance before fixing her gaze on Lu Chen. "I need to speak with Lu Chen." Her attitude was cold and haughty, a stark contrast to the quiet, demure girl she had been moments before. "Miss Lingxi, has Lu Chen offended you in any way?" The middle-aged man turned to glare at Lu Chen, who wore an expression of utter innocence. He continued cautiously, "If Lu Chen truly has offended Miss Lingxi, I won't let him off the hook." He hasn't offended me." Lingxi cut the middle-aged man off, pointing at Lin Yunlou. "My teacher is looking for him." Her words were brief, her tone icy, as if exchanging another word with the man before her would be beneath her dignity. "Teacher?" The middle-aged man felt a wave of relief wash over him. His eyes swept over Lin Yunlou, a hint of menace flickering within. "So it must be him. Humph. If Lingxi weren't here, I'd skin him alive. What kind of teacher is this? Nothing but a bunch of hypocritical bastards." The man knew Lu Chen and Lingxi were in the same class. If he was Lingxi's teacher, then he must be Lu Chen's teacher too. "You must be Lu Chen's teacher. What's your name?" Because of Lingxi, the man's attitude was surprisingly polite. His son? Could this man be Lu Chen's father, the gangster boss Lu Xiao, the one Hua Xiangrong claimed hated teachers the most? He didn't look the part. "My surname is Lin." "Heh, so you're teacher Lin." Lu Xiao fought hard to suppress the urge to beat the crap out of Lin Yunlou, forcing a smile. "What brings you here to see Lu Chen, teacher Lin?" "Lu Chen hasn't attended school for several days, so I came to check if he's ill. If it's a terminal illness, I can process his leave of absence. But it doesn't seem to be the case." "Heh," Lu Xiao gritted his teeth in fury. "You're the one with a terminal illness. Your whole family has terminal illnesses." He forced a laugh and spat out through clenched teeth. "I'll make sure he attends school from now on." Turning to the three people beside Lu Chen, he added, "And you three tomorrow, you'll be carrying your backpacks to school too. Stop hanging around my son all the time. You'll corrupt him." Yao Yao rolled her eyes at the sidelines. "With your son's character, he'd be lucky if he didn't corrupt others." "Others corrupting him? Please, does anyone even have that kind of influence?" "Heh, with Mr. Lu Xiao being so reasonable, I can rest easy." Lin Yunlou chuckled before adding, "My purpose here is served. Goodbye." With that, he walked past Lu Xiao toward the door. Lingxi, Hua Xiangrong, and Yao Yao, still utterly confused by Lin Yunlou's abrupt departure, hurried after him. This place was a den of unsavory characters, and there was even a gang boss here who harbored hatred toward his teacher. Lin Yunlou felt it was unwise to linger any longer. Moreover, he was accompanied by several female students, making an early departure all the more necessary. If anything went wrong, he couldn't afford the responsibility. "Hey, wait up." Chapter 24, A World That Seems Familiar 3. A voice called out to Lin Yunlou and the others. The man strolled up to them and said, "Teacher Lin and everyone, you've come all this way, how could you leave so soon? If word got out, my peers would laugh at me. Today, we're holding a martial arts tournament here. Normally, only members can enter to watch. Teacher Lin and Miss Lingxi have come all this way, wouldn't it be a shame not to see it?" Moreover, Lu Xiao added with a mysterious smile, leaning close to whisper to Lin Yunlou, "There are plenty of beauties inside, top-tier lolas, office ladies, campus queens, you name it. All genuine, straight from the source. With just a word from you, Teacher Lin, they'll be lying in your bed." At that moment, Lu Xiao resembled a pimp in a brothel, soliciting customers. Having finally snagged a chance to curry favor with Lingxi, how could he let it slip? Naturally, he poured on the flattery. But seeing Lingxi watching Lin Yunlou's reaction, his target of flattery swiftly shifted to Lin Yunlou. "There's no such thing as a cat that never steals a fish. I don't believe you won't take the bait." "Oh, really?" Lin Yunlou's eyes widened instantly. Stroking his chin, he turned to Lu Xiao and asked in an equally low voice, "Any discount?" "Haha, Teacher Lin, you jest. How could I dare charge you? Feel free to enjoy yourself, all expenses are on me." Humph. Hua Xiangrong stood close to Lin Yunlou, catching every word of Lu Xiao and Lin Yunlou's exchange. She snorted coldly, then quietly lifted her left foot. As if reenacting the scene, she stomped down hard. Unfortunately, while the process was the same, the outcome was different. Seeing Hua Xiangrong's foot strike the hard floor, Lin Yunlou felt a surge of satisfaction. "Heh, little girl, I've been guarding against this move of yours for ages. Serves you right for asking for it. Mr. Lu Xiao, might I observe the boxing match you mentioned earlier?" That was Lin Yunlou's true objective. As for the beauties, he could always return alone another time. He couldn't explain why the mention of a combat tournament had suddenly electrified him. Despite his desperate attempts to suppress it, his words and actions diverged sharply from his usual demeanor. Just as he hadn't understood why he'd taunted Lu Chen with his words earlier. It was only thanks to Lingxi's influence that Lu Xiao hadn't pressed the matter. Otherwise, leaving this place today would have been impossible, let alone receiving such treatment. Of course. Lu Xiao laughed heartily. Ahem, Lin Yunlou cleared his throat, smiling warmly at Hua Xiangrong and the others. "Would you girls like to come along? You'd better head back. Fighting is too bloody, it's not suitable for you. Humph. Think you can ditch me to chase after women? Don't even think about it, Hua Shangrong retorted with a laugh. Of course I'm going. I wouldn't miss such an intense boxing match. If Shangrong's going, then I'm going too, Yao Yao said after a moment's hesitation. And Miss Lingxi?
Lu Xiao, seeing Hua Shangrong and Yao Yao both agree to go, turned his eager gaze toward Lingxi. His primary purpose in inviting them to the boxing match was to curry favor with her. Lingxi remained silent, glancing at Lin Yunlou and the others before finally nodding lightly. Her father had once warned her that, given her status and background, she must avoid any contact with gang factions. Excessive involvement could provoke resentment and suspicion from rival groups, directly impacting future distribution of criminal profits. However, seeing that Lin Yunlou and the others intended to attend, she naturally wouldn't dampen everyone's spirits. She resolved to simply ignore Lu Xiao. Seeing Lingxi nod, Lu Xiao's mood instantly lifted. He turned with a smile and called out to Lu Chen, "Hurry and have the car ready. I'll personally escort them there." "Wait." Lin Yunlou called out urgently, then looked awkwardly at Lu Xiao. "Mr. Lu, we haven't eaten yet. Are you covering dinner?" "Heh, my apologies. I got too excited. It's late, and you all haven't had dinner yet." Lu Xiao gave an awkward chuckle before turning to whisper instructions to his bodyguard. The voice was too soft for Lin Yunlou to make out, but he guessed Lu Xiao was ordering dinner for their group. Rich people sure know how to live it up. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Lin Yunlou leaned back lazily in his chair, patting his belly and letting out a satisfied burp. "This meal must have cost at least a few $100, he muttered. "Good thing someone else is picking up the tab. Otherwise, I'd have to sell myself to pay for it." "A few hundred?" Hua Shangrong rolled her eyes. She realized she rolled her eyes several times more than usual today, all thanks to teacher Lin. Ignorance was one thing, but he should at least have some common sense. Had he ever seen top-grade foie gras or premium caviar from the Caspian Sea, processed in Russia, sold for a few hundred? Just then, Lu Chen knocked and entered. Seeing that Lin Yunlou and the others had nearly finished eating, he smiled and said, "Is everyone done? The boxing match is about to start. Since it's quite a distance from here, we need to head out early. If we're late, we might miss some of the exciting action, and that wouldn't be good. Alright, let's go." Lin Yunlou rose from his chair, shot Lu Chen a glance, then strode straight out the door. Seated in the car, Hua Shangrong gazed out the window idly. Moments later, she suddenly cried out in delight. "Yao Yao, Lingxi, look outside. Wow, it's absolutely breathtaking." There stood. The milky white Trojan Opera House stood in the bay, as if freshly emerged from the sea, glistening with a layer of water, smooth and luminous. The afterglow of the setting sun and the refraction of the seawater reflected upon it, adding a hint of pink, as fresh and delicate as a young girl's skin. A golden wave appeared on the sea, blazing intensely as if ablaze, then gradually spreading outward. What truly captivated the eye were the countless tiny white specks dancing within the shimmering light. Were they foam from the churning sea or dazzling reflections from the waves? No, it was more than that. White sails too, the sails of private speedboats. Private speedboats raced across the water, trailing long, white wakes. Foam churned and rolled, sparkling golden and fiery red in the sunset, utterly beautiful. Sails dotted the bay like countless stars, floating like petals drifting from the sky, rising and falling with the rhythm of the sea. It was truly breathtaking. Having lived in Kyoto for so long, how had I never noticed such beauty? Beijing doesn't have a true ocean, only Beihai, Shikahai, Hohai, and of course, the cigarettes everyone puffs on. Note, this refers to Kyoto, not Beijing. Don't get them mixed up. Yao Yao gasped at the scenery drawing ever closer. She was utterly enchanted, her gaze dreamy and adoring like a maiden in ancient times meeting her beloved for the first time. Lingxi remained silent, yet her eyes were fixed on the window, as if she had become dazed. From the back seat, Lin Yunlou glanced outside. It was beautiful, but surely not worth such a fuss. "Calling me unworldly? You lot are the ones who are." He tapped the driver's shoulder. "Driver, the fighting tournament venue isn't at the Trojan Opera House, is it?" "No, Mr. Lin," the driver explained with a smile as he steered. "Our destination lies beneath the Trojan Opera House." "Below the Troy Opera House? That would be underwater, wouldn't it?" Chapter 25, a world that seems familiar. For building a boxing arena underwater? How much money and time would that cost? That's just extravagant. From inside the Troy Opera House, an elevator takes you straight to the seabed. No, to be precise, not the seabed itself, but a coliseum resting 300 meters below the Opera House. Had they not known beforehand this was underwater, Lin Yunlou and the others would have sworn they remained on land. The arena was completely sealed, no trace of the imagined blue world appeared. Air flowed in from the Trojan Opera House above, leaving not a hint of discomfort. "I thought we'd see coral reefs," Hua Shangrong pouted, arm linked through Lin Yunlou's as they walked down a long corridor. "Nothing to see at all? What a letdown." "Heh, little missy, you're here for the boxing matches, not sightseeing," Lin Yunlou replied.
If you want to see coral, just watch a science documentary on TV when you get home. Animal World?
Hua Shangrong stared blankly at Lin Yunlou.
She couldn't even remember the last time she'd watched TV.
If he hadn't mentioned it, she'd have completely forgotten that such a thing as television even existed in this world. Oh, right, Dongfang Meiyan and Jiang Shiais are here too, Lu Chen suddenly turned and informed Hua Shangrong and the others.
Really? Sister Meiyan's here too?
Hua Shangrong jumped up in delight, grabbing Lin Yunlou's hand and hurrying forward while muttering, "Teacher Lin, hurry up.
Let's go find Sister Meiyan." But isn't Teacher Lin supposed to gather the other students back for class?
Lu Chen also quickened his pace, walking side by side with Lin Yunlou.
He narrowed his eyes and said, "This is a great opportunity, Teacher Lin. Don't miss it."
Lin Yunlou turned his head, looking at Lu Chen thoughtfully before smiling at him.
"Thanks for the reminder." "No need."
Lu Chen suddenly grew nervous, his words stumbling out haltingly. He felt as if Lin Yunlou had seen right through his thoughts.
The realization sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead.
He stole a glance at Lin Yunlou, who was talking with Hua Shangrong.
Impossible. He couldn't possibly know what I was thinking.
Right, he was just looking at me innocently.
I'm overthinking this. Lu Chen kept reassuring himself.
We're here. Lu Xiao, leading the way, stopped at a room's door and smiled at Lin Yunlou and the others. Your classmate happens to be staying here too, so I won't need to arrange separate rooms for you.
How about it?
Thank you.
Hua Shangrong gave a little nod and pushed the door open, stepping inside.
After Lin Yunlou, Ling Shi, and the others entered the room, Lu Xiao stopped Lu Chen, who was about to follow, and eyed him suspiciously.
What was that about?
What are you afraid of?
Nothing. Lu Chen replied vaguely.
The mere thought of Lin Yunlou's sinister smile made him feel uneasy all over.
Lu Xiao chuckled, then his expression turned stern. Well, as long as you're fine. As the young master of the fire gang, you must always keep a clear head and never lose your composure. Alright, go in. Remember to build a good relationship with Lingxi.
Lu Xiao released Lu Chen's hand. Once the door closed again, he beckoned a key gang member behind him and whispered, "Go find out what kind of background that Lin Yunlou has."
He knew Lu Chen wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't blame him.
Though he had no idea what Lin Yunlou had just said to his usually level-headed son to make him look so flustered, the wicked grin that played on Lin Yunlou's lips sent a chill down his spine. That kind of smile wasn't something an ordinary person could muster. Lu Xiao felt himself growing increasingly wary and curious about Lin Yunlou. The moment Hua Shangrong entered the room, she scanned the space for Dongfang Meiyan. Spotting a gracefully seated figure by the railing, she skipped over, grabbed the person's arm, and called out affectionately, "Sister Meiyan." Dongfang Meiyan's brows furrowed slightly, but when she recognized Hua Shangrong, her expression softened into a smile.
"Little one, what brings you here?" He, it's not just me. Yao Yao and Lingxi are here too." Hua Shangrong playfully stuck out her tongue, then whispered to Dongfang Meiyan, "Meiyan's sister, Teacher Lin is here too. For my sake, could you please stop picking on him?" Alright.
Dongfang Meiyan paused, her eyes crinkling as she stared at Hua Shangrong as if she had a flower on her face.
"But you have to tell your sister, have you fallen for him?" "No, of course not."
Hua Shangrong's pretty face flushed slightly as she spoke, her gaze drifting unconsciously toward Lin Yunlou.
Ahem.
Little miss says no, yet you're glancing at him while I'm talking to you.
Dongfang Meiyan feigned anger, then flashed a teasing smile.
I heard he carried a huge hammer for someone and smashed down their wall.
If it were me, I'd like him too.
If you don't want him, I'll take him.
Alright. I do like him just a tiny bit. Hua Shangrong held up her pinky finger. Just this little bit, okay? You mischievous little thing. Dongfang Meiyan couldn't help but laugh at Hua Shangrong's antics.
This little girl was always so endearing. Whoever she liked must have earned some serious karma in a past life.
Dongfang Meiyan pinched Hua Shangrong's cheek playfully.
For your sake, I'll let him off the hook.
But others might not be as forgiving as me, you know.
Silly girl, you're trying to smooth things over for him with everyone.
That's going to be exhausting. Is it really worth it?
Sister Meiyan, if I were to weigh whether it's worth it, I wouldn't like him at all.
Little one, you've truly grown up.
Lin Yunlou felt utterly defeated, at least as a teacher. After all, he was supposed to be their instructor, yet not a single soul greeted him despite their long presence. Fuming, he plopped down onto an empty high-backed armchair.
Turns out this is still the second floor.
I thought we'd reached the top. Leaning against the railing, he saw the lower level packed with all sorts of people, young men and women around Hua Shangrong's age, middle-aged men in suits, stylish urban professionals, gangsters covered in back tattoos, elderly folks with snow-white hair, truly a mixed crowd. The social mix was incredibly complex. Observing the bustling scene below, Lin Yunlou couldn't help but feel fortunate to be sitting in the VIP room on the second floor thanks to someone's connections. That said, this VIP room was a bit shabby, wasn't it? Lin Yunlou scanned the surroundings. The vast, empty room contained no decorations.
To ensure spectators could see the competition clearly, the owner had removed the glass windows, replacing them with a row of railings. In front of the railings stood a line of high-backed soft chairs. To the right of each chair sat a small television, beneath which was a row of buttons labeled with numbers. Lin Yunlou had no idea what they were for. To the left sat a small table, likely meant for food. Glancing at the exquisite dishes arranged on others' tables, he swallowed hard, thinking resentfully, why do I only have a glass of wine? Hee, Teacher Lin. As Lin Yunlou was lost in thought, Hua Shangrong's lovely face appeared before him. What were you thinking about, so deep in thought? Nothing. The match is about to begin. Find a seat and get ready to watch. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yunlou just caught the announcer introducing the two boxers. Do you think there are any seats left now? Hua Shangrong asked, pouting. Lin Yunlou followed Hua Shangrong's gaze and saw every available seat occupied. You can have my spot. He started to rise. Hee, no need. Hua Shangrong held him back, grinning as she stared at him and whispered into his ear, I have a solution that works for both of us. What's that? I'll sit on your lap. Chapter 26, Inside the VIP room. On his lap? Are girls this forward nowadays? Lin Yunlou froze in shock for a moment. Why not sit on Lingxi's lap or Yao Yao's? Why must it be mine? He gestured toward Lingxi and Yao Yao seated to his right. They're so skinny. You're the one who can't stand it, not me. Hua Shangrong said impatiently, you're a grown man, why are you so coy? I'm a girl and I don't mind. You should be happy, but here you are complaining about this and that. Straighten your legs. Yes, that's right. Just like that. With her speaking so plainly, if Lin Yunlou still refused, he wouldn't be a man. He obediently positioned his legs properly and let Hua Shangrong sit down. Lin Yunlou glanced sideways to his left. Zhang Xiais, Deng Jiaxi, Ling Xiaoxiao, and others stared wide-eyed at him and Hua Shangrong. Some were astonished by Hua Shangrong's boldness and directness, others despised Lin Yunlou's shamelessness and vulgarity, while others seethed with raw jealousy, wishing they could take Lin Yunlou's place and have Hua Shangrong sit on their lap. Little girl, Lin Yunlou looked at Hua Shangrong with a pout, you've ruined my reputation. What are we going to do about this? What should we do? Hua Shangrong pressed her index finger to her chin in a pensive pose, then winked mischievously. Mr. Lin, rest assured. I'll take responsibility for you. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just take care of you for the rest of your life. Hua Shangrong giggled, her ample bosom gently swaying with the sound. Though her words seemed like a playful jest to Lin Yunlou, they were truly her heartfelt thoughts. That's not what I meant. Lin Yunlou shook his head gently, then slowly shifted his gaze to Zhang Xiais and the others. I'm afraid they'll misunderstand. Then won't this deepen their misunderstanding of you? Hua Shangrong said, wrapping her arms around Lin Yunlou's neck as her lips slowly drew near. Put. Dongfang Meiyan suddenly sprayed the water she'd just taken into her mouth. Her hand holding the cup froze mid-air as she stared wide-eyed to her right. Could this girl really be this bold? That crazy girl with so many people watching, how dare she? Lin Yunlou stared blankly at the full lips drawing ever closer, his mind in turmoil. Should he silently let her kiss him? Or turn his head to avoid it? Or should I offer my lips to her? Closer, closer. What should I do? What should I do? I really want to kiss her back. But I'm her teacher, this is forbidden. At that moment, Lin Yunlou's moral boundaries were locked in a desperate battle with his desires. Her soft, cherry lips finally halted just 1 centimeter from Lin Yunlou's mouth. At this distance, he could clearly hear Hua Shangrong's heartbeat rapid and frantic along with her faint, hurried breaths. Those lips, glistening with a mesmerizing sheen, parted and closed, gently exhaling a sweet fragrance, every movement exerted an immense temptation on Lin Yunlou. Hee, Teacher Lin, look at their expressions so funny. Whispering softly, Hua Shangrong murmured to Lin Yunlou, life is hard enough as it is. If we also have to worry about how others see us, what they think, and then deliberately change ourselves, where's the fun in that? That damn girl, why did she have to stop? A faint pang of disappointment flashed through Lin Yunlou's heart. Staring at those cherry lips mere inches away, he felt a momentary urge to throw caution to the wind. This is no way to tease someone. What's the difference between you and those women who tease a man's desires until he's stripped down to his underwear, only to say, sorry, I'm on my period? Oh. I hate teasing behavior, and I hate my period even more. But that girl had a point. None of us should live for others. Meanwhile, in another VIP room. Equally spacious and empty, with identical furnishings, but different occupants. Only 4 people sat here, yet their identities were anything but ordinary. All were leaders of gangs ruling Kyoto's underworld. Fire Gang, Boss Lu Xiao, territory in Kyoto's North District. Chieying Society, Boss Shi Chieying, territory in Southern Kyoto. Axe Gang, Boss Ling Yun, territory in West Kyoto. Knife Society, leader Li Xiaodao, territory in East Kyoto. Lu Xiao gently lifted a half-filled shot glass from the table, glanced around the room, and declared, it's rare we gather here in such peaceful harmony. Let's make the most of this moment, anything less would be a waste of this precious respite. This cup, I raise to all of you. Chief Lu speaks wisely. We're usually too busy with intrigue and rivalry. Now we've finally found time to enjoy the boxing matches, how could we let it be spoiled? Wouldn't you agree? The speaker was Lin Yunlou, leader of the Axe Gang. Lin Yunlou appeared to be around 30, the youngest leader among the four gangs. He wasn't exactly handsome, but his tall, slender build gave him a passable appearance. However, his pair of triangular eyes marred his overall look, casting an unsettling, cold, and sinister aura that made people uncomfortable at first glance. Lin Yun's ascent to Axe Gang leader at such a young age was entirely due to his ruthless, cunning nature, a man who stopped at nothing to achieve his goals. He had seduced Leshi, the wife of the gang's former leader Wu Meng, and conspired with her to murder Wu Meng. And with her assistance, he eliminated Wu Meng's trusted confidants to seize the leadership. His first act as boss was to personally execute Leshi. As he put it, anyone who knows my dark past faces only one fate: either hide in the shadows or become part of that past. Leshi chose neither path. So I chose one for her. Lin Yunlou rose and walked to the railing, glancing down at the floor below. He addressed the Little Knife Society leader, who was leisurely sipping tea with a contented expression. Chairmanly, I hear your Little Knife Society brought in a killing machine from the Zhukov training camp in Siberia this time. Seems you've spared no expense. And you're no different, Ling, Li Xiaodao countered with a smirk. Despite his 50-plus years, the gray at his temples and sunken eye sockets, his voice remained deep and resonant. You spent $5 million to bring back a Taigua boxing champion, isn't that to win the tournament? Li Xiaodao sneered. But your hopes will be dashed. Against my killing machine, your Taigua champion stands no chance. Li Xiaodao was supremely confident. He believed the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be him, for this time he had brought from the Zhukov training camp in Siberia the most promising trainee, meticulously cultivated by the camp's finest instructor. For that so-called Taigua boxing champion to fight him? 4 words summed it up: pure masochism. Chairman Li is jumping to conclusions. The outcome won't be clear until the fight is over. Ling Yun's dark laughter echoed, low and oppressive. The match was about to begin. Shi Qiaying, the leader of the Qiaying Society who had sat silently beside Lu Xiao, spoke up calmly to remind the two. Chapter 27, Fierce Battle in the Ring 1. No sooner had his words faded than a woman in formal attire stepped onto the center of the boxing ring, microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, she announced, her voice resonant and infectious, welcome back to Troy Boxing Arena. I'm Ya, your host for tonight's boxing event. Ya, I'll pay $1 million, spend the night with me. I'll put up $1.5 million. You, Du Zhe, you're deliberately trying to outbid me. So what if I am? Thanks for the support, but Yada sells her voice, not her body. Yada cracked a joke for the entire venue before continuing, as regulars at Troy Boxing Arena, you all know we offer betting as entertainment. That's right. On the right side of your armchairs, you'll find compact LCD screens displaying each fighter's stats for the upcoming matches. Below are number keys for placing your bets. Alright, only 3 minutes remain. Start placing your bets now. Minimum bet, 100,000 renminbi. No maximum limit. LCD screen? Lin Yunlou glanced around. Oh, so that little TV. He leaned back slightly, positioning the LCD screen directly between them. Teacher Lin, who do you think will win? Hua Shangrong asked after reviewing the information on the small TV. Hard to say. Lin Yunlou kept his eyes fixed on the information displayed on the small TV. The data was merely a reference, one couldn't make a rash judgment based solely on it. Little girl, you want to place a bet? Lin Yunlou frowned slightly. Just for fun. What's the big deal? Hua Shangrong shrugged indifferently. Ladies and gentlemen, the first bout features Wu Yi, the undefeated champion who won 10 consecutive matches last time, facing off against Taigua's champion, Tai Lai. A fierce battle is about to commence. With 1 minute left before the fight began, the host sat down at his seat below the ring, still promoting the event. Only 1 minute left. Don't miss your chance to become a millionaire because of hesitation. Here, some strike it rich overnight, others lose everything in an instant, and some even pay with their lives. This is the underground boxing ring, thrilling and perilous. As the two fighters entered the ring under the introduction of host Yaya, Lin Yunlou studied them briefly before turning his head slightly. Girl, if you're going to bet, put it on the Thai fighter. Teacher Lin, that Thai guy looks so dark and scrawny, like he's malnourished. He can't possibly win. Wu Yi, on the other hand, is the undefeated champion who won 10 straight fights last time. There's no reason he'd lose to a Thai fighter. Hua Shangrong leaned forward to get a better look at the two men in the ring, then asked doubtfully, Teacher Lin, how can you be so sure the Thai guy will win? Eyes. Lin Yunlou uttered the 2 words calmly. Wu Yi's gaze toward Attire was filled with contempt and disdain, but Attire was different. His eyes burned with intense fighting spirit, showing not a trace of underestimation. Of course, this is just my personal intuition. It might not be accurate. I trust Teacher Lin's judgment. Hua Shangrong chuckled, then tapped away at the keypad before swiping her bank card. I'm betting 500,000 on that Thai guy to win. If I lose, I'll be bankrupt. You'll have to support me then, Teacher Lin. I didn't tell you to bet that much, Lin Yunlou groaned, rubbing his temples. He could barely support himself. How could he possibly support someone else? Alright, time's up. I declare the match between Wu Yi and Attire officially begins. Whoa. Can't wait any longer. Wu Yi, take him down. Wu Yi. The moment the host finished speaking, the crowd on the first floor audience erupted. They screamed at the top of their lungs, venting their emotions, and every single one of them was cheering for Wu Yi. Their thoughts were as clear as day. Wu Yi was the reigning boxing champion. There was no way he could lose to this unknown Taigua boxing champion. Besides, they'd never heard of Attire before. Don't think slapping a Taigua boxing champion title on him will fool us. Teacher Lin, Wu Yi's cheers are so loud. Look, the entire audience is standing to cheer him on. Hua Shangrong gave Lin Yunlou a half smile, half teasing look. Seems your judgment was off, Teacher Lin. I've lost all my money. I'll be holding you responsible later. Just wait and see. The outcome will be clear soon enough. Lin Yunlou let out a faint, dismissive laugh, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over Wu Yi. This man is utterly foolish, smiling and waving at the crowd even as the match begins. He won't even know how he dies. As if to prove Lin Yunlou's words, Attire now shot forward like an arrow released from its string, agile as a cheetah. Just 1 meter from Wu Yi, he planted his calf firmly against the ground and leaped upward. Mid-air, Attire thrust both knees forward, elbows jutting out, aiming squarely for Wu Yi's head. Wu Yi, sensing danger, whipped his head around just as Attire closed in. Seeing the attack aimed at his head, he hastily raised both hands to shield it. But it was too late. Mid-air, Attire swiftly shifted the angle of his knees, then spread them wide, finally locking them onto Wu Yi's shoulders. His elbow shot up high before plunging downward with devastating force, aiming straight for the crown of Wu Yi's skull. Brain matter and blood erupted like a volcanic explosion, splattering across the floor. Ah! Hua Shangrong covered her eyes in horror. The bloody scene made her feel nauseous and sick to her stomach. Damn it, the Taigua people are cheating. Damn it, Wu Yi wasn't even ready. That Taigua fighter ambushed him, utterly shameless. The audience froze for a moment before erupting in shouts of protest. Fools! Lin Yunlou swiftly scanned the audience, then gently lifted the wine from the table and drank. As he sipped, a faint, wicked smile curved his lips, sinister and alluring. Unlike Huaxiangxiangring, who felt uneasy at her first glimpse of such bloodshed, he reveled in it, savoring the crowd's cheers and furious roars. The moment he saw blood spurting, he felt an urge to step into the ring and fight Attire himself. What was wrong with him? Lin Yunlou shook his head, trying to banish the thrill and bloodlust from his mind. Could this be a complication from his amnesia? But he'd never heard of such a condition. What had he done during those blank 2 years? Teacher Lin, those Taigua people are so cruel. Hua Shangrong, still shaken, poured out her fears to Lin Yunlou. I'm so scared. Isn't killing someone against the law? Young lady. Lin Yunlou gently turned Hua Shangrong to face him, his expression serious. Though I wish I could tell you this is all a lie, I cannot. I refuse to deceive you. I won't let you remain trapped forever within the ivory tower of your mind. This is a dark society where people prey on each other, a world where only strength matters. To survive here, you must accept and adapt, and eventually, you'll have to prey on others yourself. Tell me you won't be afraid anymore. You'll grow strong. Can you do that? Yes. Hua Shangrong nodded firmly. Teacher Lin, though I don't know your true nature, I know you must be hiding many things. To adapt to your world, I'm willing to change in any way. When you love someone, you can change yourself completely, but never try to change them. Chapter 28, Fierce Battle in the Ring 2. Killing is simple enough, but knowing when to stop is the real challenge. In the VIP room, Ling Yan burst into laughter upon seeing Attire instantly defeat Wu Yi with a single move. Ha, gang leader Lu, my apologies. Attire struck too hard. Please don't take offense. Seeing Lu Zhao's darkening expression, Ling Yuan offered an apologetic explanation, though the smug satisfaction and schadenfreude in his eyes remained undeniable. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. If blame must be placed, it lies solely with Wu Yi's arrogance and underestimation of his opponent. Lu Zhao forced a smile, his expression growing even darker. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. Unlike the fighters Ling Yun and Li Xiaodao had recruited from other countries, Wu Yi was a combat specialist Lu Zhao had cultivated at great expense and with significant resources. He was the fire gang's own fighter and also Lu Zhao's right-hand man. If Attire died, Ling Yun would merely lose some money, and that amount was but a drop in the bucket for a crime lord like him. Wu Yi, however, was different. His death meant Lu Zhao would lose control of the Troy boxing arena. More crucially, he would lose a formidable fighter capable of intimidating rival gangs, significantly weakening the fire gang's power. Such a loss was no small matter for him. Old fox, now that you've lost a capable lieutenant, let's see how you keep challenging me. Heh, your turf will soon be entirely mine. After his laughter, Ling Yan fell silent, his mind churning with sinister calculations. Once Attire eliminates the boxer brought by the Small Knife Society on the ring, the Troy boxing arena will be mine to command. Then, money, power, and resources will all be in my hands. As for Shi Qiang, since he didn't participate in this arena battle, I'll bypass him for now. And that lofty entity? One day, I'll pull it down from its pedestal in the underworld. Originally, Troy Boxing Arena was jointly managed by the capital's 4 major gangs: the Knife Society, the Fire Gang, the Qiang Society, and the Axe Gang. However, as time passed, cracks began to form between them over profit distribution, plunging the arena into prolonged chaos and eventually sparking a massive brawl among the 4 factions. In an instant, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like rivers. At least 200 lives were lost, with every gang suffering heavy casualties. The bloody conflict drew intense scrutiny from government authorities, with some proposing to use this opportunity to eradicate all gangs within the capital city. However, the proposal ultimately failed to pass. What a joke! The 4 major gangs were deeply intertwined with numerous high-ranking officials within the government. Could they really be wiped out just because someone made a casual proposal? If you eliminate all the gangs, who will I rely on for bribes? Am I supposed to live off that measly government salary? And what if someone comes forward with evidence to expose me? That would be the end of me. In this world, without darkness, where would light come from? Ultimately, the organization standing at the pinnacle of China's criminal underworld stepped in to mediate. They proposed that since each of the 4 major gangs desired control of the Troy boxing arena, the matter should be decided by combat. The victor would govern the arena for 1 year, with a new contest held the following year to select the ruling gang. Consequently, the leaders of the 4 major gangs took this contest extremely seriously, even spending vast sums to recruit elite fighters from around the world. Except for Shi Qiang of the Axe Gang. Lu Shao and others had suspected Shi Qiang was playing some kind of trick, but then they realized, if he wasn't participating, wouldn't that mean one less competitor? So they didn't bother to investigate further. Are you all feeling unsatisfied? After the staff cleared the ring, host Yaya leaped back onto the platform and cooed to the crowd. Of course it's not satisfying. What's so thrilling about that? That idiot Wui got knocked out before the climax even hit. What a ing joke. I paid over 10 grand for this ticket to watch a real fight, not some boxer showing off like he's a celebrity. I want to see a match, a fierce, thrilling match. No more weaklings like Wui. Idol worship is a contradictory complex, intertwining love and fear for the idol, devout fanaticism and a desire to desecrate. Thus, in an instant, fervent adoration can mutate into equally fervent loathing. Zhang Boji was like this. Chen Guanxi was like this. And Wu Yi, long dead now, was no different. The very same audience that had just been cheering him on, practically ready to offer themselves to him, instantly turned on him after he was knocked out by Attire. They commemorated him with all manner of vicious, unbearable filth. Under Lin Yunlou's soothing words, Hua Xiangrong gradually regained her composure. Suppressing the nausea welling up inside, she shifted her gaze to the boxer standing on the lower ring. After a moment's appraisal, she turned to ask Lin Yunlou, Master Lin, who do you think will win this match? I don't know. Lin Yunlou's eyes remained fixed on the ring as he replied calmly without turning his head. Liao's fists had been clenched tightly ever since Hua Xiangrong sat on Lin Yunlou's lap. He had liked Hua Xiangrong since the moment he first saw her in middle school. However, due to family elders' arrangements, he had been forced to pursue Dongfang Meiyan instead, keeping his feelings for Hua Xiangrong hidden in his heart. Though Dongfang Meiyan was beautiful, perhaps even more so than Hua Xiangrong, it didn't matter. He simply didn't like her, regardless of her looks. The room was dead silent, and since neither of them had deliberately lowered their voices, everyone present heard their conversation clearly. Hearing Lin Yunlou admit he didn't know, Liao finally couldn't resist sneering. Xiangrong, he just stumbled upon a dead rat by sheer luck. Now you're asking him to guess who'll win. Isn't that putting him on the spot? Dongfang Meiyan turned her face thoughtfully toward Liao, then glanced at Lin Yunlou and Hua Xiangrong before lightly furrowing her delicate brows. Hearing Liao's words, Lin Yunlou raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, saying nothing. If you're so clever, why don't you make a guess yourself instead of yapping here? Hua Xiangrong's face grew cold as she glared at Liao, rebuking him without mercy. Xiangrong? Is that how you address me? You'd better correct your manners, lest others misunderstand. We're not that close. Bitch. Whore. And that scum Lin Yunlou. You shameless pair of dogs, I won't let you gloat like this. Hua Xiangrong's utter disdain ignited Liao's rage, gradually robbing him of reason. His jaw clenched, veins pulsing on his forehead as he gasped for breath. His eyes glowed with venomous coldness, sending chills down anyone's spine. In the uncultured, courage becomes brutality, kindness turns to flattery, and jealousy breeds sin. Jealousy is human, everyone feels it. But do not let the serpent of envy slither into your heart, for that serpent will coil around your mind and destroy your soul. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another thrilling moment. This match pits Ivanovsky Kirov, the so-called killing machine from the Zhukov training camp in Siberia, against the Taigu boxing champion Attire, the victor of the previous bout. This is destined to be a fierce clash of blood and fire. What kind of sparks will fly from their confrontation? Let's wait and see. Chapter 29, Fierce Battle in the Ring 3. Lurson once asked the world, how much is life worth? No one has ever set a price for human life. It is given freely, and taken back without compensation. What is its worth? If you look closely around you, you'll find that sometimes it's worth next to nothing. In this underground boxing ring, life is as cheap as grass, perhaps even worthless. The fighters in the ring are writing a tragedy with the remnants of their lives. The Siberian Zhukov training camp stands alongside Indonesia's Bungavan camp, Colombia's Black Cross camp, Afghanistan's Star, and the Kamba camp on the Sino-Indian border. Its fighters come from diverse backgrounds, arrogant combat athletes, notorious street thugs. Yet once they step into the camp, they become nothing but fighting machines. The fighters at Zhukov camp live in a state of perpetual mental tension. Here, the most unimaginable demands are deemed legitimate. Most fighters are merely products. Those who fail are discarded. Yet once qualified, they cease to be products and become sought-after guests in underground fight rings worldwide. Kurov Ivansky displayed exceptional fighting talent from a young age. His physical flexibility, agility, and explosive power were all top-notch. He was practically born for the black market fight scene. By age 12, he was already engaging in street brawls with adults. It was during one such fight that he was discovered by Daparo, a top-tier instructor from the Zhukov training camp who happened to pass by. Daparo brought him back to the camp. Daparo held Kurov in high regard, subjecting him to rigorous training while also prioritizing his safety. He imposed strict restrictions and protective measures on Kurov. While others honed their skills through life-or-death experiences, Kulov remained confined to the camp under Daparo's tutelage. Only recently, when Daparo judged Kulov's strength and technique had reached a plateau within the camp, did he accept Lin Yun's hefty offer for Kulov to participate in this martial arts tournament. In Daparo's view, Chinese martial arts had long since declined, and no one could possibly defeat Kurov. Even if some old masters intervened, Kurov's current strength was sufficient for self-defense. Yet he remained unaware that this decision had completely thrust Kurov into the abyss of death. To be so highly valued and protected by an instructor from Zhukov's training camp where life-or-death combat was the primary training method suggested Kulov possessed exceptional skill and talent. After scanning the information on the small TV screen, Lin Yunlou marveled at the vastness of the Trojan Boxing Arena information network while also pondering Kulov's background and capabilities. Still, he was far too young. With little experience in genuine life-or-death combat, his expertise was too shallow. Though his strength was comparable to Atalai's, a life-or-death fight in the ring would spell certain death for Kurov. The vast gap in experience couldn't be bridged by raw power alone, especially since Atalay was stronger than Kurov. Young lady, you may place your bets now. Lin Yunlou, having reached his decision, addressed Hua Shangrong seated on his lap. This position was truly awkward. He couldn't even move freely, fearing he might accidentally touch something he shouldn't. But young lady, you shouldn't be rubbing against my thigh either. I can endure anything, but temptation is beyond my limits. Ha! Who do you think will win, Teacher Lin? Hua Shangrong tilted her head, her hips wiggling and wriggling against Lin Yunlou's thigh. Let Liao try saying Teacher Lin just got lucky again. He's clearly just jealous of Teacher Lin. That Taigua guy again. Lin Yunlou gave a slight nod. Keep wriggling, and I'll take care of you right here. You believe me or not? All talk, Liao sneered inwardly. I'll see how you embarrass yourself later. Just then, the host's distinctive voice boomed from the stage below. Looks like everyone's ready. Are our two fighters prepared? Atalay and Kulov nodded in succession. Before the match, I'll say this, there's only one rule, no rules. So no referee. Victory is determined by one fighter dying or voluntarily conceding defeat. Yaha finished, then sashayed off the ring with her pert hips swaying. The second match, Kulov versus Atalay, began. Yaya's words sent the crowd into a frenzy once more. The entire underground arena erupted into a cacophony of noise, a chaotic din of shouts and cheers that never ceased. Only two remained unmoved, Kurov and Atalay, standing on the boxing ring. Their initial wariness gave way to mutual observation, and now they began testing each other's endurance. Neither initiated an attack first. Only their feet could be seen slowly shuffling back and forth in place. Their gazes locked fiercely in mid-air, a silent battle already raging. Both men understood that whoever struck first would lose the initiative, and the momentum they had painstakingly built would weaken. Two Chinese sayings capture this well. First, plan thoroughly before acting. Second, strike first to gain the advantage. The former comes from those seasoned by combat experience, acting with maturity and caution, while the latter is often the approach of the impatient and short-sighted. In truth, whether it's planning before acting or striking first, what matters most in combat is the momentum. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down Kurov's forehead, plopping onto the floor before he propelled himself sideways. Unable to hold back any longer, he harnessed the momentum from twisting his waist and pivoting on his anchor leg to unleash a swift roundhouse kick known as a whip kick in China, though termed differently worldwide, such as sweeping kick in Muay Thai or sweeping kick in Jeet Kune Do. The technique remains identical, differing only in nomenclature. sweeping toward Attile. The roundhouse kick has 3 levels: high, middle, and low. Most practitioners opt for the middle or low variations, yet Kulov chose the most challenging high roundhouse kick, revealing his immense confidence. Attile's eyes locked onto Kurov's advancing kick, yet he stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned by the unexpected attack. Closer, Kurov's front kick was about to connect with Attili's face. But suddenly, Attili's body vanished. Right before Kurov's eyes, he simply disappeared. Chapter 30: Fierce Battle in the Ring 4. Master, why did Attile suddenly vanish? Hua Shangrong asked in astonishment. Lingxi and Yao Yao also stared at Lin Yunlou with puzzled expressions, hoping for an explanation. Attile didn't vanish, Lin Yunlou explained. You couldn't see him because Kurov's nearly 2-meter frame blocked your view. In truth, Attile simply crouched down the instant before Kurov's whipping kick struck. The angle created the illusion that he disappeared. Oh, I see. Hua Shangrong laughed in sudden understanding. Hee, I thought that Attile could perform magic. Ah. I saw his feet. Just like Teacher Lin said, he never vanished at all. Kurov froze for half a second after Attile vanished from sight. Instantly regaining his senses, he swept his gaze toward the most likely ambush points. Above? Nothing. Behind? Nothing either. Then it must be. When Kurov spotted Attile, the latter's eyes narrowed sharply. His hind legs swept out in a powerful arc, aiming for Kurov's vital upper body. Muay Thai kicks are world-renowned, earning practitioners the moniker Thai kickers. Masters of Muay Thai demand exceptionally rigorous training for leg techniques, employing an immense variety of kicks and variations. This marks a significant distinction between Muay Thai and other martial arts. The reason Thai fighters prioritize leg techniques is simple: legs are longer than arms and deliver greater force. Through prolonged training, they become the ultimate weapon. Thus, masters of leg strikes possess feet as hard as iron yet as agile as hands, a prerequisite for Thai boxing excellence. With fierce momentum, his swift and powerful legs charged straight toward Kurov. Caught off guard, Kulov had no choice but to fall backward onto the ground. He then extended his right leg in a diagonal upward kick. Though he knew this kick couldn't possibly hit Attile, if it could buy him time to break Attile's continuous assault, they would both be back at square one. That would be his moment to turn defense into offense, shifting from passive to active. 2 feet, unequal in size yet equally powerful, were about to collide. Mid-air, Attile calmly shifted his body position, smoothly turning sideways. His extended leg retracted, buying him half a second of pause. Seizing the moment when Kulov's old momentum faded and new strength hadn't yet built, Attile bent his knees, pressed down hard on his thighs with both hands, and landed straight down. Kurov, seeing this, was horrified and rolled frantically to the side. Though he ultimately evaded Attili's attack, he ended up covered in dust and dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Attile silently praised himself for evading Kulov's kick, yet his limbs showed no sign of stopping. As he neared the ground, he thrust his right hand downward, braced for a one-handed ground strike. Leveraging the momentum from his landing, he thrust downward with his single hand, propelling himself into an inverted swing. He executed a half-flip mid-air. This entire sequence unfolded within a single second, showcasing Attili's formidable personal strength, extensive combat experience, and technical agility that far surpassed Kulov's. At that moment, a group of men clad in Japanese samurai armor emerged from outside the Trojan theater. Their numbers exceeded 100. "This is the first step in our conquest of the Chinese martial arts world," murmured the young man at the front of the group, a wooden sword slung at his waist. His gaze fixed on the Troy Theater towering over the bay, his tone was cold and filled with contempt. Meanwhile, the crowd at the underground arena remained utterly unaware of the brutal, bloody slaughter and unforgettable humiliation awaiting them. They were immersed in the thrilling, intense combat, shouting themselves hoarse in passionate cheers. After landing lightly, Attile immediately unleashed a sweeping leg kick, giving Kurov no chance to breathe. The sweeping leg kick was an arcing, parabolic leg strike, often launched at a 45-degree angle. Kurov could no longer evade and braced his body to absorb the full force of Attili's strike. The impact was far greater than Kurov had anticipated. He grunted deeply, his entire body forced backward. "Ha!" Kulov roared, halting abruptly. He couldn't retreat any further, he was already standing at the edge of the boxing ring. Taking a shallow breath, Kulov's left arm shot out to wrap around Attile's right leg. His right fist then snapped forward, delivering a left hook aimed squarely at Attile's face. This was Kulov's first offensive move since the fight began, an initiative gained through mutual exhaustion. Could he pull it off? Would Attile be foolish enough not to counter? Seeing Kurov come at him, Attili's lips curled into a smile that could have been either mockery or praise. His right foot yanked hard against Kurov's embrace, instantly twisting his upper body and right leg into a 90-degree angle. Then, with a downward thrust of his right foot, he used Kurov's binding force to flip his left foot off the ground, driving it hard into Kurov's temple. The force of the blow sent Kulov hurtling sideways, his body flying uncontrollably. The audience hadn't expected such immense power concealed within Attili's small frame, that he could kick a Russian giant nearly 2 meters tall flying. They were electrified, their shouts growing ever more shrill. But what thrilled them even more was that Ataliai's attack wasn't over. The moment Kulov began his backward flight, Ataliai's entire body suddenly tensed. He then crouched down sharply, launching himself forward at Kulov at a speed far surpassing the Russian's own momentum. "Teacher Lin, why is Adelaide jumping so high into empty space?" Hua Xiangrong, the little white, was now the one confused. Seeing Adelaide catch up to Kulov but not attack, instead leaping high forward, she turned her puzzled gaze toward Lin Yunlou. "Hee, you'll find out soon enough." Lin Yunlou's words were drowned out by a sudden uproar. Hearing the commotion, Hua Xiangrong instinctively turned her gaze back to the boxing ring. While the two were talking, Ataliai's soaring body began its descent. But his posture was peculiar. His upper body was stiff and upright, his knees pressed tightly together, pointing downward. Was he going to crash into the floor? Was he trying to injure himself? A ridiculous thought flashed through Hua Xiangrong's mind. No, not self-harm. He intends to kill that Kurov. Hua Xiangrong's eyes widened in shock. Only when she saw Kurov's body flying beneath a towel did she finally comprehend. The audience had long since held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Ataliai's knees. Strike! Strike! Countless spectators silently urged the terrifying yet thrilling moment. Crack! As the crowd had wished, Ataliai's knees slammed into Kurov's chest. Kurov's sternum shattered instantly. He screamed in agony, but it wasn't over. After severely wounding Kurov, Ataliai's knees didn't pull back. Instead, they slammed Kurov's entire body onto the hard floor. Bright red, scalding blood spurted forth, splattering high into the air and soaking Adelaide, who stood mere inches away. Chapter 31, Fierce Battle in the Ring 5. Attire, attire. The arena erupted. The roar of the crowd echoed throughout the underground boxing ring, a unified chorus cheering for the victor. As the defeated, Kurov received not a shred of sympathy or pity. This was a place where might ruled supreme. Only the strong earned cheers and support. The defeated had no right even to beg. Kurov lay defeated on the canvas, his eyes vacant as he stared up at the dazzling chandelier above. He had lost. Lost so swiftly, so utterly. His pride, the aura that had shrouded him, shattered in an instant on this stage where he believed he could prove himself and achieve fame. Crushed by the Taigu fighter he had once scorned, leaving not a shred behind. Compared to the physical pain, the crushing sense of defeat and profound despair gnawing at his soul drove Kurov to madness and despair. No, I can't lose like this. I can't. If it ends like this, I'll be expelled from the training camp. I'll be thrown out onto the streets. No, I refuse to accept this. Kurov's mind spiraled into hysterics. Yes, I still have the A2 my instructor gave me. With it, I can defeat the Taigu fighter. In that moment, he fancied he saw the goddess of victory beckoning to him. He reached out his hand, trembling uncontrollably whether from excitement or agony, he couldn't tell. He produced a capsule from somewhere. Kurov stared at the vivid red and white pill with a wincing expression. He recalled Instructor Dappa's parting words, this pill was worth tens of millions of dollars. As long as you weren't dead, swallowing it would instantly restore you to peak condition no matter how severe your injuries, dramatically boosting both your fighting spirit and combat prowess. But this pill had a fatal flaw, upon ingestion, it would unleash all your latent potential in an instant. Yet this surge lasted only 15 minutes. Remember this, if you couldn't defeat your opponent within that quarter hour, you must concede defeat. You are no less precious than this pill. Therefore, unless it's a matter of life and death, you must never take it. Honestly, I truly hope you never have the chance to swallow it. Alright, go. Go prove that your years of effort have not been in vain. Instructor, I'm sorry. I have to take it now. After silently repeating the words a few times in his mind, Kurov decisively popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a quick movement of his throat. Teacher Lin, we won again. Hua Xiangrong had been grinning ever since Kurov collapsed. Money meant little to her, she just wanted everyone to see that Lin Yunlou's prediction was spot on. That satisfaction far outweighed any monetary gain. The match isn't over yet, girl. It's too early to celebrate. Lin Yunlou chuckled at Hua Xiangrong. Oh, looks like today's underground arena will get even livelier. Sensing several unfamiliar yet powerful auras entering the arena, the suppressed fury within Lin Yunlou began stirring once more. He couldn't fathom why he could perceive others' auras, what had transpired during those 2 forgotten years. His curiosity burned brighter than ever, his need to know more urgent than ever. My memory's coming back. Kurov was so badly injured there was no way he could keep fighting. Seeing Kurov lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood, Hua Xiangrong couldn't help but doubt Lin Yunlou's words. Roar! Feeling his body regenerating at an accelerated pace, Kurov couldn't help but let out a satisfied shout before springing up from the ground like a carp leaping out of water. Was this the effect of A2? It was truly miraculous. Kurov marveled at the astonishing transformation of his body, feeling incredibly powerful now, every cell pulsing with strength. I have to admit, you're really strong. Kurov stretched his stiff limbs in place, his eyes burning as he fixed them on Attale. He craved battle, craved to trample Attale underfoot. I didn't expect you to get back up. Looks like I need to reassess your strength. Adelaide watched the now unscathed Kurov with a hint of surprise. To rise after such a devastating blow, and with his previously caved-in chest fully restored. Was the Zhukov training camp truly this formidable? Who'd have thought Ghost Eye would show up too and beat us here? Looks like he's using this arena as a test of strength as well. Several foreigners suddenly appeared in the rear corridor of the spectator stands. The middle-aged man in the front row, dressed in a tailcoat, scanned the arena. Spotting someone surging toward the entrance, he addressed those behind him. "Ha! Lancelot, are you joking? Have you forgotten the prince's orders?" A bearded man behind Lancelot turned his gaze toward the boxing ring upon hearing his words and spoke in a deep voice. This time, Japan, Korea, Russia, America, France, Italy, Germany, and our own British Empire, 8 nations united. You surely understand better than I why the 8 nations have jointly challenged China. The significance of this mission is immense. As Knights of the Round Table, we bear a heavy responsibility. There can be no room for error. Legend tells of King Arthur, the first to unite Britain. Under his command were the mightiest and most loyal knights, honored to share a table with the king himself. These closest confidants of Arthur were the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table formed a group of Arthurian knights, heroes of unmatched prowess hailing from diverse nations and even differing faiths. Yet all Knights of the Round Table were equal, at least outwardly. Behind the scenes, however, friction and conflicts of varying degrees simmered between them, with constant accusations and clashes erupting. "Are you threatening me with the prince, Sir Galahad?" Lancelot turned slightly, offering a faint smile to Galahad. "Oof. That was not my intention." Galahad avoided Lancelot's gaze, his tone softening from its earlier arrogance. Yet terror gripped his heart. Was this the power of the first night? Was the gap truly that vast? Merely one glance had left him reeling. Though they'd served together long, none had ever witnessed Lancelot strike. Perhaps only Galahad, who just felt the crushing weight of Lancelot's presence, could truly grasp his might. "I understand perfectly well." Lancelot narrowed his pale blue eyes and said calmly, "It's still about plundering others' research. Such actions are no different from those of bandits. I am a knight of the British crown. My duty is to protect the royal family, not to act like a pirate. And do you truly believe China would remain defenseless, like during the Boxer Rebellion invasion?" Chapter 32, Fierce Battle in the Ring 6. Gauging my strength? Kurov scoffed. "You won't get the chance. I'm about to send you straight to hell." As Kurov finished speaking, his entire form vanished from the spot. Speed. This was the peak velocity Kurov achieved after ingesting A2, so rapid that ordinary eyes could not track his movement. At first, Attai could only glimpse faint after images, but soon he lost sight entirely. No matter how fast he is, if he can't land a hit on me, his speed is useless. With that thought, Adelaide shifted his feet rhythmically in place, his upper body swaying in sync. Every nerve in his brain was taut, waiting for Kurov to make his move. Above. Sensing Kurov's attack descending from overhead, Atelai's eyes suddenly narrowed. His hands shot out to meet the blow. Though he didn't know what Kurov had consumed to heal his wounds and geometrically increase his speed, Adelaide was certain Kurov's strength couldn't match his own. In strength, he had absolute confidence. "Stupid Taiguan." A man standing at the entrance of the boxing ring murmured contemptuously as Atal's fist swung out. "Ha! An after-image?" Atelai's heart lurched in horror as his fist passed clean through Kulov's body. He whirled around just in time to see a massive fist hurtling toward his face. A powerful gust of wind churned the surrounding air. Though the blow hadn't yet struck his face, he already felt a searing pain. A force like that hitting him would be fatal. It was clear Kurov had resolved to kill him. The fist grew larger and larger. Contrary to expectations, Atal wasn't sent flying, nor did the expected blood-curdling scream erupt. In the blink of an eye, Atal's entire body arched backward, narrowly evading Kurov's attack by assuming an iron bridge posture. Humph, delusional. Adelaide evading his strike didn't surprise Kulov. He was no longer as reckless as before. He had mentally calculated this attack before executing it. Though he deemed Atelai's chances of dodging it minuscule, he remained mentally prepared for any possible contingency. The instant Atal evaded, Kulov shifted his attack. His fist transformed into an elbow strike as his stance shifted downward. The heavy blow landed without question, driving into Atal's midsection. Adelaide slammed into the hard floor, spitting out a gush of blood. Whether intentionally or not, the blood sprayed directly onto Kurov's face, obscuring his vision. Ignoring the searing pain radiating through his body, Atal drove a knee into Kulov's groin. His hands then wrapped around Kulov's massive head, twisting with a sharp crack. The man who moments before had been struggling violently, attacking blindly in his darkness, suddenly went still. Knowing Kurov was dead, Atal released the hands clutching his head. Staring at the severed head lying on the ground, Atal couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "If you hadn't met me, you would have gone far. As a formidable opponent, I respected you, and that is why I had to kill you. Atal! Atal!" The entire audience rose to their feet, chanting in unison, waving and cheering for the victor. Hua Shangrong's expression darkened slightly. Hearing the announcer declare Attire the victor, she remarked, Teacher Lin, Kurov probably won't be getting back up now. MHM.
Lin Yunlou responded indifferently, giving Hua Shangrong an encouraging look.
Good job, girl. Seems you're adapting quickly. He.
Suppressing the discomfort in her stomach, Hua Shangrong forced a smile at Lin Yunlou.
Strong-willed and stubborn girl. Chiefly, I never imagined the fighter you brought could purchase Lin Group's A2. Quite the background, huh? Ling Yun remarked. But in the end, I still won. What a waste of that expensive A2. Ha ha. Humph, Li Xiaodao snorted coldly, displeased.
He had no desire to banter with Ling Yun now. His mind was occupied with how to explain this to the Zhukov training camp. While fighters dying in the ring was common, this time it was Kurov, a fighter the camp held in high regard. There was no guarantee Daparo wouldn't take his anger out on Li Xiaodao. He wasn't afraid of Daparo himself, but he feared the Zhukov training camp behind him. The masters there were as numerous as cowhair, far beyond what his little knife society could handle. At this thought, Li Xiaodao's expression darkened, and the gaze he shot at Attire grew venomous.
Zhukov training camp, ha! What a hollow name defeated by a Taigu fighter.
Ghost Eye, leaning against the wall, let out a loud laugh before stepping onto the boxing ring under everyone's gaze.
Now it's my turn to play. Consider this tonight's appetizer. Chapter 33, Ghost Pupil. Here he comes.
Dongfang Meiyan, who had been observing the match coldly, experienced a significant emotional surge the moment Ghost Eye appeared. Her delicate fists clenched tightly on the chair, her jet-black eyes gleaming with hatred and disgust as she glared at Ghost Eye on the boxing ring. No one else noticed Dongfang Meiyan's unusual state except Li Ao, seated closest to her. He watched her in astonishment, for he had never seen her usually detached and indifferent to everything react so strongly to the Japanese man's appearance. Anajirai, she ground out, her teeth clenched, eyes blazing with fury. Today is the day I settle the score for my uncle. Anamaru, the darling of the Japanese public, heir apparent to the Shinto Ryu martial arts lineage, possessed considerable skill but a brutish and vulgar temperament. Yet these traits alone wouldn't command Japan's reverence and fear. His true stature lay in another identity, son of the martial god Kigen Ryuzo, the pinnacle of Japan's martial world. As the undisputed crown prince of Japan, this figure, flattered by both the legitimate and underworld spheres, enjoyed immense popularity domestically, his name even recognized by many in China. And Dongfang Meiyan's uncle, Dongfang Jingxiong, was one such admirer. Dongfang Jingxiong was a martial arts fanatic whose sole passion was seeking out opponents to spar with. By chance, he traveled to Japan, arriving at the Shinto Ryu headquarters to challenge Henri Asai. But by then, Kigen Ryuzo, Japan's martial god, no longer accepted challenges from anyone. As the embodiment of Japanese martial arts, a symbol and monument, others could accept challenges and lose, but not Kigen Ryuzo himself. So he had his son, Kigen, to spar with Toho Masayuki. From the very start of their sparring session, Anamara found himself completely overwhelmed by Dongfang Jingxiong, forced to dodge relentlessly around the perimeter. Ugh, this was utterly boring. If word got out and my friends back in China found out, wouldn't they laugh at me for bullying a child? Orihata decided to end it quickly. Though Anamaru ranked among Japan's finest young fighters, to Orihata, a veteran of decades of martial study, he was but a child. A simple yet devastating Daishin Te technique effortlessly locked Anamaru's throat. The great seizing hand was a technique of sweeping, expansive combat. Its movements were steady, its strikes fierce, its power formidable. It relied primarily on joint locking techniques, footwork, body positioning, and the grasping of tendons and pressure points. Through methods of grabbing, locking, and sealing, it seized the opponent's arms, shoulders, knees, and head. After securing Ghost Eye's throat and immobilizing him, Dongfang Jingxiong did not press his advantage. Instead, he paused. He waited. He waited for Ghost Eye to concede defeat. Yet at that very moment, Anamaru released hidden weapons from his sleeves. A dense barrage of fine silver needles shot toward the nearby Masayuki. I am the young head of the Shinto Ryu school, soon to inherit its leadership. I will become the revered martial god of the Japanese people. I cannot lose. Seeing this, Higashiyama Tadao scrambled backward, yet his left arm was still pierced by the needles. Just as he prepared to rage, a sudden dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Staring at the needles embedded in his arm, a surge of unnamed fury erupted from his core. They were laced with poison. You scoundrel! Orihata's piercing gaze swept over Anamaru and Anamaru Ryuzo, father and son. So this is the Shinto Ryu? Ha! I, Orihata Masayuki, have finally seen what you're made of. Japanese martial god? Pfft, nothing special. Dongfang Jingxiong's eyes grew increasingly dim. A sharp pain gripped his chest, and finally, he collapsed to the ground in bitter resignation. Smack! A resounding slap landed on the smug face of Anamaru. Anamaru Ryuzo blared at him, his face dark. You've brought utter disgrace upon me. Now, enter the rear mountain immediately. You are confined there for 3 years. Kayamoto Ryuzo turned and walked inward.
Midway, he halted abruptly. Without turning his head, he addressed the attendant following closely behind in a cool tone. The details of this sparring match must not be disclosed. Yes, master, the attendant replied respectfully. Not to be disclosed? There was only one way to ensure that kill everyone who knew, including himself. Yet he hesitated not a moment. The approaching end of his life brought him no fear. He felt only boundless pride. To die for the martial god, he was willing. Humph. Since you've stooped so low as to slander my uncle with accusations of underhanded tactics, you shameless Shindo Ryu, you damned Anamaru, I will make you pay a terrible price. I will. Who are you? Do you know where you are? Li Xiaodao barked, his face twisted in disgust as if he'd eaten. Kurov's death had left him in the worst possible mood. Facing this Japanese intruder, Anamaru, his tone was naturally harsh and unfriendly. Anamaru, heir apparent of Japan's foremost school, Shinto Ryu, Anamaru stated. What? Are Chinese boxing rings forbidden to accept challenges? Or is it that China has no one capable to accept them? That's why only foreigners stand in the ring, not a single Chinese fighter in sight. One might think this was a foreign-run boxing ring. Anamaru shifted his gaze lightly to a tail, then stepped forward, murmuring indifferently, You're blocking my view. Attire looked at Ghost Eye in confusion. He hadn't caught what Ghost Eye had said and assumed Ghost Eye was challenging him. He immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready to meet the challenge. Now I can see clearly. Ghost Eye suddenly materialized behind Attire. A smug smile curled his lips as his sharp eyebrows arched, his gaze sweeping toward the VIP room upstairs where several people stared at him in terror. In his hand, he held the severed head of Attire, the very fighter who had just emerged victorious from a fierce, exhilarating battle moments before. How did he do that? Not only were Li Xiaodao and the others stunned, but everyone else's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They had no idea what had just happened. They had only seen Ghost Eye recklessly taunting Attire, then walking toward him slowly, deliberately. Yet suddenly, he had materialized behind Attire, whose head had vanished inexplicably. Judging by Attire's position, he hadn't even shifted an inch. This was utterly beyond comprehension. Such a scene completely exceeded their understanding. Chinese, dare you accept this challenge? Chapter 34, The Sick Man of East Asia? My deepest apologies for the hiatus. Recent exams have been overwhelming. I know you readers must be frustrated, heh. I promise this won't happen again after exams. Chinese, dare you accept this challenge? Seeing no one step forward, Ghost Eye bellowed again. His voice echoed through the underground boxing arena. The stunned crowd exchanged glances, their anger rising, yet none dared to advance. What a joke! Even someone as formidable as Attire had died inexplicably at the hands of this Japanese man. For them to step up would be no different from suicide. Throw him out. Li Xiaodao, though astonished by Ghost Eye's formidable strength, was consumed by rage at the provocation and blatant disregard. His gaze signaled to the Xiaodao Society members stationed around the ring below, tasked with maintaining order. He ordered them to beat Ghost Eye senseless before tossing him out. So you're powerful, huh? Let's see how you handle this many opponents. Li Xiaodao smirked triumphantly as he watched the dozen or so members of the knife gang surge onto the boxing ring at his signal. He intended to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Unfortunately, when the power gap was this vast, a dozen opponents were little more than a slightly larger number in the eyes of a true master. The Xiaodao Society members closed in swiftly on Ghost Pupil. The one charging at the forefront reached out, aiming to grab his shoulder. Got him? The man stared in shock at his own hand, Ghost Eye's shoulder, and the blood-drenched head Ghost Eye now held aloft. He couldn't gauge Attaire's strength, but he knew he wasn't a match for him. Yet even Attire had fallen to this man, and so silently, so unexpectedly. At least, he hadn't seen how it happened. Yet now he had effortlessly pinned Guetong down. He never dreamed he could seize Guetong. His only reason for stepping into the ring had been Li Xiaodao's orders. Ha! Trying to struggle? Sensing the opponent's attempt to break free, the man unleashed a punch without hesitation. It actually connected? The man's inner satisfaction knew no bounds. Boss, did you see that? I knocked this Japanese guy down. I'm stronger than both Kurov and that Itai you hired. Ha! I never realized I was this powerful before. After knocking Ghost Eye to the ground, the man's confidence, usually non-existent, skyrocketed like a rocket. He was this close to shouting at Li Xiaodao to hand over the boss position. I've only been in the gang for a few years, with no real standing. Becoming leader is impossible. But if I get more chances to prove myself, the leader will definitely put me to good use. Then my future will be limitless. Ha ha. Thinking this, the man struck with even greater force, beating Ghost Eye until his face was a bruised mess. Lying on the ground, Ghost Eye begged loudly for mercy. You think you're so tough? Scream all you want. The man laughed coldly, almost sickeningly. Take another hit of Monkey Steals Peaches. Was I too harsh? Seeing Ghost Pup lying on the ground, barely conscious, and his blood-soaked crotch, the man felt a pang of pity. What the hell are you doing? A furious shout pierced the man's ears. What the hell? The man looked up at the second floor, where Li Xiaodao now stood, his face as dark as charcoal, eyes blazing with fury. What's wrong, boss? Did I not perform well enough? Definitely. Then I'll keep beating him. Ah, Wu Jun. How is this possible? The man turned back only to discover that the figure on the ground was no longer Ghost Pupil, but his own comrade, Wu Jun. What the hell happened? The man lifted Wu Jun, only to find he was already dead. He roared to the heavens, and the others were in the exact same state as him. He did this. Gently laying Wu Jun on the ground, the man charged toward Ghost Eye, seething with rage and the humiliation of being toyed with. As if on cue, the others followed suit, surging toward Ghost Eye. Ants shaking a tree utterly futile. Ghost Pupil turned his head, his voice calm as he addressed the charging figures. That nonchalant expression only fueled their fury further. The fists and feet they hurled at him were charged with overwhelming rage, red hot, searing, as if determined to burn Ghost Pupil to ashes. Trying to drive me out? Ha ha. Ghost Eye returned to his original position. Yet the member of the Small Knife Society and the others met the same fate as Attire had moments before their heads flew skyward, severed cleanly from their bodies. A torrent of blood completely drenched one corner of the vast boxing ring in crimson. Scared yet? You sick men of East Asia. Bozeo is truly sorry. With so many exams lately, updates have been interrupted. Readers must be frustrated, heh. Bozeo promises this won't happen again after exams. Please continue your unwavering support. The upcoming chapters have been carefully crafted, they'll be even more thrilling and won't disappoint. Chapter 35, Mirage. Ugh. Hua Shangrong could no longer suppress the violent churning in her stomach. Covering her mouth, she dashed to the corner and began retching. Young lady, are you alright? Lin Yunlou approached Hua Shangrong from behind, handed her a cup of water, and patted her back gently to ease her discomfort. Teacher Lin. Hua Shangrong accepted the water, her face flushed with guilt as she looked up at Lin Yunlou. I'm sorry. You've done exceptionally well, child. Observing Hua Shangrong's pale, frightened face, Lin Yunlou gently stroked her back with one hand while gesturing toward the audience with the other. Look at the others, they're far worse than you. You're truly exceptional, kid. Gazing steadily at the young, beautiful face before him, Lin Yunlou silently praised her. Growing up, we often hear people say, when I'm capable, I'll take care of you, when I have money, I'll share some with you. But this one often remains an uncertain future. Hua Shangrong was different. Once she made a promise, she would see it through, even if it was something she deeply disliked or found unpleasant. She would grit her teeth and persevere. Hua Shangrong's perseverance reminded Lin Yunlou of his own student days. Back then, his family's poverty forced him to hide his job from his girlfriend. He'd stand alone before supermarket shelves for entire days, leaving only when his back nearly broke. After his first month's wages arrived, he dragged his aching body into a restaurant and ordered stir-fried vegetables, a rare treat. As he ate, tears streamed down his face, vowing silently to succeed someday. Had he not been so stubborn, he might have achieved fame and fortune long ago, and never been forced to resign from the Royal College of Physicians. Mom and Dad, you might have to wait a little longer. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Yunlou's eyes gradually welled up. Teacher Lin, what's wrong? Hua Shangrong asked with concern, noticing his change in demeanor. Is it because I've been such a disappointment? Nothing. Heh, let's head back. Lin Yunlou turned his head and smiled, steering the conversation elsewhere. Do you know about mirages? Mirage. Ha! Who'd have thought this young ghost pupil would master the Shindo Ryu mirage technique? And by the looks of it, he wields it with considerable power. Gahari's tone brimmed with admiration. Achieving fist ranking strength in his 20s alone, his future is limitless. He'll surely transcend ordinary boundaries and become an overcomer like his father. The fist rankings, as the name suggests, are a global ranking system through which Sergio judges the strength of all underground fighters. This ranking is akin to the Forbes wealth list, only those possessing extraordinary strength can earn a place upon it. Alongside the soldier rankings and the assassin rankings, it stands as one of the world's three major rankings excluding agents, special forces members, government bodyguards, and others serving the state. It symbolizes the pinnacle of human potential achievable within the realm of ordinary people. Of course, above ordinary humans stand the Transcenders, and above the Transcenders are the Guardians. Lancelot, don't you think we should engage with him more? Garrish shifted his gaze to Lancelot, who had been smiling faintly throughout. More contact with Ghost Eye? Lancelot sneered. He knew exactly what Gahori's meant. He wanted him to curry favor with Ghost Eye. Such interactions weren't uncommon in their circles. It was an investment in relationships. If Ghost Eye truly ascended to the transcendent realm someday, he might look out for Lancelot and his kind. Though Britain had its own transcendence, who would ever complain about having more powerful allies? Especially someone as formidable as a transcendent. Lancelot had his pride. He would never stoop to flattering a junior knight, especially with other concerns weighing on his mind. Lancelot shook his head and addressed Gareth sternly. Sir Gareth, do you wish to see the Knights of the Round Table destroyed? Seeing Garoli's glare at him in displeasure, Lancelot snorted derisively before continuing, Onion has the potential to become a transcender, but have you forgotten who bears a deep, bitter grudge against all of Japan and the Shinto Ryu? The T-Men. The mere thought of that terrifying entity made Gahori swallow hard. With grave solemnity, he addressed Lancelot, forget what I just said. If forced to choose between T-Mon and Onamaru, Garolis would pick the former without hesitation. The sheer number of members possessing soldier rank strength was enough to send shivers down his spine, let alone the countless T-Mon members who had reached or even surpassed that level. Gahoris, keep your distance from those in the Holy See henceforth. Don't bring calamity upon our order, Lancelot cautioned gravely. Mirage? Hua Shangron looked at Lin Yunlou in confusion. She didn't understand why he would suddenly bring up mirages at this moment, but she answered truthfully, a mirage is a natural phenomenon formed by the refraction of light. Light reflected from an object is refracted by the atmosphere, creating a virtual image. Teacher Lin, am I correct? Heh, quite right, Lin Yunlou said. The technique the Japanese man used is much like a mirage. A mirage is an illusion closely tied to geographical location, geophysical conditions, and the meteorological characteristics of those areas at specific times. Abnormal temperature distributions are the meteorological conditions that form most mirages. Ghost Pupil exploited precisely this principle. He altered the scenery surrounding Attire and his companions. Most crucially, he somehow disrupted the transmission of signals within their brains, causing bodily dysfunction and inducing hallucinations that led them to slaughter each other. Attire was killed instantly, without even a chance to react, because Ghost Pupil severed his signal transmission. This is an extremely effective offensive and defensive tactic. Ah. Teacher Lin, I don't understand a single word, Hua Shangrong pouted in frustration. Hee, Lin Yunlou chuckled. You just need to remember it. Someday, you'll understand. Please bookmark. Chapter 36, leaving already? Not staying a bit longer? The wary glances from those Chinese underworld figures, the fear and horror etched on the spectators' faces in the stands. Ghost, I felt an immense sense of triumph. Power truly was a blessing. 3 years of hardship had propelled him to this level. Dealing with these fighters was now as effortless as taking a few extra steps. Before, while he could defeat them easily, moving with such effortless grace had been impossible. Thinking this, Ghost Pupil felt resentment toward his father's ruthlessness, yet a new layer of gratitude also stirred within him. Simultaneously, he became even more certain of one thing: in this world, no one could match his father, Onamaru Ryuzo. Perhaps the mysterious emperor of the Imperial Gate might barely be considered a worthy opponent. As the Crown Prince of Japan, he was destined to shine brilliantly in this 8 nations exchange tournament, perhaps even claim the top prize. Though Chinese martial arts were universally acknowledged as profound and ancient, his gaze swept over the corpses voluntarily displayed on the boxing platform. He curled his lip in disdain before slowly turning, his piercing stare locking onto the very back of the spectators stands, the spot where Lancelot and his companions sat. Lancelot observed Ghost Eye with keen interest, inwardly astonished by the young man's arrogance and recklessness, so ignorant as to issue a challenge to him. Though he, Lancelot, was far inferior to Japan's martial god, Onryo Ryuzai, defeating or even killing Ghost Pupil would merely cost him a little extra time. Besides, he was old enough to be Ghost Pupil's father. He certainly wouldn't bully a junior. So he smiled faintly, gently shaking his head at Ghost Pupil, who had been staring at him for a long time. Look down on me? Lancelot's smile infuriated Kido, his expression turning dark and vicious, all traces of the earlier calm and composure he displayed while killing opponents on the boxing stage like plucking fruit from a basket vanished. Yet moments later, he laughed, unclenching his fists. After this international tournament, not one of you will return to Britain from China. With a triumphant glance at Lancelot and the others, Ghost Eye strode straight toward the edge of the ring. Phew, that demon is finally leaving. We've been utterly humiliated this time. Seeing Ghost Eye prepare to depart, both the audience and Li Xiaodao's group in the VIP section on the second floor breathed a collective sigh of relief. The frustration and rage of being dominated yet powerless to resist had been unbearable, but their inferior strength left them helpless. Simultaneously, they resolved to request elite bodyguards from their superiors once this matter concluded. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room where Li Xiaodao and his men were seated. A bald man dressed in a black suit, sunglasses perched on his nose, entered. He gave a slight bow to the other gang leaders before walking directly behind Li Xiaodao. Leaning close, he whispered a few words into Li Xiaodao's ear. Oh? Take them out? Li Xiaodao listened to his subordinate's suggestion, his narrowed eyes instantly crinkling. He slowly turned his head to look at the subordinate. Your suggestion is excellent. Li Xiaodao smiled with satisfaction, patting the man's shoulder approvingly. Seeing Li Xiaodao show no objection, the man's heart leapt with joy. His tense, anxious heart settled, and he began chattering away about the plan. His enthusiasm was as grand as if he were building the Great Wall, spittle flying everywhere. Quite a bit of that spittle had the honor of making intimate contact with Li Xiaodao's face. Finished? Li Xiaodao asked with a smile. A keen observer might have noticed his body trembling slightly. The visitor nodded innocently. If the boss isn't satisfied with this plan, I have several others. I guarantee no one will suspect us. After speaking, he offered obsequious flattery. Very well. Your plan sounds constructive. I see no reason to refuse. Li Xiaodao rose from his seat. All this is thanks to the boss's teachings. But I reject them all. Li Xiaodao's smile vanished, replaced by a countenance even darker than when his demonic pupils appeared. Pig. Are you a pig? No, calling you a pig is an insult to pigs. If you're worse than a pig, how can pigs ever show their faces again? Now I know, pigs will always be pigs, but humans sometimes aren't human. Boss, I looked at Li Xiaodao with a bitter expression, wondering, what did I say wrong? Didn't the boss just praise me? You moron. Li Xiaodao's rage boiled over. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. How could someone as sharp as himself have a subordinate dumber than a pig? Assassination? What kind of idiotic suggestion was that? Hadn't he considered that regardless of whether anyone discovered the attempt, the blame would inevitably fall on the Xiaodao gang? Besides, with Ghost Eye's strength, success was far from guaranteed. What the hell was wrong with this idiot's brain? Smack! Li Xiaodao raised his hand and slapped the visitor so hard he reeled. Don't ever let me catch you wearing sunglasses at night again. Now get the hell out. I don't want to see your face. Damn it, not the sharpest tool in the shed and you think wearing sunglasses at night makes you look cool? Think you're starring in The Matrix or something? Chiefly, why get so worked up? Ling Yun and the others said with suppressed laughter and mocking expressions. They weren't there to mediate, they were purely spectators, standing by to watch the show. Li Xiaodao paid little heed to their sarcastic remarks, refocusing his gaze on the boxing ring. Suddenly, his expression froze. Ghost Eye's departure was undoubtedly welcome news to the spectators. Yes, they craved thrills and bloodshed. And they'd seen plenty of life and death on the ring. But when their own countryman was toyed with and brutally slaughtered by a foreigner, a Japanese man, no less, the very embodiment of China's deepest hatred, they stopped cheering for the victor on the ring. Instead, they fixed Ghost Pupil with eyes brimming with rage and hatred. If looks could kill, Ghost Pupil would have been torn limb from limb or executed by slow torture long ago. Alas, eyes cannot kill. Nor did they possess the strength to descend and confront Ghost Eye. Now, thoughts of Japan's invasions and the inhuman concentration camps stirred a wave of despondency within them. How they wished someone could stop Ghost Eye. How they yearned for a hero in this moment. As Guitong reached the edge of the boxing ring, he suddenly froze. A strange smile curled his lips, followed by a gesture of contempt that set the crowd's blood boiling. He extended his palm, then clenched it into a fist. His thumb shot up, and the entire fist rotated 180 degrees counterclockwise. The downward-pointing thumb jabbed viciously at the ground, again and again. Though he spoke no words, his contemptuous gaze and gesture felt like a deeper humiliation. Yet the crowd in the boxing ring dared not even utter angry curses. They could only watch with bloodshot eyes and dejected expressions as Ghost Eye turned and walked away. What, leaving already? Not staying a little longer? Chapter 37, The End is the Beginning. In the cosmos, a beautiful azure planet rotated quietly and slowly. Yet beneath its serene surface, a cataclysmic battle was slowly unfolding. Poof. A bunch of trash. Even if you outnumber me, as long as you can't kill me, the moment I escape this place will be the moment your major factions meet their doom. A youth of delicate features sneered at the representatives of several major factions before him. His gaze swept over them with disdain, his expression solemn. Seraph Gabriel, the most sought-after figure in the Western Great Heavenly Realm, possessed a status of unparalleled nobility and prestige. As the current Archangel of the Great Heavenly Realm, he commanded legions of millions of angels across the Western Heavenly Realm. Without exaggeration, his position was second only to the Divine Emperor himself. Within the Western Heavenly Realm, no one dared to disregard him. Gabriel's presence in Lin Yunlou was due to Pope Serbia of the Vatican expending immense energy through a secret papal ritual to cast the Great Summoning. His purpose? To confront the young man before him, Lin Yunlou, the Imperial Lord of the Imperial Gate, the Demon Emperor commanding tens of thousands of demonic tribes. His gaze shifted lightly, bypassing Gabriel, and the panting Serbian bowed beside him. Lin Yunlou's eyes settled on a middle-aged man nearly 3 meters tall, who kept sizing him up with excited eyes. Orin, the supreme war god of the Asgardian race, eldest son of Odin, god of magic. Orin's magical talent matched his father's, perhaps even surpassed it. His magical prowess, honed over countless ages, was formidable indeed. He stood as the undisputed mightiest warrior of the Northern Divine Realm after his father, a war god who had never met his match across the entire Northern Divine Realm. Heh, Lin Yunlou. No matter how formidable your power may be, you shall never escape our grasp. Death is your only fitting end. A harsh, raspy voice suddenly echoed through the sealed, empty chamber. An old man, his entire body concealed beneath a wide black cloak, slowly stepped forward, dragging a scythe that radiated a chilling aura. A potent scent of death surged toward Lin Yunlou. Creak, creak. Rest assured, after you die, I'll take good care of your soul. And those exquisite women by your side? I'll cherish them dearly too. You senile old fool, you think you can do anything?
Lin Yunlou sneered contemptuously, then turned his gaze to a woman standing slightly apart from the three factions. Her pure white robe could not conceal her infinitely exquisite figure, a perfect golden ratio of 3S curves, a peerless beauty that seemed to defy nature's craftsmanship, and an ethereal charm that captivated the soul. What particularly drew Lin Yunlou's attention were her eyes. Her dark, luminous pupils were clear yet unfathomably deep. And you? Do you also wish to kill me? In stark contrast to the cold gaze he directed at the seraphim and others, Lin Yunlou's eyes softened as he looked at the beauty before him. His voice, gentle enough to melt glaciers, caused the woman's shoulders to tremble slightly. "I'm sorry," the woman murmured, her voice trembling on the verge of tears.
"This is Lord Fushi's command."
The misty tears welling in her eyes revealed the truth to Lin Yunlou. She had likely struggled, but ultimately chose to let herself die. From the Nine Nether Abyss, to the Sky Tower, to the Demon Flame's world-ending fury, their bond, as unbreakable as stone, could not withstand Fushi's single command to destroy her. Even Lin Yunlou, whose heart was as solid as rock and whose cultivation of inner peace was peerless, could not suppress a wave of sorrow and bitterness upon hearing the woman's answer.
"Yenner, this is the last time I'll call you that."
Lin Yunlou spoke, then abruptly turned.
Her body trembled as a powerful, demonic aura erupted from within her.
The seal, set by the four great factions, now resembled a lone boat in a raging sea, teetering on the brink of shattering.
"This is bad.
I never imagined this youth possessed such formidable power. His aura alone has cracked the seal." Gabriel, Oren, and the others urgently unleashed the aura they had been suppressing.
The combined might of the four finally countered Lin Yunlou's aura.
The long, visible crack mysteriously vanished.
The seal reappeared before them, now intact and seemingly even more solid than before. "You wish to fight?
I shall accept your challenge." Ignoring Gabriel and the others' efforts to repair the seal, Lin Yunlou roared defiantly, his body then slowly rising into the air, completely defying the laws of gravity. Standing in mid-air without any support beneath his feet, a blood-red sword materialized in his hand. His slender fingers lightly traced the blade as he murmured, "Partner, let us face the enemy together."